Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 87, Chapter 86, What kind of ridiculous questions are these? The next day. A tragedy befell the students of Sobu High. The first-year spring flower, our angel, Mahiru, submitted her application to the Department of Mystical Affairs this morning and officially became a member. The moment this news spread, the students who had already seen the school's various ice-cold beauties get into Leo's private car yesterday and leave with him fell completely silent. Then, silence gave way to despair. No. This has to be fake. Why would even the Angel-sama join that Department of Mystical Affairs? What the hell is going on with that club? How did it steal away so many of our school's flowers? Don't tell me Eligos senpai actually mastered some mysterious power and hypnotized them. I refuse to accept this. The reaction was intense, extremely intense. After all, each of Sobu High's 5 school beauties had their own charm, gentle, elegant, refined, cool, they covered the taste of almost every student. No matter what kind of girl one liked, there was always at least one to fall for. So aside from a few exceptions, nearly every student belonged to one of these flower fan clubs, and many members were girls themselves. Their supporters practically filled the entire school. But now, with these flowers joining the Department of Mystical Affairs one after another, the supporters were almost wiped out in a single sweep. By early morning, countless students had crowded the hallway outside the clubroom. Some came to gather information, some to observe, and some, thinking they were clever, came hoping to join the club themselves. The corridor was packed shoulder to shoulder. The commotion even alarmed teachers, who rushed over in attempts to restore order. Naturally, Leo and the rest of the Department of Mystical Affairs members were bombarded with questions again, especially Mahiru, who was surrounded the entire day with no way to escape. I joined because Eligos senpai invited me. I thought the Department of Mystical Affairs seemed interesting, so I decided to become a member. Mahiru didn't know how many times she repeated this explanation, but no one believed her. The Department of Mystical Affairs, interesting. What exactly was interesting about it? What did it have that lured so many school beauties in one after another? That was the answer everyone wanted, but Leo and the other club members brushed off every question. It drove the students insane. Some even reported it to teachers, but the result: if you want to join our club, you have to pass the president's screening. At once, Leo became the center of the school once more, besieged by questions. Leo, of course, responded lazily. He tossed a questionnaire into the crowd. There are 100 questions. If you can answer half correctly, you can join. Everyone eagerly took a sheet, then immediately froze. Do you believe devils exist? What do you think is mysterious? What do you think the underworld is like? If a beautiful girl suddenly appears before you, would you date her, or would you rather make her your servant? And so on. An entire sheet filled with these kinds of questions. What in the hell could any human possibly answer these? There weren't even standard answers. Whoever wrote these questions couldn't be serious, right? Was this Chuyuni nonsense? Delusion. Some 7th dimension quiz only non-humans could solve. The students ranted in their hearts, but in the end, they still tried answering. After all, the Department of Mystical Affairs studied supernatural stuff. Maybe these were topics they wanted to discuss. Even if they didn't believe in the supernatural, they could still make something up. Half the questions. Easy. They'd seen enough anime and urban legends. But then, naturally, every single one of them failed miserably. Why? I thought I answered pretty well. I swear that question was from a fairy tale. How did I get it wrong? I'm telling you, they're messing with us. But Leo wasn't messing with anyone. These questions did have real answers, answers based on actual facts he knew. Sure, a few contained his personal bias, but that didn't make them fake. If anyone managed to get even half right, that meant they weren't from the human world. Therefore, qualified to join. At least Eruri, who received the questionnaire, felt she could answer more than half correctly. After all, she'd received all the relevant information from Leo's transmitted memories last night. Which was why Eruri couldn't help but speak up. Give up. It's impossible for you to pass. Forget about joining the Department of Mystical Affairs. That place is full of devils, they won't associate with ordinary humans like us. But instead of discouraging people, Eruri's advice only made them more suspicious of her. Sawamura-san, don't tell me you want to join too. Yeah. Sawamura-san is the last remaining ice flower. You have to be careful. Don't let Eligos senpai steal every flower from our school. You even got into his car yesterday, don't tell me. Voices piled on from every direction, nearly forcing Erori's true personality to slip out. They were trying to console her, but somehow she felt even worse. The word loser drifted through her mind. Every other ice flower had joined the Department of Mystical Affairs, except her. Wasn't that the very definition of a loser? No. I'm not a loser. I'm a winner in life. Erori screamed internally as she forced a shaky smile and replied. Don't worry. I already joined the art club. I'm not joining any other club. Finally, the chaos around her calmed. Unbeknownst to the students, Leo had already given up on her. Leave the last one for the mundane world. It's kind of pitiful. He'd already earned the sweet treasure that was Mahiru, and Yutaha had confirmed that Erori wasn't someone he intended to recruit anyway. Besides, she was a hentai artist. If she joined, they'd have to worry about her ruining the Eligos family's dignity someday. Sobu High's resources are almost dried up. Time to look toward the academy instead. Leo wasn't rushing, though. Right now, strengthening his existing servants and his own power was more urgent. He had enough servants already, they needed time to grow, and he needed to give them attention so they could reach their full potential. Only then could he safely expand further. It's time to accelerate Yukino and the others' growth. Thinking of the chaos the future might bring, Leo made up his mind. But before that, they had to complete the trip to Koa Academy. With that plan in mind, Leo refrained from making any major moves for a while, letting the uproar around the Department of Mystical Affairs slowly fade. But just because he stayed still didn't mean everyone else did. Somewhere deep within a shadow no one could perceive, something unknown began to stir. In an alternate dimension within the human world. A space completely undetectable, isolated from the living world. At the center of that space lay a sea of corpses and blood. The corpses belonged to monsters. The blood belonged to monsters. Countless bodies formed mountains, their blood pooled into a red ocean, painting the space like a slice of hell. From the heart of that sea, a figure dripping with blood slowly stepped out. Congratulations. You've mastered a new power. Someone approached her with a smile. Now, I can go out, right? The blood-soaked nun stared at the newcomer, expressionless. Of course. We never intended to imprison you. The men smiled. But are you sure you want to cause trouble for those people now? You're still in hiding. None of the major factions know you exist. If you go out now, you might expose everything. His warning went ignored. We agreed already. You won't stop me. The blood-soaked nun walked past him, determined. The other sighed helplessly. Fine. Just try not to pick a fight with devils while you're at it. For now, I won't. Without another word, the bloodied nun vanished into the void. Chapter 88, Chapter 87, Am I not allowed to feel proud yet? The world was always turbulent, peace never lasted for long, and waves always followed calm waters. Leo still had no idea that a certain acquaintance was about to return, and even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care much. What mattered to him more was the future growth of his servants, especially the newly joined Mahiru. This angel who had willingly abandoned her identity as an angel was, like him and Yukino, a Longinus wielder. And her Longinus ranked even higher than Yukino's, instantly making her potential the highest among all Eligos servants. Leo couldn't possibly overlook that. So for the past several days, Leo personally handled Mahiru's training. Just like he did with Yukino in the beginning, he taught her how to control demonic power, how to use her sacred gear, and even supervised her nighttime devil activities. It was exactly like when he first brought Yukino under him, practically a hand-holding immersion into the world of devils. Mahiru studied earnestly. She could feel Leo's seriousness, and she could feel, deeply, the warmth of being expected and needed. For someone who had grown up without love, she fell for this feeling almost immediately. Originally, Mahiru's true personality leaned toward sensitive, wary, and distant. The gentle angel persona everyone knew was nothing but an act. But under Leo's guidance, she became increasingly obedient when facing him. Her eyes softened, her expressions relaxed, and slowly, she began to resemble an actual angel. Gentle, kind, pure. Traits others attributed to her but she never believed belonged to her, perhaps these were her true nature after all, just hidden until she met someone she could genuinely trust. It wasn't the nickname that was wrong. It was her name that didn't match her heart. Leo, of course, knew none of this. He simply valued her potential. After all, Incinerate Anthem, one of the 3 great holy relics, was a top-tier sacred gear, surpassing even Asuna's blade blacksmith in purifying and holy power. Its threat to devils was overwhelming, making it an ultimate weapon in the truest sense. And Mahiru's talent after reincarnating as a devil was exceptional. Once Leo granted her the bishop piece, her demonic power instantly surpassed Asuna and Yutaha, becoming second only to Yukino. Thanks to the bishop's demonic power amplification trait, she reached the level of a mid-class devil immediately after reincarnation, roughly equal to Yukino's starting level. And being an honors student like Yukino, also ranked first in her grade, her learning ability was naturally top tier. So in Leo's hands-on training, she absorbed knowledge like a sponge. But unlike Yukino, Mahiru focused primarily on her sacred gear rather than devil power. Yukino's sacred gear and devil abilities complemented each other, the stronger her demonic power, the stronger her sacred gear output. Mahiru was the opposite. Her sacred gear was a holy relic, the highest rank of holy artifact. Not only did it not complement demonic power, it clashed with it. So she trained its purification and holy power directly, while treating her demonic power as nothing more than fuel for activation. Unfortunately, Mahiru had been a devil for too short a time, and unlike Yutaha, who had perfect conditions for her sacred gear, Mahiru lacked natural compatibility. By the time the weekend arrived, her control over Incinerate Anthem was still rough. She could only activate and retract it. At that level, she couldn't even threaten a battle-hardened mid-class devil. At best, she could bully low-class devils with weak combat ability. Even so, considering she reached that level in less than a week, Leo was genuinely satisfied. Leo suspected that with her talent, she would soon catch up to Yukino and the others, becoming yet another powerful servant under his banner. Soon enough, the weekend arrived. Before the rumors at Sobu High completely faded, the school welcomed another break. On Saturday, in the basement of Leo's manor, the Eligos servants gathered together. Is everyone ready? Leo looked at his 4 servants, and the corners of his lips lifted uncontrollably, admiring them like an artist admiring their masterpiece. There was unmistakable pride in his eyes. And who could blame him? Standing before Leo were his 4 servants, Yukino, Asuna, Yutaha, and Mahiru, each one stunning in their own unique way. All 4 had changed out of their school uniforms and into casual clothes. Yukino wore a pale blue dress with pleated edges, its hem just below her knees. She paired it with sandals, a ribbon around her wrist, and her long black hair was tied into a single ponytail, radiating the refreshing elegance of a high school girl. Asuna wore a white top and short skirt, complemented by long socks and boots. Her hairstyle had changed slightly, and she wore a familiar necklace, simple yet refined, with the aura of a graceful young lady from a wealthy family. Yutaha wore a white headband and a stylish academy-inspired dress. White stockings covered her legs, and black shoes finished the look, her charm practically overflowing. As for Mahiru, her outfit hardly differed from usual, a simple lace-edged top and a short skirt that showed her calves, white sneakers, and her long flaxen hair tied into 2 neat bundles in front. She looked impossibly pure, so angelic that nobody would guess she was a devil now. The 4 beautiful girls stood together, each with their own beauty, aura, and style. Their looks, figures, and presence were impeccable. Combined with such carefully chosen outfits, they created a scene more dazzling than any painting. Seeing this breathtaking lineup, how could Leo possibly keep his smile down? And the thought that all these beautiful girls were his servants, how could he not feel proud? Don't look so smug. Yukino shot him a faint glare. I know how you feel, but please remember what you said earlier. Don't embarrass the Eligos house, okay? You really think you're that amazing, Devil-kun? Yutaha folded her arms, smirking. Managing to recruit all 4 of us, yes, that's pretty lucky of you. Is my outfit really okay, though? Asuna looked a bit worried. Won't it make the president look less respectable? Don't worry, Asuna-senpai. Mahiru said gently. You look beautiful dressed like this. Senpai's reaction already proves it. Their voices overlapped, soft, cool, lively, elegant. The harmony was like a symphony, soothing to the ears. What? You think I'm not allowed to feel proud? Leo laughed openly, not the slightest bit ashamed. With 4 beautiful girls as my servants, just imagining taking you all out to meet others makes me feel like my life is already complete. Isn't that reasonable? The girls didn't answer, but they all shared a quiet smile. Clearly, Leo's words pleased them. And he wasn't wrong. Taking this lineup anywhere would never embarrass him. Even if their destination was Kuo Town's once famous female academy, and even though Sona and Rias, along with their servants, were an abundance of beautiful women, Leo still didn't feel like he would lose in terms of presence. With that thought, pride swelled in his chest, and he unconsciously swung his hand. Since everyone's ready, let's head out. He stepped into the center of the magic circle first. The girls exchanged a glance before stepping into formation, 2 on his left, 2 on his right. Yukino and Yutaha to the left. Asuna and Mahiru to the right. All slightly closer to him than normal, surrounding him like a protective formation, with Leo unmistakably at the center. Zing. The magic circle lit up as demonic power flowed into it. Red light swallowed them, and their bodies dissolved into particles of light, vanishing from the manor. In another room of the mansion, where she had been napping, Miyamoto Musashi's eyes snapped open. They've already gone. The beautiful swordswoman scratched her head and looked in the direction of Kuo Town, her eyes flickering faintly. I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling about this. Was it an illusion? Or was something truly about to happen? A swordsman's intuition was always sharp. After thinking it over, Musashi decided to act. Just in case. I'll notify the underworld. A small magic circle expanded above her palm as she began her transmission. Kanagawa Prefecture, Kuo Town, Kuo Academy, Student Council Office. At this moment, quite a few people had already gathered inside the office. They stood separated into two groups, each clustered around a beautiful girl, clearly the center of their respective circles. Zing. When red light bloomed from the magic circle on the floor, one of the girls stood up. They're here. Sona Citri's calm announcement drew everyone's attention to the glowing center. There, Leo and his servants appeared one after another, stepping into view. Extra chapter. 200 more P.S for another one. Chapter 89, Chapter 88, the good impression they formed of each other. The student council office at Kuo Academy wasn't large, but it wasn't cramped either. When Leo arrived with his group of 5, they found around a dozen people gathered inside. Some were sitting, others standing, yet the room still didn't feel crowded. It held everyone with ease. Leo. Sona stepped forward, her cool expression softened by a faint smile. Sona. Leo met her gaze and walked out of the magic circle with a smile of his own. Welcome to Kuo Academy, servants of Eligos. Tsubaki came over as well, offering a formal greeting on Sona's behalf. Hello, Tsubaki-senpai. Long time no see, Tsubaki-senpai. Yukino and Asuna, who had met Tsubaki before, greeted her warmly. Yutaha and Mahiru stood quietly to the side, observing everything in silence. These are the new servants you recruited. Once Sona and Leo finished exchanging pleasantries, her gaze immediately moved to Yutaha and Mahiru. Light reflected off her glasses. That's right. My rook, Kasumigakaka Yutaha, and my new bishop, Shina Mahiru. Leo introduced them. I am Eligos' rook, Kasumigakaka Yutaha. I am Eligos' bishop, Shina Mahiru. It was obvious the two had prepared in advance. Neither looked nervous as they bowed using the etiquette low-class devils use toward high-class devils. Nice to meet you both. I am the heir to the Citri house, Sona Citri. You can also call me Sona Shirtorai. Sona nodded to them, then gestured for the people around her to gather. Let me introduce my servants as well. Sona had more servants than Leo, 6 in total. First was her queen, Shinra Tsubaki, who needed no further explanation. Next was her rook, Yura Tsubasa, a tall girl with shoulder-length hair and a sharp, spirited presence. Rumor said she excelled at hand-to-hand combat. Then came her 2 bishops, Kusaka Raya, gentle and elegant in demeanor, and Hanakai Momo, a mature-looking beauty with silver hair. Her knight was Meguri Tomo, a slender girl carrying a katana. Like Tsubaki, she came from an exorcist family. And finally, her pawn, Nimura Ruruko, a cute girl with twin ponytails and big round eyes. These were Sona's current servants, and like Leo's group, all of them were female. Good day, Eligos-senpai. Good day, Eligos-san. The girls all bowed to Leo. Some looked stiff and formal, some overly serious, and a few seemed relaxed, but all of them greeted him with clear admiration. Leo didn't put on any airs, he waved at them cheerfully, radiating bright, sunny energy. That alone made several younger girls blush. They stared at Leo with open curiosity and excitement, as though finally seeing the person they had always wanted to meet. If the setting weren't so formal, they might have screamed on the spot and rushed together in excitement. And honestly, it wasn't far off. Those who served under Sona had already heard plenty about Leo from Sona and Tsubaki. They knew their master had a close male friend, someone she kept in frequent contact with. This alone had stirred their curiosity greatly. After all, Sona was famously an untouchable ice queen. At school or in private, she never showed romantic interest in anyone. Despite her high popularity, girls admired her only from afar, too intimidated to get close. Her past engagement, her only remotely close relationship, had been shattered when she defeated her fiancé in chess, after which he never dared show his face again. So when Tsubaki mentioned that Sona had a close male friend, it was only natural that Sona's servants wanted badly to know what kind of person could earn their master's respect. Unfortunately, they didn't attend the same school, nor even live in the same city. Their territories rarely overlapped, so there was little opportunity to meet. Sona did occasionally meet Leo in private, but she would never bring all her servants along just to have tea with him. Only Tsubaki, as her queen, had ever met Leo. The others never had the chance. This was standard for high-class devils, they usually brought only one queen to accompany them, while the rest stayed on standby. Otherwise, every outing would require bringing 10+ people. Leo didn't have a queen yet, which was why he usually acted alone, or sometimes with Yukino and Asuna. As for Yutaha and Mahiru, he hadn't brought them out anywhere yet. So this meeting was the first time Sona's servants finally saw the person they'd been so curious about. And to their surprise, Leo wasn't like their master at all. He was bright, cheerful, and handsome in a radiant way that made their hearts race. Of course they were excited. Naturally, they noticed the rest of Leo's group too. The 4 beautiful girls accompanying Leo left them stunned. What, insanely pretty girls. Even as fellow females, they couldn't help being captivated by Yukino and the others' striking looks. It was clear that Leo's earlier feeling was correct. Taking these 4 girls out would never be embarrassing. If anything, they made him look even better by comparison. It wasn't just them, other devils watching from the side also found themselves silently appreciating the girls' beauty. Some even thought that if these girls transferred to Kuo Academy and became students, the long stagnant popularity rankings would instantly be turned upside down. Sona's 3rd place might be in danger. Tsubaki's 4th place even more so, and even 2nd place might not be safe. But the 1st place? That one might actually be defended. Among all the females present, there was indeed someone who could surpass Yukino and the others in allure. Rias, Leo has already come over. Aren't you coming to greet him? Sona spoke to the only person still seated. Haven't found the right moment yet. The young woman smiled, stood, and walked toward Leo. When Yukino and the others saw her, even they, who had stayed calm throughout, showed clear surprise. Because the newcomer was simply too striking, too overwhelming in presence. Her features were obviously foreign, an impossibly beautiful, exotic woman. In pure looks alone she was easily on par with Yukino and the others. Her figure was even more stunning, surpassing every girl in the room except perhaps the delicate girl trailing behind her. Most eye-catching of all was her vivid, brilliant red hair cascading down her back. Every gesture radiated refined upbringing and aristocratic grace. Her aura shone so brightly that no matter where she stood, she became the focus of the entire room. For the first time, Yukino and the others felt genuinely overshadowed. They might match her in looks, but her figure, her aura, her presence were on a completely different level. Paired with that flawless face, she seemed like a piece of art crafted by a god deliberately showing off, perfect to the point of leaving no room for criticism. Perhaps someone out there was more beautiful. Perhaps someone out there had a better figure. Perhaps someone out there had nobler bearing. But no one combined all 3 the way she did. She made even these gifted young women feel inferior. Rias Gremory, heir to the Gremory family. President of the Kuo Occult Research Club. Rias extended a graceful hand toward Leo, studying him with a smile. Leo Eligos, heir to the Eligos family and Sona's friend. Leo admired Rias's beauty as well. Despite her aggressively striking charm, she wasn't off-putting at all. Instead, she fit perfectly with the impression of a naturally radiant prodigy. Leo reached out and shook her hand. Her palm was so smooth and soft, like that of a perfectly maintained noblewoman. Once, Leo might have been more affected by such contact. But now he lived under the same roof as several incredibly beautiful girls. His resistance, or rather, his threshold for beauty, had risen. He released Rias's hand with a calm expression. Rias's brows lifted slightly, a well-hidden glimmer of approval flickering in her eyes. No wonder even her cold, aloof friend Sona acknowledged Leo. He was interesting. I've long heard that the fallen Eligos family found an heir. Today, I finally get to meet you in person, Eligos-san. Rias spoke gracefully. I've also long wanted to meet the Gremory family's princess. I'm glad it worked out today. Leo smiled warmly. You can call me Leo directly. After all, since you're Sona's childhood friend, that's like being my childhood friend too. Then you can call me Rias as well. Rias smiled elegantly. Anyone Sona acknowledges, I have no reason not to. Just like that, the two unexpectedly closed the distance between them, both clearly forming a very good impression of the other the moment they met. Extra chapter. Chapter 90, Chapter 89, Wanting to Test Yourself Against Me. Rias wasn't only the next head of the Gremory house, she was also a pureblood devil who had inherited the power of destruction trait. This trait originally belonged to the Baal clan, the highest-ranked family among the 72 pillars. Yet the current Baal heir did not inherit it. Instead, the siblings born to a Baal mother and raised in the Gremory house inherited the trait, and both went on to achieve overwhelming fame. The elder brother, Xerxes Gremory, became renowned centuries ago. Representing the reformists, he defeated the former Mao's bloodline from the old faction and was chosen as the new Mao Lucifer. Renamed Xerxes Lucifer, he was now one of the strongest devils in existence. The younger sister, Rias, inherited the Gremory house and was set to become its next ruler. Among devils, she was known as the crimson-haired Ruin Princess. Someone who inherited the Baal clan's destructive demonic power, with a brother capable of becoming Mao, Rias's talent was beyond question. In pure strength, she easily surpassed Sona, and even Leo at the time he first ascended to high-class devil had been nowhere near her level. Even now, Leo could feel the vast, dangerous demonic power inside Rias just by standing close to her. Even as an ultimate class devil, he instinctively felt he shouldn't touch that power carelessly. That alone showed how overwhelming the power of destruction was. With such an innate ability, Rias didn't need elaborate magic techniques. Simply releasing her demonic power was enough to erase anything. Ordinary objects disintegrated the instant they came into contact with it. There was no resisting it. Gifted with destructive power, blessed as the princess of the Gremory house, and possessing beauty, figure, and charisma, Rias radiated confidence at every moment. When she faced Leo, she practically sparkled. No wonder she had reigned for years as Kuo Academy's most popular student, an idol without equal. I'll introduce my servants as well. Rias waved behind her. Akino, Yuto, Kaneko, come here. At her call, the last three people in the office stepped forward together. I am the Gremory Queen, Himejima Akino. The first to speak was the elegant, traditional beauty with a single ponytail, every bit as stunning as Rias herself. At Kuo Academy she ranked second in popularity, always smiling gently. She was Rias's first devil servant, raised in the Gremory household since childhood, receiving the same education and growing up side by side with her. She was Rias's closest friend, and the one who understood her best. Like Tsubaki, Akino came from one of the 5 great clans, specifically, the Himejima family. She, Sona, and Tsubaki all enrolled in Kuo the same year and shared a long friendship. Though a servant, as the queen permitted to stay closest to the king, her qualification to stand beside Rias and Sona was unquestionable. Her strength was extraordinary, she was known as the Priestess of Thunder, masterful with lightning demonic power. I am the Gremory Knight, Kiba Yuto. Next spoke the only male present before Leo's group arrived. Slender and handsome, he carried himself like a refined model, smiling warmly like Akino. If he attended Sobu High, he might have outshone Hayama Hayato and even rivaled Leo in popularity. In fact, at Kuo Academy, Kiba was the most popular male student. After the former all-girls academy transitioned, the school had become overwhelmingly female-dominated, yet Yuto remained idle tier, so his presence here surprised no one. To earn a place as a servant in such a competitive environment, and the only male in a predominantly female school, was already enviable. But unlike Leo, he didn't seek the spotlight. He obediently stood to the side, quietly fulfilling his role. If Leo was the type who naturally became the center of attention, Yuto was the opposite, never vying for the spotlight, neither withdrawn nor arrogant, simply content as an observer. Compared to Leo, he invisibly lacked much leadership presence. I am the Gremory Rook, Tuju Kaneko. The last to speak was a petite girl who looked more like a middle schooler than a high schooler. She had shoulder-length white hair and an expression almost devoid of emotion. Her eyes were bright, but her face rarely changed, cute, yet strangely blank, nothing like the textbook image of a beautiful girl. She truly was a first-year high schooler, the same age as Mahiru, already 16 this year. Ranked 5th in popularity at Kuo Academy, she was quite well liked. But the moment Leo looked at her, he sensed the aura beneath the surface, yokai. Even after reincarnating as a devil, that girl was certainly not human. Even knowing the original story, Leo could confirm his instincts instantly. Seeing the 3 Gremory servants, Leo finally understood how others must feel when they looked at his servants. Truly, an impressive group. He couldn't help saying it. At first glance, they all looked like reincarnated devils who had once been ordinary humans. In reality, every single one of them hid something far more complex. Thanks for the praise, though that comment might not be very fitting coming from you. Rias raised an eyebrow, her smile teasing. After all, who in the entire devil world doesn't know the Eligos heir has gathered several unbelievably talented sacred gear users? Even the host of Absolute Demise, a Longinus wielder, is one of your servants, right? Leo smiled faintly and beckoned Yukino forward. She was my first servant. Shame she couldn't become my queen. All eyes immediately shifted to Yukino. She's the host of Absolute Demise. A Longinus wielder among Leo's servants. Reactions varied across the room. Sorry for not being able to become your queen. Even under everyone's gaze, Yukino maintained her cool, responding to Leo sharply and without hesitation. Asuna and Yutaha exchanged a brief look with Mahiru. None of them said anything. So, it seemed the Citri family and Gremory family still didn't know that a second Longinus wielder had appeared among Leo's servants. Leo, of course, didn't expose Mahiru. He casually pushed Yukino out as a shield instead. Since your servants awakened earlier than mine, they're technically Yukino's senpai. I'll leave her in your care. His tone carried a subtle implication. Rias and Sona exchanged a quick glance. To be honest, we're pretty curious about Yukino's current strength, Sona said, adjusting her glasses. Or rather, Rias added with a sweet smile, we'd like to see the full strength of all your servants. Everyone present understood their intention, and their gazes turned toward Leo's entire group. Yukino and the others weren't idiots, quite the opposite. They immediately understood the meaning of those looks. Oh. Leo laughed, a fearless, almost teasing smile. You want to test yourselves against my servants? Sona didn't answer. Instead, she looked toward Rias, the one more interested in a fight. And Rias, of course, did not disappoint. If possible, I want to fight you. The crimson-haired ruined princess was bold, she wanted to challenge Leo himself. This wasn't sudden impulse. She had been thinking about this for a long time. From both her brother and her best friend, she had heard the same thing, Leo was no longer who he used to be. Because of that strange variant trait, despite having only recently become a high-class devil, he had undergone a complete rebirth, nothing like the boy who had barely awakened during adulthood in the original timeline. Competitive by nature, Rias wanted to test the strength of the men praised so highly by both her brother and Sona. This was a probe. Just as Sona had said earlier, though they were natural allies, they were also natural rivals. On both a personal and political level, Rias wanted to evaluate Leo for herself. Leo could clearly feel Rias's fighting spirit stirring. His own interest grew. Well, now that you've said that, I'm a little curious too. I've always wanted to see just how powerful the legendary power of destruction really is. His words instantly turned the room electric. Then let's go to the gym, Sona said immediately. Citri House will serve as the referees. A friendly match, how about it? Leo and Rias nodded at the same time, without even a moment of hesitation. It's a rare opportunity. Let's do it. Sparring once in a while can be quite fun. Their voices overlapped perfectly. They exchanged a fearless smile. And so, the entire group headed toward Kuo Academy's gymnasium, to witness a sudden, explosive battle. 200p.s for extra chapter. Chapter 91, Chapter 90, Night vs. Night. Kuo Academy's gymnasium covered a wide area. Though it couldn't compare to the underground training hall beneath Leo's estate, it was more than enough for a sparring match. Leo glanced around and concluded that as long as no one intentionally tried to destroy the place, the gym should withstand a bout between two high-class devils. Of course, that was only if the participants held back. Without protective measures, a real clash between high-class devils would easily obliterate the gym, and possibly everything around it. So the moment they entered, Sona instructed her servants to spread out and release their demonic power, weaving a thick barrier across the interior. This barrier's pretty strong. Yutaha watched quietly, then gave her evaluation. At this point she counted as a barrier expert. At the very least, judging a barrier's strength was simple for her. If you were the one setting it up, could you make something this strong? Leo decided to test her. Yutaha frowned. If I go all out, I could probably manage it. But if I pour this much power into strengthening the barrier, I won't have much left to generate offensive spells. The essence of Create World was to construct the barrier first, then generate all kinds of attacks within it. If she spent most of her strength on the foundation, her later attacks would naturally weaken. If she weren't a rook, whose piece inherently amplified offense and defense, it would be even more difficult. Sona-senpai's servants really are impressive. Yutaha sighed, earning an eye roll from Leo. Maybe think about how many people she used. This barrier was formed by all 6 of Sona's servants working together. Even if all 6 were just low-class devils, a combined barrier of that scale could withstand high-class devil attacks for a while, never mind that among them was Tsubaki, a queen far beyond low-class level. The fact that Yutaha alone could create something comparable only made her seem even more abnormal. With this up, we can fight more freely, right? Yukino murmured from the side. She looked, surprisingly eager. Leo cast her a sidelong glance. He could more or less guess what she was thinking. Ever since Mahiru entered the peerage, Yukino had visibly begun training harder behind the scenes. Until then, she had been the only Longinus wielder among Leo's servants, besides Leo himself, the first servant, and far stronger than anyone else. She sat firmly at the top. But once Mahiru was chosen by Incinerate Anthem and became Eligos' bishop, the pressure began. Both were Longinus wielders, but Mahiru's sacred gear was ranked higher, meaning in the sacred gear aspect, she should be stronger. Both were bishop pieces, but Yukino had awakened demonic power surpassing pure-blood devils upon reincarnation. Mahiru wasn't as strong, but not far behind. Yukino was the top student of second year, proof of her intelligence, but Mahiru was the top of first year, no less gifted. And Mahiru's Longinus was one of the 3 great holy relics, far more lethal to devils than any holy sword. Yukino's couldn't restrain devils the same way. Then came the fact that Mahiru had been personally trained by Leo, absorbing knowledge and strength at frightening speed. Yukino felt real pressure, an urgency telling her that if she didn't work harder, she might actually be overtaken. And she still hadn't fully gotten over losing to Sharon. The idea of being surpassed by a new junior only made her more unsettled. So of course she welcomed this chance to fight stronger opponents, to measure her strength again. Unfortunately for her, she wouldn't be going first. The friendly match between the Gremory servants and Leo's servants will now begin, Sona announced after discussing rules with Rias and Leo. The format is one-on-one battles. Each side will send out servants in turn until both kings take the field. Final victory will be decided by the number of wins. The side with more victories takes the match. Sona stepped back, giving the arena to Rias and Leo. Now, please send out your first servant. The atmosphere shifted instantly. Both Rias and Leo fell into full competitive mode. Any devil interested in the raiding game would be excited by a setup this formal. And both Leo and Rias were rising high-class devils preparing to lead peerages into future raiding games, one aiming to restore his family's glory, the other to dominate the arena. Encounters like this were their training grounds. Sona's formality only heightened that feeling. Leo glanced at Rias's servants, calculating. Rias should have 4 servants now. But one of them currently can't control their power and was sealed by the devil world as a safety precaution, so they can't participate. Meaning Rias could send out only 3. Leo would have 1 person unable to participate. Who to sit out? Leo didn't hesitate. Mahiru. Leo looked at Mahiru, who had been watching quietly. You'll sit out this battle. Although Mahiru was a Longinus wielder with greater potential than Yukino, she had only been reincarnated for about a week. Revealing her too soon was unwise. I understand, senpai. Mahiru accepted without the slightest complaint. She wasn't a combative person and knew she still had much to learn. Being allowed to step aside brought her quiet relief. Who's going out first? Yukino asked Leo. She wasn't asking because she was eager, she just knew she wouldn't be chosen first. She was the strongest among Leo's servants at the moment, and since Leo didn't have a queen, she suspected he might be saving her for last, to face the Gremory queen. Yukino glanced across the gym and noticed Akino smiling at her. Akino nodded warmly. Yukino returned the gesture with a more serious expression. She could clearly feel it through her magic detection that Queen was strong. Possibly stronger than Sharon, who had defeated her before. And Akino seemed to know she would eventually face the Longinus user from Eligos' side, which explained the look she gave Yukino. Yukino took that thought seriously. She silently vowed to give her all when the time came. For the first match, we'll send out Asuna. Leo decided after a brief moment. Me. Asuna blinked, then quickly composed herself. I'm ready anytime. Do your best, Asuna. Don't get hurt, Asuna-senpai. Yutaha and Mahiru encouraged her. I won't. Asuna responded with a bright smile and walked to the center of the arena, instantly drawing every eye in the gym. So the first one is a knight. Rias chuckled. In that case, Yuto, you're up. To fight a knight, one should send a knight. Yes, President. Kiba stepped forward, stopping opposite Asuna. Those two are really fighting each other first. Sona's eyes narrowed with concern. She knew exactly what could happen when those two clashed. Please take care of me. Yuto bowed politely, smiling as he gathered demonic power into his hand, forming a sword. It radiated a sinister aura, touching it felt like inviting a curse. A proper demon sword. Such a weapon didn't suit Yuto's gentle expression at all. But that thought vanished the moment Asuna raised her hand, and formed a sword infused with a brilliant, holy radiance. A sword that made every devil in the room shudder. This is Rias, Akino, and the others all stiffened. Yuto's smile evaporated instantly. His expression hardened into something sharp and aggressive. A holy sword. He stared at Asuna's weapon with burning intensity, demonic power flaring around him like a beast ready to attack. For the first time during the match, Kiba looked like a true devil. Extra chapter. Chapter 92, Chapter 91, Holy Sword versus Demon Sword. President, could Sir Eligos' knight piece possibly be? When Kiba's entire demeanor shifted, the Gremory servants reacted as well. Akino's smile faded. She leaned toward Rias and whispered softly. Yeah. It should be a sacred gear that's the opposite attribute but the same type as Kiba's sword birth, Blade Blacksmith. Rias hadn't expected Leo's first deployed servant to have a sacred gear that was the exact opposite of her own knight's. Her face was filled with surprise. No wonder even her brother praised Eligos' potential. A servant with such a rare and powerful sacred gear, if trained properly, would at the very least become a high-class devil. Her own servants were unquestionably strong as well. But the fact remained, Leo had only been a high-class devil for a few months and had already recruited 4 servants, one a Longinus holder, one a Blade Blacksmith holder. Getting recruits like these so easily, his luck was ridiculous. Unfortunately, her knight had run straight into a holy sword user. That part was definitely not lucky. Seeing Kiba's dark, stormy expression, Rias called out. Kiba, calm down. You know it isn't a real holy sword. Rias's reminder made Yuto take a deep breath. I understand, President. He lowered his voice, then turned back toward Yuki Asuna. Sorry. That was out of line. Shall we begin? Kiba seemed calm again, but the gentle smile he usually wore was nowhere to be found. I'm ready whenever you are. Asuna wasn't sure what was wrong with Kiba, but she answered politely. Be careful, Asuna. Leo watched quietly for a moment before speaking. Of course he knew exactly what was going on with Kiba. Still, he only offered that one warning. I know. Asuna nodded firmly. She didn't have the sharp magic detection that Leo or Yukino possessed, but after training under Musashi, she had grown more perceptive. To her, Kiba looked slim and delicate, like a refined young man. But from his posture, his breathing, and the way he held his sword, she knew, without doubt, he was a skilled swordsman. He wasn't at Musashi's level, who looked full of openings while actually revealing none, but Asuna could still tell his swordsmanship was beyond her own. Fortunately, she had her own advantages. A low hum rose as Asuna lifted her sword. The thin holy sword in her hand burst with divine energy, and every devil present instinctively tensed at the sight. More than the pure light devils feared, the holy nature of the weapon was far stronger and far more terrifying. Except for Mahiru, who held a holy relic, even Leo felt chilled by the holiness radiating from it. His instincts screamed not to get close. Kiba's instincts were the same, yet he crushed that response immediately with another emotion. The hatred and resentment he had buried since childhood. He refused to retreat before a holy sword. Kiba raised his own weapon, a demon sword, not a thin blade like Asuna's, but a Western-style sword forged through sword birth. Here I come, Yuki-san. The instant he spoke, he vanished. No, he didn't vanish. He turned into an afterimage, sprinting toward her with explosive speed. Asuna's expression tightened. Her body moved slightly slower than her thoughts, but she still managed to leap forward and raise her holy sword. Clang! Kiba reappeared behind her, his demon sword slashing down like a streak of black light. It crashed against her blade, sparks bursting through the air along with a faint shockwave. The blow sent Asuna flying. She flipped forward, her heels tapping the ground several times before she regained her balance. Too fast. Her face grew serious. Her guard rose to its peak. A knight's trait was speed. Asuna was fast, the fastest among all Eligos servants. Even Leo had to unfurl his devil wings and fly to surpass her speed. At equal rank, Asuna would never be slower than Leo. But Kiba was faster than her. He had clearly spent years developing his knight piece, pushing its trait far beyond the basic level. Here I come again. Kiba gave her a moment to breathe, then rushed forward once more. His figure seemed to blur as he moved, both hands gripping his sword as several arcs of swordlight swept toward her. Asuna exhaled sharply, then relaxed completely. Instead of retreating, she stepped in, her holy sword slicing out several arcs of light to meet his. Clang! 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 Holy sword and demon sword collided again and again, sparks scattering. Divine energy clashed violently with demonic power. The two exchanged strikes non-stop, moving in tight footwork patterns. One sword shone like dazzling light, the other flashed with black brilliance. Blow after blow, neither gaining the upper hand. Clang! Their blades locked one more time before the two separated, Asuna leaping back, Kiba advancing. Impressive. Kiba was the one who stepped forward. He looked toward Asuna, who had widened the gap between them, and spoke in genuine surprise. Your movements follow the sword, adapting to the flow. Even against a stronger opponent, you stay calm, use your stance, and turn disadvantage into advantage. That's Nitten Ichiryu, isn't it? He had recognized her school. Yes, my swordsmanship style is Nitten Ichiryu. Asuna seemed a little surprised he could tell, but she still answered honestly. Then your teacher. Miyamoto Musashi, right. Kiba obviously knew some inside information, and his gaze drifted toward Sona in the distance. She taught me. Asuna answered honestly, and Kiba's expression softened considerably. So you're a student of Musashi-san. No wonder your swordsmanship is so refined. Kiba's praise was sincere. He didn't know Asuna very well, but he did know her master had only recently become a high-class devil. Asuna had also become a servant recently, yet she displayed such polished swordsmanship. Her talent was extraordinary. Same to you. Asuna didn't get careless. In fact, she steadied herself even further. Your swordsmanship blends many styles. Could it be Tenin Rishin Ryu? Correct. Kiba looked slightly surprised she could recognize it. I studied several smaller schools, but my real master is Okita Tsuji of Tenin Rishin Ryu. Okita, genius swordsman of the late Edo period, captain of the 1st Division of the Shinsengumi. Alongside Nagakura Shinpachi and Saito Hajime, he was counted among the Shinsengumi's strongest. Unlike Miyamoto Musashi, she wasn't from centuries ago, but from roughly 100 years prior. Tenin Rishinryu was founded in 1789 by Kondo Kuranosuke, who built upon the teachings of Tenshin Shoden Katori Shinto-ryu. It combined swordsmanship, staff techniques, grappling arts, even breathing and ki methods. The style spread through the Tama region, areas like Hino, Chofu, and Machida. Shinsengumi leaders such as Kondo Isami, Okita, and Hijikata Toshizo were all disciples of the style. After death, Okita, like Miyamoto Musashi, had been reincarnated as a devil. Despite being a figure of history, he was still active today. He served as a knight under the current Mao Surzex. Asuna had studied swordsmanship texts under Musashi's guidance, including information about various sword traditions. Musashi had also spoken of Okita, the fellow knight of Amao, praising his exceptional sword talent. Naturally, Asuna had looked into Tenin Rishinryu. She never expected to encounter it here. Nitten Ichiryu versus Tenin Rishinryu. Now this is getting interesting. Spectators quickly grasped what was happening, their faces filling with anticipation. Kiba felt it too. His dark mood lightened, swallowed by the thrill of facing a worthy swordsman. Yuki-san, shall we continue? Kiba shifted into an offensive stance, eyes blazing. Yeah. Let's. Asuna didn't shrink back from the pressure. She calmed her breathing, centered her heart, and took her stance. Demonic power surged around both of them, stirring the air. A heartbeat later, the two vanished simultaneously, rushing straight toward each other. 200p.s for extra chapter. Chapter 93, Chapter 92, better than expected. Clang. 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 Inside the wide gymnasium, two figures, one in white, one in black, clashed at incredible speed. The crisp, ringing sound of steel striking steel echoed non-stop, weaving into a dazzling symphony. Two devils with the night piece traded blows under the watchful eyes of over a dozen spectators. Their bodies crossed and blurred, countless streaks of sword light blooming through the air, brilliant and blinding. Asuna and Kiba, one the wielder of blade blacksmith, the other of sword birth. Their sacred gears excelled in forging holy swords or demon swords with different attributes depending on the battle. Yet at this moment, both seemed to have forgotten that entirely. They created only pure holy and pure demonic blades, crossing swords in the most fundamental exchange of technique. Flashes of steel crisscrossed the entire court. Divine energy and demonic power clashed again and again, making the fight grow even fiercer. What amazing swordsmanship! Among the Citri servants maintaining the barrier, Tomo, also a knight, stared wide-eyed. She too was a swordswoman, trained in a Japanese exorcist family. Her swordsmanship was far from weak. But compared to the two in front of her, she felt completely outclassed. Especially Kiba. His technique could only be described as masterful, effortlessly blending multiple schools, unrestricted by fixed forms. His sword moved unpredictably, hard to read, and paired with knight-level speed, a single mistake could get someone cut. As for Asuna, her technique clearly wasn't as refined as Kiba's, but her Nitten Ichiryu was already extremely well polished. She had touched the core of the style. Like a small boat tossed in a storm, she seemed moments away from being swallowed by Kiba's strikes, yet each time she escaped unscathed. Completely calm, she moved within his offense without panic or hesitation, enduring the overwhelming pressure. They fought on and on, so fast that many spectators could no longer follow their movements. Only streaking sword light remained, proof of how fierce the battle had become. In the end, the ones who failed to endure were not the fighters, but their swords. Crack! Crack! Two sharp breaking sounds rang out. Asuna and Kiba instantly separated, both swords shattering in their hands until only the hilts remained. The swords broke. Someone shouted, but neither fighter reacted. Blade blacksmith. Sword birth. The two invoked their sacred gears simultaneously, summoning new holy swords and demon swords into their hands. But this time, they no longer created simple single-attribute weapons. Holy flame sword. Asuna's blade ignited with both holy energy and fire. She swung, releasing a wave of sacred flame toward Kiba. Ice sky sword. Kiba responded by creating a demon sword with demonic and ice attributes, summoning a surge of freezing cold that clashed with the flames. Asuna struck again, releasing wave after wave of blazing holy fire. The heat crushed the icy air, and the firestorm surged toward Kiba. His ice element demon sword broke under the pressure. He immediately created another, drove it into the ground, and summoned a rising wall of water that extinguished the incoming flames. Asuna instantly discarded her flame sword and forged several small dagger-sized holy swords. With a flick of her arm, she threw them at Kiba, each blade slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. Kiba clearly hadn't expected her to use holy swords as throwing weapons. And these small blades carried wind attributes, their speed skyrocketed. He dodged most of them, but the very first blade slashed across his arm. Ugh. Blood spilled as a deep cut opened. Kiba let out a pained groan. Kiba. Rias and Aquino paled at once. The wound wasn't deep. For a devil, or even a human, it wasn't life-threatening. But Kiba felt his entire arm burning, like flesh had been carved away. Power drained from him through the wound. A pale white vapor curled from the cut. The holy energy embedded in the wound was purifying his demonic body, trying to erase it entirely. This was the terror of a holy sword. Any strike on a demonic being would burn the flesh from the wound inward, potentially even harming the soul. More frightening than poison. Don't let it hit your vitals, Kiba. Rias warned sharply. If that hits the wrong spot, you'll disappear instantly. Of course Kiba knew. No one understood holy swords better than him, and no one hated them more. The burning pain in his arm dragged old memories to the surface. His expression darkened as he charged forward. Asuna no longer engaged him in pure swordsmanship. She rapidly forged holy swords of different attributes, throwing some, tossing others upward before guiding them down like falling rain. Kiba ran at full speed, his demon sword flashing as he deflected blade after blade, closing the distance. Asuna wanted to retreat, to keep the gap between them, but Kiba suddenly shouted. Sword birth. He poured out demonic power, slammed his hand to the ground, and a wave of malevolent energy rushed across the floor toward Asuna. A moment later, it burst into reality. Several demon swords erupted from the ground, thrusting toward her from every angle. Asuna's heart jolted. Just before she was skewered, she kicked off the ground and leapt upward, soaring into the air. Not good. From Leo's side, Yukino and the others reacted immediately. They had seen it, Kiba had already jumped first. Asuna's leap had practically delivered herself into his path. Kiba met her midair and kicked her downward. Ah. Pain shot through her back, but she twisted her body, landing safely. She barely touched down when a demon sword pressed coldly against her throat. It's over, Yuki-san. Kiba held the blade steady, his other arm hanging but firm. Yeah. I lost. Asuna blinked, then bit her lip and released her holy sword, letting it dissolve into particles of light. Gremory servants, victory. Sona announced immediately. Nice one, Kiba. Rias beamed, and Aquino finally relaxed. Get treated right away. A holy sword wound is no joke. Aquino guided Kiba toward the sidelines. Sorry for worrying you. Kiba apologized as he obediently received healing. My bad. I lost. Asuna returned to Leo's group, speaking apologetically. You still did really well. Yeah. You've only been training for like, what, 2 months? It was impressive, senpai. Yukino, Yutaha, Mahiru, and the others offered encouragement. Your performance exceeded what I expected. Leo wasn't disappointed at all, he looked pleased. And he had every reason to be. Like Yutaha said, how long had Asuna been practicing swordsmanship? Barely 2 months. Not even 2 months, and she had already entered Nitten Ichiryu properly, and in terms of technique, speed, and sacred gear usage, she had fought a knight equal in rank to a standstill for so long. It far surpassed Leo's expectations. The exchange just now had honestly impressed him. As for losing to Kiba, that was inevitable. Kiba's natural sword talent was simply above Asuna's. Their sacred gears were equal in grade. Both were knights. Both had sword masters who served Amao. The conditions were simply too similar. And with those conditions equal, Asuna had only been a devil for 2 months. Kiba had been one for years, time spent developing sword birth, mastering his knight trait, and refining his swordsmanship. There was no reasonable world where Asuna defeated him. So in a knight versus knight battle, holy sword versus demon sword, Asuna's chance of winning had never been high. But the next fight would be different. Next up is your turn, Yutaha. For the first time, Leo called Yutaha by her actual name, not teasing her with senpai or Kasumiga Kaka-san. Yutaha raised an eyebrow, let her folded arms relax, and stepped forward. Before the light faded. Extra chapter. Chapter 94, Chapter 93, Rook versus Rook. Everyone naturally saw Yutaha step forward. The next one is their Rook, huh? All eyes turned to Rias again. In that case, Kaneko, give it a try. Rias didn't hesitate and immediately sent out Kaneko. Yukino's prediction had been correct. If she were the one entering the field, as a Longinus holder, Rias would absolutely have sent out Aquino, her queen piece. Anything less would have been disrespectful toward the term Longinus. Even though Yukino had only been a devil for a few months, a Longinus didn't care about logic. It was a power capable of breaking the balance altogether. Against that, caution was always justified. Rias also knew Yukino's talent was extremely high. From the moment she reincarnated, her demonic power was already on par with pureblood devils. After a few months of learning, her strength was surely impressive by now. And with absolute demise being a sacred gear specializing in overwhelming offense and battlefield control, sending a knight or rook against it would be a terrible matchup. Rias would have no choice but to use her ace, Akino. But now that it wasn't Yukino stepping forward, Rias didn't hesitate. Okay. Kaneko nodded expressionlessly and walked to stand opposite Yutaha. So this will be a rook versus rook battle. Kind of excited for that. Then the next one should be Yukino versus Himejima Senpai, right? I heard she's a sacred gear user too. I wonder what Eligos' rook is capable of. The Citri servants began whispering among themselves. Please take care of me, Kaneko said. Kaneko slipped on her gauntlets calmly. I should be the one saying that. Please give me your guidance, Senpai, Yutaha replied teasingly, seeing the cute little girl before her. Kaneko frowned slightly, didn't answer, and simply shifted into a serious stance. Seeing that her teasing fell flat, Yutaha lost interest and readied herself as well. The battle began quickly. Boom. Kaneko kicked off the ground with explosive force, shaking the floor as she shot toward Yutaha. Her speed wasn't on the level of Asuna or Kiba, but the momentum she generated was massive. Her small frame carried the impact of a charging war chariot as she drove straight toward her opponent. Despite her petite size, the raw power inside Kaneko's body was immense. No one would doubt that if her fist landed, someone would go flying like a kicked rubber ball. A rook's trait was overwhelming attack and defense. Even with her size, no one questioned Kaneko's strength. Unfortunately, her luck was terrible. This opponent was her natural counter. Buzz. Yutaha suddenly raised her hand. A transparent barrier materialized before her, shielding her completely. Boom. Kaneko's devastating punch slammed against the barrier without touching Yutaha at all, sending a heavy thud echoing through the arena. A barrier? The Citri group instantly recognized what they were seeing. But before they could analyze further, Yutaha's demonic power erupted. Several more translucent barriers formed around Kaneko. Barriers appeared on all sides, joining with the first and with one descending from above, forming a perfect cube. Kaneko was trapped inside. Boom. 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 Realizing the danger, Kaneko immediately began punching the barriers repeatedly. But all she achieved was a string of dull, useless impacts. Not even a single crack appeared. Brace yourself. Yutaha, standing outside the barrier and watching Kaneko struggle, firmed her expression. This is probably going to hurt. And she attacked. Boom. A massive burst of lightning exploded inside the barrier, illuminating the entire gymnasium. H. Kaneko screamed as several bolts of lightning struck her simultaneously, engulfing her in blinding light. Kaneko. Kaneko. Rias, Akino, and Kiba all cried out at once. Kaneko's entire body smoked. Burnt scent filled the air. Despite the rook trait giving her tremendous defense, she collapsed almost immediately, unconscious. Victory, Eligos' servant. Sona declared the match over as Yutaha dispelled the barrier. Yutaha obviously wasn't going to torture someone 2 years younger, someone who even looked younger than that. She stopped the moment Kaneko fell and released her. Kaneko. Rias and the others rushed over, lifting her up carefully. It's okay. Superficial damage. She'll heal quickly. Akino checked her and sighed in relief. Good. Hearing that, Rias and Yuto finally relaxed. I'm sorry, President. Kaneko's injuries were mostly superficial, she regained consciousness quickly. Seeing Rias holding her, she lowered her eyes. I lost. She could accept losing, she just hadn't expected to lose so badly, or so fast. It isn't your fault. Rias comforted her gently, then looked to Yutaha with a slightly wry expression. Being able to create barriers at will and attack from within, if I'm not mistaken, your sacred gear is Create World. Yes. Yutaha nodded, looking a little embarrassed. That's my sacred gear. It's an extremely powerful one. Rias didn't seem angry. In fact, she sighed in admiration. In terms of rarity, it's even above Blade Blacksmith and Sword Birth. And it fits perfectly with the rook trait. By the time Rias understood Yutaha's sacred gear, she already knew, her own rook never stood a chance. Among non-Longinus sacred gears, Create World was practically top tier. A barrier-type sacred gear with both offense and defense, enhanced further by the rook trait, produced overwhelming power. Just Yutaha's barriers alone, once strengthened by her rook trait, would require at least a high-class devil-level attack to break. And if you couldn't break the barrier, then once trapped inside, the result was obvious, you would be blasted repeatedly by attacks empowered by the same rook trait until you collapsed. Kaneko also had the rook trait and tremendous strength. She could easily lift a boulder bigger than herself and crush it. But her attack power still hadn't reached a level that could break a barrier of that caliber. Given that, her defeat was inevitable. Rias's gaze drifted toward Leo, a soft exhale leaving her lips. Blade Blacksmith. Create World, both incredibly rare and powerful sacred gears. If not counting Longinus, they were arguably top class. Their wielders had limitless potential. That guy's luck was simply too good. Just a few months and he'd already gathered 2 exceptional servants, and even a Longinus holder. His luck surpassed even her own. Rias had always believed her own peerage's potential was extremely high. But compared to Leo's, it suddenly didn't feel like a sure thing. Even Kiba, though sword birth was on the same level as Blade Blacksmith, holy sword users possessed a natural advantage against devils. Someone like Asuna would likely achieve far better results in future raiding games than Kiba. Sword birth simply couldn't match that kind of advantage. And that wasn't even counting talent. Yutaha had been a devil for only a couple of weeks, yet she could already overpower a seasoned rook instantly. Her control over her sacred gear wasn't something a newly awakened user should have. Thinking this, Rias once again glanced at the one who had been quietly blending into the background beside Leo, Mahiru. So what about her? If all of Leo's servants were this gifted, then Mahiru, there was no way she was ordinary. A bishop. How did she compare to Rias's own sealed bishop? Unfortunately, they wouldn't find out today. Akino. Rias set Kaneko down gently and looked at her queen. I'll leave the rest to you. Akino smiled warmly. Yes, President. Another one. Also Merry Christmas, guys. Chapter 95, Chapter 94, Bishop versus Queen. On the other side, Leo was also praising Yutaha. Not bad at all, senpai. Your control over the barrier is getting smoother. Leo was very satisfied with Yutaha's performance. Even if the end result was a one-shot, the technique she displayed wasn't simple. First she compressed the barrier into a single plane, blocking her opponent's attack while tripping her up. Then she unfolded the barrier from all directions. The whole sequence was seamless. Kaneko didn't even have time to react before she was trapped. If Yutaha had hesitated even for a moment while shaping her barrier, Kaneko might have gotten a chance to counter, and the almost cooked duck would have flown away. Being able to one-shot her opponent was entirely thanks to Yutaha's mastery of her sacred gear. Even a little less precision and she might not have achieved that outcome. Not bad, Yutaha said, clearly pleased with herself as she flicked her hair. Though the main reason was that my opponent wasn't that strong. Otherwise, this might have been a pain. That was true. Among Rias's servants, Kaneko was currently the weakest. Her talent for demonic power was only average, and she didn't have a sacred gear. Although she wasn't human before her reincarnation and carried a powerful force inside her, she refused to use that power at all. Because of that, she could only develop the trait of the rook piece, and even then she could only build toward close combat ability. Her options were extremely limited. Her hand-to-hand ability wasn't bad, but against barriers created by Create World, she had no answer. Yutaha could simply deploy a barrier around herself, sealing herself inside and protecting every angle. Kaneko, unable to break the barrier, could only stare helplessly from outside. With her current strength, Kaneko could bully low-class devils just fine, but she would struggle against a stronger mid-class devil. Yutaha, on the other hand, relied on the overwhelming offense and defense of Create World. As long as she didn't run into a high-class devil, almost no one could do anything to her, including Yukino, if she didn't use her sacred gear. It was simply a bad matchup for Kaneko. Yutaha winning effortlessly wasn't surprising at all. That makes us 1 win and 1 loss, Yutaha said, turning to Yukino. It's up to you now, Yukino. Yukino nodded and looked to Leo. Go, Leo said, not to her, but toward Akino Himejima, who had already stepped into the arena. His eyes narrowed. Be careful. Rias's queen is very strong. After all, she had grown up alongside Rias, receiving the same education and training from the Gremory house. Her strength couldn't possibly be low. Compared to Rias herself, Akino probably wasn't far behind. I know. Yukino understood well enough. Aside from that, the fact that Akino held the position of queen piece already said everything. That piece carried the traits of all other pieces. The defense and offense of the rook piece. The magical power of the bishop piece. The speed of the knight piece. The queen piece possessed all of those traits. It wasn't merely versatile, it was powerful to the point of being unfair. There was only 1 queen piece in a set, worth the value of 9 pawn pieces. It was proof that any devil reincarnated with the queen piece would be unnervingly strong. Even in a society as status-oriented as the devil world, a queen piece servant wasn't treated as a mere subordinate. They were the king's trusted confidants, aides, or personal assistants. Pureblood devils who looked down on low-class devils still wouldn't dare treat a queen piece lightly. Most devils reserved the queen piece for someone they trusted most, sometimes a family member. It was also why devils typically brought their queen piece with them to formal occasions. The position alone was enough to warrant respect. It was only because Leo didn't have a queen that this situation existed. Otherwise, sending a bishop worth only 3 pawns to fight a queen worth 9, regardless of whether you could win, would normally get you laughed at. A bishop daring to challenge a queen. Do you even know your place? Thankfully, Yukino wasn't an ordinary bishop. She was one of only 13 Longinus possessors in the world. Please teach me, Himejima-senpai. Yukino stepped forward from behind Yutaha, her expression calm and composed. I should be the one saying that, Akino replied with a bright smile. My opponent is one of only 13 Longinus users. Please go easy on me, Yukino Shita-san. I won't go easy on you, Yukino said after a pause, her tone flat. I'll be fighting at full strength. Excluding Leo and Musashi, Akino was likely the most dangerous opponent Yukino had faced so far. Leo and Musashi had only sparred with her before, never going all out. Which meant that, up to this moment, Akino might be the strongest threat she had encountered. Naturally, she had to give everything she had. Boom. With a sharp rumble, a distorted ice princess over 3 meters tall appeared before Yukino. A terrifying wave of cold spread out from around the princess, freezing the air of the gymnasium in an instant, turning it thin and biting. The temperature plummeted. Snow flurries filled the air. Just as she'd said, Yukino went all out the moment the fight began. White mist billowed through the entire gymnasium. Seeing this, many people's expressions changed. Is that the legendary absolute demise? Including Rias and Sona, everyone looked toward the icy princess, feeling the temperature drop rapidly, their faces tense. Even Akino, whose eyes were usually half-closed in a gentle smile, opened them fully. The warmth in her expression faded, replaced by a dangerous sharpness. Ah, how scary, Akino said with a soft laugh. Since Yukino Shita-san insists, I'll also fight with everything I have. As she spoke, Akino's demonic power surged. Her Kuo Academy uniform vanished, replaced by a shrine maiden outfit. Pitch-black devil wings unfurled behind her, an odd contrast to the sacred Miko attire, yet somehow harmonious on her. She flew upward, lightning crackling around her. Yukino also spread her devil wings and rose into the air, the ice princess beside her exhaling waves of frigid wind. The pressure was overwhelming. The 2 devils hung suspended midair, one wreathed in cold, the other blazing with lightning. Their presence grew more terrifying with every second. Everyone watching held their breath. One was the famed Priestess of Thunder, Rias's queen. The other was a Longinus wielder. This matchup promised far more than the previous 2 fights, it commanded everyone's full attention. Then, at a certain moment, both of them moved at once. Foo! The ice princess blew out a surge of freezing wind, twisting it into a blizzard that rushed toward Akino. Lightning. Akino extended a single finger. Lightning gathered at her fingertip before lancing forward like a brilliant spear, meeting the blizzard head-on. Boom. Blizzard and lightning collided in midair, erupting with a deafening explosion like a meteor strike. Neither Yukino nor Akino paused. The moment they unleashed one attack, a second followed. Blizzard and lightning clashed again, and again, shockwaves tearing through the gymnasium. Ice formed across the floor only to be shattered immediately by stray lightning. Explosions rippled through the battlefield. Not good. Seeing the escalating destruction, Sona paled and shouted. Tsubaki. Strengthen the barrier. Tsubaki and the other Citri servants responded instantly, pouring more demonic power into the gym's barrier, reinforcing it dramatically. Retreat. Move back. Leo and Rias quickly pulled their servants away from the center of the battlefield to avoid being caught in the crossfire. In the midst of all this, Yukino and Akino were already clashing at full power. Yukino controlled the ice princess, whipping up blizzards and forming towering ice mountains inside them, hurling them at Akino with overwhelming force. Akino beat her devil wings, dodging the falling ice while releasing bolts of lightning, tearing apart the storm and slipping out of Yukino's attack range. Thunderfall. Seeing Yukino form several massive ice mountains at once, Akino narrowed her eyes and raised one hand. A huge lightning magic circle opened above her. From within, a colossal pillar of lightning burst forth, first shooting upward, then crashing down like divine judgment, roaring straight toward Yukino. 200p.s for extra. Chapter 96, Chapter 95, Intense. A one-strike decider. As Rias's first servant and the queen piece of the Gremory house, Akino Himejima possessed every trait of the evil pieces, but what she excelled at most was fighting with pure demonic power. Like Leo, Rias, Sona, and Yukino, she was a pure-blood-style devil who could manipulate demonic power to create lightning, ice, fire, wind, and illusions, even summoning thick fog. She was a true all-rounder in long-range combat. But she wasn't called the Priestess of Thunder for nothing. Although she could create many supernatural phenomena, lightning attacks were her specialty. She could release them freely, and their power was nothing to scoff at. Normally, the lightning she fired from her fingertips was the weakest form of her attacks, but also the fastest. Because of that, fingertip lightning was her most commonly used technique, and that alone was enough to crush the majority of devils. Anyone below a high-class devil simply couldn't withstand it. On top of that, Akino could unfold a magic circle to summon a massive thunderstrike, forming a lightning pillar. Its destructive power was outrageous, even a high-class devil's full-force attack might not compare. She also knew how to use magic circles to amplify her lightning, increasing its speed and strength, allowing her to unleash different grades of lightning in a steady escalation, breaking down her opponent piece by piece. Her combat style contrasted sharply with her elegant Yamato Nadeshiko appearance. It carried a distinct streak of sadism. Because of this, Akino's fellow servants both respected, adored, and feared her. She was gentle and considerate in daily life, a perfect big sister figure, but once she entered battle, she became a queen who would casually torment her opponent and drive them into despair. The contrast was extreme. Anyone who let their guard down because of her ladylike demeanor usually ended up like Kaneko earlier, reduced to charcoal by lightning. No, wait, Kaneko had only looked like charcoal because Yutaha had intentionally held back. Her injuries actually weren't serious. Akino's opponents, however, they really could be burned black by lightning. Now, Akino had unfolded a magic circle and released a giant thunderbolt toward Yukino, sending her instincts screaming. Ice Princess! Yukino called out to the twisted ice construct behind her. Absolute demise reacted instantly. Crack 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 crack. With a toothacheingly sharp sound, the Ice Princess blasted Absolute Zero Frost upward, forming a massive ice wall that shielded Yukino. Boom. The colossal thunderstrike crashed into the thick ice wall, erupting in a monstrous explosion that filled the gymnasium with blinding lightning. Countless shards of ice burst outward like pieces of a shattered mountain. A huge portion of the wall was obliterated. It crumbled, collapsed, and scattered under the shockwave, the destruction sweeping through the air like the sky itself had cracked open. If not for the barrier erected by the Citri servants, the walls would have fallen, half the floor would have split apart, and even the ceiling might have blown off. That was how terrifying the aftermath was. Even so, Yukino couldn't fully withstand the attack. After enduring for over 10 seconds, the massive lightning pillar finally shattered what remained of the ice. She had no choice but to flap her devil wings desperately and dodge, her escape more than a little disheveled. Ha! Yukino clicked her tongue in a rare break from her usual composure. But she didn't slow down. She immediately signaled the Ice Princess, whipping up wind and condensing more frost. Across from her, Akino showed no intention of letting up. Seeing the lightning miss Yukino, she unleashed fingertip lightning at high speed, firing bolt after bolt to blanket Yukino's position. The freezing breath of the Ice Princess condensed into enormous blocks of ice that rose like barricades, intercepting the lightning. Each block shattered under impact, but they still managed to shield Yukino. Hee hee hee. Akino licked her lips, her smile twisting into something wicked. The graceful Yamato Nadeshiko aura evaporated instantly, replaced by the thrill of a predator. Laughing softly, wings beating, she surged forward to close the distance. Yukino, of course, refused to let Akino close in. The Ice Princess blew out another wave of frost, this time forming thousands of ice shards that poured toward Akino like a freezing storm. Lightning met ice in midair, colliding again and again. The entire gymnasium was filled with the two of them darting and weaving, both displaying exceptional speed and precision. Ice and lightning overlapped and burst in continuous intervals, the spectacle far more intense than the previous two matches. Akino-senpai. Kiba Yuto and Kaneko Tuju both watched with expressions full of worry. Ria said nothing, but her eyes were locked on the battle above. Her arms, crossed over her chest, tightened unconsciously. Leo watched calmly beside the others. Asuna, Yutaha, Mahiru, and the rest kept their eyes fixed upward, completely unable to look away. As for the Citri servants, they were utterly stunned. That's really a fight between low-class devils. Nimura Ruruko stammered. Indeed, whether it was Yukino or Akino, their power had far surpassed the low-class tier. But officially, they were still low-class devils who hadn't been promoted yet. Even so. There's no way these are low-class devils. In pure power alone, these two are completely at high-class devil level. Kusaka Raya and Hanakai Momo gulped heavily, their faces pale. Akino-senpai is one thing, she's always been strong. Even before Ria-senpai debuted, Akino already had the title, Priestess of Thunder, and a huge reputation in the devil world. But what about Yukino Shida-san? Hasn't she only been a reincarnated devil for, what, a few months? Yura Tsubasa and Meguri Tomo were sweating nervously, questioning their own eyes. And it wasn't just them, Sona and Tsubaki were both shocked. She can fight Akino evenly. Is this the power of a Longinus? Even they hadn't expected Yukino to be this strong. Finally, even Akino herself couldn't help but praise Yukino mid-battle. It's incredible to think you were just a normal human only a few months ago, Yukino Shida-san. As Akino darted through the air, dodging twin ice glaciers and blasting apart oncoming ice rocks, she spoke sincerely. I've seen far more outrageous things than that. Yukino replied calmly, casting a discreet glance toward Leo. To her, he was the true walking cheat. She had been reincarnated with enough natural demonic power to stand among the strongest mid-class devils. Achieving matching combat power after learning proper techniques was only natural. During these months, all she had really done was learn to use her demonic power efficiently and bring out her latent potential. Reaching high-class devil combat ability was largely thanks to her Longinus. But Leo. He had hidden a Longinus ranked second in the world. Grown from high-class to ultimate-class power in months. Gained 4 pairs of wings. That was truly ridiculous. Maybe so, Akino said, following Yukino's gaze toward Leo before smiling. But your whole group is strange. Every one of you gained power in just a few months that even most high-class devils can't dream of. You're like newly reincarnated high-class devils. Well, our master is extremely ambitious, Yukino replied lightly. Not just anyone could catch his eye. Thankfully our club president isn't the jealous type, Akino said with a teasing smile. Otherwise she'd be furious that someone managed to gather such outstanding servants. Then her expression sharpened. But, we should probably end this soon. Agreed, Yukino said. We can't keep everyone waiting. Her demonic power had already been heavily consumed, she couldn't keep using it so recklessly. Akino faced the same issue. Yukino's Longinus burned through power quickly. Akino's lightning, especially the amplified kind, wasn't cheap either. The stronger the attack, the greater the cost. Neither of them could maintain this level much longer. So we settle it in one strike. Just what I wanted. Their gazes met, sparking like flint. In the next instant, both unleashed a surge of demonic power that rolled through the gymnasium, shaking the air. Yukino poured everything she had into the Ice Princess, its freezing aura flaring violently. Akino expanded a massive magic circle behind her, pointing one finger toward it as lightning gathered thickly. A heartbeat later, both launched their final, all-out attacks. The Ice Princess unleashed a freezing storm so intense it crystallized the very air. Akino's lightning shot from her fingertip, striking the magic circle, and after being amplified, erupted into a colossal beam that incinerated everything in its path. Rumble. The freezing storm and the giant lightning pillar collided in a deafening explosion, the loudest yet, shaking the entire gymnasium to its foundations. Extra Chap. Chapter 97, Chapter 96, Forced Spatial Transfer. The impact was strong enough to rattle even the barrier wrapped around the entire gym. A violent tremor rippled outward from the gym at the center of Kuo Academy. The range wasn't large, and the shaking weakened as it spread, but it was still enough to startle the handful of students who remained on campus during the holiday. What was that? An earthquake. I thought I heard a boom. Where did it come from? Thunder. It came from over there, right? People looked around in confusion, but none of them noticed that the source was the gym. From the outside, the building went quiet after the tremor, showing no visible signs of damage. But anyone who stepped inside would have gasped on the spot. The interior was devastated beyond recognition. Cracks split across the walls, the ceiling was fractured, and scattered equipment littered the floor. The once new gym looked like a war zone, more like a ruin abandoned for years. The floor was in even worse shape. This wasn't just cracking anymore, deep, jagged fissures tore through the ground as if the earth itself had split open. It was unsettling to look at. But the worst damage lay within the barrier. Inside the barrier erected by the Citri servants, the battlefield had been completely destroyed. The flooring had been blown away, leaving only churned-up soil beneath. Dust lingered thick in the air. Broken stone, shattered debris, chunks of ice, everything was scattered everywhere. Stray arcs of lightning still snapped across the air. Cough, cough. Ha ha. Yukino and Akino fell out of the air almost at the same time. One was scorched black in several places and knelt on one knee, coughing. The other was covered in frost, exhaling hot breaths into the cold mist around her. Yukino. Akino. The Gremory servants and Eligos servants shouted in alarm. Leo and Rias rushed to their sides immediately. Is it over? Who won? No idea. The Citri servants finally snapped out of their shock, glancing toward the center with pale faces. Their barrier was trembling. One wrong hit and it looked like it might shatter. A moment ago, they genuinely thought their barrier had failed, that they were about to be swallowed by the shockwave from Yukino and Akino's final clash. Their hearts had nearly stopped. Fortunately, the barrier held. It blocked most of the blast. Only a small portion seeped through the ground, causing minor effects. Considering what could have happened, this was the best outcome they could hope for. Is everyone all right? Sona Citri stepped forward, checking their condition with a sharp, focused stare. Leo and Rias had already examined the two fighters. Their expressions eased. They're fine. Just minor injuries. Same here. Nothing serious. Their servants stayed close, tending to Yukino and Akino as best they could. Healing wasn't easy. Demonic power was nearly all-purpose, but using it for restoration required precise imagination and technique. Most of the people here simply weren't suited for it. Only simple first aid was possible. Powerful healing, especially regeneration, was extremely rare in the supernatural world. Only those with the right aptitude could use it, and even then, regenerating lost limbs required forbidden techniques or something similarly extreme. Light healing, however, could be done by a few. Akino was capable. Shinra Tsubaki could manage simple treatments. The rest couldn't. Leo had looked into his own servants recently. Despite Yukino's remarkable talent with demonic power, she wasn't suited for healing. Asuna and Yutaha were the same. Ironically, Mahiru, the angel chosen by the holy relics, seemed gifted in that field, and Leo planned to have her trained properly. Right now, both Yukino and Akino were in rough shape, not because of serious injuries, but because their final attack had pushed them past their limits. Their bodies were burning and freezing internally from demonic power backlash, making them feel awful. Fortunately, the damage was manageable. A period of rest would be enough. So, shall we call this match a draw? Sona thought for a moment, then spoke. Leo and Rias exchanged glances. Both caught a hint of a smile in the other's eyes. A draw. A tie. What did that mean? It meant that the Eligos servants and Gremory servants now stood at 1 win and 1 loss each. In other words, the next match would decide everything. And the final match would be fought by the two kings. I have no objections. Neither do I. Leo answered calmly. Rias answered confidently. Of course Leo was calm. He had no intention of losing to Rias. Rias was strong, her power of destruction made her nearly unbeatable among high-class devils. Against the Leo from back when he had first become a high-class devil, she might have crushed him outright. But now, he had already reached the level of an ultimate-class devil. Even without using Zenith Tempest, he was sure he outclassed Rias. If not for giving the power of destruction a healthy amount of respect, he wouldn't even consider the possibility of losing. He wouldn't even think the odds were low. He'd think they were 0. Rias, on her side, believed just as strongly that she wouldn't lose. She knew Leo well, thanks to Sona, she had followed his progress. She knew how far he had climbed after awakening his mutated trait. But she had always been stronger than him in the past. Even if he had grown stronger than her, even, the power of destruction could overturn that difference. She believed she had a path to victory. This was a challenge. Rias never ran from challenges. Shall we start immediately? Leo asked with a smile. No problem. Rias's eyes burned with fighting spirit. Then. But just as Sona raised her head to speak, it was already too late. Everyone in the gym felt it at the same time. A massive magic circle unfolded beneath Kuo Academy's underground. It rotated as it expanded, just like the teleportation circles devils use daily. Red light surged upward. The light spread through the academy, bypassing ordinary humans and irrelevant buildings. It went straight for the devils gathered in the gym, the Eligos servants, the Gremory servants, and the Citri servants. What? Rias's expression changed instantly. A forced spatial transfer. Sona shouted. Everyone, stay alert. Leo understood immediately. He rushed toward his servants without hesitation. President. Devil-kun. Leo-san. Senpai. Yukino, Yutaha, Asuna, and Mahiru all reached toward him instinctively, trying to grab his outstretched hand. The distance between them wasn't far. But in this moment, it felt unreachable. The red light wrapped around everyone present, resonating with the demonic power in their bodies. A sharp hum rang out. And just like when devils use teleportation magic, their bodies dissolved into light, vanishing one after another. Leo and his servants never managed to reach each other. Along with the Gremory and Citri groups, they were all swallowed by the light and transported away. Moments later, the glow faded. The magic circle beneath Kuo Academy dimmed and gradually shrank until it disappeared completely. Not a single person in the academy noticed. Life went on as usual. Leo appeared in a strange, unknown space, still frozen in the pose of reaching out his hand. But the familiar girls he had been reaching for were nowhere in sight. He slowly lowered his arm, his expression calm, though a cold sharpness flickered in his eyes. Where is this? Where are we? Two voices reached his ears. Leo snapped back to focus and turned toward them. Two figures had materialized elsewhere in the space. Sona. Rias. Sona Citri and Rias Gremory stood there beside him. Chapter 98, Chapter 97, The Old Mao Faction. Leo. Rias. Sona. You two are here too. Sona Citri and Rias Gremory located Leo the moment he spoke and hurried over. The three regrouped first, then finally took in their surroundings. It was a wide space, dimly lit, with low visibility, like a sealed underground chamber. Leo, Rias, and Sona exchanged quick looks, silently analyzing everything they could. This isn't the human world. It feels like an isolated alternate dimension, Sona said, regaining composure faster than the others. Was it artificially made? Or naturally formed? Rias muttered, frowning. Alternate dimensions weren't uncommon. Devils knew how to construct them and frequently used them as arenas for raiding games. Leo and the others had entered plenty before. It's artificial, Leo said, walking to a wall and running his hand across its surface. Natural alternate dimensions don't have obvious man-made structures like this. He was right. Natural spaces tended to resemble accidental fragments of landscapes, forests, plains, deserts, formed in the gaps of the world, unstable and short-lived. Unless special conditions were met, no one used them. Artificial spaces were different. They had human-like structures, towns, plazas, buildings. Even this vast underground chamber was unmistakably constructed. Then it's clear what's happening. Rias's eyes narrowed. We were attacked, weren't we? That much is certain, Sona replied, glasses gleaming. A forced spatial transfer, directly locking onto our demonic power. This wasn't just an attack. It was a targeted abduction. Which leaves one question, Leo said quietly. Who's after us? 3 kings, 3 devil rulers of their respective servants, sorted out the situation almost immediately, their rapid exchange narrowing down the problem with precision. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause echoed unnaturally through the space, followed by a mocking laugh. As expected of the rising stars of the devil world. Thank you for understanding the situation so quickly. Saves me the trouble of explaining. The voice came from everywhere at once, reverberating through the chamber with no discernible source. Who are you? Rias demanded sharply. The answer was a derisive chuckle. Don't mind the details. We are the forsaken and betrayed dead, cast aside by devils who forgot us. Our purpose is to reclaim what was stolen, and exact vengeance. Rias and Sona exchanged confused looks, but Leo understood instantly. You're from the Old Mao faction, aren't you? The moment he said it, both Rias and Sona stiffened. The Old Mao, Lucifer, Leviathan, Beelzebub, and Asmodeus. The original rulers recorded in scripture, the progenitors of devils, feared by heaven and humanity alike. All of them died in the long war, leaving only distant bloodlines behind. The current Mao were reformist leaders who inherited the names but not the blood. Rias's brother, Sirs Lucifer, originally Sirs Gremory, took up the title only after becoming a Mao. He wasn't a descendant of the original Lucifer. The same was true for Sona's sister, Seraphal Leviathan, born Seraphal Citri, inheritor of Citri House's lineage. None of the 4 great Mao possessed the original blood. The original bloodlines had been expelled centuries ago. Do not call us the Old Mao faction, the voice snapped, suddenly furious. We are the true Mao faction, the rightful heirs of the Mao. The current ones are traitors who stole what was ours. His voice burned with hatred. You false successors, sitting on stolen thrones, don't deserve to speak the Mao's names. Their attacker was clearly one of the remnants exiled to the far corners of the underworld centuries ago. A survivor of the civil war that split devilkind. Back then, 2 ideologies clashed. The old bloodlines, the War Hawks, wanted to continue fighting angels and fallen angels to the bitter end. The reformists, Gremory House, Citri House, Astaroth House, Glacialabala's House, and others, wanted peace before devils died out completely. The conflict grew until it erupted into the Great Devil Civil War. Years of fighting ended with the reformists victorious. New Mao were chosen. The old faction was annihilated or forced into hiding. Every devil knew this history. Which meant Rias and Sona instantly understood why they were targeted. You still cling to that outdated hatred? Sona shouted, her voice ringing cold in the chamber. The unseen man laughed sharply. Outdated. The ones who forgot their pride and let angels and fallen angels strut before them, that is the true disgrace. You reformists deserve to be purged, sacrificed to honor the Mao who fell in war. Let's see if you can survive this cleansing. And let's see whether your precious Mao can cling to their stolen seats once you're gone. Leo, Rias, and Sona were targeted for obvious reasons. Rias and Sona were blood relatives of current Mao, perfect targets for vengeance. Leo had no Mao relatives, but since awakening his mutated trait and establishing a connection with his evil pieces, Ajuka Beelzebub had shown personal interest in him, summoning him, watching him, supporting him. On top of that, his financial backing came from Citri House, Leviathan's family, through Sona's sister and Citri's heir. And now he'd befriended Gremory's heir as well. To the old Mao faction, he might as well have had a target painted on his back. Their meeting at Ko Academy must have leaked, giving the attackers the perfect chance. This labyrinth space will be your grave, the voice said coldly. The room you're in now is only one small part of a far larger maze. Your servants have been scattered elsewhere, each facing their own trials. Every room holds a test. Pass it, and you may open the door to the next. We'll be waiting for you in one of the chambers, assuming you survive long enough to reach us. Struggle as much as you like, lapdogs of the false Mao. Ha 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 ha. The mocking laughter echoed until it gradually faded away. ZZZZT, 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 ZZZZT. Magic circles flared to life around the chamber's edges, releasing crimson light. Leo. Rias. Sona and Rias immediately regrouped with him, standing back to back. Stay sharp. Leo didn't move, eyes narrowed, watching quietly. A deep, guttural roar shook the room. Shapes emerged, twisted silhouettes stepping out of one magic circle after another, until the chamber was filled with hostile forms. Chapter 99, Chapter 98 Exorcist Swords for Devils. At the same time Leo and the other two were transported into one of the labyrinth's rooms, their servants were also scattered into separate chambers. Some ended up alone. Some appeared in pairs, and some in groups of 3, but almost none were completely isolated. Whether by coincidence or by the mechanism of this forced teleportation, those who stayed together were usually the same type, knight with knight, rook with rook. Leo's group stayed together for the same reason, they were all king pieces. Under this arrangement, Akino and Tsubaki appeared in the same room. Yutaha, Kaneko, and Tsubasa were placed together. Mahiru, Rhea, and Momo ended up in one room. Only Asuna, Kiba, and Tomo were exceptions. Despite all 3 being knight pieces, they were separated. To be precise, Asuna and Tomo were together, while Kiba appeared with Ruruko Nimura, a pawn piece from Citri's group. It must have been the conflicting attributes of Asuna's and Kiba's sacred gears that caused the teleportation offset. Their demonic power repelled each other, altering the jump. After all, the magic circle locked onto everyone's demonic power. Transmission interference from clashing energies wasn't surprising in the least. Only Yukino, despite being a bishop piece, did not appear with Mahiru, Rhea, or Momo. She was entirely alone. Where even is this? After the initial confusion, Yukino regained her calm. She hesitated before trying to leave the room, but found no exit at all, forced to walk in circles inside the enclosed space. A sealed room. She frowned and attempted to activate a communication magic circle in her palm, only to discover that the space itself disrupted it. She couldn't reach anyone. TCH. Yukino's patience wasn't great to begin with. She immediately resorted to brute force, forming a massive ice spear and firing it at the wall, but the spear shattered on impact without leaving even a scratch. It won't work. A familiar voice drifted into her ears. Yukino whipped around. And there, stepping out from the shadows, was a figure she would never forget. This labyrinth is a separate dimension, isolated from the human world. Every room is part of its structure. Unless you can break space itself, you won't be damaging a single brick here. A blonde girl in a nun's habit calmly walked forward, smiling up at her. Sharon Holy Grail. Yukino's eyes sharpened instantly. It was indeed Sharon. Long time no see, Yukino. Sharon smiled with that strangely seductive expression far too unbecoming of a nun. It's been a few months, hasn't it? 43 days, Yukino replied coldly. A little over a month. Your memory really is something, little princess of the Yukinoshita family. Sharon chuckled. I only remember constantly waiting to see you girls again. It felt like ages. Sharon's gaze drifted, just for a moment, before returning to normal. I heard that guy took in more servants afterward. Talented ones too. Looks like the number of devils I need to eliminate has increased again. She smiled sweetly as she said something utterly murderous. That too was simply her nature. So you've set your sights on me again. Yukino's expression didn't waver. Meaning this is another plot from the church? You're mistaken. Sharon shook her head. This time, the ones behind it are your own kind. My kind. Devils. Yukino's brow tightened. Are you joking? If anything, your naivety is the joke here, Yukinoshita-san. Sharon's voice held a dry laugh. You can't seriously think devils get along with each other, right? Humans can't get along even with their own species, let alone devils, who are even more cunning, more twisted, more evil. And you, after becoming a devil, have you already forgotten what a filthy species this is? Yukino's frown deepened, but she wasn't about to back down. I don't know how devils relate to each other, but I do know one thing, you're the last person who'd ever work with devils. Her meaning was clear. If devils orchestrated this plan, why was someone like Sharon here? Sharon, who used to despise devils as if they were poison. Ah, so that's what you meant. Sharon didn't mock her this time. Instead, she laughed at herself. If I were willing to cooperate with devils, I wouldn't still be hunting targets I haven't killed yet. But I am the sort who uses any means necessary. If it helps me eliminate the current target, I don't need to walk alongside them, just hitch a ride. Yukino had no idea what she was talking about. What do you mean, hitch a ride? What exactly are you saying? Sharon answered with only one sentence. I'm saying that the enemy of my enemy may not be my friend, but they can still be a tool. Understand? Before Yukino could speak, Sharon drew a small exorcist handgun and fired repeatedly. Light bullets shot toward Yukino without a sound. Yukino's vigilance never wavered. She reacted instantly, releasing a cloud of supercooled mist around herself. CR. The light bullets entered the freezing fog and were immediately encased in ice, falling as tiny shards. Your control over demonic powers getting better and better, Yukino Shida-san. Sharon spoke expressionlessly. And you're getting more despicable. Not very fitting for someone from the church. Yukino's voice was sharp. Though I guess you've always been a messed up woman. A normal person wouldn't keep serving the people who turned her into a test subject. You don't hate the one who did this to you, but you hate the demon factor instead. You really are sick in the head. Sharon's head lowered slowly at those words. Her bangs hid her eyes completely. You don't know anything. For the first time, Sharon's voice wasn't seductive, it was cold. Dark. Like a whisper from the depths of hell. Yukino froze for a heartbeat. Then Sharon tossed aside the handgun and drew two swords. Swords that radiated sinister, claw-like shapes, nothing like the light weapons she once used. Their aura felt less demonic and more wicked. What are those? Yukino's expression shifted. They resembled demon swords, yet weren't the same as the ones Yudo Kiba created. They weren't just tainted by demonic energy, they felt outright malevolent. If you know my origins, then you know the church has always researched ways to kill devils. Sharon lowered the blades as she stepped forward. To kill devils, some researched new weapons. Others researched new soldiers. That's how institutions like the Siegfried genetic program were formed. The weapons division created their own abominations, breaking taboos in the process. She lifted the twisted blades. Their eerie glow cast cruel shadows across her beautiful face. These weapons were born from that taboo. They contained the resentment, hatred, and malice of humans who died because of devils. Their souls were harvested, sealed into these blades. Their exorcist swords designed specifically for devils. Their name, Devil Slayer. It was both Sharon's title as an exorcist, and the name of the weapon. Yukino froze. The church actually tampered with souls. If altering life was one taboo, then tampering with souls was the taboo above all taboos. Yet the church had crossed both. You're the real devils here, aren't you? All for the sake of exterminating devils, Sharon replied flatly. Ice Princess. Yukino summoned her heteromorphic princess without hesitation, bracing for Sharon's second attack. For that purpose, any method is permitted. And with that, Sharon launched herself across the room, blades raised, charging straight for Yukino. Chapter 100, Chapter 99 Trials that come one after another. Meanwhile, in the other rooms, the devils from the three servant groups each faced the trials waiting for them. Every chamber unleashed a different kind of assault. Some encountered swarms of monsters. Some fell into traps that were nearly impossible to escape. Some were attacked by mysterious black-cloaked figures, instantly forced into fierce combat as waves of demonic power shook through the rooms. Who are these people? Yudaha reacted the moment the attackers appeared. Her barrier snapped into place, shielding fellow rook pieces Kaneko and Tsubasa. Their room held nothing but those enigmatic figures in black robes and hoods. In front of each attacker floated a human-sized magic circle firing every type of spell, light rays, lightning, fire, cutting winds, all hammering against Yudaha's barrier and erupting into deafening blasts. Are they magicians? Kaneko, wearing her gauntlets, prepared to rush out, but Tsubasa grabbed her arm. They're definitely using magic. They might be from some stray magician group. If we charge out now, we'll be overwhelmed and injured for nothing. Her voice was tight, her expression uneasy. They stood trapped in the center of the room. Magicians surrounded them on all sides, firing spells in a relentless barrage. Without Yudaha's barrier protecting them, they would have been blown apart in seconds. Kaneko recalled her battle against Yudaha, when she herself had been hit by concentrated lightning from every direction and collapsed almost immediately. Back then Yudaha had held back. These black-cloaked magicians clearly wouldn't. One mistake now and she wouldn't be getting up again. Forget wielding it, even brushing it might burn her hand to ash. But seeing another devil like Asuna wield one normally, and with her own sword destroyed, she had no choice but to gamble. She grabbed the sword. To her shock, the holy sword didn't harm her. Instead, once she infused her demonic power into it, a torrent of holy energy erupted outward, forcing the monsters back. Yes. Overjoyed, Tomo charged forward. Her blade cut down monsters with the same efficiency Asuna displayed. She wasn't a sacred gear user like Asuna or Kiba, but she came from an exorcist family. Her swordsmanship wasn't on Kiba's level, but in pure technique she was stronger than Asuna. Given a weapon with that level of restraint against monsters, she fought just as fiercely, if not more. With her new holy sword, she carved through monsters with confidence and speed. By contrast, Yudo Kiba and Ruruko Nimura were in far more dire straits. Kiba's demon swords lacked the holy power to restrain monsters the way holy swords did. He could only use sword birth to create different elemental blades to knock them back, but the fight grew harder by the second. Ah! Ruruko Nimura cried out as a monster sank its fangs into her arm. Blood poured out in frightening amounts, and she crashed to the ground, trembling in pain. Kiba wanted to rush to her but several monsters blocked the way. Sword birth. He stabbed his blade into the ground, pouring demonic power into it. Just like when he fought Asuna, dozens of demon swords erupted from the earth, skewering the monsters blocking him. Kiba-san. Ruruko was nearly collapsed, clutching her injured arm, tears welling up. Kiba pulled her behind him, eyes locked on the remaining monsters. His breathing was strained, his earlier burst had drained a large portion of his demonic power. This is bad. Still, he raised his demon sword and prepared to fight again. Meanwhile, in the room assigned to Mahiru, Rhea, and Momo, the three bishop pieces, the challenge wasn't monsters or attackers. It was a trap. The floor turned to quicksand, sucking all three downward. Fly. Quick. We can't. It's grabbing us. Rhea and Momo struggled desperately. Their devil wings flapped wildly, but their legs remained firmly trapped, sinking deeper and deeper. Mahiru wasn't doing any better. Watching herself being swallowed by the sand, panic flickered through her caramel-colored eyes. Just a week ago, she'd been a normal high school girl. After reincarnating as a devil she had learned some basic skills under Leo's guidance, but she had no real combat experience. Facing something like this, panic was inevitable. And quicksand wasn't something ordinary people ever encountered. For a girl who'd lived a sheltered life, the fact she wasn't screaming outright meant her mental strength was already impressive. As the sand pulled her down, Mahiru bit her lip. I haven't even proven I'm someone worth keeping yet. I can't die here. That fierce determination ignited something inside her. A violent roar filled the room as purple flames exploded from Mahiru's body, sweeping outward like a detonating star. The surge of fire flooded the entire room. The quicksand around her blasted apart, even burning hot enough to fuse parts of it into crystal. What is that flame? Rhea and Momo froze. When the purple fire surged toward them, their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Pure instinct screamed at them to run. If that fire touched them, they wouldn't just die, they'd vanish without a trace. Fortunately, Mahiru remembered them at the last second. She forced the flames to split around them. Without that control, the divine and purifying power of the cross's flames would have erased both girls instantly. Once the quicksand had hardened into a glassy crater, Mahiru finally withdrew the purple flames. And then, at the edge of the room, a passage silently opened. A path forward. Thanks to Mahiru's outburst, the bishop trio completed their trial faster than anyone else. Unfortunately, their ordeal wasn't over yet. Beyond the passage, the next room awaited them, with another trial. Unaware of all this, Leo and the other two were also facing a challenge. A trial far more dangerous than any their servants were experiencing. 200p.s for extra chapter. Chapter 101, Chapter 100, the one who finished his enemy the fastest. It was obvious that the main targets of this labyrinth weren't the servants, but the three king pieces themselves. That meant the trial waiting for Leo and the girls would be the most difficult of all. Roar. With a roar that shook the air, something massive emerged from the magic circle. It was far larger, and far more terrifying, than any monster the others had encountered. Ruhar. 3 monsters appeared in total. Compared to the numbers in the other rooms, that didn't seem like much. But these 3 were each more than 15 meters long, with wings so large they dominated the space. Their bodies were covered in red ochre scales, with thick limbs, hulking torsos, twin horns, ferocious eyes, and enormous jaws lined with fangs. When they roared, the temperature in the room spiked instantly. The blast of sound forced Leo, Rias, and Sona to shield themselves with their arms. Rias and Sona's skirts whipped violently in the wind, an impressive sight, though only Leo was there to see it. That's a crimson flame dragon. Rias shouted over the sound, unable to care that her clothes were practically blowing apart. Dragons. Sona's expression darkened. Even Leo hadn't expected the old malfaction to go this far, sending 3 crimson flame dragons just to deal with them. Flame dragons were true fire dragons, famed for their ferocity, combat instincts, and destructive power. While they weren't among the highest-ranked dragons, any pureblood, fully grown dragon could fight on equal terms with a high-class devil. Roar. All 3 dragons locked onto the trio, flames surging in their throats, and unleashed massive torrents of fire. Move. Before the blast even reached them, Leo, Rias, and Sona leapt backward in perfect sync, narrowly avoiding a direct hit. The flames crashed into the ground like a nuclear detonation. A sea of fire expanded outward, swallowing everything in its path. 1 each. Finish them quickly. Fine by me. Leo didn't hesitate. He stopped mid-retreat and sprinted straight toward the nearest dragon. Rias grinned fearlessly. She unfolded her devil wings and shot into the air, weaving past incoming fire as she closed in on her target. I guess that's how it is. Seeing her 2 closest friends rush ahead without waiting for strategy, Sona sighed, and spread a magic circle before her. She was a tactical fighter by nature, calm, calculating, and analytical since childhood. She wasn't as overwhelmingly powerful as Rias, but when it came to strategy and efficiency, Sona could easily overpower Rias in a straight one-on-one. Her brain had already been racing, trying to devise the fastest way to defeat their enemies. But with Leo and Rias charging in recklessly, she could only sigh and join them in direct combat. Of course, just because she preferred strategy didn't mean she was weak. Far from it. As the heir of the Citri house, a pureblood devil and a proper high-class devil, Sona was still stronger than Leo, who had only advanced a few months ago, so she had no reason to fear direct combat. Her opponent was a dragon, possibly even stronger than she was. But because it was a crimson flame dragon, Sona knew she had the advantage. To beat fire, you use water. The magic circle in front of her spun and released a massive column of water. Roar. The water smashed into the incoming fire breath, clouds of steam erupting in every direction. Then the water plowed straight into the dragon, hurling it through the air like a rag doll and slamming it into a wall hard enough to shake the entire room. Sending a crimson flame dragon against Sona Citri had been a mistake. The Citri house's trait was exceptional water manipulation. It sounded simple, unremarkable, even, but simple things, when honed to their extremes, became terrifying. The current Mao, Seraphal Leviathan, a pureblood Citri, was living proof. Rumor said she possessed power beyond ordinary Mao-class devils, capable of freezing an entire small country with ease. Sona had always devoted herself to mastering water magic, refining her control to the absolute limit. Against a fire-attributed dragon, she was a natural hard counter. Let me show you what my water techniques can do. Demonic power surged around Sona. Moisture gathered in the air, transforming under her control. In seconds, she created an entire menagerie of water beasts, hawks soaring through the air, serpents slithering across the floor, lions, packs of wolves, even massive water dragons, all simultaneously formed and controlled with flawless precision. Rias dodged another blast of flame and couldn't help admiring the sight. As expected of you, Sona. This level of magical control was something Rias could never match. Even Leo, who excelled in manipulation of demonic power precisely because his mixed blood forced him to rely on technique over talent, would admit Sona surpassed him here. Rias, on the other hand, had so much overwhelming demonic power, and the power of destruction, that she rarely needed technique. Why bother with precision when raw force solved almost everything? She was the perfect example of a power-type devil. The dragon shrieked under the assault of Sona's water beasts. Rias smiled. Can't let you outshine me, Sona. She dove through the last wave of flames and appeared right in front of her dragon. Turned to ashes. Her demonic power erupted like a crimson explosion. The aura rising from her body matched her scarlet hair, brilliant, overwhelming, and dangerous. Her eyes glowed red as magic blazed around her, her clothes rippling violently from the force. A massive sphere of demonic power gathered before her. Boom. The sphere shot forward and smashed into the dragon. It didn't just injure it, the dragon didn't even have time to scream before it evaporated completely, erased from existence. One hit. Rias had annihilated a dragon capable of matching a high-class devil in a single blow. That was the power of destruction, the power to erase, to end, to bring ruin. Sona, who had been overwhelming her own dragon since the start, still hadn't finished by the time Rias vaporized hers. Only after witnessing that did she fire several massive water lances through her dragon's body, killing it cleanly. I still can't compete with you, Rias. Sona exhaled and gathered her magic, minimizing unnecessary consumption. She looked at Rias's figure standing unshaken within the crimson gale and couldn't tell whether she felt admiration or resignation. The two exchanged a glance, and shared a knowing smile. Then they both turned toward Leo. And froze. Look, the exit is already open. Leo pointed calmly toward a newly revealed passage. Behind him lay the corpse of a crimson flame dragon, massive, scorched, and very much dead. Judging by the faint smoke rising from it, it had been dead for quite some time. Rias and Sona's pupils constricted. A single thought struck them at the same time. So the one who finished first wasn't either of us. It was him. And when they looked at Leo again, their eyes had completely changed. Extra chapter. Chapter 102, Chapter 101, a guess born on its own. Why are you two looking at me like that? Leo obviously noticed the way Rias and Sona Citri were staring at him. He also knew exactly why they would react that way, yet he put on an innocent expression. The exit's already appeared. Aren't you going? His act only made Rias and Sona's eyes turn more thoughtful. Was he hiding his strength? Or changing the subject on purpose? Of course we're going. Rias gave Leo a long, deep look. I was just thinking. Her gaze drifted to the burned corpse of the crimson flame dragon behind Leo. It had been killed so fast it probably didn't even realize what happened. Maybe she really had underestimated this man. No, she had already adjusted her view of him after witnessing his rapid growth. She no longer saw him as the same devil who had only just reached the level of a high-class devil. But even so, his current strength might be far beyond what she'd predicted. He had finished his opponent faster than she had, and apparently by burning it to death. At minimum, that meant his attack power wasn't weaker than hers, and could very well surpass it. And the Crimson Flame Dragon was a fire dragon. A fire dragon, burned to death. Even if it wasn't burned by actual flames but scorched directly by demonic power, it still sounded absurd. Not to mention that his attack seemed even stronger than her own power of destruction. It was a shame she hadn't seen the fight. She might have caught a glimpse of his true capabilities. Rias's thoughts churned rapidly. Sona, who was naturally sharper, was thinking even more. So he's already become that strong. She watched Leo quietly. She understood Leo better than Rias did, after all, he had shown her his six-winged form. Since then, she had viewed him as on par with her, or even stronger. But thinking back, that was when he only had one servant, Yukino. Now he had added Yuki Asuna, Kasumigakaka Yutaha, and Shina Mahiru one after another. That meant his servant conversion trait had triggered 3 more times since then, strengthening him each time. He had definitely grown far beyond the six-winged Leo of the past. So how strong was he now? Yukino Shita Yukino alone had boosted him from 2 wings to 6, raising him from a newly advanced high-class devil to one of the stronger high-class devils. After gaining 3 more servants, even if each increase wasn't as dramatic as Yukino's, it should still have transformed him again. Was he still a high-class devil? Or, had he stepped into an even higher realm? Sona pushed up her glasses, letting the glare hide her eyes. Let's go. Next room. Forcing down the whirlwind of thoughts in her chest, she continued, we need to find the owner of this maze space, or regroup with our servants as soon as possible. Hearing her, Rias also set aside her guesses about Leo's power and nodded. They already knew they were being targeted by the old Mao faction. They needed to escape this alternate dimension. Fast. I don't know how many people the old Mao faction sent after us, Rias said calmly, but if they're confident they can wipe us out, we should assume their overall strength is above ours. Which means this is a dangerous situation for us. We need to contact the underworld immediately and let them know we were ambushed. The enemy belonged to the old Mao faction, defeated long ago, yes, but still far from something 3 young devils could handle alone. Sona agreed with Rias, but then added, it's likely they're stronger than us, but probably not by too much. Otherwise they wouldn't need all this trouble to drag us into a maze. They could have attacked directly at Kuo Academy. If they truly outclassed them overwhelmingly, why bother? Just descend on Kuo Academy and erase them. Done. If they didn't do that, then only 2 explanations made sense. Either their actual combat power wasn't much higher, or even lower, and they needed a trap. Or their true goal wasn't Rias, Sona, or Leo, but someone else. Someone important. Such as, the Mao behind them. So we're bait. Leo spoke casually as he walked toward the exit. Not necessarily. Sona followed him. If their goal was to lure the Mao, they could simply capture us. Exactly. Rias caught up as well. If they wanted hostages, this isn't how they do it. Creating a maze to wear us down. That's not a hostage strategy, it's an elimination strategy. Which meant the enemy wasn't overwhelmingly stronger. And that led to even more speculation. The old Mao faction lost before, but after hundreds of years, they shouldn't be so weak they can't handle 3 high-class devils, Leo said without turning back. And we all know their bloodlines were never wiped out. Both Rias and Sona stiffened. They had studied underworld history. They knew what happened during the Great Civil War centuries ago. Back then, the leaders of the old Mao faction were the children of the four great Mao, Lucifer, Leviathan, Beelzebub, and Asmodeus, the first-generation inheritors of their bloodlines. They ruled the underworld before the reformists overthrew them. In the final battles, the son of the original Beelzebub and the son of the original Asmodeus were slain by the current Lucifer, Serzex. The current Beelzebub, Ajuka, killed the original Leviathan's daughter. The original Mao bloodlines were nearly wiped out. But not entirely. Their descendants survived. And those bloodlines were far stronger than those of the 72 pillars, including houses like Gremory, Citri, or Astaroth. After hundreds of years, even without spreading widely, any inheritor of those bloodlines should be monstrously strong, likely the leaders of the current old Mao faction. They might not reach the level of the original Mao or their children, but they would definitely surpass normal high-class devils. Conservatively, they should be ultimate-class devils, or even stronger. For people like that, defeating 3 young high-class devils and their servants would be trivial. The fact that such monsters didn't appear meant only one thing. This attack must have been orchestrated by only a portion of the old Mao faction, Leo concluded. Whoever planned it might hold some authority, but they're definitely not among the Mao bloodline heirs. If they succeed or fail, the underworld will retaliate. Unless the old Mao faction is ready to face that backlash, they wouldn't expose themselves like this. So it's probably an unauthorized operation, Sona said solemnly. Leo agreed. Radiant power erupted from it, instantly shattering Rias and Sona's hastily formed defensive magic circles. Only Leo's magic circle held strong, resisting the overwhelming brilliance. Seeing the danger, Rias and Sona launched counterattacks at the glowing floor, Rias firing a condensed orb of destructive demonic power, Sona shooting a vortex of rapidly spinning water. Their attack struck the magic circle, obliterating both it and the floor beneath it. Only then did they clear the third trial. With 3 more rooms behind them, 4 including the first with the Crimson Flame Dragon, Leo was still in decent shape. But Rias and Sona were visibly tired, the strain was starting to show. Fortunately, when they stepped into the next room, they finally saw the one behind everything. Welcome to the Master's Chamber, successors of Eligos, Gremory, and Citri. The speaker was a young-looking man dressed in the finery of a noble, yet nothing about him felt refined. His cold smile and the aura around him felt rotten, like something that crawled out of a crypt. He looked under 30, but compared to Leo and the others, who weren't even 20, he was clearly older, and his true age definitely wasn't reflected in his appearance. Devils lived long lives. Judging by his presence alone, he had to be at least a century old. So it's you. Rias stepped forward. You're the one behind all of this. The voice was unmistakable, it was the same voice they'd heard in the very first room of the maze. This was the man who dragged them here. My name is Leifei Trix. Leo, Rias, and Sona's eyes all sharpened. Trix. Sona narrowed her gaze. You're a descendant of the Trix family, one of the outside devil houses. Outside devil houses referred to devil families not counted among the 72 pillars, yet still well known. Some had once produced extraordinarily powerful devils, some rivaled or surpassed pillar families in strength, and others simply chose not to involve themselves in underworld politics. Only a few remained in the underworld, families like Mammon, Abaddon, and Belphegor, who withdrew voluntarily to avoid political conflict. Trix had once been one of them. But in the present underworld, their name had all but vanished. The reason was simple: centuries ago, during the Civil War, the Trix family pledged allegiance to the old Mao faction and became the direct subordinates of the son of the original Beelzebub, the tyrant who ruled the underworld back then. They became his executioners, slaughtering any devil families who dared to resist. Their massacres earned universal hatred. The reformists targeted them relentlessly until the Citri house and the Glaciolabalas house annihilated their clan. As the next head of the Citri house, Sona knew this history intimately. Correct, Leifei said coldly. I am the last surviving member of the Trix family, the only survivor. His glare at Sona brimmed with venom. Successor of the Citri house, the blood running through you makes me wish I could burn you to ash. Not just because your family destroyed mine, but because you dare to stain the name of Mao Leviathan. You and your sister are the ones I despise most. You're the people I want to erase from existence. Once I heard you were hosting this gathering, I rallied others who shared my hatred for the Citri house, and created this killing field. He then turned his spite toward Leo and Rias. The both of you as well. One shamelessly claims pureblood status despite being a half-breed. The other inherited the Baal clan's power of destruction, just like that imposter Lucifer. And you're both close allies of the Citri successor. Her friends. Her trusted companions. Which means you all deserve to die. His rancor was unmistakable, but Leo's group remained unmoved. As expected of a ghost clinging to a forgotten grudge, Rias said, smiling coldly. No wonder you'd do something like this. A Trix survivor, huh? Indeed. Leo spoke as if Leifei didn't exist. A family of executioners hated by all devils, opportunists who followed the darkness of the old era. After losing everything, of course you'd seek revenge. Too bad. You finally produced a survivor, and instead of hiding to rebuild your family, you came running out here to die. Idiot descendants stay idiots, I suppose. No wonder all you can manage is underhanded tricks. Their words snapped Leifei instantly. Shut up. Don't you dare insult my family. You know nothing. His screaming was cut short by Sona's attack. The ones who loved insulting others' families were your executioner ancestors, she said icily. Seems you didn't learn from their downfall. Idiots produce idiots, after all. She flicked her hand. A surge of water burst beneath Leifei's feet, silent and perfectly timed, forming countless needle-like spikes that shot upward. She had prepared this trap from the moment the conversation began. Against an ordinary high-class devil, it would have landed cleanly. But TCH. A blast of terrifying demonic power erupted from Leifei's body, shredding the water spikes into mist. What? Sona's expression tightened. Rias's eyes narrowed sharply. Leo raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. Because the demonic power Leifei released had surpassed the level of a high-class devil. An ultimate-class devil. Leifei Tricks was an ultimate-class devil. Chapter 104, Chapter 103, A Power That Strikes the Heart. In a space far larger than any of the previous rooms, Leifei's rising flames of demonic power churned the air into chaotic currents, blasting outward and sweeping across Leo, Rias, and Sona Citri. Leo remained steady, but Rias and Sona's expressions hardened. Instinctively, they released their own demonic power, red flames and blue flames rising around them, to push back against Leifei's aura. Leifei's anger slowly faded from his face, replaced by a cold, mocking smile. You didn't actually think I set up all those rooms because I was scared of your strength, did you? His tone dripped with ridicule. Ridiculous. Why would I fear a few newborn devils like you? The maze, the traps, the monsters, those were just precautions. A way to prevent accidents. And a chance to test the things those people lent to me. Those traps, creatures, even the magicians who came with us, all of it was provided by individuals far removed from our true Mao faction. I agreed to help them test their creations, so they lent them to me. As he spoke, the flames around him grew larger, more violent, far more dangerous. Then he said a sentence that changed the atmosphere completely. I never intended to rely on those toys to kill you. Only I, or rather, we, the true Mao faction, have the power to kill you. The moment that declaration fell, familiar light from magic circles filled the room. Silhouettes appeared one after another. They spread their devil wings, some with a pair, some with 2 pairs, and a few with 3 pairs. Their demonic power surged accordingly. Some were low-class devil level, some mid-class devil, and the ones with 6 wings were naturally high-class devil strength. Attack. With a swing of Leifei's hand, the devils around him took to the air and unleashed volleys of demonic power blasts. Boom. 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 A storm of magic bullets rained down like artillery shells, covering Leo's group completely. Explosions stacked atop explosions, turning the air into a violent mix of heat and shockwaves that ravaged the entire room. The bombardment didn't stop. More blasts poured into the inferno, detonating endlessly and shaking the ground. A combined attack like this could turn any high-class devil into dust, leaving nothing behind. But Leo's group survived. In the center of the explosions, the 3 stood back to back, forming a triangle. Each extended both hands forward, releasing demonic power to construct defensive magic circles, holding back the onslaught and keeping the explosions outside their barrier. NH. Rias and Sona struggled, stifling pained groans, but they held on. Leifei watched, expression twisting with wicked amusement. As expected of the newborn devils favored by those false Mao. Your demonic power is at least somewhat impressive. But it's a pity. You're too young. You won't live long enough to grow. Leifei raised his hand as well, gathering demonic power, far more than the others. His magic bullet grew enormous, half the size of his own body, hot enough to vaporize the air around it. He fired. Die. Not good. Rias and Sona's hearts lurched. A full power strike from an ultimate-class devil, none of them could withstand that alone. If the 3 of them combined their defenses, maybe. But right now they were forced to stand back to back, each defending one direction. Only one of them would take Leifei's hit directly. And that person was the one with the weakest demonic power. Sona Citri. Sona. Rias shouted. Sona didn't answer. She simply gritted her teeth, eyes filled with resolve. She prepared to pour every last drop of demonic power into her defense. Until Leo's voice cut through the chaos. Switch. Before she even thought, Sona obeyed instinctively. She shifted her position with Leo, trading places in a swift, practiced movement. Leo now faced Leifei's attack. Boom. The massive blast smashed into Leo's defensive magic circle, generating the loudest explosion yet. Flames and shockwaves swept across the entire chamber, blowing back every old malfaction devil. Smoke billowed thickly. But when it cleared, Leo was still standing tall. His defensive magic circle hadn't cracked. Not even once. What? The old Mao devils froze. No way. Leifei's smile turned rigid. Rias and Sona stared wide-eyed at Leo's calm expression. This. Words failed them. But Leo had no intention of stopping. Now. He flipped his magic circle, shifting it from defense to offense. The shield became a cannon. Dozens of high-power demonic blasts erupted outward, raining toward the surrounding enemies. Turn to ash. Disappear. Snapped back to reality by Leo's shout, Rias and Sona reversed their own magic circles as well, unleashing a storm of magic bullets in every direction. Boom. 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 Explosions rocked the battlefield again, but this time they engulfed only the old Mao devils. Several never even reacted before the blast hit them, screams echoed as bodies burned to charcoal or disintegrated entirely. Only a few high-class devils and a handful of mid-class devils survived the barrage. Bastard. Leifei roared. He surged with rage, forming another massive magic bullet, then fired it straight at Leo. Boom. Once again, Leo shifted his magic circle into a shield, blocking the attack in a fierce clash of demonic power and pressure. And once again, Leifei's attack failed to break through. No. Impossible. Impossible. Leifei screamed, firing again and again, each magic bullet larger than the last, eventually matching his own size. His power rose with every shot, fury making him reckless. Leo, unfazed, calmly expanded his own magic circle, reinforcing it while continuing to block every attack. His demonic power output rose steadily, rising. Until his aura surged upward like a blazing inferno. Equal to Leifei's. An ultimate class devil's power. Leo had reached it. No. No. This can't be. Leifei's eyes went wide, trembling with disbelief. Rias and Sona were just as stunned. Ultimate class devil. Rias whispered. So he really did reach a higher realm. Sona murmured, her heartbeat stumbling. Leo, however, showed no change in expression. He flipped his magic circle again, turning the shield back into a cannon. Run. Get away. The remaining old Mao devils panicked instantly, flapping their devil wings desperately to flee. You won't. Leifei snapped out of his shock, unleashing all 8 of his devil wings and shooting toward Leo. Seeing this, Leo didn't hesitate. He aimed the cannon at Leifei directly and fired. The blasts he unleashed were on par with Leifei's earlier attacks, each one half his size at minimum, some as large as his entire body. Sonic booms cracked the air, the sheer force undeniable. Leifei, of course, wasn't outmatched in technique. He deployed a defensive magic circle while charging forward, pushing through the exploding blasts. Whoosh! Leo spread his devil wings as well, 4 pairs, 8 wings, soaring upward to meet him. That sight struck every onlooker to the core. Extra chapter. Chapter 105, Chapter 104. You're not supposed to use it like that. In general, while devils, angels, and fallen angels are often distinguished by the number of wings they possess, the number itself doesn't directly determine their combat strength. Or rather, it doesn't influence it as much as people assume. Just like Leo before his breakthrough, and like Rias and Sona Citri now, all high-class devils, yet still possessing only 1 pair of wings. That alone proves that wings don't directly correlate to power. Even without gaining more wings, they can continue growing stronger. But there is a reason devils, angels, and fallen angels possess different numbers of wings. A being's wings represent their tier, their rank, as a devil, angel, or fallen angel. The more wings they have, the higher that tier is. And the higher the tier, the greater the vessel that carries the identity of devil, angel, or fallen angel becomes. The greater the vessel, the higher their potential, limits, and innate qualities as a devil/angel/fallen angel. That may not directly affect combat strength, but it influences countless other things: growth rate, training efficiency, adaptability to special environments, even their recovery speed. All of these trace back to the height of one's existence. Which is why, for devils, angels, and fallen angels, strengthening their power may be straightforward, but increasing their number of wings, increasing their rank, is far more difficult. Take Miyamoto Musashi, for example. She's been reincarnated as a devil for several centuries. Her power is only 1 step away from Mao class, yet she still only has 4 wings, the level of a mid-tier devil. That alone shows how hard it is to increase wings. For new generation devils like Leo, Rias, and Sona Citri, things are even harder. They may be born with astonishing demonic power and reach high-class devil strength by age 17 or 18, but precisely because they're young, they rarely have the time or opportunity to calmly cultivate their rank as devils. And even if they do, it's not easy. So this generation generally starts with very low ranks. Under these circumstances, it was already shocking enough that Leo displayed power equal to an ultimate class devil. But for him to then reveal 4 pairs of wings, 8-wing devil rank, the mental shock to all the devils present surpassed even the moment he first unleashed ultimate class demonic power. Leifei's expression twisted. His mind flooded with emotions far darker than the rage and hatred he'd shown earlier. He, the sole surviving member of the Trix family, a bloodline not inferior to the pure-blood houses of the 72 Pillars, had possessed high-class devil-level demonic power from birth. He'd been hailed as a once-in-a-millennium genius. Yet he only gained his first extra pair of wings after turning 20, becoming a 4-wing devil. His second pair came in his 40s, making him 6-winged. And he didn't become an 8-wing devil until he was well past 130. He had once been proud of that. From what he knew, throughout all of underworld history, there weren't many who reached 8 wings at his age. Even in the ancient era, before the old Mao perished, during the peak of devil civilization, he could have been considered a prodigy. But now, what was this supposed to be? A mere 18-year-old new generation devil already had 8 wings. Why does a hybrid mutt, a half-human, half-devil, get to bear those 8 wings? Leifei could no longer feel rage or hatred. All that remained was jealousy. Overwhelming, mind-clouding jealousy. Yes, that's it. I'll rip those wings off your back. Only then could he keep feeling proud of himself. Leifei poured out his demonic power with no restraint. A blazing aura engulfed his entire body as he shot toward the airborne Leo like a raging meteor. Buzz. The air twisted around him as magic circles unfolded along his sides, converting into countless turrets that fired brilliant beams of light at the retreating Leo. Boom. 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 Each beam smashed against the defensive magic circles Leo deployed before himself, filling the sky with flames and thunderous shockwaves, blooming like fiery flowers. Beautiful to look at, but deadly. This was no spectacle. It was a lethal pursuit. Don't even think about running. Consumed by darkness, Leifei pushed his demonic output to its absolute limit. High in the air, he spread his arms wide, conjuring massive magic circles that locked down the space for hundreds of meters around Leo. Die. As his roar thundered out, countless attacks burst forth, magic bullets, beams, arrows, and even shapeless masses of demonic power, bombarding everything within that enormous radius, swallowing Leo's small figure. Rumble. The explosion was like the sky collapsing. The entire battlefield trembled violently, shock waves ripping through the air like a typhoon strong enough to blow everyone off their feet. Leo. Sona Citri, normally calm, shouted his name, fighting through the violent wind as if she were ready to fly straight into the inferno. Don't. It's too dangerous. Rias quickly grabbed her, stopping her. Between Leo and Leifei, the clashing auras had turned the entire surrounding area into a death zone. Without ultimate class devil strength, stepping into that storm meant instant annihilation. Die. Die. Leifei no longer cared about anything. He unleashed wave after wave of attacks, trying to drown Leo beneath sheer annihilation. You were already annoying enough before. Acting like a crazed animal now just makes you look even more pathetic, third-rate devil. A figure with 8 devil wings appeared behind Leifei without warning and spoke coldly. Before Leifei could turn, a fist wrapped in blazing demonic power slammed into his face. Boom. He was sent flying. Demonic power isn't used like that, you idiot. Leo stretched his 4 pairs of wings behind him, not to vent power like Leifei, but simply to gather a small amount of demonic energy. He formed a magic bullet, no larger than a fingertip. Not a massive blast, but a tightly compressed projectile. Leifei, tumbling through the air, saw a flash of light. Gah. Pain tore through his shoulder as the tiny magic bullet pierced straight through. Guh. Gah. Gah. 3 more shots followed, striking his abdomen, thigh, and cheek. If he hadn't moved his head at the last second, the one to the face would have gone through his skull. Arg. Blood sprayed everywhere as Leifei screamed, his body instantly covered in wounds. Damn it. Shock and fury twisted in his mind. He had fought with everything he had, yet he couldn't even injure Leo, not even once. Instead, he was nearly killed in an instant. Even if they were both ultimate class devil level, even if they both had 8 wings, how could he lose this easily? He had been an 8-wing devil for over 10 years. When he achieved that, Leo probably wasn't even born. Even at the same rank, he'd had more than a decade of training. How could he be inferior? How was this possible? Leifei had no idea that Leo had been half a step from ultimate class even before recruiting Shina Mahiru as his servant. And after recruiting Mahiru, whose Longinus ranked even higher than Yukino Yukino's, his power not only surged past that final barrier, but soared far into the realm of ultimate class devils. In truth, he wasn't a newly ascended 8-winged devil. His strength was comparable to those who had been ultimate class for 10 or even dozens of years. He was already stronger than Leifei. When Leifei staggered from his wounds, Leo fired an invisible blast of compressed demonic power. Boom. It smashed into Leifei like an unseen mountain, hurling him downward like a cannonball. He crashed into the ground, raising a huge cloud of dust. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Racked with agony, blood spilling from his mouth, Leifei completely lost control. Goodbye, idiot. Leo looked down with no emotion at all, like a true devil. No trace of his usual carefree grin remained. Demonic light gathered in his hand, clearly preparing a finishing blow. Leifei's bloodied face twisted into something monstrous. You forced me. He roared and yanked a small vial from his clothes, a tiny black snake-like thing twisting inside. That's Chapter 106, Chapter 105. A dire situation. What is that? Leifei's movement didn't only catch Leo's attention, Rias and Sona Citri noticed it too. Everyone's eyes locked onto the small vial in Leifei's hand, and they finally saw what was inside. A tiny black snake-like thing twisted within it. Its form was unstable, flickering like vapor, drifting and writhing without end. Yet its head and tail were connected, giving off an unsettling aura, something impossible to fully comprehend. Rias and Sona felt it immediately. Whatever that was, it came from something terrifying, a presence so dreadful that even looking at it made their bodies tremble instinctively. But before they could examine it any further, Leifei tilted his head back and swallowed the contents in one gulp. The space around them convulsed instantly. A surge of monstrous power burst outward, sweeping through the entire arena in an instant. Boom. The aura erupting from Leifei's body skyrocketed, swelling at a pace visible to the naked eye. His demonic power surged past his limits in mere seconds, so violently that even he roared involuntarily. If he had previously been at the level of an 8-winged devil, then right now, his power had shot up to the level of a 10-winged devil. What is happening? Rias and Sona stared in shock. Leo's calm expression disappeared for the first time. His brows drew tight. Bathed in that monstrous aura, Leifei felt the flood of power rushing through his body. Ha 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 ha. He burst into triumphant laughter. What incredible power. So this is my power now. Strong. So unbelievably strong. As expected of the one who granted it to me. Ha 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 ha. Leifei was completely intoxicated by the overwhelming strength bursting from within him, not a trace of his earlier desperation remaining. He glared at Leo, bloodlust twisting in his eyes. So what if you have 8 wings? So what if you're an ultimate class devil? With this power, a mere 8-wing ultimate class devil isn't even worth one strike. I'll wipe that smug look off your face. His bloodthirsty declaration only made Leo's frown ease slightly. What exactly are you so proud of? Leo looked down on him from above, voice sharp as ever. Anyone with eyes can see that this power isn't yours. You're borrowing strength from some outside source. What's there to brag about? And what of it? Leifei sneered, unbothered. You have no idea what this power represents. You don't understand how incredible it is. Right now, I'm going to use this power to kill you, and kill those 2 fake Mao sisters over there. He jerked his head toward Rias and Sona. Then the devils who dared side with the Reform faction will finally understand how foolish they've been to oppose the true Mao bloodline. Oh, and your servants too. We'll be sure to treat them properly. As if remembering something amusing, Leifei waved his hand. Dozens of magic circles unfolded, projecting images of the other rooms within the labyrinth. Leo, Rias, and Sona saw the situations their servants were currently trapped in. Akino. Kaneko. Yuto. Tsubaki. Everyone. Rias and Sona's faces drained of color. In room after room, their servants were fighting desperately, and barely holding on. Akino Himejima and Shinra Tsubaki were still battling devils from the old Mao faction in the first room, surrounded on all sides. They were constantly ambushed, covered in wounds and blood, their clothes shredded, exposing far too much, and showing how dire their situation was. Kasumiga Kaka Yutaha, Kaneko Toju, and Tsubasa Yura were also in the first room, hiding within a defensive barrier. Black-robed magicians surrounded them, hurling spells in endless waves. As soon as one group tired out, another immediately replaced them. Yutaha was drenched in sweat, struggling to stay conscious. Shina Mahiru, Rei Kusaka, and Momo Hanakai had fought all the way to the third room, mostly because of Mahiru's explosive outburst. But the enemies there were also black-robed magicians, unaffected by her holy light. After expending so much energy in the earlier rooms, Mahiru was now pale and collapsed on the ground, guarded by Rhea and Momo. Yuki Asuna and Tomo Meguri had entered the second room, only to be met with a swarming tide of locusts. The two girls screamed repeatedly, forced to rely on the holy aura of their holy swords just to push the insects back. They had zero ability to counterattack. As for Yuto Kiba and Ruruko Nimura, their situation was the worst of all. Ruruko lay unconscious on the ground in an unknown state. Yuto stood in front of her with one arm severed, barely holding himself upright with his demon sword. His face was pale, lips trembling, ready to collapse at any moment. Rias and Sona completely lost their composure. Even Leo's expression changed, tension tightening in his chest. But what finally shattered his calm was the last projection. His first servant, his strongest servant, was in a situation more dangerous and more hopeless than all the others combined. Drip, drip. Blood dripped steadily. The sound came from a shadow slumped against the corner of a room. Ha, ha. Yukino Shita Yukino pressed a trembling hand to her abdomen, struggling just to stay standing with the wall support. Her face was pale. Her stomach was soaked in red, she had been stabbed clean through. If she hadn't frozen the wound shut with her demonic power, she would have bled to death already. Honestly. I can't believe it. After only a few months, I've been stabbed in the stomach again. History really does repeat itself. She forced a smile, but sweat dripped constantly down her forehead. She looked miserable, but still tried to put on a brave face. You actually lasted this long. Sharon stood before her, twin blades emitting black mist clutched in her hands. Her nun outfit was torn in multiple places, still covered in patches of frost, but her condition was far better than Yukino's. I thought you'd fall much sooner, Sharon said. But not only did you survive, you even managed to counterattack. It hasn't been long since our last fight, yet you've grown at an incredible pace. Her eyes shone with genuine astonishment. As expected of a Longinus wielder. You monsters always ruin the balance. Look away for 1 second, and you become more terrifying than anyone else. The church was truly incompetent to let someone like you fall into the hands of devils. If I had been in Chiba back then, I would never have allowed it. Sharon sounded genuinely regretful, pity flickering in her eyes. You're the last person who should say that. Yukino gritted her teeth, voice laced with sarcasm. You've gotten a lot stronger too. I thought for sure I'd win this time. She hated admitting it. She had grown stronger. She believed she could defeat Sharon and avenge her prior loss. But Sharon hadn't been idle either. She had gained new weapons. Her overall strength had risen dramatically. She had grown just as fast as Yukino, if not faster. Yukino couldn't understand how. What had happened to cause such a change? The reason is simple, Sharon said, raising the black blades. These devil-slaying swords. Yukino's expression tightened. These weapons contain the lingering hatred, hostility, and resentment of humans who died to devils. Feed them devil flesh and blood, and they convert it into power, strengthening their wielder. When the blade pierced your stomach, part of your flesh was eaten away. Didn't you notice? Thanks to that, I've become even stronger. Dark mist surged from her body, making her look like a demon rising from hell. Yukino shivered. She had indeed sensed Sharon's power increasing, but earlier, you were already much stronger than before. Even before eating my flesh. As soon as she said it, realization struck. You used your own flesh, didn't you? She couldn't bring herself to say the rest. Sharon simply smiled, cold and hollow. Even if I'm not a devil, you know this. I still carry demon factor in my body. Yukino's eyes widened. My flesh works just fine as nourishment for a devil slayer, Sharon said softly. And perhaps I am crazy. She stepped forward. From the moment demon factor was forced into my body, I stopped being normal. She kept walking, step by step toward the wounded Yukino Shita Yukino. Chapter 107, Chapter 106. You think you've already won. There was something Sharon still hadn't told Yukino. The so-called Devil Slayer weapon was a failure. If it weren't, then even if the church couldn't mass-produce it due to its involvement with the taboo domain of souls, it would have at least been known by name. A weapon specifically designed to destroy devils, not being known at all was simply impossible. At least Leo was certain of one thing, in the original story, nothing like this weapon had ever appeared. If it never showed up, there had to be a reason. And the reason was this. The Devil Slayer was a rejected prototype. The explanation was simple, the negative emotions stored within the weapon didn't just devour a devil's flesh, they also had a devastating effect on the wielder's mind. For devout followers of the church and angels with unwavering belief, the effects were fatal. Their faith would waver, their will would erode, and their souls would be tainted. Even if they died, heaven would never accept them. They would never enter paradise. For the church's believers, this outcome was terrifying beyond words. Thus, the weapon was officially deemed a failure and destroyed. Even the method for creating it was erased. Originally, the weapon itself was supposed to be destroyed too, but its creator was unwilling to let it vanish. He hid it away. Eventually, a secret group within the church smuggled it out and delivered it to the faction serving the old Mao. That was where Sharon had first encountered the weapon. Back then, newly recruited into that organization, she asked immediately for power. And she chose the Devil Slayer without hesitation. With demon factor in my body, I'm not getting into heaven anyway, she murmured once. So why should I care about tainting my soul? Truthfully, Sharon Holy Grail had never possessed firm faith. She wore the uniform of a nun solely because it made exorcising devils easier. So she didn't care about the Devil Slayer's drawbacks at all, as long as it made her stronger. And ironically, this weapon was a perfect fit for her. Others would need to injure a devil first, allow the blade to devour devil flesh, activate its dormant power, and then grow stronger. Sharon didn't need that. Her own flesh, tainted with demon factor, worked just as well. When the weapon devoured her flesh, its power awakened. She grew stronger. And the stronger Sharon found it even easier to injure devils, which fed the blade even more, and so on, spiraling upward until she completely overwhelmed her opponent. It's time to end this, Yukino Shita-san. Click, TCH. Sharon burst forward through a cloud of black mist, rushing Yukino like a demon from the abyss. Yukino clicked her tongue, the space around her twisting, absolute demise manifesting behind her once more. Even with her abdomen pierced, she was no longer the fragile girl who died from a single stab by a low-tier fallen angel. As long as she sealed the wound and stopped the bleeding, a devil's tenacious vitality meant she could still fight. She would continue fighting. Across the battlefield, Leo watched Yukino struggle under Sharon's relentless assault. His expression darkened. Meanwhile, Leifei roared with laughter. You see that? Your servants are moments away from death. Soon, this labyrinth will become their grave. They'll never see the sun again. He glanced deliberately at the icy figure behind Yukino, then at Shina Mahiru struggling to maintain her purple flames. His gaze turned feverish. Who would have thought? A few low-born human girls turned devils, and 2 of them are Longinus wielders. One even possesses one of the 3 greatest holy relics. Truly unexpected. Both Rias and Sona, even in their panic, were taken aback when they saw Mahiru wielding those violet flames. If this were outside the labyrinth, their reaction would have been far stronger. But now, with every servant fighting on the brink of death, they had no space left in their hearts for surprise. All the better, Leifei sneered. Eliminating the Holy Cross wielder is an unexpected gain. And that absolute demise holder, keeping her here forever means removing a future enemy of the true Mao faction. The one with Blade Blacksmith must die too. Every existence that might become a threat to us must be erased. Eligos' servants will all die here. He was provoking Leo on purpose. And he succeeded. Because Leo's killing intent finally erupted. You think you've already won? The moment he spoke, his killing intent condensed into raw power, igniting within his body. Boom. A massive pillar of demonic power erupted from him, shooting into the air and battering the ceiling of the arena. Rumble. Thunder rolled. Thick black clouds gathered overhead, forming a stormy sky that crackled with lightning. Boom. A bolt of lightning tore through the darkness, illuminating the entire space. Leo spread his 8 devil wings wide. Under that storm-dark sky, the overwhelming might pouring off him made Rias, Sona, and even Leifei's face twist in disbelief. That aura. Sacred gear. Leifei stiffened. That's a sacred gear's power. He's a sacred gear user too. Rias and Sona's eyes flew wide. Boom. 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 Lightning lanced downward one after another, but instead of crashing into the ground, they stopped, held in place around Leo as if by invisible hands. The bolts reshaped themselves, twisting into brilliant spears of lightning. Go. Without hesitation, Leo unleashed the sacred gear. The lightning spears shot forward, tearing through the air toward Leifei. Leifei panicked. He poured everything into forming massive defensive magic circles. Boom 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 boom. The lightning spears struck the barrier like falling comets, detonating with deafening thunder. The barrier shattered into pieces. Crack. And vanished into sparks. Boom. Leifei was hit dead on before he could react. Lightning ripped through his body, hurling him through the air. Aya-aya-wah. Smoke rose from his charred body, but through the agony he forced himself to form more magic circles. He unleashed a torrent of massive demonic power blasts, filling the entire arena with explosions in an attempt to burn Leo to ash. But Leo simply surrounded himself with a roaring cyclone, sending every incoming blast flying away. All of Leifei's attacks failed. Every single blast was deflected by the storm surrounding Leo. He looked like the calm center of a raging hurricane, wearing a suit of wind and lightning. Leo beat his wings once and tore straight through the barrage, flying directly toward Leifei. Stay away. Leifei wasn't some ignorant backwater devil. Living over a century, he definitely recognized a Longinus, especially among the 4 top-tier sacred gears capable of destroying nations. Seeing Leo command the sky, manipulate lightning, and the air itself, he already knew which one it was. He didn't want to believe it, but he couldn't deny it. He was afraid. Terrified. Facing one of the 4 greatest Longinus, second only to the true Longinus itself, Leifei's courage shattered. He screamed and unleashed demonic power everywhere, sending massive blasts in all directions. Get away from me. Explosions tore across the arena. Firestorms and shockwaves rippled outward, turning the space into a war zone. Rias and Sona fled desperately, their wings beating frantically to escape the spreading destruction. Only Leo surged forward, shrugging off every explosion with the cyclone around him. Rumble. Suddenly, countless boulders materialized around Leifei, drawn toward him as if magnetized, slamming into him and burying him alive. GHH. Leo appeared behind the mound of stone, reached in, seized Leifei's wings, and ripped one off. Aya. Leifei's screams ripped across the arena. Blood rained down alongside the severed black wing, violent, brutal, and merciless. Note: Happy New Year everyone. May 2016 be your year. Chapter 108, Chapter 107, Go Repent in Hell. Leo wasn't someone who enjoyed tormenting others. Even after being reborn as a devil in this life, gaining power, letting himself be a little freer, he never abandoned certain lines he'd drawn back when he was human. Nearly 20 years as a devil had turned him into someone fully qualified for the role, but also someone who didn't lose control of his emotions without reason. So even when facing an enemy, Leo usually just aimed to end things cleanly. If he intended to kill, he did it swiftly. He never bothered to draw out someone's suffering or take pleasure in their screams. That was a bottom line he'd kept from his human days. Even if he had to kill, even if he had to abandon unnecessary sentimentality, he never developed any taste for cruelty. But this time, Leifei's actions truly enraged him. SPLRT. So he didn't mind using methods a little crueler, letting Leifei have a proper taste of defeat. A second ripping sound tore through the air. The second pair of bat-like devil wings was ripped straight off Leifei's back, blood spraying everywhere in violent arcs. Get off me. Leifei was still bound tightly by countless rocks, forced to watch in agony as Leo tore his wings apart one after another. His pain only dragged him into deeper madness. Boom. The demonic power of a 10-winged devil burst violently out of him again, smashing the restraints to pieces with brute force. Stone exploded outward like shrapnel. Whoosh. A storm of demonic power surged up around him. Leo was already gone, his devil wings flaring once to pull him clear before the explosion hit. He raised one hand and pointed toward the sky. Black clouds churned overhead, lightning flashing violently before crashing downward in rapid succession. Bolts slammed toward Leifei one after another, filling the air with blinding light. But this time, Leo's attacks were scattered by the raging storm swirling around Leifei. Pure demonic power roared from him, shaking even the air. So what if you're a sacred gear user? So what if you have the world's second strongest Longinus? Leifei's back was drenched in blood, only 2 pairs of devil wings remaining. His appearance was wretched, his aura, deranged. Those toys are nothing but creations of gods. The power I carry. I took it from a god directly. Pitch black. The demonic power around him had become like that same little black serpent he'd swallowed before. With this power, someone like me shouldn't lose. I won't lose. Cracks split across Leifei's skin, blood seeping out and covering him entirely. His whole body looked like it was moments away from collapsing. It wasn't far from the truth. His demonic power. He's overloading himself. Does he want to die? Rias and Sona Citri were forced to retreat from the overwhelming magic, keeping distance from Leo and Leifei as they watched with tense expressions. Every devil had a limit to how fast they could output demonic power. High-class devils had their limit, ultimate-class devils had theirs, even Mao-class beings had one. If any of them released all their demonic power at once, the destruction would exceed a nuclear blast. Leifei's power had grown after swallowing that mysterious serpent, and his output had risen to the level of a 10-winged devil, but no further. Yet now, Leifei was burning his life to force out more power than a 10-winged devil could output in a single instant. That destructive power came at the price of tearing his own body apart. And I'm supposed to lose to a filthy half-devil? Never. He roared, channeling all his power into massive beams of light and firing blast after blast toward Leo. Leo watched the blood-soaked figure coldly, unmoved by the rage, madness, or suicidal frenzy. He simply poured his own 8-winged demonic power steadily into his sacred gear, letting its aura replace his own. If Rias's demonic power was a brilliant crimson, and Sona's was a clear blue, then Leo's was purple. The purple demonic aura of the Eligos family was subtle and diffuse. It spread easily, making it ideal for sensing hidden things, ruins, objects, secrets. But when Leo poured all his demonic power into activating his sacred gear, the aura of Zenith Tempest appeared instead. And the color of Zenith Tempest's aura was pure white, capable of containing all attributes. Boom. 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 High above the battlefield, two devils, one wrapped in pure white flame, the other in black, faced off across the air. One unleashed attacks of every element, the other poured out power in a mindless frenzy. Leo pushed Zenith Tempest to its limit, summoning flame, lightning, ice, storms, stone, floods, every natural force at once, hurling them toward Leifei. Leifei responded with nothing but raw destructive magic, huge beams and explosive light spheres blasting outward, colliding violently with flame, lightning, ice, storms, stone, floods. Explosions thundered again and again. Shockwaves ripped through the air. Within seconds, the sky above the entire chamber became a storm of chaotic energy, the massive room trembling harder and harder under the escalating destruction. Rias and Sona Citri couldn't get anywhere near the battlefield. They were stuck dealing with the remaining old malfaction devils. There weren't many left, but every survivor was either high-class or mid-class, and together they were still troublesome enough that the girls couldn't spare a glance toward Leo's battle. Leo and Leifei, meanwhile, had no attention for anything but each other, one calm and calculating, the other slipping deeper into insanity. Die. Die die die. Go die already. Leifei felt like his nerves were burning. His whole body felt submerged in molten lava, ready to burst apart at any second. He never imagined he could be driven this far, forced into a desperate corner by a devil of the new generation. Originally, the power of an ultimate-class devil like him should have been enough to crush several up-and-coming high-class devils easily. And he'd even prepared the entire labyrinth ahead of time, laying traps and obstacles to wear them down. In his mind, even if Leo's group reached him, they would already be weakened. Even if they had unexpected tricks, none of them should have been able to escape his judgment, especially when he carried the serpent bestowed by that great being. If an accident happened, he would use the serpent and end everything. So why had everything gone wrong? Why was a no-name, mixed-blood devil from mere months ago now an 8-winged devil equal to him? Why did he possess one of the strongest sacred gears in existence, power said to be able to kill gods and Mao alike? For Leifei, it was a nightmare. But his despair and pain were nothing but deserved in Leo's eyes. For a devil, saying things like, evil deeds bring their own ruin, is a bit ridiculous, but honestly, that saying fits you perfectly. Leo finally spoke, his voice a stark contrast to Leifei's insanity, cold, detached. Your strength isn't bad. If this were a little earlier, I might not have been able to defeat you so easily. So your failure is almost funny. You just had bad luck. Honestly. The moment you targeted our group, this ending was probably inevitable. After all, Leo and Sona aside, Rias was a bona fide member of the protagonist cast. So take that disgusting madness and hatred of yours, and go repent in hell. Leo's voice cut through Leifei like the scythe of death. Boom. A moment later, the pure white aura around Leo erupted. Earth, water, wind, fire, lightning, ice, every element intertwined, merging into a tangible natural catastrophe. It crashed forward violently, smashing, erasing, pulverizing everything in its path. Leifei's giant beams and explosive magic were swallowed whole by the descending disaster. His pupils shrank to needle points. His mouth opened, maybe to scream, maybe to curse, but every sound was drowned in the deafening roar. In seconds, his entire body was engulfed by the disaster. The raging demonic power inside him flickered, dimmed, and vanished, just like its master. Leifei was gone. Completely. Forever. Chapter 109, Chapter 108. She's still just a kid. Underworld, Mao territory. As the name implied, this was land directly governed by the Mao, the political center of the devil race within the underworld. The territory held multiple cities, the old underworld capital Luciferd, where the former Mao Lucifer once resided, and Lilith, the current capital of the devil faction. Lilith's size was comparable to Tokyo. Its culture and technology were also on a similar level, towering buildings, sprawling highways, even high-speed rail. It hardly resembled a city located in hell. Today, inside the administrative center of Lilith, 4 figures appeared one after another inside an extravagant conference chamber. Their bodies wavered and flickered. Clearly, they were projections, demonic power constructs. Put simply, none of the 4 had come in person. They were projecting their presence here to hold a meeting. Thank you all for responding to my request. The first to speak was the red silhouette. He had short, bright crimson hair and the handsome face of a young man in his prime. His attire was luxurious, but his gentle voice made it difficult for anyone to feel hostility toward him. What's going on? You called us over in such a hurry, did heaven invade or something? This came from the blue silhouette on his left. She was the only woman among them, looking far too young for such a setting, almost younger than Rias and Sona. Her bright, energetic tone made her seem less like a high-ranking official and more like the neighbor's cheerful daughter who accidentally crashed a diplomatic summit. Just think for a second. Obviously not. The green silhouette on the right spoke next. He was a beautiful man with an air of intelligence, his eyes shimmering with sharp insight. Compared to the red figure's noble aura, he looked more like a researcher, elegant, analytical. If heaven really assaulted us, I'd be the first one to know. The final voice came from the orange silhouette. Unlike the other two men, he looked almost unremarkable. His tone carried a persistent laziness, like he was speaking while half asleep. Just hearing him made one feel drowsy. Yet this laid-back person was the underworld's greatest strategist, the one responsible for all devil military planning. If heaven truly attacked, he would absolutely be the first to receive that news. Sorry. I don't want to disturb anyone, everyone is busy. But this matter could be small, or extremely serious. I want us to discuss how to respond. The red silhouette bowed slightly, then continued, just moments ago, my younger sister, the next head of the Gremory house, Rias, contacted me with a report. She, along with Sona and Leo Eligos, and all their servants, were attacked by terrorists at Ko Academy in the human world. The attackers were descendants of the Trix family, part of the Old Mao faction. They collaborated with several other Old Mao devils, launched a coordinated assault, and forcibly transferred everyone into a separate space. The moment he finished speaking, the remaining 3 projections flickered violently, as if a TV screen burst into static. An Old Mao faction attack. Both the green and orange silhouettes hardened their expressions. How could this happen? The blue silhouette practically exploded, jumping up in panic. What about my Sotan? Is Sotan okay? She's fine. The red silhouette hurried to reassure her. The mastermind has already been eliminated. Many involved aren't in good shape, and some were gravely injured, but once the mastermind was defeated, Rias and the others managed to find a way out of the separate space and rescued everyone in time. Here. This is the detailed report they just compiled. He used a magic circle to transfer something. The other 3 received the report in their actual locations. The report was written by Sona, calm, objective, detailing the entire incident, the attackers' dialogue, the structure of the force transfer space, and the trials their servants faced in the separate rooms. In the final section, she explained that once the mastermind was killed, the central core controlling the labyrinth appeared in the main chamber, just like how clearing any other room's trial revealed the pathway forward. The new master of the core could manipulate the labyrinth freely, including opening exits back to the real world. Sona also emphasized clearly that the greatest contributor this time was Leo Eligos. He defeated the mastermind alone, defeated the ruler of the labyrinth's core, and gained control of the system. Only after he opened the paths to the rooms were they able to regroup with their servants and wipe out the remaining enemies. In total, about 90% of the Old Mao attackers, including the mastermind, were eliminated. The remaining few vanished, either they escaped or were lost somewhere within the labyrinth. The magical creatures and renegade sorcerers in the labyrinth met nearly identical fates. After regrouping, the 3 kings and their servants left the separate space and returned to Ko Academy. Phew. The blue silhouette exhaled hard after finishing the report, patting her chest dramatically. Thank goodness. My Sotan's okay. If something happened to her, I swear I would have stormed the Old Mao exile zone myself and wiped out every devil who dared to lay a finger on her. She sounded like she was joking. She wasn't. Well, as long as they're safe. Otherwise the underworld's future would take a massive hit. The orange silhouette resumed his sleepy tone. Those 3 really pulled it off. To think they actually killed the mastermind. According to the report, he was an ultimate-class devil with some sort of mysterious enhancement, right? Judging from the described power, he was basically at cadre level. The green silhouette mused. And that kid took him down alone. Impressive. Leo Eligos. I suppose we still underestimated his potential. The red silhouette also praised him. He's far more capable than we thought. I owe him for this. Without him, Rias and Sona probably wouldn't have made it. The blue silhouette immediately bristled. Humph. Don't think you can steal away my Sotan just because you played hero. My Sotan wouldn't fall for that so easily. She ground her teeth loudly. Is that so? The orange silhouette sounded doubtful. Because I heard your father, the current head of the Citri house, was considering arranging a marriage between Sona and the young Eligos heir. The blue silhouette went quiet. I heard the same. The green silhouette added lightly. Makes sense. The Citri house's next heir annulled her previous engagement and regained her freedom, but the Citri family wouldn't want her to stay single forever. Pureblood devils are decreasing in every major house, he continued. The Citri house has only 2 daughters this generation. One became a Mao, Leviathan, and can't inherit the family. That leaves Sona as the sole heir. If anything happens to her, the Citri line ends. Unless they choose someone from a branch family, the house collapses. And now there's a talented young man with a good relationship with the future head, of course her father wants to encourage it. Hearing this, the blue silhouette began trembling violently. It's the same for my family. The red silhouette sighed. Because I inherited the name of Lucifer, the Gremory house has only Rias this generation. That's why my parents rushed to arrange her engagement. But your sister's engagement still hasn't been resolved, right? The orange silhouette pointed out. And even if she's single, you already have a child. Your son can inherit the Gremory house. You're not in the same situation as the Citri family. The Eligos line once nearly died out. Now they have only one heir, and the Citri house financially supports them. Both families know each other well. A marriage between the heirs would benefit both sides. The green silhouette nodded. Honestly, I'm all for it. That kid's mutated trait interests me. If he and the Citri princess had a child, I'd love to study whether the trait would pass on. That was the final straw. The trembling blue silhouette exploded. No. Absolutely not. She threw both hands up, wailing in anguish. My precious Sotan. My adorable Sotan. When she was little, she used to follow me everywhere crying for hugs. How can she suddenly get married? She's still so young. She's still just a kid. And you want her to have someone else's baby. How could you even suggest that? I won't allow it. Never. Never ever. She collapsed onto the table, sobbing miserably. The other 3 went quiet. Then, in perfect unspoken agreement, they collectively ignored her and continued the meeting. Chapter 110, Chapter 109, Shifting Currents Across Every Faction. Why did the old Mao faction suddenly start moving again? After hiding for centuries, they probably couldn't hold back anymore. They want to take back political control of the underworld. We need to re-establish contact with them and confirm their intentions. The red, green, and orange silhouettes began discussing the old Mao faction's actions. The atmosphere turned heavy. Clearly, to all 3 of them, this was no trivial matter. I've always regretted it, the red silhouette admitted quietly. We should have found a better way to resolve our ideological conflict. Instead, it turned into devils slaughtering devils. Even after centuries, thinking about it still leaves me unsettled. The other 2 responded with reassurance. You already did everything you could. So did we. There weren't many choices back then. I don't think we were wrong. If we hadn't stopped them, devils might have fought until total extinction. That's something we absolutely couldn't allow, right? Their words didn't lighten the red silhouette's mood. Even so, we should have tried to explore coexistence first, instead of going straight to war. His voice lowered. Too many devils died in that battle. Silence fell. Now the old Mao faction is moving again. But is this the intention of a few, or a consensus among all of them? The red silhouette steadied himself and continued. We must send someone to re-establish contact and at least determine their movements. And we need to investigate whether they've allied with another power. The green and orange silhouettes nodded. This incident had revealed several abnormalities. For example, where did all those magical creatures and renegade magicians in the labyrinth come from? Magical creatures could be captured. But not magicians. And that many of them. There was no way they were all unaligned wanderers. And what did Leifei Trix consume during the battle with the Eligos kid that caused his power to skyrocket? Where did it come from? Did the old Mao faction develop it? Or did someone else provide it? The report suggested the latter was more likely. But who? And who even had that kind of capability? The 3 exchanged troubled looks. Assign it, the green silhouette said decisively. People need to investigate the old Mao faction's movements, trace their whereabouts, and dig out whatever secret lies behind this. One issue at a time. I'll take it. The orange silhouette lifted a hand lazily. I'll arrange the personnel. I want to visit the human world, the red silhouette said. That separate space still seems to exist. I want to investigate it, and check on those 3. The words had barely left his mouth when the blue silhouette shot up from where she had been crying on the table. Me. Let me go, she shouted with startling force. I need to check on Sotan. I have to warn her about suspicious, untrustworthy men. Shouldn't you talk to your father first, the green silhouette said flatly. The two actual involved parties might still be clueless. What exactly do you plan to achieve by going there? Well, the blue silhouette faltered. But Sotan's chastity is important too. As her big sister I need to check, no, supervise. Supervise. Was she about to say something extremely inappropriate just now? Aren't you currently on a diplomatic mission? The orange silhouette reminded her. Did your negotiations with the outlying non-devil races finish already? Silence. Very awkward silence. The four handled different branches of administration within the underworld. The green silhouette was the chief advisor for technological development, responsible for new generation innovations, like the creation and advancement of the evil pieces. The orange silhouette oversaw military affairs, army management, defense, surveillance of other factions, and maintaining combat readiness. The red silhouette handled overall governance, coordinating sectors, guiding development across underworld cities, from entertainment industries to territorial expansion. And the blue silhouette was responsible for diplomacy, managing all foreign relations. Right now, she was stationed in the territory of an outlying non-devil race negotiating an exchange that would secure resources vital for future devil development. If she bailed out midway and ran to the human world, chaos would follow. MMNGH. She squirmed with visible frustration. I'll go instead, the red silhouette said gently, speaking like a patient older brother consoling a tantruming little sister. I'll check on Sona for you and confirm she's doing fine. The blue silhouette reluctantly nodded. Fine, but once I'm back, I'm going to the human world too. If I don't replenish my Sona energy soon, I'll wither. The other three. The last time they felt this level of speechless exhaustion was the last time she acted like this. If she really charged into the human world in her current state, who knew what kind of disaster she might cause? Especially for the Eligos boy. Facing the strongest devil woman at this timing, anyone's sanity would collapse. If she acted impulsively, the consequences would be unimaginable. I'll never understand people who spoil their younger sisters like this, the orange silhouette muttered, implicitly dragging someone else into the complaint. I'm not like her, the red silhouette laughed. I wouldn't oppose my sister falling in love. Honestly, I want her to find someone she truly cares about. Not stay miserable because of an arranged engagement. If my little Rias's fiancé were the Eligos boy, I'd probably wake up laughing from my dreams. At the very least, compared to Rias's current fiancé, he far preferred Leo. Half-blood or not, he's still an Eligos. Plus that unique trait of his. And a Longinus on top of it. The red silhouette looked at the report, unsure whether to be impressed or amazed. Zenith Tempest, huh? He sure hid that well. The others shared a look and found the same emotion reflected on each face. Never thought the Longinus second only to the legendary true Longinus would appear on our side. The orange silhouette sighed. And on top of that, his servants hold Incinerate Anthem and Absolute Demise, 2 more Longinus. The other sacred gears are also rare and strong. Unbelievable. Compared to that, the fact that he suddenly displayed ultimate class devil power and grew 8 wings seems almost trivial. If the Eligos servants continue to grow, they might replace us one day, becoming the pillars of the underworld. The evaluation was shockingly high. Yet none of them argued. In fact, their eyes shone with hope. They were not obsessed with power. In truth, the 4 of them were false Mao. They never cared about the Mao title. If not for necessity, and the need for someone to lead the devils through crisis, they would have preferred ordinary, peaceful devil lives. This trip to the human world, talk to him properly. The green silhouette turned to the red one. Tell him what he needs to know. Make sure he understands the dangers. Someone like him can easily attract unwanted attention. Especially from that fallen angel. If he learns about this, he might come personally. The red silhouette nodded seriously. At the same time, somewhere else in the world, others were discussing the same event. So the Trix brat failed. We expected the possibility. But to think he failed this easily. Useless. The Trix family really has fallen. This sets back the foundation of the true Mao faction. At least we gained something. Indeed. Those fake Mao are still incompetent, letting such a crucial asset slip away. Eligos, huh? 3 Longinus. That alone is worth moving for. It's almost time. With this test, we now understand the state of the underworld well enough. Next time, our true Mao faction will announce ourselves to the world. Dark silhouettes conversed, then dispersed with cold laughter. Elsewhere, another group spoke. Our new recruit returned. Judging by her condition, she definitely failed. Looks like she barely escaped with her life. Pretty much. She's half dead. Let's check on her then. Wait. We discovered something important. Here's the report, look. Zenith Tempest has surfaced. What's this? Getting interested. Yeah. I want to fight him. The clash of two top-tier Longinus, now that is something to look forward to. Sorry, I forgot to schedule yesterday, my bad. Chapter 111, Chapter 110, Yukino Shita Yukino's Burden. The Human World, Kuo Academy. By the time night had fully fallen, Kuo Academy was already deserted. Only the old school building tucked inside the small grove behind the main building was still brightly lit, with the occasional silhouette passing by its windows. That old building was the base of the Occult Affairs Club, also the headquarters of the Gremory servants. Unlike Leo, who treated Sobu High merely as a convenient activity spot, Rias attended Kuo Academy because her family secretly owned and managed it. It was essentially her family's property. So when the Devil Upper Brass assigned Rias to take charge of Kuo Town, handling contracts with humans, collecting payment, eliminating stray devils, she enrolled directly at Kuo Academy and even brought her friend, Sona Citri, along. In other words, Rias was the Academy's underground queen. No one knew the truth, but she still enjoyed privileges in many places. Taking over an entire old school building as her clubroom, for example, only she could pull something like that off. Of course, Leo's standing at Sobu High wasn't as overwhelming as Rias was here, but his influence wasn't that far behind. Several high-ranking staff were already in his network, and some were even regular clients of his devil business. Add to that the Yukino Shita family's local clout, which was essentially his now, and if he ever wanted to claim an entire building for the Occult Affairs Club, he probably could. But Leo didn't think it was necessary. He treated Sobu High as a daily activity base. His true headquarters was his family's manor. Unlike Rias, who treated all of Kuo Academy as her personal territory, he only needed a single activity room. That was plenty. At the moment, faint voices drifted from several rooms inside the old building. Some people were discussing what happened earlier that day, others were resting, and a few were receiving treatment. Yukino Shita Yukino lay in a room that looked like an infirmary, resting on a bed. Her clothes were loose, her face pale, like someone who had barely escaped a serious injury. Leo sat beside her, peeling an apple. "Your injuries have already received preliminary treatment," he said casually as he worked. "You're mostly out of danger, but you still need to stay in bed for a while before you'll fully recover." He spoke to her in an offhand rhythm, not rushing the words. "We'll remain at Kuo Academy for the time being," he added. "Once you're fully recovered, we'll head back to Chiba." Yukino listened quietly until he finished, then asked softly, "What about the others?" Leo let out an exasperated snort. "You were hurt the worst out of everyone, and you're still worrying about others," he muttered, though he still answered her. "Yutaha and Mahiru are in the best shape. Neither of them suffered real injuries, just exhaustion from pushing their sacred gears too far. A bit of rest and they'll be fine. Asuna's fine too. She's a holy sword user. Against monsters or devils she has a huge advantage, and she can even lend her holy swords to teammates. She took some unavoidable hits when we ran into that stray magician, but nothing serious. She's already out of bed." After covering his own group, Leo moved on to the Gremory and Citri servants. Their conditions were similar to the Eligos servants, some good, some bad, but no one in critical danger. Kaneko Tuju and Tsubasa Yura were completely unharmed thanks to Kasumiga Kaka Yutaha's barrier covering them the whole time. Raya Kusaka and Momo Hanakai were also mostly safe, protected by Shina Mahiru burning her strength to clear a path with the power of the Holy Cross. They only took light injuries after Mahiru collapsed from overuse and they had to defend her. Tomo Meguri had been fighting with a constant supply of holy swords from Yuki Asuna, and the two worked together flawlessly. They held out until Leo defeated Leifei and seized control of the maze, allowing him to open the central passage and rescue everyone. Akino Himejima and Shinra Tsubaki were more heavily injured, but they were also among the strongest members. Trusting each other to guard their backs, they held out until Rias and Sona arrived to support them. The worst off were Yuto Kiba and Ruruko Nimura. One had been beaten into unconsciousness, fate unknown. The other had an arm bitten clean off while fighting desperately, his body covered in wounds of all sizes. Yukino Shita Yukino herself had been pierced through the abdomen by a devil killer and had a chunk of flesh torn away, but she reacted quickly, freezing the wound immediately, stopping the bleeding, preventing further trauma. The other two hadn't been so lucky. They were genuinely dying. When Rias and Sona found Ruruko, she was lying in a pool of blood, no longer breathing. Kiba was even worse, covered by swarms of monsters gnawing at him. Rias and Sona erupted in fury on the spot, obliterating every creature into ash before pulling him out. "Right now, those two still haven't regained consciousness," Leo continued. "Their wounds have only had basic treatment. They're not out of the danger zone yet. They were the only ones in worse shape than Yukino. Rias and Sona are preparing to return to the underworld to request 2 bottles of Phoenix Tears," Leo added. "Those will heal anything instantly." Phoenix Tears were a product of the Phoenix family, one of the 72 pillars, descended from the legendary Phoenix, revered for its connection to life. Its tears could heal any injury, its blood granted immortality. Human legends across the world had traces of them. In the underworld, the Phoenix clan was a prestigious devil house, famous for their fire, wind, and life powers, able to burn even dragon scales and revive from ashes. They also produced Phoenix tears, which made them wildly sought after. Since raiding games were now wildly popular, Phoenix tears had become essential items, frequently used as tools or emergency aids. The Phoenix family's status continued to rise. Leo shrugged lightly. Too bad your wounds aren't severe enough to justify applying for Phoenix tears. Otherwise, I'd sneak you a dose. Yukino frowned delicately. I don't want the kind of injury that requires something like that, she said sharply. Leave them for Kiba-san and Nimura-san. They need them more. If Rias or Sona heard you say that, they'd explode, Leo said, amused. In any case, everyone's going to be fine. Even Kiba and Ruruko should recover by tomorrow once the Phoenix tears arrive. He tapped her lightly on the forehead. Your only job is to rest. Recover properly so you don't make people worry. Even if you won't think about yourself, at least think about your master who had to watch you lying on the ground covered in blood. Don't give me a heart attack. God knows what he felt seeing her like that. If Yukino were still human, he could have revived her with the evil pieces and turned her into a devil. But she was already a reincarnated devil. Thanks to the servant conversion trait, even if she died, her soul would return to Leo as her master, so long as he could rebuild her body, she could revive. But if her soul were destroyed, then she would truly be gone. When he found her collapsed and bleeding out, Leo's heart had clenched hard. Fortunately, she had only fainted. I thought you were going to lose to Sharon Holy Grail, Leo said. But by the time I got there, you'd already opened the passage to the next room. He still sounded genuinely surprised. You collapsed in the passage, so you didn't reach the next room. But that means you defeated that nun, right? He hadn't expected Yukino, injured as she was, to turn the tables and defeat Sharon Holy Grail, passing the first trial and opening the next room. Good job. At least that makes up for your loss last time. But Yukino didn't smile. Instead, a shadow crossed her face. What's wrong? Leo asked, frowning. There's something I want to tell you. She hesitated, then looked straight at him. And then she told him everything that had happened to her in that room. Chapter 112, Chapter 111, Why Can't It Be a Devil? Back to the moment when Leo was fighting his final battle against Leifei. Whoosh. While Leo and Leifei unleashed everything they had, one revealing a Longinus he'd kept hidden, the other overloading her demonic power at the risk of tearing her own body apart, Yukino and Sharon were also locked in a fierce fight. The monstrous, 3-meter-tall ice princess's freezing breath howled through the room like a Category 12 typhoon. A raging blizzard swallowed the entire space, turning the vast chamber, large enough to withstand a full-power battle between ultimate-class devils, into a world of pure white. Everything was buried beneath ice. Everything was frozen. Sharon alone broke through that near absolute zero maelstrom. Bang. 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 Wrapped in a shroud of pitch-black aura, Sharon charged straight into the storm. The super-low temperature didn't hinder her at all. Her bladed gauntlets flashed like a stunt performer's choreographed strikes, chopping apart every shard of ice carried by the blizzard. Boom. A massive iceberg roared toward her, just like the one Yukino had launched outside the Yukinoshita estate during their first encounter. This time, Sharon didn't dodge. She swung her vicious blades once and split the entire iceberg in half, shattering it like stone. You've gotta be kidding me. Clutching her stomach wound, Yukino couldn't help raising her voice. Cutting an iceberg in one blow, she'd only ever seen Miyamoto Musashi do something like that. Musashi could cut anything, Leo's Zenith Tempest meteorites, even the space around her. If Musashi were trapped here, this whole dimensional maze wouldn't last a second. A few swings and she'd slice through all the so-called trials and walk right out. Sharon wasn't on Musashi's level, of course, but to Yukino she might as well have been a monster. It was a night and day difference from the last time they fought. Facing such a relentless opponent, Yukino didn't dare let her get close. She kept widening the distance and channeled vast amounts of demonic power into her ice princess, forcing it to breathe more and more terrifying gusts of frozen wind, creating more blizzards and icebergs to slow Sharon down. Just earlier, she had gotten caught because Sharon closed the distance for a split second. Sharon pierced her abdomen faster than Yukino could react. She couldn't afford another mistake. With that lesson carved into her memory, Yukino poured demonic power into Ice Princess like water from a broken dam. The blizzard intensified, wilder, harsher, colder. But even so, Sharon's black aura let her cut straight through it, ignoring the frozen landscape entirely as she advanced step by step. One pressed forward. One retreated. And because one was a raging beast and the other was severely wounded, they met sooner rather than later. Swish. Sharon destroyed another iceberg and sprang toward Yukino, forcing her to stumble backward in panic. A black arc of blade light slashed through where Yukino had been standing an instant ago. It moved so fast it was like a streak of black lightning, splitting the air itself. Sharon didn't pause. She swung her second blade down toward Yukino's neck, aiming to behead her on the spot. At the decisive moment, a thick wall of ice surged up and blocked the killing strike. Crash! Sharon shattered the wall in a single blow. Ice exploded everywhere, but she couldn't pursue. All those fragments froze in midair, then shot toward her like a rain of icicle knives. Sharon had to halt her attack and leap back, dodging the barrage. But the instant she escaped the ice knives, she crouched, kicked off the ground, broke the sound barrier, and rushed Yukino again. So persistent. Yukino barely got to her feet, clicking her tongue in frustration. This woman was absolutely not a real nun. Not even a real exorcist. What kind of exorcist fought like this? She was more like an assassin. With no choice, Yukino raised more ice walls one after another in front of herself. Crash! 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 Sharon tore through them with her savage blades, smashing each wall to pieces in flowing, almost dance-like motions. Yukino tried the same trick again, controlling the shattered ice and launching it like knives, but Sharon wasn't falling for it twice. I've already seen that. It won't work on me again. Sharon accelerated, choosing her angle carefully, weaving flawlessly through every shard of ice. In seconds she burst out of the storm of fragments and appeared before Yukino, bringing her blade down in another brutal strike. This time, when ice shattered, blood splattered with it. Ugh. Yukino raised her hands. At some point a thick layer of ice had formed over them, serving as a shield. Sharon's blow shattered the ice completely and sent a jolt of pain up Yukino's arms, tearing skin and spilling blood into the air with the flying fragments. Her throat tightened as she was thrown backward. Sharon narrowed her eyes and charged again, silent, merciless, offering no chance to breathe. Yukino lifted her arms once more, forming fresh layers of ice as fast as she could. Crash! 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 Sharon hacked at her relentlessly. Each strike shattered the ice on Yukino's arms, each impact shaking her whole body and forcing her to retreat step by step, blood dripping down her hands. Then. Thud. Sharon fainted, spun, and kicked Yukino hard in the side. Gah. Yukino spat blood as her body skidded across the ice-covered floor, sliding until she slammed into a wall. Her side and arms throbbed with pain. She gritted her teeth and forced herself up. Sharon lowered her twin blades and walked toward her slowly. Still planning to keep fighting. I'm not losing to the same person twice. Yukino glared, wiping the blood from her lips. I'm not giving up. Your courage is admirable, Sharon said with a joyless smile. But not smart. I heard the Yukino Shida family's second daughter was very clever. Turns out becoming a devil made you stupid. If by clever you mean knowing when to bow my head, Yukino shot back, then maybe you don't understand me at all. I don't lower my head for anyone. That much is true. Sharon nodded, still showing no emotion. So you've accepted that I'm going to kill you. Who wants to accept something like that? Yukino said coldly. I've already died once. I'm not doing it again. Unfortunately. Sharon crouched down, ready to pounce. That's not your decision. She prepared to lunge. Yukino's heart tightened. Her fists clenched. Not yet. Not ready. I still need more time. She exhaled softly and forced her body to relax. Can I ask you a question? What? Sharon hesitated, instinctively pausing her attack. Yukino's voice was steady. Why do you fight for the church? I don't think you're stupid enough to die for people who clearly hurt you. For someone like you, insane, yes, but not an idiot, to have such extreme hatred for devils, it doesn't make sense. Even the fanatics I've heard of only hate devils on principle. Unless they were harmed directly, that hatred never reaches this level. And yet your hatred isn't just hatred. It's obsession. I really don't understand why. She continued calmly. My master said you were mentally unstable. I thought the same at first. But the way you reacted earlier, it didn't match that. She remembered Sharon's earlier words clearly. You don't know anything. That tone, that expression, there was something off. What's the point of asking now? Sharon muttered after a moment. I want to know. Yukino didn't give her room to refuse. Sharon gave a low laugh. Then let me ask you something. Why do you think it was the church that hurt me? Her smile twisted. Why can't the ones who hurt me be devils? Chapter 113, Chapter 112, The Super Devil. Why can't the ones who hurt me be devils? Yukino froze. Of course. If Sharon hated devils this much, so obsessively, why couldn't devils be the ones who hurt her? Why had Yukino assumed Sharon was stupid enough to serve the church that harmed her? Your meaning is? Yukino was smart. She was already piecing it together. Sharon's next words confirmed it. In the beginning, the experiment to create powerful warriors by injecting the demon factor into humans wasn't conducted by the church. It was the devils. Her flat tone struck Yukino like a hammer. You've already realized it, haven't you? Sharon laughed, not the emotionless smile from before, but a cold, mocking one. That's right. The ones who injected the demon factor into my body were devils. It happened when Sharon was still a small child. She didn't know her parents, didn't know where she was born. Her world only consisted of a few rooms, a pitch-black cell with no light, or a blindingly bright laboratory. She spent her days being moved between them. Beyond eating and sleeping, her life was blood draws, injections of unknown drugs, consuming strange food, and being examined under cold, expressionless stares. And she wasn't the only one. There were beings of all races, monsters, yokai, vampires, even angels and fallen angels. Every race under the sun. And one by one, they disappeared. At first, Sharon didn't understand where they went. When she grew older, she realized the truth. They died. She had overheard the adults speaking. Today's experiment failed again. This subject has to be discarded. No helping it. Bring in replacements. Record the results. Handle the corpse like usual. The experiments grew more extreme. More people disappeared. The adults grew irritated, frustrated, cruel. Sharon lived in pain. She lived in despair. She hated those adults whose bat-like wings sometimes revealed themselves behind their backs. Later, she learned what they were. Devils. And the ones who told her were the church exorcists who eventually rescued her. The devil facility was hidden in the human world. Once the church found it, they sent in an exorcist squad. They destroyed the laboratory and rescued me, the sole survivor. Sharon's explanation made Yukino's expression shift again and again. So you're saying my master, Leo Eligos, lied to me? Yukino stared sharply, trying to pierce through Sharon's intentions. But Sharon shook her head. No. That guy probably doesn't know. Her eyes darkened with old memories. I don't know where he heard it, but when he learned I was a church experiment, he always looked at me like I was mentally unstable. That tells me he doesn't know the truth. She scoffed. And I'm not surprised. Devils would hide an experiment that disgraceful with everything they have. Most devils now are hybrids or reincarnated from humans. If word got out that devils had used people like us as lab animals, the entire devil world would plunge into chaos. So the new generation of devils doesn't know. The old generation won't talk. And because the church also had some inhumane research facilities, people naturally assume my demon factor came from them. Yukino slowly loosened her tightly clenched hands. But why would devils conduct such experiments, she asked. If they wanted powerful warriors, couldn't they just reincarnate people with evil pieces? After all, devil reincarnation was unique. Angels and fallen angels didn't have it. No one else did. With evil pieces, devils had already solved their race's crisis of survival. They didn't need twisted experiments just to get strong servants. That's because they didn't want ordinary warriors. Sharon's voice grew low. They wanted beings whose power surpassed devils entirely, beings who could rival or exceed even pure-blood devils and Mao. Something so abnormal it would make people wonder whether it was even a devil at all. She paused. I once heard them call such beings super devils. Beings beyond devils. Beings impossible to obtain through reincarnation. So they experimented on creatures that were not devils. They captured every race they could, including humans, and injected demon factors into them. Of course, a project targeting all races couldn't stay hidden forever. The church discovered the facility and exterminated it. You asked why I would dedicate my life to the church. You asked why I hate devils so much. The reason is this. Sharon stared at Yukino with eyes full of icy indifference. Now tell me, am I wrong? Should I not hate devils? Should I not destroy devils? Yukino couldn't answer. You could say I joined the church solely to kill devils, Sharon continued. I trained every day, forced myself to draw out every ounce of power from this disgusting body, used every ability that wasn't human. I even endured the examinations and research from the church's fanatics. All for one purpose, destroy devils. That was how Sharon became an exorcist. That was how a devil killer who would use any method, no matter how foul, was born. And for that purpose, she could even betray the church, join suspicious individuals, accept offers from unknown organizations. As long as she gained the power to kill devils, nothing else mattered. I think you can understand me, Sharon said faintly. After all, you were killed by a fallen angel once, weren't you? When that happened, didn't you want to destroy all of them? After you gained power, didn't you want revenge? Yukino bit her lip. Of course she held resentment. Of course she had hated them, at least a little. But the one who killed her had already been reduced to ash by Leo. So who was she supposed to take revenge on? As for destroying all fallen angels. Yes, she had considered it. The fallen angel who killed her was acting under orders, and that order had been to eliminate her immediately upon deeming her dangerous. How could she not resent the organization behind it? But resentment was one thing. Genocide was another. Only someone who had truly fallen into darkness would think that way. Yukino also knew something else. Her situation and Sharon's were not comparable. Yukino died once, but she hardly felt pain. She was revived. Even if that meant becoming a devil and a servant, she lived. Sharon was different. Sharon had suffered. Sharon had been tortured. Sharon had felt fear, pain, and despair. Of course she would hate the devils who brought her that suffering. Of course she would fixate on her hatred. Even though the devils responsible had been wiped out by the church, Sharon couldn't let go. So she redirected her hatred toward all devils. But, is that really right? Yukino whispered. Because a few individuals committed a crime, all devils deserve to be punished. Complex emotions churned inside her, but she still spoke from her heart, her usual uncompromising honesty. She already knew this wouldn't end well. You're lecturing me now? Sharon let out a laugh, sharp and angry. You're right. Your logic is flawless. But if I wanted the morally correct answer, I wouldn't have stayed in the church. She looked up, eyes hollow. I've seen the church's corruption too. I've seen experiments just as inhumane as the ones that destroyed my life. So if I wanted to stand on the side of justice, why would I stay? Why would I obey them? She was, after all, the person who had suffered most from those very systems. From the moment I chose to look away, Sharon said softly, I stopped being right. Therefore, I don't need a righteous revenge. Revenge and hatred were never righteous. The black aura around Sharon exploded outward. If you want to blame someone. Her voice turned cold enough to freeze bone. Then blame yourself for being a devil. Chapter 114, Chapter 113, Changes in the Future. Time returned to the present. A super devil. After listening to Yukino's explanation, Leo went quiet for a long moment. He knew exactly what that meant. A super devil was born when a devil's bloodline mutated, or was altered by some other means, creating a being whose potential far exceeded the limits of their race. Just as Sharon had said, beings like that could no longer truly be called devils. That was why they were known as super devils, those who transcended devils. History recorded only 3 confirmed cases. The first was rise of Imlavan Lucifer, son of the original Mao Lucifer and Lilith, the mother of all devils. Known in the Bible as Lilith's son, his demonic power reportedly rivaled or even surpassed his father's. The second was Surzek's Gremory, the current Mao Lucifer. He'd inherited the Baal family's power of destruction, and through mutation, his very body had become a condensed mass of that destructive force. His power was 10 times purer than the original Lucifer's. In his true form, he'd effortlessly slain the sons of the first Mao Beelzebub and Asmodeus. Even gods feared him. The third was Ajuka Astaroth, the current Mao Beelzebub, creator of the Evil Pieces system and architect of the raiding game. Born to a branch family of the Astaroth house, ranked 29th among the 72 pillars, he possessed extraordinary talent in formulas and magical systems. During the Civil War, he killed the daughter of the first Mao Leviathan. These 3 were the only confirmed super devils in history. Surzek stood at the top, feared even by gods. Rise of him was the weakest, he'd vanished during the Civil War and no one knew where he'd gone. Still, all 3 possessed power beyond any ordinary Mao. Leo remembered what would happen in the future. The world's mythological factions would unite, and a clearer power ranking system would emerge. Currently, the 3 factions use simple classifications: low class, mid class, high class, ultimate class, and Mao class, each corresponding to angels and fallen angels of increasing wing counts, from 2 to 12. But once the factions united and made contact with other worlds, new tiers would be added. A special rank between ultimate class and Mao class would emerge for elite devils matching weak dragon kings and 10-wing angel executives. Mao class would align with 12-wing seraphs, 12-wing fallen angel leaders, and strong dragon kings. Above that came Super Mao class, where the current Mao Leviathan and Asmodeus stood. They could overwhelm ordinary Mao so completely that even Mao class fighters couldn't safely intervene in their battles. And at the very top sat the super devils, equals to gods and chief gods. The 2 heavenly dragons belonged here too. This was the world's absolute peak. Only 3 beings surpassed even this level. One lay sealed, destined to destroy the world upon release. Another drifted through the dimensional gap, rarely appearing. The last wanted nothing more than to leave this world and remained indifferent to everything around her. Put simply, a super devil stood 2 full tiers above ordinary Mao class. Even Rizavim, the weakest of the 3, matched or exceeded super Mao class. When the gap reached 2 tiers, comparisons became meaningless, like an ant versus an elephant. That was how Serzex, in his true form, had effortlessly slain the sons of the first Beelzebub and Asmodeus. How Ajuka had killed the first Leviathan's daughter without breaking a sweat. Only Rizavim, a fellow super devil, had escaped that purge. Power like that was bound to attract dangerous attention. At some point, artificial super devil experiments had emerged in the devil world, something that would only come to light much later. Leo had already met another victim of those experiments, someone hiding in this very school building, burying their wounds beneath a peaceful facade. He hadn't expected Sharon to be one too. From Yukino's description, though, Sharon's experiment was different. A separate group of devils had conducted it. And theirs had been far more dangerous, more reckless. Why else would Sharon be the only survivor? Even after being injected with demon factor and gaining inhuman strength, she'd only reached high-class devil level. Nowhere near a super devil. So that's what it was. Leo murmured. No wonder she wouldn't leave me alone. She wasn't crazy, she'd chosen this path herself. I haven't told anyone else, Yukino said once Leo had processed everything. She looked away. Only you and I know. Do you want to report it? Yukino clearly wanted the truth out. Not out of sympathy for Sharon, she just couldn't stand watching her own people be kept in the dark. Without this knowledge, Leo would have kept dismissing Sharon as just another lunatic. The nun was unhinged, sure, but not stupid. Her mind had been twisted by hatred and obsession. Yukino was warning him not to underestimate Sharon. She also wanted him to see the bigger picture. The intelligence Leo had received about Sharon was clearly false, and it had come from Sona, or more precisely, the Citri house. Whether they'd misled him intentionally was anyone's guess. But one thing was obvious, the devil world's higher-ups knew Leo was digging into Sharon's past. They'd hidden the truth on purpose. This was Yukino's way of telling him to watch his back. When dealing with scheming superiors, caution was survival. Leo sensed her concern and chuckled, ruffling her hair. Relax. I've been a devil for nearly 20 years. I know this race better than you do. Devils weren't all filthy and evil like the myths claimed, but that didn't mean such devils didn't exist. Modern devil society looked civilized because the 4 Great Mao had pushed reforms, and evil pieces had integrated other races, bringing fresh ideas. But dark secrets still festered beneath the surface. Artificial super devil experiments weren't even the worst of it. The truly explosive dangers were still buried deep underground, waiting to be triggered. Fortunately, Leo wasn't the type to consider himself righteous. He just wanted to live freely in this world. Otherwise, just the information in his head from the original story would be enough to plunge the entire devil world into chaos. He would wait for those bombs to go off, but he wouldn't be the one lighting the fuse. If he someday became a super devil or something even stronger, he wouldn't mind stepping in to clear out the things he disliked, making his life as a devil more comfortable. But for now, his strength wasn't enough to play the hero. Besides, the leaders of the 3 major factions were already tired of constant conflict. Leo knew that before long, they would officially unite and bring this era to an end. When that happened, the mysterious organization lurking in the shadows would finally surface, and the old Mao faction would be nothing more than pawns. Judging from Yukino's description, Sharon seems to have already made contact with that organization. Leo narrowed his eyes, something sharp flickering in their depths. Things are getting more and more interesting. As he smiled, Yukino slapped his hand away in annoyance. Don't mess with an injured person, you pervert. You messed up my hair. Yukino smoothed her long black hair and shot Leo a glare. You're entirely mine. What's wrong with messing up your hair? Leo clicked his tongue, then asked curiously, that aside, how exactly did you beat that crazy woman? From what you said, it sounded like you were being pushed into a corner the whole time. Yukino arched an eyebrow. It was nothing, she said calmly. I just used her own methods against her. Chapter 115, Chapter 114, Returning the Favor from Last Time. Yukino had never forgotten how she lost to Sharon. Back then, after she unleashed the full power of her Longinus, Sharon had been forced into what looked like a corner, barely holding on under Yukino's relentless assault. Just as Yukino prepared to deliver the finishing blow, Sharon revealed her hidden trump card, making it clear that all her earlier struggle had been nothing more than an act to secure final victory. She had been quietly preparing a decisive counterattack the entire time, enduring everything until the very last moment. Then she played her ace, activating a light-based magic formula designed to annihilate devils, completely overturning the situation and nearly purifying Yukino on the spot. That was why Yukino couldn't let that battle go. It wasn't that she couldn't accept defeat. What she couldn't accept was being played. From that day on, Yukino trained even harder than before. She buried herself in books as well, nearly reading through the entire Eligos family collection, learning countless useful things along the way. And for the sake of washing away that humiliation, she prepared something just like Sharon had. When Sharon, her entire body wreathed in black aura, gripping two vicious-looking blades, raised her weapons to deliver the final strike, her body suddenly froze. This is. It wasn't that she wanted to stop. She realized she couldn't move at all. That's when Sharon noticed the surroundings had changed. The room, which had already been frozen into an icy wasteland by Yukino's sacred gear, was now filled with ice-blue magic circles that hadn't been there before. They spread out silently, releasing an astonishing chill. Wisps of white, mist-like frost crept outward without a sound, blanketing the entire frozen world. Compared to the freezing air produced directly by Yukino's sacred gear, this chill seemed insignificant. It lacked the power to freeze everything instantly, and it wasn't strong enough to whip up a blizzard. But once it spread everywhere, the atmosphere itself felt as if it had solidified into ice, making even the smallest movement feel impossible. Frost gathered around Sharon as well. Without realizing it, she found it increasingly hard to breathe, as if the oxygen she inhaled was woefully insufficient. Her body began to weaken, deprived of air. So, it finally worked. Seeing this, Yukino exhaled and smiled. "What did you do?" Sharon forced the words out, her chest feeling like it was about to burst. "What did I do? Isn't it obvious?" Yukino straightened herself with effort and looked at Sharon. "When you saw those magic circles, you should have guessed, right? After all, you did the exact same thing last time. Didn't you?" As Yukino spoke, a massive magic circle gradually appeared on the ground, completely enveloping Sharon's position. When did you?" Sharon's expression finally changed. She understood exactly what Yukino had done. Just like herself before, this woman had looked like she was being driven into a corner, when in reality she had been secretly drawing magic circles the entire time, preparing a magic formula meant to turn the tables at this very moment. But how was that possible? Just because Sharon could do it didn't mean someone else could do the same. At the very least, she was certain that if Yukino had been doing something underhanded during the fight, she would have noticed. Yukino was nothing more than a newly reincarnated devil of only a few months. Her perception was limited, her experience lacking. That was precisely why Sharon had been able to prepare her own reversal right under Yukino's nose without being discovered. But Sharon herself. She was a veteran who had survived countless battles, large and small. How could she possibly fail to notice the hidden preparations of a reincarnated devil? And she was sure of one thing: just moments ago, Yukino really had been pushed to the brink. There was no way she could have secretly prepared anything. So where did these magic circles come from? It was as if Yukino could read Sharon's thoughts. "True. Unlike you last time, I wasn't pretending to be cornered. You really did push me to my limit," Yukino said calmly. "By all logic, I shouldn't have been able to secretly prepare anything under your watch. But just because I didn't do it doesn't mean this child didn't." As she spoke, Yukino raised one hand. The surrounding frost surged. The next instant, from within the mist-like freezing air, a small, crystal-clear cat appeared, leaping onto Yukino's hand and settling there. "That's an ice spirit." Sharon recognized it at a glance. It was the familiar Yukino had contracted in the familiar forest, the ice spirit she named Fuyu. "I only realized it after forming the contract," Yukino said softly. "As an ice spirit, Fuyu doesn't just match my attribute perfectly. She can also harmonize with nature, or rather, completely blend into ice and snow. She becomes part of it, helping me control the power within the ice and snow, expanding its range and effectiveness." Yukino gently stroked Fuyu's body, a faint smile appearing on her pale face. "That's when I started wondering if I could have her help me draw magic circles within the ice and snow, preparing a magic formula to turn the tables. The magic circles you see all around us now. That's where they came from. They weren't prepared by Yukino. They were prepared by her familiar." From the very beginning, Yukino's reason for contracting a familiar had been to strengthen her combat ability. Back in the familiar forest, she had given up the more powerful frost dragon and chosen the ice spirit Fuyu instead. And now, it was clear that the sense of closeness she'd felt back then, and the choice she made, had both been right. Fuyu might not match a frost dragon in raw power, but her ability to assist Yukino's abilities and magic formula was no less valuable. "These magic formula were specially prepared just for you," Yukino said, pointing at the magic circle beneath Sharon's feet. "I practiced them for a long time. The surrounding magic circles continuously produce ice powder so fine it's invisible to the naked eye, mixing it into the air. When you breathe it in, your lungs are already slowly freezing. That freezing spreads to every corner of your body. Once the ice powder covers you, you'll gradually be frozen solid, until you can't move at all. And as for the one beneath your feet, Yukino paused. It has only one effect. She activated the magic formula within the magic circle. The surrounding frost was drawn in as if by an invisible vortex, continuously pouring into it. Ice blue light flared within the magic circle, growing brighter and stronger with each passing moment. All the frost filling this space will be absorbed and compressed to the absolute limit. When it reaches the critical point, it'll be released all at once. So why don't you guess? Yukino said quietly. After compressing this much frost to its limit, which do you think is stronger, this, or the magic formula you used last time? Looking at Yukino's pale face as she smiled, Sharon felt something inside her snap. Yukino. The nun let out a hoarse scream, only to cough up blood midway through. Her blood was mixed with shards of ice. It was obvious her body had already been filled with frost. She tried to move, tried to swing the Devil Slayer in her hands, but she still couldn't move at all. Every attempt only brought pain. Even if I had to use a bit of strategy to stall for time, Yukino said, her expression firm, the result is still my victory. She looked at Sharon, a trace of complicated emotion flashing through her eyes before quickly disappearing. This is me returning the favor from last time. Take it head on. The moment her words fell, the ice blue light within the magic circle beneath Sharon's feet reached its limit and began to overflow. Boom. In the next instant, an ice blue pillar of light shot skyward, plunging the entire space into sub-zero temperatures and swallowing Sharon whole. The pillar was made of frost compressed to the extreme. The moment it appeared, the ground around it froze at a terrifying speed. When the pillar reached the ceiling froze as well, connecting with the ice on the ground. Frost gathered along the walls, turning the entire room into an ice cavern where nothing but ice could be seen. Yukino slowly lowered her hand, her weakened body leaning back against the wall once more. She gave a faint smile. Beside her, Fuyu licked the blood and wounds on her arm, making her wince slightly. I'm fine. Don't worry. She patted Fuyu's small head and forced herself upright again. That's the way out, right? She noticed a passage where there hadn't been one before, took a deep breath, and after a short while began to move. One hand pressed against her abdomen, the other braced against the wall. Yukino slowly made her way toward the dark, bottomless passage. Behind her, the ice blue light faded away and vanished completely. In its place stood a massive ice pillar in the center of the room. The magic circle beneath it disappeared as well, as if it had never existed. Inside that ice pillar, the nun clutching her vicious blades was frozen like an ice sculpture. The sight of it was, strangely beautiful. Chapter 116, Chapter 115, Another Kind of Contract. So that's how you beat that woman, huh? After hearing the full story of how Yukino defeated Sharon, Leo looked at her with a mix of realization and a strange expression. I didn't expect you to actually go and learn that kind of thing. You really picked up something tough. As the rightful heir of the Eligos family, Leo naturally knew that their library contained knowledge like that. He'd simply never learned it himself. The reason was simple, he didn't think it suited him. Those magic formula required extremely delicate and complex techniques to construct properly. Without real talent in that area, it was hard to use them successfully, and even if you managed to activate them, it didn't mean you could use them well. In short, it was meticulous, high-precision work. Leo wasn't purely a brute force fighter. He did train technique alongside power, but only when it came to demonic power. As for magic formula, he deliberately kept his distance. Just looking at them gave him a headache. Not only did they fail to help him, they could even disrupt his thinking and make combat unnecessarily complicated. So he gave up on magic formula altogether and focused on training and refining his demonic power. Now that he possessed Zenith Tempest, a sacred gear capable of fully commanding nature itself, there was even less reason for him to bother with magic formula that merely imitated supernatural phenomena. At present, Leo focused on only two areas, demonic power as a devil, and the sacred gear within his body. Originally, Yukino should have been the same, training only her demonic power and sacred gear. Yet for the sake of defeating Sharon, she'd gone and learned magic formula anyway. Well, they were just sitting there, Yukino replied calmly. Since I saw them, I figured I might as well learn them. Maybe they'd come in handy someday. It's a shame, though. Everyone in our family is a sacred gear user. They all train their sacred gear. Asuna only practices swordsmanship because she's a swordsman. No one studies magic, so there's no one I can really discuss it with. At present, aside from Leo and Yukino, the rest of the Eligos servants were almost entirely focused on training their sacred gear. Yutaha and Mahiru only trained their sacred gear and rarely used demonic power at all, treating it purely as fuel. They were pure sacred gear users, so magic was completely out of the question. Neither of them had even glanced at that kind of knowledge. Asuna focused on swordsmanship, while also practicing how to use her sacred gear. She barely touched demonic power or magic either. Only Leo and Yukino trained both sacred gear and demonic power, and even then, neither of them had formally studied magic. If you're really interested in magic, Leo said, you can always discuss it with a magician you contract with later. You don't need to look for that within your servants. That made Yukino freeze. Contract, with a magician? A magician, she asked, confused. What do you mean? Leo slapped his forehead. Looks like you haven't finished reading the library yet. Or you skipped that part. Otherwise, you wouldn't be asking that. Then he began to explain. Devils do contract with magicians. It's different from our usual devil business, and also different from a familiar contract. It's a mutually beneficial agreement. The relationship between devils and magicians went back a long way, so long that even ordinary people knew something about it. In all kinds of stories, magicians would summon devils through rituals, borrowing their power to fight or achieve certain goals. Those were the earliest legends of devil summoning, long before the modern stories of humans calling on devils for wishes. Because of that, devils and magicians had been forming contracts with each other since ancient times. Magicians summoned devils and paid a price to form a contract. Devils, in return, helped fulfill the magician's needs. In form, it wasn't much different from granting ordinary people's wishes. The difference was that ordinary humans only wanted desires fulfilled, while magicians were after the benefits devils themselves could provide. The most basic benefit was combat. Magicians skilled in summoning magic could contract powerful devils and call them forth to fight at critical moments. Then there was research. Magicians spent their entire lives pursuing magic. Many of them sought devil knowledge and techniques to further their studies. A lot of modern magic had originally been created by ancient magicians who analyzed demonic power and developed spells from it. For all these reasons, contracts between devils and magicians had long since become the norm. Every year, large numbers of newly active magicians and devils entered into such contracts. Once we officially start our activities, Leo said, it probably won't be long before magicians come looking to contract with us. For magicians, contracting with us might just be one step in their research. For us devils, it's also a form of business. Contracts with ordinary humans and contracts with magicians lead to different results, but the form is the same. We take payment and fulfill their needs. In this line of work, devils who can handle both well are considered excellent. Since you're interested in magic, if you meet a good magician in the future, you could exchange knowledge through a contract. Learn from each other and grow together. That, in fact, was how the magic formula knowledge ended up in the Eligos family library in the first place. Leo himself wasn't interested, but contracting with magicians was a very important part of devil business. It was something he wouldn't be able to avoid in the future. If Yukino truly wanted to pursue magic, it would be worth planning carefully. Let's talk about it when the time comes. Yukino had been a little tempted, but remembering that the attackers they faced earlier that day included magicians as well, she shook her head. I'm interested in magic formula, sure, but right now I should focus on demonic power and my sacred gear. Those are my strengths, and I have talent there. There's no need to put the cart before the horse. Hearing that, Leo smiled. As long as you've thought it through. He stood up. All right, I won't bother you anymore. Get some proper rest. He placed the peeled apple into Yukino's hand, waved, and left the room. Yukino didn't stop him. She watched his back disappear, then looked down at the apple in her hand. That peeling job is awful. But it tastes pretty good. Muttering to herself, she took a bite anyway. After finishing the apple, Yukino lay down. Her eyelids slowly closed, and she drifted into sleep. On the other side, after leaving Yukino's room, Leo went to check on the other servants. Compared to Yukino, the other three were mostly healed and in no real danger. Still, the exhaustion from the day's battle had caught up to them, and all three were already asleep. Mahiru in particular had only been reincarnated as a devil for less than half a month. She hadn't even fully adapted to daytime life before being thrown into such a brutal battle. The former angel was utterly exhausted, physically, in terms of demonic power, and mentally as well. Even while sleeping, her brows were tightly furrowed, like she was trapped in a nightmare. It was hard not to feel sorry for her. You did well. Get some good rest. Leo gently smoothed her brow and quietly left her room. In the old school building, it seemed everyone else was asleep too. The day's attack had taken a heavy toll on everyone, even those who weren't injured were completely worn out. Only Rias and Sona were still awake, standing guard outside the rooms of Yodokiba and Ruruko Nimura, their faces filled with worry. How are they doing? Leo asked as he approached. Not good, Sona said with a sigh. They haven't been purified, but there's no sign of improvement either. They still haven't regained consciousness and remain in a coma. With our current treatment methods, Rias added, arms crossed, clearly in a bad mood, keeping them alive is already our limit. We'll have to wait for the tears of the Phoenix to arrive before their injuries can truly heal. The tears of the Phoenix haven't arrived yet. Leo frowned. Should I go to the underworld and bring them back for you? No, that won't be necessary, Sona said, shaking her head. We've already contacted our Mao directly. The request for the Tears of the Phoenix is being expedited. They should arrive soon. That's good, Leo nodded. If there's anything I can help with, don't hesitate to ask. You've already helped us more than enough, Ria said, looking at him as her expression softened. If it weren't for you and your servants, we might not have made it back this time, let alone with everyone intact. We owe you a lot. Honestly, we should be thanking you. Equals dash 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 equals. Chapter 117, Chapter 116, Good things always belong to someone else. Rias owed Leo big time. So did Sona. Both of them had survived because of Leo. And it wasn't only them. If Leo's servants hadn't been there to help, it was hard to say whether their own servants would have made it out alive. Yutaha, Mahiru, and Asuna had stood out the most during the attack. Because of their actions, most of the Gremory servants and Citri servants managed to get through the crisis without serious injuries. As for those who hadn't teamed up with Leo's servants, Yudo Kiba and Ruruko Nimura didn't even need to be mentioned. They were still unconscious, not yet out of the danger zone. Even Akino Himejima and Tsubaki, the two queen peaceholders, had barely survived. Their injuries were severe, second only to Yukino, Kiba, and Ruruko. So, whether emotionally or logically, both Rias and Sona owed Leo their thanks. Leo himself, however, didn't think much of it. Even without me, you wouldn't have fallen here. He said it casually, but he genuinely believed it. He trusted Rias's strength. He trusted Sona's intellect. More than that, he trusted their place in the original story. No matter how bad things got, they would always find a way out. They were part of the main cast, after all. If they fell to something this minor, it would be embarrassing. Even more dangerous and terrifying events were waiting for them in the future. If they couldn't handle something like this, how could they deal with the kind of incidents that would shake history itself? Still, thanks are necessary, Ria said softly. Even if not for me, then for my adorable servants. She didn't know what Leo was thinking. She looked at him deeply and said it sincerely. Unfortunately, our match can't be completed now. After the old Mao faction's attack, Rias understood something very clearly. If she really had fought Leo during the day, she would have lost, she would have lost 10 times out of 10. There was no helping it. She could never have imagined that the men in front of her had already broken through the high-class devil level and reached ultimate-class devil territory. And he already had 8 wings. He had hidden it far too well. And that wasn't even the most shocking part. The most unbelievable thing was his identity as a sacred gear user. Zenith Tempest. The Longinus ranked second in the world, second only to the legendary strongest holy spear. A sacred gear said to command weather and nature, even capable of influencing the world itself. I never imagined you were its host. Even though she had already been shocked once, Ria still couldn't hide the awe in her voice when talking about it again. Who could have imagined it? Not long ago, the man standing before her had only barely advanced to high-class devil. He was regarded as a pure-blood devil, but in truth, he was a genuine mixed blood of the new generation. Then his mutated trait awakened, and he skyrocketed in strength, on top of that, becoming the host of such a terrifying sacred gear. Yeah. You really hit it well. Even Sona was looking at Leo now, her tone unusually subdued. She had thought she understood Leo better than anyone else. And yet, he had kept something this big from her. Don't look at me like that, Leo said with a dry laugh. I was just being careful. He could handle Rias's amazement, but Sona's never-before-seen resentful gaze was harder to deal with. Because of my mutated trait, I was already high-profile enough, Leo explained. If I'd exposed the fact that I'm the host of Zenith Tempest on top of that, I probably wouldn't have had a moment of peace in Chiba. Chiba wasn't some remote backwater, but it wasn't an especially important place either. Otherwise, Leo wouldn't have been able to act so freely there before even reaching high-class devil, smoothly building his devil business and thriving without resistance. That was because Chiba wasn't like Kuo Town. It wasn't devil territory, it was under the church's influence. And the church's local strength had its limits. Even under the church's pressure, Leo had managed to flourish. That alone showed how constrained their power there was. In that situation, revealing some of his uniqueness and strength was harmless. It only made the church wary, discouraging them from suppressing him too hard. That much was obvious from how the church stopped targeting him after he became a high-class devil. At that point, aside from Sharon, the crazy woman, no one in the Chiba church wanted to clash with him head-on. But if Leo had revealed everything, the church would have reported it to headquarters. Once that happened, stronger forces would be stationed in Chiba. Even heaven might respond, possibly sending down high-ranking angels. On top of that, not all devils were Leo's allies. There were fallen angels lurking in the shadows who were extremely interested in sacred gears. Naturally, Leo wanted to grow stronger before exposing Zenith Tempest. Thanks to the old malfaction, I'm completely exposed now, Leo said with a shrug, looking helpless. Rias and Sona exchanged glances. They both understood his concerns. You really are too eye-catching now, Sona said. After her earlier resentment faded, worry replaced it. Being the host of Zenith Tempest is shocking enough, but your servants are all abnormal too. Blade Blacksmith and Create World are already rare and powerful sacred gears. Yet Asuna and Yudaha aren't even the most terrifying ones among your servants. Incinerate Anthem and Absolute Demise. Ranked 8th and 11th among the Longinus. Even if they can't compare to Zenith Tempest, they're still Longinus, each with the potential to disrupt the balance of power. So many rare and powerful sacred gears gathered in one place, Sona continued. Whether it's Heaven or Grigori, they'll definitely be alarmed. Just thinking about all of them being on the same team felt absurd. For outsiders who learned of this suddenly, it would be even more unbelievable. A small new generation devil group that hadn't even officially debuted yet. Only 5 people. And among them, 3 Longinus and 2 of the rarest sacred gears. Any one of these sacred gears appearing alone would attract massive attention and prompt action from the 3 major factions. 5 together was outright asking for trouble. Grigori would absolutely make a move. Researching sacred gears was their specialty. Heaven would too. At the very least, the Church would take major action. Otherwise, it would be an insult to the Holy Cross and Holy Swords. Incinerate Anthem and Blade Blacksmith, one was among the 3 great holy relics, and the other was a sacred gear capable of creating holy swords. Both were things the Church desperately wanted and deeply cared about. If they didn't act under these circumstances, that would be far more suspicious. You need to be careful, Leo, Rias said seriously. From now on, you'll be a priority target for all 3 factions. Trouble may already be on its way. You must be cautious in everything you do. Honestly, you should return to the underworld, Sona suggested. At least it'll be safer on our own turf. Both of them were thinking sincerely for his sake, and that warmth eased Leo's heart a little. But he still shook his head and gave them a reassuring look. I'm not who I used to be, Leo said with a confident smile. I wouldn't call myself unbeatable, but I'm not someone anyone can just push around anymore. Unless one of Heaven's 4 seraphim or the fallen angels' governor personally steps in, if I want to leave, no one can stop me. As an 8-winged devil, once he activated Zenith Tempest, he could even challenge 10-winged opponents. Even if top-ranking angels or fallen angel executives acted, he could still barely hold his own. To truly capture him, anything short of a 12-winged existence at the highest level was impossible. And at that level, Heaven only had the 4 seraphim. Among the fallen angels, there was only the governor, at most, the deputy governor as well. The remaining 6 executives were all 10-winged at best. They could suppress Leo, but crushing him outright and capturing him alive was out of the question. And that was without Leo even using his true trump card. Although he claimed that everything was exposed now that Zenith Tempest had been revealed, the truth was different. After taking in Mahiru as a servant, Leo had already gained new power, an entirely new hidden card. Lately, he had been quietly refining it, preparing for a moment to shock the world. If those who were watching him thought he had already revealed everything and came knocking, Leo would make sure to give them a very memorable surprise. As long as you know what you're doing. Seeing Leo so confident, Sona guessed he had his reasons. She opened her mouth, then closed it again, finally just nodding. Rias watched Leo, full of confidence. Then she glanced at Sona, who silently expressed her trust in him. For some reason, Rias suddenly felt a little envious. Compared to herself, Sona really was amazing. She had defeated her former fiancé with her own strength, annulled her engagement, and then met someone so powerful and outstanding. Compared to her own current helplessness, Sona was far more capable. Unfortunately, good things always belong to someone else. Rias sighed quietly to herself and said nothing more. Equals dash 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 equals. Chapter 118, Chapter 117, suddenly feeling like running away. The night passed quietly. Morning arrived in the blink of an eye, chasing away the chill of the darkness. It was still a holiday, so Koa Academy showed none of its usual bustle. No students were around, only a few teachers and staff walking the grounds, keeping the campus from feeling completely deserted. Naturally, no one knew that more than a dozen people were living in the old school building. The location was secluded to begin with, and hardly anyone ever came by. Even with 3 servant groups moving around inside, it wouldn't attract attention. Leo Eligos took the opportunity to get a bit of sleep, recovering his energy and shaking off the exhaustion from the previous day. After waking up, just as he was about to check on his own servants, a familiar suddenly appeared in front of him and led him toward a room at the end of the second-floor hallway. A sign hung on the door. Occult Affairs Club. Clearly, this was Rias's clubroom. The familiar vanished after leading him there, making it obvious that Rias had called for him. Leo stepped forward and knocked. Rias's voice soon came from inside. "Please come in." Hearing that, Leo didn't hesitate. He pushed the door open and walked into the Occult Affairs Club room. It was a rather old-fashioned office. The space wasn't large, but it carried an air of mystery. There were only a few sofas and desks inside, yet all of them were lavish, luxury items at a glance. Even if they weren't antiques, they were clearly top-brand pieces. Still, the most eye-catching things in the room weren't the furniture or the retro decorations. It was the strange writing covering nearly every corner. Leo recognized it at once. They were devil inscriptions, ancient characters that would activate and produce effects once infused with demonic power. As for what they did exactly, he couldn't tell without examining them carefully. But the enormous circular formation in the center of the room, occupying most of the floor, was impossible to mistake. He had one in his own basement. There was another in the Occult Affairs Club room at Sobu High. And there had been one in the student council office he visited yesterday. A magic circle used for spatial teleportation. At this moment, it was glowing faintly, as if someone on the other end was preparing to arrive. Rias and Sona were gathered in front of the magic circle, with Akino Himejima and Tsubaki standing behind them, clearly there to receive a guest. Leo. Eligos-sama. As soon as Leo entered, Rias and Sona looked over and called out to him. Leo-sama. Akino and Tsubaki bowed respectfully toward him. "You two are already okay?" Leo asked as he stepped forward, giving Akino and Tsubaki a once-over. "Yes, we're fine now. Thank you for your concern." Both women smiled at him. One had a gentle, Yamato Nadeshiko-like smile, while the other's was faint and cool. After a full day, the two queen piece holders truly seemed to have recovered. There was no trace of their earlier disheveled state. No visible injuries remained. Their clothes were neat and elegant, their beauty intact, making it hard to believe that just yesterday they had been battered and covered in blood. "That's good," Leo said. Seeing that they were fine, he didn't dwell on it and turned his attention to Rias and Sona. "So, who's coming?" At first, Leo thought it might be a devil delivering Phoenix tears. But after a moment's thought, that didn't make sense. If it were just a regular devil delivering something, there'd be no need for Rias and Sona to personally bring their queen piece holders here, much less send a familiar to summon him. That level of formality meant only one thing. Whoever was coming wasn't ordinary. And sure enough. "We just received word," Sona said, "that a Mao will be arriving in person." "Mao?" Leo blurted out. A Mao was the supreme leader and guide of the devil race, the highest-ranking existence among devils. Especially the current four great Mao. Even though the old Mao faction mocked them as false Mao, when it came to strength alone, all four had surpassed the old Mao without exception. None of the old Mao's descendants could compare to them. They were once the pride of the great devil families, the ones who led the reformist faction to defeat the old Mao faction and establish the current devil regime. Without them, there would be no present-day devil society, and no fragile balance between the three major factions. For hundreds of years after the old Mao faction's defeat, these four had worked tirelessly to keep the devil world running. They were the four pillars holding everything up. Losing even one of them would be a devastating blow to the entire devil race. And now, one of those figures was coming here. "Who is it?" Leo asked nervously. "Don't tell me it's Leviathan-sama." Leo wasn't unfamiliar with Mao. When he advanced to high-class devil and received his evil pieces, only to awaken a mutated trait that resonated with them, the current Mao responsible for evil pieces, Ajuka Beelzebub, had personally appeared and spoken with him briefly. But aside from Ajuka Beelzebub, Leo hadn't met any of the other Mao. If it were Lucifer or Asmodeus, he wouldn't be this tense. But Leviathan. That was another story. He'd heard more than once that Seraphol was displeased with how close he was to Sona, and had even messed with him over it, causing him no small amount of trouble. If it was that Mao coming, Leo suddenly felt like running away. "Relax," Sona said, seeing his expression. She wasn't sure whether to laugh or sigh. "It's not my sister. It's Rias's older brother who's coming." "Rias's brother?" Leo froze, then turned to Rias. "Surzex." Rias didn't speak. She simply nodded. Leo immediately sighed of relief, followed by a surge of anticipation. Surzex Lucifer. That was a legendary name. Lucifer wasn't a title just anyone could inherit. He was the progenitor of devils, the first Mao, the strongest among the four great Mao, and the son of Lilith, the mother of devils recorded in history. After the first Lucifer's death, his son became a super devil but failed to hold onto the title of Mao and fled. In the end, it was Surzex Gremory, who personally slew the sons of the first Beelzebub and first Asmodeus, who inherited the name and became the strongest Mao in the current devil world. In the original story, he was the strongest devil to appear. When he unleashed his true form, even gods were shaken. His strength was considered to be within the top 10 in the world. The thought of meeting such a figure filled Leo with anticipation. "He's here," Rias said suddenly. Everyone's attention snapped to the glowing magic circle. The next instant, light burst forth, and two figures gradually took shape within it. They were striking in every sense of the word. A man and a woman. The man stood slightly ahead, clearly the one in command. The woman stood behind him, like an attendant. Both possessed an aura that set them apart from ordinary beings. The man wore luxurious attire and had the same vivid crimson hair as Rias. Tall and refined, he radiated an otherworldly elegance. The woman had long silver hair and wore a maid outfit. Despite that, her noble presence and powerful aura were impossible to conceal. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Seeing them, everyone present bowed in unison. "Greetings, our most honored Mao, Lucifer-sama." Yes. The man before them was the strongest existence in the current devil world. Sirs Lucifer. Sirs stepped out of the magic circle with his maid attendant and looked over everyone present. His eyes weren't red, but a clear sky blue. His gaze was gentle, making him seem more like a refined noble than the king of devils. His eyes swept across the room, pausing briefly on Leo. A flash of crimson passed through those blue eyes before they softened even further. "There's no need for formalities," Sirs said. His voice matched his demeanor, warm, courteous, and reassuring. "There are no outsiders here. Just us. Let's set aside the complicated etiquette." He smiled. "Think of me as a doting older brother visiting his sister, or a neighbor dropping by." "Yes," everyone replied. The atmosphere relaxed noticeably. After all, he really was Rias's brother, and he had visited them before. Outside of public settings, it was easy to feel at ease around him. Except for one person. "You must be Leo Eligos," Sirs said, turning to the only face he hadn't seen before, his smile widening. "This is our first meeting. I'm Sirs Lucifer. I look forward to getting along with you." Leo smiled back. "Likewise, Lucifer-sama." Chapter 119, Chapter 118, The Ouroboros. Sirs really did act like a caring older brother visiting his sister, or a friendly neighbor dropping by. He didn't put on any airs at all and quickly struck up a conversation with everyone. He didn't jump straight into official business, nor did he immediately ask about what happened the day before. Instead, he asked Rias and the others how they were doing in the human world, whether they were enjoying school, and if they'd run into any difficulties in their daily lives. He felt far less like a Mao and far more like an overly concerned parent. Of course, he also hadn't forgotten that his sister's servants, and her childhood friend's servants, were still waiting to be saved. "We've brought the Phoenix Tears with us," Sirs said. As soon as he spoke, the silver-haired maid who had been quietly following behind him stepped forward. "Lady Rias, Lady Sona, these are the Phoenix Tears." The silver-haired maid took out a small box and opened it, revealing two tiny bottles inside. Almost instantly, Leo sensed it. The bottles were overflowing with life force, pulsing with astonishing vitality. "So this is Phoenix Tears?" Leo murmured. It was his first time seeing this legendary healing medicine, and he couldn't help taking a closer look. Rias and Sona, on the other hand, seemed familiar with it. They stepped up to the silver-haired maid. "Thanks, Graphia," Rias said, nodding. "Thank you for the trouble, Lady Graphia," Sona added respectfully. That difference in attitude was only natural. This woman wasn't just an ordinary maid. Put simply, she was Rias's sister-in-law. Her name was Graphia Lucifuge, Sirs' queen piece and his wife. She came from the Lucifuge house, a family that once served the old Mao Lucifer. Centuries ago, they had stood with the old Mao faction against the reformists. Yet on the battlefield, she fell in love with the reformist hero Sirs Gremory. After overcoming countless trials, they came together. Now, she was known as the strongest queen piece in the underworld, hailed as the silver-haired annihilation queen. At Leo's current level, he could vaguely sense it. The terrifying demonic power flowing within her body. It surpassed Mao class, and was comparable to, if not greater than, the Chaos Karma Dragon, Tiamat that Leo had once encountered in the familiar forest. Put simply, the silver-haired maid standing before him was very likely an existence beyond Mao class. Leo wasn't surprised. After all, Graphia was widely regarded as someone who could contend with the current Mao Leviathan, Seraphal Citri, for the title of strongest female devil. If not for political circumstances, one of the Mao seats might very well have belonged to her. Miyamoto Musashi had once said that there were only two women she truly admired. One was her current master, Seraphal Leviathan. The other was Graphia Lucifuge. She had even challenged both of them, especially Graphia, more than once. As for the results, I got absolutely destroyed. Ha ha ha. That was what Miyamoto Musashi had said at the time, scratching her head with a foolish grin, leaving everyone speechless. That alone spoke volumes about just how strong the silver-haired maid really was. Even now, the current Mao Leviathan still regarded her as a formidable rival. Standing face to face with one of the strongest female devils in the underworld, Leo had only one thought. Confirmed. Definitely someone I can't mess with. Absolutely certain of that, Leo promptly stopped looking at her. Meanwhile, the moment Rias and Sona received the phoenix tears, they were eager to give them to their servants. However, with a Mao present, they couldn't simply leave. So they handed the phoenix tears to their queen peaceholders, asking them to go treat Yudokiba and Ruruko Nimura first. Surzex also had Grafia accompany them, in case any help was needed. Soon, only the three king peaceholders of the new generation devils and Surzex the Mao remained. I've already read your reports, Surzex said, finally growing serious. But I'd still like to hear a detailed account directly from you. It was clear he placed great importance on this incident, or rather, on the old Mao faction. Could you report it to me in person? I'll do it, Sona said, adjusting her glasses as she stepped forward. She began recounting the events of the previous day to Surzex. Her explanation was far more detailed than the written report, especially the words spoken by Leifei. Sona repeated nearly every sentence, afraid she might overlook even the smallest clue. Rias occasionally added details from her own perspective and supplemented the information gathered from their servants. Surzex listened intently the entire time, occasionally asking questions but never interrupting the flow of the report. As for Leo, he knew he wasn't as meticulous as the two of them, especially with Sona present, so he didn't interject at all, leaving the discussion to them. However, Surzex had no intention of ignoring him. After listening to Rias and Sona finish, Surzex went quiet for a moment. Then he suddenly turned to Leo. May I call you Leo? The gentle question caught Leo slightly off guard. Of course. Please, just call me Leo, he replied quickly. Surzex smiled. Then, Leo, do you think there was anything particularly noteworthy about this old Mao faction attack, he asked. Or perhaps, did you notice anything unusual? Anything is fine. Just tell me what stood out to you, Surzex encouraged. Leo raised an eyebrow. After some thought, he decided to reveal a little. The thing that stood out the most was whatever that idiot from the Trix house swallowed, Leo said. That item was clearly abnormal. It pushed someone who was only 8-winged beyond his limits, giving him power comparable to a 10-winged ultimate class devil. I've never seen such an absurd boost from any method, except a Longinus. In the past, Leo had mentioned the future one of the two heavenly dragons, the Red Dragon Emperor. When he was still a low-class devil, his power doubled every 10 seconds. After 2 minutes, it reached 8,190 times its original strength. Yet even that nearly 10,000-fold increase only allowed him to unleash an attack on the level of a high-class devil. That proved how insurmountable the gap between two tiers truly was. Even a single-tier difference meant a disparity of dozens or even hundreds of times in power, making cross-tier battles extraordinarily difficult. A Longinus could achieve such feats, which was why it was considered a power that disrupted balance. But if something other than a Longinus could do the same, it was impossible not to take it seriously. So I'd like to ask you, Surzex-sama, Leo continued, subtly guiding the conversation. Based on your knowledge, what kinds of enhancement methods could overturn such a level gap? Surzex fell into thought. A trace of gloom flashed through his eyes, as if he'd recalled something unpleasant, but it quickly vanished. It's not that such methods don't exist, he said slowly. But the ones I know of don't match what you described Leifei using. Leo understood immediately. Surzex either couldn't imagine it, or didn't dare to. In that case, I can tell you what was inside that bottle Leifei took out, Leo said, meeting Surzex's gaze. It was a black serpent in gaseous form. He spoke each word clearly. A black serpent biting its own tail, the snake. The Ouroboros. The moment he said it, Surzex's expression changed. The Ouroboros? Not just Surzex, even Rias and Sona paled. That isn't. Calm down. Surzex's once gentle voice carried a hint of sternness, and an imperceptible pressure that instantly settled Rias and Sona down. A heavy silence filled the occult research club room. Surzex remained silent, his expression shifting as he pondered something. After a while, he exhaled softly and returned to his usual demeanor. Thank you for your help, Leo, Surzex said sincerely. Leo shook his head. I'm glad it could help. Leo knew Surzex had already realized something, and understood what kind of existence was lurking behind this. He didn't dare say more. Those truths were secrets among secrets. Even the three major factions were still unaware. Only the fallen angel's governor had sensed something amiss and begun investigating in secret. If Leo revealed something that even the three factions hadn't noticed, it would only invite suspicion toward himself. So he could only point out the most crucial piece. The Ouroboros. That symbol alone was enough. After all, in the entire world, there was only one existence that could truly bear that name. I'll inform the Devil World's upper echelon immediately and convene a focused discussion, Surzek said, looking around the room. During this time, all of you must be extra cautious. Don't let yourselves be targeted again and dragged into danger. Yes, Rias and Sona replied together, nodding. Would you accompany me for a walk? Surzek then turned to Leo and extended the invitation. As if he'd expected it, Leo accepted without hesitation. It would be my honor. == 500p.s for extra chapter. == Chapter 120, Chapter 119, Annihilation Maker. An alternate dimension. The heart of the labyrinth. The Master's Chamber. In a place that had only become a battlefield yesterday, a magic circle appeared out of nowhere. Two figures stepped out of it. So this is where you were forcibly transferred yesterday. The moment he arrived, Surzek swept his gaze across the surroundings, carefully observing the entire Master's Chamber as if trying to discern something hidden within it. This is the core of the labyrinth space, Leo explained as he stood beside Surzek, pointing toward one of the newly appeared passageways. It seems to be set up so that only the master of this alternate space can freely control it. Unless someone can break the space itself and interfere with it directly, they can't affect anything here or its operating mechanisms. These passageways only appeared after I killed Lafii Trix and became the master of this place. Whenever I thought about rushing to other rooms to support the others, they automatically appeared. It was only then that Leo realized the Master's Chamber was the only room that could connect to every other room in the labyrinth space. The other rooms usually had just a single passageway, leading only to one specific room, with no way to reach anywhere else. Put simply, this chamber wasn't just the core of the alternate space, it was its true center. Any room could lead here. As long as someone, like Leo, Rias, or Sona, cleared the trials of 5 rooms in one go, they could reach this place. Unfortunately, the old Malfaction's attack had been fierce. Aside from Leo, Rias, and Sona, no one else made it past the 3rd room. They never had the chance to reach this far. Luckily, Leo defeated Lafii and gained control of this alternate space. Otherwise, the servants might really have died in this labyrinth, never able to return to the outside world. I think I understand the situation now. Surzek walked around the Master's Chamber once before nodding. This alternate space was specially made. It doesn't use devil technology, nor that of heaven or the fallen angels. It should be the work of stray magicians. And the old Malfaction has likely formed alliances with more mysterious forces we don't know about. Surzek rubbed his temples and sighed. We were careless. The fact that the old Malfaction managed to do all this right under their noses was, at its core, a failure on their part. They had been too lax with a faction that had laid low for centuries, never realizing it had secretly been in contact, and cooperation, with so many hidden forces. And that wasn't even the biggest problem. Based on what Leo had mentioned earlier, those hidden forces were likely backed by something terrifying beyond imagination. As unwilling as he was to believe it, there was a strong chance that these people all belonged to the same organization. That was truly bad news. Let's take a look around elsewhere, Surzek suggested. Sure, Leo replied without hesitation. The two of them entered different rooms together, witnessing the trials within and personally experiencing the traps laid inside. If the devils of the old Malfaction, the stray magicians, and the many magical beasts hadn't already been wiped out, they might have felt firsthand the dangers Leo's servants faced yesterday. Many of the corpses from yesterday's battle still remained. These became Surzek's main focus of investigation. Leo didn't think there was much to learn from them, but Surzek examined everything with great care, and gained quite a few valuable insights. The origins of those stray magicians are still unclear. We'll need a thorough investigation to determine where they came from, Surzek said. But as for these devils from the old Malfaction, judging by their demonic power traits and physical characteristics, some were loyalists from centuries ago. Others are stray devils who vanished long ago and have been on our wanted lists. And some are devils from the current Devil Society. Surzek's words made Leo pause, then understand immediately. You mean, there are devils in today's Devil Society who betrayed us and secretly defected to the old Malfaction? Yes, Surzek replied with another sigh. Though it hasn't been fully confirmed yet, that's most likely the case. Looks like things are going to get busy once we're back. If traitors had appeared among their own people, it was obvious the devil world wouldn't know peace for quite some time. Surzek and the other Mao would definitely conduct a thorough investigation of the major devil families to see who else had betrayed them. What about those magical beasts? Leo asked, his interest piqued by how much Surzek had uncovered. He pointed at the remains nearby. Can you tell where they came from? Surzek was silent for a moment before answering. These magical beasts show extremely obvious signs of artificial creation. I suspect they weren't captured elsewhere by the old Mao faction or the stray magicians. Someone created them and handed them over for use. The moment he said that, something clicked in Leo's mind. Could it be? Annihilation Maker. Annihilation Maker. A sacred gear capable of creating all kinds of magical beasts. Not only was it a sacred gear, it was also one of the 4 highest-ranking Longinus, on the same level as Zenith Tempest. It ranked 3rd among the Longinus, second only to Zenith Tempest. Its ability allowed the user to create various magical beasts through imagination alone. As long as the user was powerful enough, they could create an entire army of magical beasts and sweep through major factions. Because of that, it was considered a world-altering sacred gear and was ultimately ranked 3rd among the Longinus, becoming one of the 4 highest-tier Longinus. It's very possible, Surzek said gravely. While there are technologies that allow for artificial breeding of magical beasts, producing such a massive number would require an enormous amount of resources. Only one of the 4 highest-ranking Longinus, Annihilation Maker, can create magical beasts purely through imagination, without consuming any resources at all. All it needs is a user with sufficiently rich and powerful imagination. That's what makes it truly terrifying. If the one supplying the old Mao faction with all these magical beasts is the host of Annihilation Maker, then it strongly suggests they're part of that mysterious organization as well. This wasn't something that could be taken lightly. An existence capable of casually creating an army of magical beasts joining an underground organization and becoming an enemy of the devil world was nothing but bad news. Surzek knew he had to take this matter far more seriously. It was a good thing we came here to investigate, he said, turning to Leo. Otherwise, we would have missed a lot of critical clues and intelligence. The ownership of this alternate space can be transferred manually, right? Yes. It just takes a bit of work, Leo replied with a nod. Are you planning to have me transfer ownership to you? Exactly. I want to have more professionals come in to investigate it thoroughly, Surzek said honestly. Of course, this alternate space is your spoils of war. I won't ask you to give it up for nothing. How about this, I'll have someone create another alternate space of equal value and exchange it with you. Without any hesitation, Leo nodded. I agree to the exchange. The labyrinth space was impressive, but it was ultimately something created by the enemy. Leo wouldn't dare use it casually. What if there were hidden backdoors or unknown traps left behind? That would just be inviting trouble. Even if Surzek hadn't suggested transferring ownership, Leo wouldn't have used this place lightly anyway. Given that, exchanging something he couldn't safely use for an equally valuable space he could use with peace of mind was an easy decision. At that moment, Surzek became the new master of the labyrinth space. Leo immediately transferred ownership of the alternate space to him. Thank you for your understanding, Surzek said, his previously heavy expression easing as a gentle smile returned. Just as Ajuka said, you're a very sensible kid. Oh. Leo said in surprise. Ajuka. Beelzebub-sama mentioned me to you. Of course, Surzek replied with a smile. The day you advanced to a high-class devil and awakened your mutated trait, Ajuka came to me personally. He was unusually excited, saying he'd found an interesting research subject. Your devil trait didn't just mutate, it also formed an unknown connection with the evil pieces he developed, causing mysterious changes in them. Since then, he's been secretly keeping an eye on you. Especially whenever you use evil pieces, he pays close attention and collects data. This time, he specifically asked me to remind you of one thing, Surzek added seriously. Be careful. Don't let yourself be watched by someone with ill intent. Equals dash equals dash equals dash equals dash equals. Sorry for the delay. 500p.s for extra chapter. Equals dash equals dash equals dash equals dash equals. Chapter 121, Chapter 120, we'll take care of it for you. Leo had known for a long time that Ajuka Beelzebub had been quietly keeping an eye on him. There was no helping it. His servant conversion trait needed an external medium to function, and evil pieces just happened to be the perfect medium for it. Given that Ajuka Beelzebub was the developer of evil pieces, it would have been strange if he wasn't paying attention to Leo. On the day Leo received evil pieces and awakened his mutated trait, he was summoned by Ajuka Beelzebub for that very reason. Come to think of it, Ajuka had been the first person to learn about the existence of Leo's servant conversion trait, and about what made his evil pieces different from the rest. That day, Leo chose to tell Ajuka everything, trading full disclosure for the underworld's attention, resources, and support. Thanks to that, Leo went from being a complete nobody to becoming a key figure under close watch in the devil world, and a large part of that was due to the current Mao, Beelzebub, working behind the scenes. Without a Mao backing him, Leo had no doubt that when Yukino, a Longinus holder, was exposed within his territory, other devils might not have dared to make a move openly due to the rules, but they definitely would have tried shady methods behind the scenes to steal away his intended servant. In this world, background and influence mattered just as much as strength. At a stage where his power was still insufficient, having a Mao supporting him was undeniably a good thing. That might also be why the old Mao faction had set their sights on him, viewing him as one of Ajuka Beelzebub's people. But at the same time, it was precisely because of Ajuka's presence that Tiamat, the Chaos Karma Dragon, had valued Leo more highly in the familiar forest. Seeing his potential, she gave him the chance to obtain a servant that truly suited him. Whether it was a blessing or a curse depended on how one looked at it. Still, Leo hadn't expected Mao Beelzebub to specifically have Surzex come and warn him. "You should be well aware of the situation you're in now, right?" Surzex said when he noticed Leo deep in thought. "I more or less get it," Leo nodded. "Rias and Sona have talked to me about it too. I've probably already caught the attention of the church, the fallen angels, and even heaven." He didn't mention whether anyone in the devil world itself might also be watching him. That would have been a bit too sensitive to say in front of the strongest Mao. But Surzex clearly understood it anyway. After the news reached the underworld, the higher-ups took this very seriously and made a few suggestions. Surzex said calmly. "I figured you wouldn't accept them, so I rejected them on your behalf." Surzex didn't explain further, but Leo understood perfectly. Some people had probably tried to abuse their authority, hoping to gain something from him, only to be stopped by Surzex or Ajuka. "As far as devils are concerned, we're keeping an eye on things for you," Surzex said, his expression growing more serious. "At the very least, they won't dare act openly. But when it comes to heaven and the fallen angels, even if we step in, we can't guarantee we'll block all malicious intent." Zenith Tempest, Incinerate Anthem, and Absolute Demise, 3 Longinus gathered around a newly awakened devil. No matter how you look at it, that's bound to draw attention. Especially from the fallen angels. That governor who founded Grigori is obsessed with the sacred gear system created by God. It's said he's cultivated quite a few powerful sacred gear users under him, including multiple Longinus holders. You showing up will definitely pique that fallen angel governor's interest. Leo had already known all this, but hearing the warning directly from the strongest Mao still weighed heavily on him. That fallen angel governor held a pivotal position even in the original story, and Leo knew him fairly well. He thought he had enough leeway to deal with it, but now he felt he shouldn't be so blindly confident. That man wasn't just forward-thinking and extraordinarily capable, he was also the most knowledgeable being in this world when it came to sacred gears, a fanatic researcher. And at the same time, he was the governor of the fallen angels, a highest-ranking 12-winged fallen angel. His strength rivaled a Mao's, and if he used the fruits of his long research, he could even contend with Mao-class beings. He was absolutely not someone Leo could face right now. What if that man truly harbored ill intent? What if he decided to use force instead of talking things through? The thought filled him with an unprecedented sense of urgency. He really hadn't taken this seriously enough before. "What do you think I should do?" Leo asked, lifting his gaze to meet Surzex's, sincerely seeking advice. "The best option would naturally be returning to the underworld," Surzex said after some thought. "That way, even if someone wants to make a move against you, they'd have to think twice. But that would also put you in a more passive position, and the underworld isn't exactly free of people eyeing you either. So, I can give you 2 choices." Leo straightened up and listened carefully. "First, you can stay in the human world. I'll give you a direct way to contact all 4 of us. That way, if you ever run into danger, you can call for help immediately. But this option isn't without risk," Surzex continued. "Communications can be cut off, and it still takes us some time to reach you. We can't guarantee instant support." Having the 4 Great Mao as personal bodyguards sounded incredibly reassuring. But just as Surzex said, it wasn't foolproof. If someone planned ahead, they could easily counter it and leave Leo without rescue. On top of that, entrusting his life entirely to others didn't really suit Leo's personality. So he silently ruled out the first option. If that was off the table, what else could he do? Did he really have to leave the human world and return to the underworld? Then, what's the second option? Leo asked, frowning slightly. "I figured you'd want to keep staying in the human world," Surzex said with a knowing smile. "So the second option is that you stay, but we send people to protect you. Seraphal's night piece is already over there with you, right? How about we send a few more people? They'll protect you and guide you at the same time." Leo was stunned. That's allowed. He didn't hide how tempted he was. It was still protection, sure, but having strong figures nearby who could actively guide him and the others was far more appealing. If he became strong enough, all dangers would naturally disappear. Why wouldn't it be? Surzex chuckled. "You're all kids with tremendous potential. You could very well become pillars of the underworld in the future. We just hope you grow as quickly as possible." To Surzex and the others, Leo and his group were nothing but pleasant surprises. 3 Longinus holders appearing among devils at once, if they all matured properly, the devil world would only become stronger and more stable. Especially Leo. The Longinus he possessed ranked second in the world. If it was fully developed, even in the worst case he wouldn't be much weaker than them. And that was without even factoring in his absurd trait that let him grow stronger simply by recruiting talented servants. Because of that trait, Xerxes and the others had already begun considering whether to send promising talents from the devil world to the Eligos house to become Leo's servants. That way, Leo's strength would increase, and he'd also form strong ties with existing powers in the devil world, mutual benefit for everyone. Because of this idea, even some pureblood devil families had started feeling tempted. Recruiting 3 Longinus holders in one go. If they could send their children to the Eligos house as Leo's servants, wouldn't that essentially turn the Eligos servants into their own people? Going even further, if they could arrange a marriage alliance with the Eligos house, wouldn't that secure this immense potential completely? Thinking that far, even those who originally had no intention of using underhanded methods to obtain the 3 powerful Longinus holders found themselves shamefully tempted. It was said that this matter even reached the ears of the head of the Citri house, throwing that worried father into a panic. Because of that, this whole incident might not be entirely bad for Leo. The only question was how Sona would feel about it. She was probably anxious too. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Xerxes found the whole thing amusing the more he thought about it, but when it came to his own sister's future, he couldn't help but feel conflicted again. Should I go persuade father to choose a different son-in-law, he thought to himself. That'll be a big help, Leo said, unaware of the dangerous idea forming in Xerxes' mind, though he did feel the Mao's gaze on him suddenly become strange. Don't worry, Xerxes said after giving Leo a long look, smiling faintly. I'll make sure everything is arranged for you. Originally, Xerxes had planned to send some of his other servants over as Leo's guards and instructors. But now, he was thinking of changing the candidate. If they were choosing family, then it made sense to send actual family over. Hopefully the head of the Citri house won't blame me, Xerxes muttered to himself. With that, he left the space together with Leo. Chapter 122, Chapter 121, Servants to be Proud of. By the time Leo and Xerxes returned together to Ko Academy and re-entered the old school building, Yudo Kiba and Ruruko Nimura, who had previously been gravely injured and unconscious, had both already recovered. Kiba had even lost an arm before, yet now it was perfectly restored, back where it belonged, as if he'd never been injured at all. Anyone who had seen him in his earlier state was left completely stunned. So this is what Phoenix Tears can do? Leo exclaimed in amazement. That's incredible. He even found himself briefly tempted to get his hands on some Phoenix Tears. An item with healing power like that was basically a second life. If he could acquire some, then even if they were attacked again in the future, he wouldn't have to worry about anyone getting hurt. Unfortunately, Phoenix Tears were a strictly regulated item. Even as the heir of a pureblood devil family, Leo couldn't obtain them freely. Otherwise, Rias and Sona wouldn't have needed to formally apply to the underworld just to get 2 bottles to save lives. Those two were both the next heads of pureblood devil families, and neither the Gremory house nor the Citri house was in decline like Leo's own family. In fact, both families were at the height of their power, each with a Mao among their ranks and backgrounds so deep it was intimidating. Even so, they still had to go through proper procedures just to obtain 2 bottles. That alone showed how difficult Phoenix Tears were to come by. I'll just have to wait until the rating game and figure out a way then, Leo decided, temporarily setting the thought aside. Once participants were allowed to use items in the rating game, Phoenix Tears could be included as competitive items. Maybe then he'd have a chance to get some. For now, all he could do was watch. With Kiba and Ruruko fully healed, Rias and Sona visibly relaxed, no longer constantly on edge. After a full day of rest, everyone else had either fully recovered or was at least mobile again, no longer confined to bed. At Leo's, Rias's, and Sona's invitation, everyone gathered in the Occult Research Club room to formally meet the current Mao, Xerxes Lucifer. So he's Mao Lucifer. He doesn't really look like it. Yukino stared at the gentle-looking Xerxes, clearly unconvinced. Yudaha muttered quietly as well. I thought a Mao would look scarier. Yeah, he doesn't feel like the legendary Mao at all. More like a friendly older brother next door. Asuna and Mahiru also shared their impressions. As for Leo, he could only say one thing. That's because you're lucky you've never seen him lose his temper, he said, lightly knocking each of his servants on the head to remind them not to be rude. If you ever get the chance to see his true power, you'll understand what the strongest Mao really means. Even so, the girls just exchanged looks. It was hard for them to imagine, still fooled by Xerxes' gentle appearance. In contrast, the servants of the Gremory house all sat stiffly upright, clearly tense and restrained in front of a Mao. I'm relieved to see that you're all safe, Xerxes said. He sat behind the desk with Graphia beside him, as if he were the owner of the room, wearing a relaxed smile. I've already heard about your brave actions from your masters. You've all worked hard. Hearing words of praise directly from a Mao made the servants feel both honored and uneasy. No, we didn't do anything, someone said quickly. That's right. We were barely holding out against the attacks, and our master still had to come save us. We didn't accomplish anything at all. We didn't help, we just dragged our masters down. Exactly. We were useless and only made our masters worry. That's really unacceptable. One voice followed another, and the mood grew heavier by the second. Especially Kaneko Toju, Tsubasa Yura, Rei Kusaka, and Momo Hanakai. Some of them lowered their heads in dejection, others clenched their fists, faces filled with frustration. In their eyes, they had been the most useless ones during the incident. Kiba and Ruruko had both suffered severe injuries, but Kiba had done so protecting his comrades, and Ruruko had fought bravely until she collapsed. Only them, the four of them, had been protected the entire time by Yutaha and Mahiru. If Yutaha hadn't continuously maintained barriers to protect Kaneko and Tsubasa, the two of them would have been taken down by the stray magician's focused attacks. If Mahiru hadn't used the power of the Holy Cross to open a path, Rhea and Momo would have died in the first room's traps. They never would have made it to the third room. Even Tomo Meguri felt that if Asuna hadn't been there to provide her with a holy sword, she would have fallen in the very first room. That alone would have been bad enough. But in the end, as servants, they hadn't been able to overcome the trials and reach their masters to help them. Instead, they had needed their masters to come rescue them. That was what hurt the most. We're too weak. Kaneko Toju murmured softly, voicing what everyone else felt. Heads lowered in shame one after another. Seeing this, Yukino and the others also went quiet. By the Gremory and Citri servants' logic, hadn't they also failed to help their own master and needed to be saved? Especially Yukino. She had been on the brink of death. If Leo hadn't defeated Leifei Trix, taken control of the space, and opened the path as its new master to find her collapsed there, she might have experienced her second death already. As that thought sank in, a sense of gloom quietly rose in the hearts of the four girls. Leo opened his mouth, then closed it again without saying anything. Rias and Sona did the same. Because they knew someone else would say what needed to be said. Lift your heads, everyone. Surzex's gentle voice reached their ears, and they instinctively obeyed. I'm very glad that you all think so deeply for the sake of your masters. Seeing this, I feel truly proud of you. There was unmistakable joy on Surzex's face as he looked at them, as though he were gazing at something precious. But remember this, he continued. The relationship between a king and their servants is never one-sided. It is mutual. Many believe that servants should give everything for their master. In the world of devils, that idea isn't wrong. But while servants give everything, masters also have the responsibility to guide and protect their servants. In my view, that is the kind of master-servant relationship that can truly reach the end together. If only one side gives while the other does nothing, then that relationship is distorted. His gaze swept across everyone present, filled with encouragement and strength. What matters isn't what you achieved, but why you chose to act. As long as you remember that, one day you'll become servants your masters can truly be proud of. Do you understand? It was as if courage and energy were poured into them all at once. The heaviness in their hearts vanished instantly. Yes. Lucifer-sama. Their voices rang out together, no trace of their earlier dejection remaining. Leo, Rias, and Sona exchanged glances and smiled. I've always thought you were servants I could be proud of, Leo said simply. That single sentence lifted the spirits of Yukino and the others. Even Asuna and Mahiru couldn't stop themselves from smiling brightly. You're still not fully grown yet, Sona said in her usual strict tone, strict with others and herself alike, yet one that reassured her servants. But in that regard, I feel the same. So, let's keep working hard together. As long as you're safe, I'm already satisfied, Ria said softly. She pulled Akino Himejima and Kaneko Toju into a hug, her voice gentler than ever, making Yuto Kiba smile awkwardly off to the side. Surzex watched the scene with a pleased expression. Even Grafia, standing behind him, relaxed slightly, and the atmosphere grew warm and comforting. Although the situation ahead is uncertain, and new conflicts are quietly brewing, threatening this hard-won peace, Surzex said thoughtfully, seeing you all makes me feel that devils still have a future. Before you fully grow, we will do everything we can to shelter you from the storm. I hope you continue to push yourselves and become the new pillars that support devils. With those words, Surzex stood up. It's getting late. I should return to the underworld, he said with a smile. I'll be watching you closely. I look forward to what you'll accomplish. Amid everyone's loud replies, Surzex and Grafia stepped into the magic circle and vanished in a bloom of crimson light. They all watched as the Mao departed, until the magic circle finally went quiet. Now I believe he really is a Mao, Yutaha muttered quietly. Yukino and the others nodded in agreement. Leo smiled silently, saying nothing. Chapter 123, Chapter 122, Not Necessarily the Strongest. Chapter 122, Not Necessarily the Strongest. The sudden attack by the old Mao faction came to an end here. The process had been dangerous, but after getting through it without major losses, many people gained new insights. They felt they had learned a great deal from the incident. The servants, in particular, realized that their strength was still lacking. Because of that, they resolved to work harder and continue refining themselves. Yukino, Asuna, Yutaha, and Mahiru were prime examples. Compared to before, the change in their presence was obvious. Previously, although they had reincarnated as devils and become Leo's servants, they had never truly faced danger. They hadn't experienced a real, life-and-death battle, so their mindset still leaned closer to that of ordinary people. After this incident, whether it was Yukino and Asuna, who had already been part of Leo's servant group for some time, or Yutaha and Mahiru, who had joined more recently, all of them quietly shifted their outlook and began seriously thinking about the future. Among them, Yukino and Mahiru gained the most from this experience. Yukino washed away her past humiliation by defeating Sharon, but through Sharon's experiences, she also came to understand just how complex devils could be, along with the darkness that lurked beneath the surface. It made her more thoughtful and composed than before. Mahiru, on the other hand, had been thrown into the crisis without adequate preparation. She faced danger several times along the way, yet that only strengthened her resolve to prove herself, drawing out a level of willpower she had never shown before. All of that turned into motivation, pushing them to become stronger. With this experience under their belts, once they returned, they would likely be able to turn those realizations into real growth. That was especially important, since the fuel that allowed a sacred gear to evolve and grow stronger was willpower. Thanks to this awakening, including Asuna and Yutaha, everyone among Leo's servants was bound to enter a period of rapid development. Changes were happening among the servants of the Gremory house and the Citri house as well, but that was something Rias and Sona would need to worry about later. As for today, Rias, acting as the host, decided to take Leo and the others out for a proper outing. The three groups of servants would sit down together, set up a grand table, and properly entertain one another to strengthen their bonds. The idea was met with enthusiastic approval from everyone, greeted by cheers all around. After everything that had happened yesterday, it was clear that everyone wanted to relax and celebrate. And sure enough, after surviving life and death situations together, the relationship between the three servant groups had grown much closer. At some point, Tsubasa had struck up a conversation with Yutaha. The two stuck together the entire time, with Kaneko following along expressionlessly beside them. It looked just like two older sisters dragging their shut-in little sister out shopping. Raya Kusaka and Momo Hanakai were also chatting happily with Mahiru. The three even held hands as they walked, making it seem as if they had known each other for years. Tomo Meguri, naturally, was talking non-stop with Asuna. They discussed all sorts of topics related to swordsmanship, looking like they had finally found kindred spirits. As for Ruruko Nimura, she kept sneaking glances at Yudo Kiba. Whenever Kiba noticed, she hurriedly looked away, her face turning red, clearly the look of a girl experiencing her first crush. Even Yukino, who had ended up on her own during yesterday's incident, was chatting with Akino, whom she had fought alongside before. Tsubaki would occasionally chime in as well, as if they were exchanging insights from their daily training. Leo, Rias, and Sona were more than happy to see all of this. The purpose of this meeting had been to strengthen their bonds, and judging by how things were progressing, it couldn't have gone any better. The three of them also talked about the upcoming debut of the new generation of devils. The ones they mentioned were naturally not some background-less newly promoted high-class devils, but descendants of pure-blood devil families. Every single one of them came from an extraordinary lineage. The Baal house, the Agar's house, the Astaroth house, the Glaciolabalas house, each of these was a devil family whose status was second only to the Mao. The Baal house hardly needed an introduction. Ranked first among the 72 pillars, they held the rank of Great King, making them second only to the Mao. The Agar's house was ranked second among the 72 pillars, holding the rank of Archduke, their status just below the Mao and the Great King. The Astaroth house ranked 29th among the 72 pillars. On its own, it wasn't particularly outstanding, but it happened to be the main family of the current Mao, Beelzebub. Ajuka Beelzebub's original surname was Astaroth, and he came from a branch family. If he hadn't become a Mao, his status wouldn't have surpassed that of the main house. As for the Glaciolabalas house, it was similar. Ranked 25th among the 72 pillars, not especially remarkable on its own, but the current Mao, Asmodeus, came from that family. Add in the Gremory house and the Citri house, both of which had also produced Mao. So basically, aside from me, everyone else either has a Mao backing them or comes from a Duke family, right? Even Leo couldn't help but complain. He had known from the original story that this generation of debuting devils was extraordinary, but actually experiencing it firsthand, and being part of it, made just how absurd it was sink in. The Eligos house had once held the rank of Duke. Above it were only the Mao, the Great King, and the Archduke. And yet, somehow, Leo ended up being the one with the lowest status this time. There really was no arguing with that. If the others were merely descendants of those families, that would be one thing. The problem was that, like Rias and Sona, they were all the next heads of their families. They were the legitimate successors, just like Leo, who was set to inherit the entire Eligos house. With the same status, the difference in standing became obvious. Don't you also have a Jukasama backing you? Rias said. It's not the same, Leo shook his head. A Jukasama supports me as an individual. That's completely different from someone backing their own family. Even if someone came from a branch family and had some distance from the main house, they still shared the same bloodline. That kind of connection was far deeper than simple support. But in terms of strength, you should be the strongest of our generation, right? Sona remarked. No matter how impressive their backgrounds were, the new generation of devils were still just that, new. Like Rias and Sona, they were all high-class devils. Leo, however, was different. Even though his rank in the underworld was still that of a high-class devil, his actual strength had long surpassed it. He was effectively on the level of an ultimate-class devil, not to mention the host of Zenith Tempest. He could even fight against 10-wing ultimate-class devils, placing him at least 2 whole tiers above a normal high-class devil. With that level of power, if he entered a raiding game right now, he would likely rank near the top. Of course, that was without factoring in his servants. In a raiding game, the participants were the entire servant team led by the king. Under 10-wing ultimate-class devils, even the weakest servants were usually at least high-class devil level, and there were no shortage of ultimate-class devils among them. Compared to that, Leo's servants fell short. Not only was the team far from full, but in terms of quality, only Yukino could barely be considered presentable. The others still needed time to grow. There was no helping it. Leo had only become a high-class devil recently, and he had only received his evil pieces a few months ago. Even with tremendous potential, growth still took time. In that regard, he lagged behind the other new generation devils. Leaving Rias and Sona aside, the other 4 families had been cultivating servants for over a decade. They were in no short supply of high-class devil-level combatants. And besides, my strength might not necessarily be the greatest among the new generation of devils. That statement made both Rias and Sona freeze. Sona looked surprised, while Rias seemed to think of something and fell into thought. Leo smiled faintly. Musashi-san once told me that this generation has produced a truly terrifying individual. His strength might not be weaker than mine. Sona aside, Rias immediately spoke up. You're talking about the one from the Bale house, aren't you? She guessed it right away. Looks like you know him, Leo shrugged. He's my cousin, Rias said with a wry smile. His father is the current head of the Bale house, and my mother is the head's half-sister. We're blood-related. In that situation, Rias naturally knew quite a bit about him. But is he really that strong? Strong enough that even you might not be able to beat him, she asked, clearly shocked. She knew he was special and exceptional, but she hadn't expected him to be on that level. The Bale house's successor, huh? Sona frowned. But isn't he known as the most talentless pureblood devil in Bale house history? Maybe, Leo said with a shrug. He really doesn't have much talent as a devil. But that doesn't mean he can't find another path and grow stronger. Recalling what he knew about that person, Leo left them with one final remark. Just wait and see. That guy is going to shock everyone. Chapter 124, Chapter 123, I'll be waiting for you. The lively gathering lasted all the way until evening before finally coming to an end. By then, Leo and his group were ready to head home. The 2-day break was over, and with Monday coming up, they couldn't stay another night in Kuo Town. Leaving now was perfect timing. They gathered in the student council office to say their goodbyes. Rias and Sona didn't try to stop them. Just like when they'd met yesterday, everyone exchanged farewells. Even though something like that happened, I'm still really glad we got to meet you all this time. Rias smiled at Leo as she said it. You made me realize how many shortcomings I still have, and how much room there is for improvement. Just being able to see that clearly already makes this whole experience a huge gain for me. While Rias and Leo were saying goodbye, the others were doing the same. Tsubasa Yura and Kaneko Tuju were parting with Kasumigakaka Yutaha. Raya Kusaka and Momo Hanakai were saying goodbye to Shina Mahiru. Tomo Meguri was still holding Yuki Asuna's hand, the two of them clearly reluctant to separate. Even Akino Himejima and Shinra Tsubaki were earnestly bidding farewell to Yukino-shita Yukino, filling the air with a faint sense of melancholy. I need to work even harder too, Sona said, closing her eyes as if firming her resolve. I might not be able to catch up to you in terms of strength, so I'll have to double down on sharpening my mind. I'll refine my strategies and tactics so I don't get left too far behind. She couldn't help feeling a little bitter. Not long ago, she'd been stronger than Leo, and far more capable in many areas than someone who had only just become a high-class devil. Yet in just a few months, she'd been completely overtaken. It left a complicated feeling in her chest. Still, Sona's heart was strong. Ever since childhood, she'd grown up alongside a prodigy, someone so talented it was almost unfair. She was used to being outshone, and she'd long since accepted that when it came to pure talent, she couldn't compare to the true chosen ones. So she would carve out her own path in the field she excelled in, using her mind to make up for any lack of strength, and defeat the strong with the weak. Yeah. We really do have to work twice as hard, Ria said with a bold, fearless smile. That was her current goal. When I've become stronger, let's finish the battle we couldn't complete back then. She wanted to dominate the raiding game. She wanted to dethrone the Emperor and become the queen of the raiding game herself. Even if she wasn't Leo's match right now, she had no intention of giving up. On the contrary, she'd already chosen Leo as her greatest rival and sworn that one day, she would defeat him. If she couldn't do that, her dream would be nothing more than empty talk. Leo could clearly feel the fighting spirit burning in both Rias and Sona, and he couldn't help but smile. To be honest, being treated as a rival by two stunning girls felt pretty strange. But he knew they were serious. So he nodded with a smile. I'll be waiting for you. He never underestimated Rias or Sona. In a sense, both of them were daughters of fate. Rias went without saying. Even though she wasn't a Longinus wielder like him, her power of destruction trait was, in some ways, no weaker than his servant conversion. That much was obvious just by looking at Cerzex, the current Mao Lucifer himself. It was precisely because of the power of destruction that Cerzex had undergone a mutation and become a super devil, reaching a level where he could stand shoulder to shoulder with gods from various mythologies and join the ranks of the world's strongest. If Rias could fully unlock the potential of her power of destruction trait, there was no guarantee she wouldn't one day reach a height comparable to Leo's. At that point, Leo might not be able to match her. Reaching Super Devil level wasn't guaranteed even after filling all 11 remaining servant slots, not unless at least half of them had exceptional potential. That was difficult. But for Rias to reach the Super Devil level like Cerzex was even harder. It could only be said that the possibility existed. Whether she could truly achieve it would depend on her own fate. As for Sona, her intellect had always been something Leo admired. No matter what, he didn't think he could ever beat her in that regard. In the original story, it was precisely because of that brilliance that she'd nearly defeated the powerhouse Gremory servants, earning even higher evaluations than Rias among the upper echelons of the devil world. With that fact alone, Leo could never afford to look down on her. All things considered, Leo actually had high expectations for both girls, hoping they would truly achieve their wishes. Oh, right, Rias, Leo suddenly remembered something and turned to her. You might want to pay closer attention to the students at the academy lately. You could find a few surprises. Surprises? Rias froze, puzzled. What kind of surprises? A talented recruit, Leo said with a mysterious smile. Aren't you like me? Still seriously short on servants, and desperate for talent right now. Trust me, if you really look, you'll definitely find someone. Oh. Rias raised an eyebrow, her curiosity clearly piqued. So you've already discovered something? More or less, Leo admitted. But thinking about that person's true nature made the corner of his mouth twitch. There's no doubt they're extremely talented. The height they can reach in the future is beyond most people's imagination. But, how should I put it? Rias prompted. Well, if you can tolerate being stared at every day by a servant with a very obvious look in his eyes, and being used as fuel for his imagination, then you could give it a try. Rias's raised eyebrow climbed even higher. So you're saying this excellent servant I might gain is a total pervert? Leo could only nod at that concise summary. He even borrowed a line from the original story to describe him. He's the embodiment of lust. Pervert doesn't even begin to cover it. Leo wasn't slandering him. That was simply the truth. That sounds kind of dangerous, Rias said, narrowing her eyes thoughtfully. After a moment, she suddenly asked, do you think I should sacrifice my looks for the sake of my servant's growth? There's probably no need. Leo scratched his head, caught off guard by the question. Sure, the guy was exceptional and had an astonishing future ahead of him, but Rias was still a favored child of fate. Why should she have to make that kind of sacrifice? That makes sense, Rias said with a gentle smile. I think I understand what you mean. Thanks for the reminder. Still, if there really was such an outstanding talent at Ko Academy, it wouldn't hurt to make a move early. As for him being a pervert, that didn't particularly bother her. They were devils, after all, who still clung to innocent schoolgirl sensibilities. Rias Gremory was a devil brimming with charm, calling her a succubus wouldn't even be an exaggeration. Besides, she already had Yudo Kiba, so gentlemanly that he kept a respectful distance from the girls in the peerage. Adding someone completely opposite might actually be interesting. To Rias, it would feel like having one more foolish little brother. That said, she also knew that acting too accommodating might make her seem lacking in self-respect. Since Leo said there was no need to go that far, she'd just observe for now. If the guy's conduct really was that bad, she'd pass, no need to give her greatest rival something to laugh at. Meanwhile, Sona pushed up her glasses, the lenses flashing sharply. So there are boys with unhealthy mindsets like that at the school, she said coolly. Looks like I'll need to crack down on campus discipline for a while. Unlike Rias's succubus-like attitude, Sona really didn't act like a devil at all. Upright and strict, she couldn't tolerate even a hint of disorder. So after hearing Leo's words, she had zero interest in competing with Rias over the talent. Instead, she was already thinking about correcting him properly, teaching him what shame meant. The poor original protagonist had no idea that because of Leo's casual comment, the days ahead would become a living nightmare. He'd come dangerously close to becoming Kuo Academy's most notorious pariah. All right, it's about time. Leo glanced at the darkening sky and called his servants over. Yukino Shita Yukino, Yuki Asuna, Kasumiga Kaka Yudaha, and Shina Mahiru immediately gathered at his side and followed him into the magic circle. Goodbye. Have a safe trip. Next time, let's fight again. We'll definitely be stronger by then. You all better work hard too. The Gremory servants and the Citri servants waved as they saw Leo's group off. Leo and the others nodded together and smiled. We will. Demonic power flowed into the magic circle at their feet, activating it. The next second, a red glow rose from the circle and slowly enveloped Leo's group. Well then, until next time. Leo pressed 2 fingers together and drew them lightly past his temple in a casual farewell gesture. Smiling, he vanished along with his servant girls into the magic circle. Rias and Sona watched them go, their servants standing behind them in silence. Until we meet again. For a long time after, no one spoke. ========= Chapter 125, Chapter 124, Accelerated Growth. Chiba City, Central District. Eligos Estate. Basement. As red light bloomed from the magic circle, the 5 of them officially returned to their own territory. We're finally back, Yudaha said first, stretching as she spoke with a sigh of relief. Being home really does make you feel at ease. Yeah, Asuna agreed, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. We were only gone for 2 days, but it feels like so much longer. That's probably because of everything that happened, Yukino said quietly. No matter how you look at it, we brushed past death. It'd be strange if we felt nothing. Her words left everyone silent. Thinking back on the past 2 days, everything felt oddly unreal. They'd been nothing more than ordinary high school girls. Yet now they'd experienced battles where life and death were on the line. The more they thought about it, the more unbelievable it felt. Still, they'd already had plenty of time to process it. Their mindsets had subtly shifted, and none of them were trapped in those thoughts anymore. I don't think anyone's hungry, Mahiru said with a gentle smile. Ria-senpai already treated us really well. I'll go prepare some tea so everyone can relax. I'll help, Asuna said right away. Tomo gave me some tea leaves her family grew. This is a good chance to try them. Speaking of which, Kaneko also gave me a lot of snacks, Yudaha said, pulling out a package. They'll make perfect tea snacks. Then I'll head to the study, Yukino said calmly. Akino-senpai and Shinra-senpai recommended several books to me. The study has copies, so I want to see what makes them so highly praised. One by one, they decided what to do next. Go on, then, Leo said. He hadn't interrupted, and seeing them quickly return to their usual rhythm, he smiled. We'll take tonight off from training. Do whatever you want and get yourselves settled. After tonight, though, I won't let you slack off. We know. The girls nodded and left the basement. Leo left as well, only to run into someone waiting for him halfway down the hall. Miyamoto Musashi approached from the other side, a sword at her waist, fully armed. She looked at Leo and smiled brightly. You're back. Yeah, we're back, Musashi-san, Leo said, raising a hand in greeting. I've already heard what happened, Musashi said, giving him a once-over and nodding in satisfaction when she saw he was unharmed. I didn't expect you to run into an old Mao faction attack on this trip. Life really is unpredictable. As a servant of a Mao, Musashi was clearly well informed. She already knew what Leo and the others had faced. Did you know people from the old Mao faction too? Leo asked, noticing the nostalgia in her tone. Of course, Musashi replied without hesitation. When I first met Serafal-sama, she wasn't a Mao yet. In other words, back then Serafal had still been the Citri House's young lady, fighting on the front lines as a leading figure of the reformist side against the old Mao faction. When I was about to reincarnate as a devil, the civil war was at its peak, Musashi continued. I witnessed several of those battles myself. I know just how stubborn and insane those old Mao faction lunatics were. She sounded a little wistful. The Trix house you ran into was wiped out by the Citri house under Serafal-sama and the Glaciolabala's house under Falbium-sama. That was before I'd even reincarnated as a devil. The Falbium she mentioned was the current Mao Asmodeus, Falbium Asmodeus, just like Seraphol Leviathan, a future Mao-class existence. In other words, the Trix house had been annihilated by the current Mao Leviathan and the current Mao Asmodeus leading their respective houses. That alone showed just how despised that family had been. In my eyes, no one in the Trix house was normal, Musashi said, clearly harboring no goodwill toward them. Every last one of them was crazy, obsessive, volatile, quick to anger. Even the true ruler of the underworld at the time, the son of the original Mao Beelzebub they swore loyalty to, could only use them as executioners. They weren't suited for any other role. She shook her head. You were lucky to come back in one piece after running into people like that. Hearing this, Leo thought of Leifei Trix and his actions. Indeed. Hot-tempered, obsessive, and downright unhinged. Leo had thought that was just Leifei's personal disposition. He hadn't expected the entire Trix house to be like that. No wonder they'd been exterminated. Could it be that this mental state comes from their demonic power nature? Leo wondered. Just like how devil families pass down traits and characteristics through generations, the Trix house's inherited demonic power traits, or even their trait itself, might have been inherently flawed, turning every generation into the same kind of obsessive madman. It wasn't unheard of in devil history. Let's not talk about them anymore, Musashi said, changing the subject. I've received instructions from Seraphol-sama. From now on, I'll be stationed here. I'll guide Asuna's sword training and also be responsible for protecting all of you. Besides me, the underworld should send another expert over in 2 or 3 days, just in case. Surzek-sama already came to the human world, didn't he? He told you about this, right? Leo nodded. Yeah. I know. Good, Musashi said cheerfully. Until the underworld's arrangements are finalized, I'll be fully in charge of the Eligos servant security. If you have any plans outside of school, let me know so I can prepare. Oh, and Seraphol-sama also told me to train you hard, she added. Right now, the entire devil world, and even the angel and fallen angel sides, are watching you. Some are looking forward to your growth. Others are waiting to see you stumble. As long as it's something I can do, just say the word. With that, Miyamoto Musashi left. Leo watched her go, deep in thought. It was clear now. Their emergence had drawn far more attention than he'd expected. Not just the devils, heaven and the fallen angels had reacted as well. Otherwise, Surzek and the others wouldn't have rushed to make these arrangements. Even if no one said it outright, Leo could tell from their attitudes that the various factions had already started moving. It's a shame we were exposed too early, Leo murmured. If it hadn't been for the old Mao faction's attack, the Eligos servant's special nature could have stayed hidden longer, giving them more time to grow. If I'd had half a year, no, even just 3 months, I'm confident I could have raised Yukino and the others to a whole new level. Even now, Yukino, the first to join, had only been reincarnated as a devil for 2 or 3 months. Asuna even less. Yutaha and Mahiru had been devils for under a month. The strength they already showed was proof of their exceptional talent. With another half year, Leo believed Yukino and Mahiru, both Longinus wielders, would become forces capable of standing on their own, unafraid even of facing someone like Leifei Trix head-on. Asuna and Yutaha would grow to a level where they wouldn't lose to anyone among the Gremari or Citri servants, including Akino and Tsubaki, those 2 queen piece holders. If they could successfully master Balance Breaker, Leo would fear even less. By then, he'd have the confidence to confront anyone who dared set their sights on them. When that time came, Leo had no intention of hiding anymore. At the latest, when the Eligos servants truly stepped onto the stage, he would make everyone understand just how strong he and his servants really were. But plans never survived contact with reality. Before that could happen, their potential had already been exposed, drawing the watchful eyes of countless factions. This won't do, Leo muttered. He returned to his room and sat at his desk, one hand supporting his chin as the other tapped lightly against the tabletop. Even if the Mao have arranged things and given us a degree of protection, real safety is never something others give you. It's something you seize for yourself. True strength is the only way to shut down all malicious intent. Maybe, it's time I thought of a way to accelerate Yukino and the others' growth. Lost in thought, Leo stayed there for a long time. Outside the door, Mahiru arrived carrying freshly brewed tea. When she saw the scene inside, she fell silent, then quietly stepped back without disturbing him. Chapter 126, Chapter 125, A Big Job. Unwelcome guests. Over the next few days, Leo and the other 4 returned to their ordinary routines, living like normal high school students again. They commuted to Sobu High every day, attended classes, and blended in so well that no one would have guessed how thrilling and dangerous their vacation just days ago had been. Rumors about them still circulated around Sobu High. Wherever the group went, they naturally drew attention. But habit was a powerful thing. After seeing the same eye-catching group always together, coming and going as one, the teachers and students gradually stopped making a big deal out of it, at most whispering a few comments here and there. That said, the Department of Mystical Affairs had already become a legend at Sobu High, and that wasn't going away anytime soon. Even now, plenty of students were endlessly curious about the club that had somehow gathered 4 untouchable beauties under one banner. What they were most curious about was what kind of activities the club actually did day to day. As a result, someone tried to apply to the Department of Mystical Affairs almost every single day. Unfortunately, Leo's entrance exam was still firmly in place, and the requirements were clearly laid out. Anyone who failed the test could only sigh in resignation. Whenever they passed by the clubroom, they could only stare longingly at the door. There was nothing else they could do. In truth, even if they could see inside the Department of Mystical Affairs room, they wouldn't discover anything unusual. Ever since returning from Kuo Academy, the servant girls no longer spent their free time chatting leisurely in the clubroom like before. Instead, each of them held books they had dug out of the mansion's library, reading with complete focus. After school, they would immediately return to the mansion. Sometimes they used the basement for sparring, other times they practiced in the garden. The fluctuations of demonic power and sacred gear energy constantly lingered above the estate. Because of this, Leo even had Yutaha set up a barrier around the mansion. Ordinary people couldn't see what was really happening inside, and those outside would have a hard time noticing the frequent surges of demonic power and sacred gear activity, keeping unwanted attention away. On the business side, devil work was going smoothly as well. Recently, both Yutaha and Mahiru had officially begun taking contracts, and they quickly gained repeat clients. It had to be said, the appeal of beautiful girl devils was incredibly effective. Even a withdrawn girl like Yukino attracted clients as long as she worked seriously. After all, Yukino had personality, not a lack of ability. The same was true for Asuna, Yutaha, and Mahiru. Anyone who could be called an untouchable beauty was never ordinary. At the very least, they were sharp-minded. As long as they had the ability, handling simple contracts and granting reasonable wishes was more than manageable. As for anything too dark, the servants of the Eligos family maintained their usual stance. Either they made the client back off on their own, or they rejected them outright. And if someone crossed the line too far, eliminating them wasn't a big deal. Recently, while reading through some books, Leo discovered a few useful tricks for using magic circles to summon devils. By adding a few preset mechanisms to devil flyers engraved with simple magic circles, or even to magic circles set up at home, the circle would automatically ignore anyone who failed to meet Leo's summoning conditions. No matter how strong their desire was, the magic circle on the flyer wouldn't activate and summon Leo or the others. With these measures in place, devil work became much smoother for the Eligos servants. Strange incidents stopped happening altogether. But that only applied to ordinary people. If a devil flyer fell into the hands of someone with ulterior motives, that was a completely different matter. So this is the Eligos family's devil flyer. On a road in Chiba Prefecture, a young man casually accepted a devil flyer from a humanoid familiar whose true nature ordinary people couldn't perceive. Looking at the magic circle engraved on it, he smiled with interest. If there isn't a second devil faction stationed in Chiba, then this is probably it. A second young man, dressed in a robe over his uniform and wearing glasses like a mage, spoke calmly. A magic circle unfolded in his hand, releasing faint demonic power that subtly influenced the humanoid familiar before letting it walk away. Just moments ago, he had used the same method on that familiar to make it hand over the flyer. Normally, familiars wouldn't distribute flyers to people without desire. This magic circle looks like it can summon multiple devils at once, the young man holding the flyer said thoughtfully. He wore traditional hanfu over his school uniform, and rested an unusually large spear on his shoulder. His appearance should have drawn attention, yet for some reason, passers-by completely ignored how out of place he was, brushing past him as if nothing were wrong. "You're thinking about summoning the entire Eligos servant group?" the mage asked in surprise. "I am," the man in hanfu admitted frankly. "After all, they have quite a few rare sacred gear users among them, don't they?" "That's true. There are even 2 Longinus," the mage nodded. "Unfortunately, they're already reincarnated devils." "Yeah, what a waste," the man in hanfu said with clear regret. "If we'd found them first, we could have raised a few more heroes, right?" "You really do look desperate for talent, just like your ancestors," the mage shrugged. "But what's done is done. No one can turn reincarnated devils back into humans. To us, they're no longer potential allies, only enemies. That's exactly why it's a shame." The man in hanfu didn't say more. He tossed the devil flyer to the mage and said, "Forget it. My main target is the holder of Zenith Tempest. Making too much noise would draw the underworld's attention. Let the rest of the Eligos servants go this time." "I don't really mind," the mage said with a grin as he caught the flyer. "Even if you're busy, I wouldn't mind trading a few moves with the Eligos servants. I'm pretty curious about the hosts of Incinerate Anthem and Absolute Demise." Hey, hey. Even if they're devils, don't bully them too badly, the men in Hanfu laughed. They've only been reincarnated for a few months. Before that, they were just ordinary people with no exposure to the supernatural. And as sacred gear users, they're not even on your level, are they? Is it really appropriate, he continued, amused, for the host of a top-tier Longinus to bully rookie sacred gear users? And besides, I thought you'd be more interested in Create World. At that, the mage curled his lips. At best, its host wields a lower-tier sacred gear of mine. What's there to be interested in? As he spoke, the mage tapped the magic circle on the devil flyer. The circle activated instantly, unfolding with ease. His fingers moved as if operating a precision instrument, causing the patterns within the magic circle to shift and rearrange. Once it fully expanded, the mage said calmly, "All right. Target locked. I can directly summon him into the separate space I created." "Then let's begin," the men in Hanfu said. A thick mist erupted around the mage, enveloping both of them completely. When the mist dissipated, the two young men were gone. At the same time, at Leo's mansion. Leo, who had been writing something in his room, felt a sudden stir in his heart and headed straight to the basement. The magic circle there was glowing faintly, clearly entering its activation state. "Someone's summoning me." Sensing the demonic power within the magic circle, Leo realized someone was using a devil flyer to summon him. That immediately piqued his interest. A desire strong enough to summon a high-class devil looks like a big job. Ever since advancing to high-class devil, Leo no longer responded to ordinary summons. Only those with exceptionally powerful desires could summon him now. He glanced outside and noticed it wasn't even evening yet. He had only just returned from school not long ago. It was around 4 in the afternoon. Daylight still filled the sky, and it would be another hour or two before sunset ushered in dusk. At the moment, Yukino had gone to the study. Asuna and Mahiru were practically acting as tea masters, heading off together to brew tea and prepare snacks. Yutaha hadn't returned yet, apparently Eri had something going on and had kept her at school. Nothing better to do anyway. Might as well go take a look. With that thought, Leo stepped into the magic circle and initiated the teleport. But the instant the transfer began, he sensed something was wrong. This feeling. Before he could react, Leo vanished from the magic circle, arriving at his destination. A space shrouded in gray mist immediately filled his vision. Interesting. After a brief silence, Leo smiled. I thought I'd picked up a big job. Turns out it's a group of unwelcome guests. As soon as he spoke, a bright, unrestrained voice rang out. Sorry about being unwelcome, head of the Eligos family. As the voice sounded, the mist in front of Leo thinned. Two strangely dressed young men emerged from within, stepping into Leo's view. Chapter 127, Chapter 126, The Strongest Sacred Gear in This World. When the two young men slowly emerged from the mist, Leo's gaze changed instantly. It felt as if he had encountered a natural nemesis written into his fate. His entire body reacted on instinct, goosebumps breaking out as a sharp current shot up from his feet and raced through him, leaving his nerves tingling. But the source of that reaction wasn't the two young men themselves. It was the spear resting on the shoulder of the one dressed in Hanfu. The weapon was longer than its wielder was tall. Its shaft seemed forged from a metal that didn't exist in this world, while the spearhead was formed from pure, absolute holy power. Divine energy radiated from it so intensely that it was almost overwhelming. Staring at that spear, Leo felt his devil instincts trembling, screaming at him to run. His expression turned grave in an instant. With the traditional Hanfu and that unmistakable weapon, Leo immediately understood who he was facing. So, the men said lightly. Curious about this spear, head of the Eligos family. He had already noticed Leo's wary gaze and calmly lowered the spear from his shoulder. Or have you already realized what it is? He continued with a faint smile. A Longinus that stands above your zenith tempest, the only sacred gear in this world whose power surpasses yours. Leo's response was cool and restrained. The legendary holy spear, he said flatly. No wonder my instincts are screaming. If that thing showed up, this reaction makes perfect sense. After all, it was the foremost of the 3 holy relics, ranked first among the 13 Longinus. The original, and strongest, sacred gear. The true Longinus. The spear that pierced the Son of God. The spear that killed a god. The spear stained with divine blood, capable of piercing deities themselves. The very name, Longinus, came from this weapon. It was synonymous with a sacred gear capable of destroying gods and Mao alike. From the Church's perspective, it was the ultimate relic. To a devil like Leo, it was the embodiment of terror. Now, that most powerful and legendary Longinus stood right before him. It was no surprise his instincts reacted so violently. My name is Chow Chow, the men said, grinning unabashedly at Leo while gazing at the holy spear. Yes, that Chow Chow, the descendant of the one recorded in the records of the 3 kingdoms. Care to say hello? I heard the sacred gear ranked just below this one has appeared, Cao Cao continued casually. And it's in the hands of a devil. As a descendant of heroes, and as the host of the Holy Spear, don't you think it's only natural that I come to meet you? Leo's expression didn't change. A greeting, he replied with a faint smile. Didn't you already do that last weekend? Cao Cao paused, then laughed dismissively. Oh, you mean those old Mao faction lackeys? Don't misunderstand, we're not on the same side. So you admit you're part of the same organization, Leo said calmly. Same organization, different factions, Cao Cao replied. And we're destined never to be allies. His tone sharpened. Remember this. I am Cao Cao of the hero faction. There will never be a devil, or any non-human existence, in the hero faction. Heroes must be human, he declared. Isn't that obvious? From his words alone, it was clear how he viewed non-human beings. It wasn't simple hostility. It was battle intent. Challenge. Targeting. To him, non-humans were enemies, but more than that, they were prey. Opponents that had to be challenged and defeated. That's the creed of the hero faction, Cao Cao said, lifting the holy spear. Humans challenging the inhuman, proving that humanity isn't weak, that we are strong enough to overcome every race. The spearhead leveled directly at Leo. And you, he continued, voice brimming with excitement, have the honor of becoming one of my chosen opponents. The moment those words left his mouth, the air changed. A flash of light erupted, shooting toward Leo at terrifying speed. The tip of the holy spear trembled, and then the spear itself extended. At an absurd rate. The spearhead turned into a streak of light, firing out like a laser. It was fast. Brutally fast. If it were anyone else, dodging it would have been nearly impossible. Unfortunately for Cao Cao, Leo Eligos wasn't just anyone. From the instant Cao Cao appeared, Leo had been on full alert. His demonic power detection was spread wide, tracking every movement without missing a single detail. So when Cao Cao raised the spear and aimed it at him, Leo already knew. He's attacking next. As the blinding flash arrived, Leo tilted his head slightly to the side. Boom. The beam roared past his shoulder and slammed into a distant hill. The entire hill, dozens of meters tall, exploded in an instant. Oh. Cao Cao raised an eyebrow, clearly impressed. Bold. Very bold. Facing a spear that can pierce gods and erase any demonic existence, and you dodge with such a tiny movement. Aren't you afraid of getting hit? Being struck by the holy spear was no joke. Setting aside its sheer destructive power, enough to obliterate a mountain, the dense holy energy alone was enough to terrify any devil. Even a Mao would fear it. Devils treated light as poison. Being cut by a holy sword could mean annihilation. If struck by the highest tier of holy weapons like holy relics, even the soul would be erased in an instant. And the holy spear stood above them all, the strongest sacred gear, the strongest holy weapon, the thing devils feared most. Even the so-called Holy Cross, the incinerate anthem, couldn't compare to it. Any other devil would desperately keep their distance. Yet Leo dodged it like that. Not bravery. Madness. And yet. So what? You, Leo said calmly, ignoring the holy spear aimed at him, are just a human. And yet you dare to stand before me, boldly declaring that you'll defeat all races and prove humanity supreme. His eyes locked onto Cao Cao's. And I, born stronger than humans, should lack the courage to face my own weakness. Don't look down on me, hero's descendant. Cao Cao froze for a moment. Then he burst into laughter. Well said. Truly well said. His gaze burned with excitement, shining as if he'd found the perfect opponent, the finest prey. Exactly, he exclaimed. How could someone chosen by me lack that kind of resolve? You're right. I underestimated you, Leo Eligos. We weak humans dare to challenge you, Cao Cao continued, voice rising. So how could you devils, born strong, lack the courage to face your own weaknesses? That's how it should be. That's the bearing of a true powerhouse. Satisfied, Cao Cao retracted the holy spear, returning it to its original length and resting it on his shoulder. I'm glad I came to see you, he said. Otherwise, I would have missed a powerful opponent. I thought the only devil capable of stirring this kind of battle spirit in me was Vala Lucifer. I didn't expect to find another one here. I'm truly lucky. That name caught Leo's attention. Valley. Don't worry about it, Cao Cao said with a grin. He's another great opponent. Like you, he's a devil. With his love for battle, he'll probably come looking for you sooner or later. Leo stared at him. On one condition, he said. That I survive today. Right. At those words, Leo's demonic power ignited. It roared to life, turning into blazing aura that erupted from his body. The violent surge distorted the air itself, throwing the surrounding mist into chaos like a raging storm. Facing demonic power strong enough to make any high-class devil feel inferior, Cao Cao showed no fear. Instead, his eyes grew brighter. His smile widened. "Not bad at all," he said approvingly. "Your demonic power isn't much weaker than Vala's. And with Zenith Tempest, the sacred gear second only to the Holy Spear, it's no wonder you defeated Leifei Trix." "It wasn't luck," Cao Cao continued, raising the Holy Spear once more. "It was inevitable. Don't misunderstand," he added. "I already said this visit was just to say hello. I'm not here to decide life and death. If I'm going to challenge you properly, I'll make full preparations. I'll even invite your servants along. Only then would it be a battle worth having. My goal today is simple," Cao Cao said as holy power gathered at the spear's tip. "I just want to see how strong the holder of Zenith Tempest really is. So come," he said, eyes gleaming. "Let's trade blows, head of the Eligos family." Faced with such blatant provocation, Leo had only one answer. Exactly what I wanted. Without hesitation, Leo poured his demonic power into his sacred gear. The purple aura flared white, releasing a sacred gear resonance no weaker than the Holy Spear itself. And so, right here, the first clash began. The holders of the true Longinus and Zenith Tempest. The two strongest sacred gears in this world. Battle was inevitable. Chapter 128, Chapter 127, Show Me More. Boom. In the mist-shrouded separate space, two opposing forces collided head-on. In an instant, two surging auras erupted and clashed violently. Both originated from sacred gear resonances, one blazing gold, filled with holy presence, the other pure white, brimming with the power of nature. The moment they collided, the conflict exploded outward, unleashing violent shockwaves that made the entire space tremble. Whoosh! Leo spread 8 devil wings and slowly rose into the air. As he ascended, the sky above him grew heavier and more oppressive, until dark clouds gathered thickly overhead, lightning flashing and thunder roaring within. It was a terrifying sight, as if the weight of the heavens and the entire world itself was pressing down. And yet, Cao Cao, still just a human, armed with nothing but a single spear, trembled with excitement. "So this is the power of Zenith Tempest," Cao Cao exclaimed, his battle intent burning like fire. "No wonder it's the sacred gear closest to my holy spear." As the holy power of the holy spear surged, Cao Cao raised it high. "Take this first." Boom. The tip of the holy spear suddenly opened, gathering an astonishing concentration of holy energy before releasing it all at once. A torrent of holy flames transformed into a flood of light, like a vortex capable of destroying everything in its path. As it surged upward toward Leo, it vaporized the air itself. This was the purest and most powerful holy power in the world. When unleashed, it could wipe out even beings without demonic traits. If used in a city, it could reduce multiple skyscrapers to ruins in an instant. Leo had no intention of letting that kind of power touch him. Without hesitation, he seized control of the sky, calling down a colossal bolt of lightning to meet the incoming holy flames head-on. Boom. Lightning and light collided in midair like a meteor striking the earth. The deafening explosion came first, followed by a devastating shockwave that cleared all mist within several kilometers. Boom, boom, boom. The thunder didn't stop. Massive bolts of lightning continued to crash down from the sky, striking toward Cao Cao below. As a human with a fragile body, Cao Cao had no desire to be struck by nature's most terrifying force either. He repeatedly raised the holy spear, unleashing waves of holy flames and firing torrents of light to intercept the descending lightning. "Then take this." Leo wasn't about to let Cao Cao escape so easily. He pushed Zenith Tempest further, causing the earth itself to quake. In an instant, mountains crumbled, the ground split apart, and the entire space shook violently. The terrain was completely reshaped. Cao Cao felt as if the sky had just crushed down on him, then the earth began to surge upward. The ground beneath his feet collapsed, mudslides roared like raging seas, and massive sandstorms erupted around him. His expression finally changed. As the ground fully gave way and debris surged in from all directions, Cao Cao leapt into the air without hesitation, breaking free from the earth's grip. That was exactly what Leo had been waiting for. The moment Cao Cao jumped, Leo manipulated the atmosphere and unleashed a storm straight at him. Bang! Cao Cao barely managed to raise the holy spear in front of him before the storm hit, blasting him backward. Ha! This really feels like fighting the world itself. Cao Cao laughed loudly. Despite being cornered, he looked exhilarated. With a sharp twist of the holy spear, he aimed it behind himself and released a burst of holy flames, using the recoil to propel himself forward. Up or down, there was nowhere to escape. For an ordinary human, this was absolute despair. But Cao Cao seemed to revel in it, like he was savoring the act of challenging the impossible with his fragile human body. A wild grin spread across his face as he shot forward like a meteor, charging straight at Leo. Bang. 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 Leo responded by launching several massive fireballs, each like a miniature sun, blasting toward Cao Cao in rapid succession. To Leo's shock, Cao Cao shattered each fireball with the holy spear alone, slicing through the flames and continuing his charge. So sharp. Leo's expression finally changed as he stared at the holy spear, his gaze growing heavier. The biggest difference between a Longinus and an ordinary sacred gear wasn't raw power, it was versatility. Most sacred gears possessed only a single ability unless specially modified. A Longinus, however, wielded multiple abilities that complemented each other, creating effects far greater than their sum. Zenith Tempest, for example, governed both climate and natural attributes. Combined, it could unleash disasters as if commanding all of nature itself. And the Holy Spear, ranked above Zenith Tempest as the strongest sacred gear, had even more abilities. Leo remembered 3 of them clearly. First, unrivaled sharpness, piercing power capable of breaking through any defense. Second, the ability to freely extend and retract, allowing it to strike enemies at any distance or angle. Third, overwhelming holy power that acted as absolute suppression against races like devils, even a mere graze could be fatal. That was why Cao Cao could break through the disasters summoned by Zenith Tempest. Piercing fireballs and dispersing lightning were simply routine maneuvers for the Holy Spear. If that's the case, Leo spread his arms, forming countless fireballs around himself. Then let's see how many attacks your spear can break through. Without hesitation, he unleashed them all. The fireballs transformed into blazing meteors, raining down on Cao Cao in a devastating barrage. No matter how many you throw at me, Cao Cao shouted, eyes blazing with resolve, I'll break through every single one. The holy spear became a blur in his hands. Explosive arcs of spear light erupted as he charged straight into the storm of fire. Bang 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 bang. Explosions filled the sky. Firestorms and shockwaves tore through the air, violently shaking the atmosphere. Cao Cao swung the holy spear like a madman, faster and faster, the spear light growing ever more violent. Astonishingly, he shattered every incoming fireball with nothing but the spear in his hands. Damn it. Leo couldn't help but curse. He truly hadn't expected Cao Cao to reach this level. His spear technique had reached a transcendent realm. It might not suppress time and space like Miyamoto Musashi's sword, but in terms of pure technique, it was no less terrifying. As a member of the descendants of heroes, Cao Cao possessed a special bloodline that made his body stronger than ordinary humans, but it still couldn't compare to non-human races. And yet, precisely because of that weakness, he had honed his spear skills and combat technique to an astonishing degree, using skill to compensate for his human fragility. Leo knew this from the original story, but he hadn't imagined Cao Cao's mastery had reached this level. Seeing Cao Cao rapidly close the distance, Leo didn't hesitate. He flapped his devil wings hard and retreated in a blur. Don't think you can run. Cao Cao extended the holy spear instantly, the tip turning into a flash of light as it stabbed forward through the sky. While retreating, Leo swiftly formed an ice mountain and a stone mountain in front of himself. Boom. The flashing spear tip pierced straight through the ice mountain, then punched through the stone mountain as well, losing none of its momentum as it continued toward Leo. But by then, Leo had already changed direction. He narrowly avoided the thrust and grabbed the shaft of the holy spear, lightning exploding from his palm and racing along the spear toward Cao Cao. Cao Cao had already landed atop the pierced ice mountain, standing firmly as he held the extended spear. Trying to make me let go of the holy spear, he declared loudly. That won't happen. A weak human like me would lose the right to fight you if I let go of my innate sacred gear. As his words fell, golden flames ignited along the spear shaft, releasing intense holy power. Bang. The golden surge dispersed the lightning instantly. Leo's hand, still gripping the spear, began to sizzle with a harsh burning sound. TCH. Leo clicked his tongue in pain and released the spear, retreating without any regard for appearances. This holy power is seriously broken. In just that brief contact, Leo felt his hand go completely numb, as if it had been burned away. He couldn't feel it at all. He had no doubt that if he'd held on any longer, his entire arm would have been purified, erased from existence. Fighting the holy spear really does require absolute caution. After confirming that, Leo reactivated Zenith Tempest. Thunder rumbled across the sky once more. Standing atop the stone mountain, Cao Cao watched with anticipation, murmuring softly. Come on. Show me more. Equals dash equals dash equals dash equals dash equals. Chapter 129, Chapter 128, Sharp Analysis and Exposure. Rumble. The deafening roar echoed through the fog-shrouded alternate space for who knew how long. The entire space shook and trembled without pause, the vibrations refusing to settle. As time passed, the battle between Leo and Cao Cao plunged straight into its most intense phase. Phenomena erupted across the space without end. Shockwaves, thunderous booms, raging flames, crackling lightning, golden auras, one spectacle after another unfolded, dyeing the entire alternate space into something resembling an ancient battlefield of gods, jointly composing an epic, mythic clash. Bang. With a dull explosion, Leo's body was blasted backward from a sweeping surge of golden energy. The 4 pairs of devil wings on his back beat frantically before he managed to halt his retreat, leaving him looking more than a little battered. Cough. Leo spat out a mouthful of blood, wiping it away with one hand as his gaze locked firmly onto the figure ahead holding the holy spear. To be pushed to this extent by someone wielding the holy spear. At this point, Leo had already gone all out, using every trick at his disposal. And yet, he was still forced back by that man. Looks like I had the upper hand this time. The tip of Cao Cao's holy spear remained unfolded, holy radiance rippling along its edge. He smiled faintly at Leo, whom he had just sent flying, then promptly spat out a mouthful of blood himself. A closer look showed that Cao Cao wasn't in much better shape. His hanfu was torn to shreds, blood trickled down from his forehead, and while it couldn't be called a serious injury, it was proof that he hadn't come out of the fierce exchange unscathed either. You don't look any better than I do, Leo mocked. And you call that having the upper hand? Cao Cao's response was utterly unconcerned. It can't be helped. The human body is just too fragile. You, with Zenith Tempest, are practically the embodiment of a natural disaster. Just dodging your attacks is already difficult, getting caught in the aftermath is unavoidable. Ending up like this is simply inevitable. That wasn't an excuse. Human bodies really were fragile, their vitality nowhere near that of a devil's. Facing a calamity head-on with such a body was already incredible. For Cao Cao to fight Leo and only suffer this much damage was impressive in itself. We're in the same boat, aren't we? Leo glanced at the holy spear in Cao Cao's hands. As long as I'm a devil, I can't ignore the threat of that weapon. Even getting grazed by it could cripple me on the spot. If we're talking about disadvantages, neither of us has the right to complain. If anything, it was even worse for him. The pressure Leo felt fighting Cao Cao was no less than when he had fought Miyamoto Musashi. In terms of raw strength, Cao Cao might fall short of Musashi due to being human, but his technique was in no way inferior. Add in the strongest Longinus in existence, and Leo was convinced that even Miyamoto Musashi herself wouldn't fare well against Cao Cao. Musashi didn't particularly counter Leo, but Cao Cao's holy spear perfectly suppressed him as a devil. Comparing the two, it was obvious which opponent put more pressure on him. If Cao Cao's weaknesses weren't so glaring, if his body weren't so fragile, Leo didn't think he'd have managed to injure him this much. And besides. It's clear now, Leo said calmly, as if he'd already seen through Cao Cao. You didn't come here this time just to say hello. Maybe saying hello was part of it, Leo continued, his words carrying deeper meaning. But collecting my combat data, analyzing my strength, and preparing a strategy to counter me before our next encounter, so you can strike me down with overwhelming force. That was your real objective, wasn't it? At those words, Cao Cao's eyes instantly sharpened. The look he gave Leo was no longer just filled with battle intent. You actually saw through that. Cao Cao rested the holy spear on his shoulder, sounding half helpless, half reflective. Seems I underestimated you, Leo Eligos. That wasn't something I expected. Looks like our hero faction's evaluation of you was too low. It's because you were too obvious, Leo replied bluntly, unfazed by the praise. Throughout the entire fight, aside from the opening attack meant to provoke me, you were always reacting rather than initiating. Every move felt like a deliberate probe, forcing me to reveal more of my strength. Like an obsessive, you insisted on countering every attack I threw at you before you'd be satisfied. What do you gain from head-on clashes like that? Aside from burning through stamina, it's completely pointless. And yet, you don't look like the type who does pointless things. You may be far inferior to your ancestor, but if you carry the blood of a hero, no, of an ambitious tyrant, then rather than believing you were wasting effort, I'd sooner believe you had another scheme in mind. If that were all, Leo wouldn't have been so certain that Cao Cao was deliberately testing him and gathering information. But he was a transmigrator. As someone who had read the original story, Leo knew exactly what kind of man stood before him. Simply put, although Cao Cao was human, his ambition reached the heavens. He constantly claimed to be weak, yet couldn't tolerate weaker races standing above humanity. In order to explore humanity's limits, he would stir up chaos without hesitation, thriving on turmoil, a complete villain. In the original story, to defeat those he considered targets, he orchestrated countless incidents. His favored method was always the same: probe first, gather all the information, devise a perfect counter-strategy, then strike decisively with absolute certainty. Countless disasters followed, and many important people were hurt because of it. That was why Leo was certain Cao Cao was testing him, collecting intelligence to ensure a 100% chance of victory next time. The old Mao faction incident had your involvement too, didn't it? Leo changed the subject abruptly. That was also part of the probing, right? The artificial monsters created during that attack, those were lent to Leafei tricks by your hero faction, weren't they? Leo had already basically confirmed that those monsters were created by the holder of Annihilation Maker. And according to the original story, that top-tier Longinus was currently in the hero faction, held by one of its members. And that labyrinth space, Leo continued. Just like this alternate space, it should have been created by the same person, right? Though the two spaces differed in scale, both attacks involved alternate space technology. That couldn't be a coincidence. Even if a faction possessed the technology, alternate spaces weren't something to be abused freely. Yet both incidents featured them. If I'm not mistaken, that space was created by the holder of another top-tier Longinus, Dimension Lost. Ranked fourth among Longinus, Dimension Lost could endlessly release fog, sealing anything that entered it, even forcibly transporting targets into alternate dimensions. Alternate spaces weren't particularly rare, devils, angels, and fallen angels all possessed such technology. But it wasn't something any random organization could just use at will. The old Mao faction's attack also utilized forced spatial transfer. Even if the holder of Dimension Lost didn't personally act, it didn't mean he wasn't involved behind the scenes. Putting it all together, the Leafei tricks incident wasn't just the old Mao faction's doing, it also bore the hero faction's mark. As for their objective, was it to confirm the underworld's movements by attacking a Mao's family? To divert the devil race's attention toward the old Mao faction? Or to sow chaos as cover for future actions? Leo listed calmly. Or perhaps to force a Mao to act personally so you could gather intelligence on them. He laid out each calculation one by one. More or less, Leo concluded. It's just that you didn't expect me to be the holder of Zenith Tempest, and that I'd also possess another holy relic on par with the Holy Spear, the Incinerate Anthem. That's why you took interest in me, and why you decided I might be a threat, prompting this little greeting, right? As Leo's analysis unfolded, the smile on Cao Cao's face slowly faded. By the time Leo finished speaking, Cao Cao was no longer smiling at all. His deep gaze was fixed on Leo, as if reassessing his worth, sharp and intense. Leo met that gaze calmly, the atmosphere growing heavy and oppressive. After a long silence, Cao Cao finally spoke. A brilliant analysis. Brilliant judgment. He tapped the holy spear against his shoulder. No wonder Sona Citri herself took notice of you. I never expected to be seen through to this extent. Honestly, your keen insight isn't any weaker than that fallen angel governor's. As far as they knew, only that individual had been able to sense their presence and see through some of their arrangements. Before this, neither the devils nor the heavenly side had noticed them at all. By all logic, Leo, as a devil, should have been the same. Yet he displayed an abnormal level of familiarity with them, making Cao Cao suspect there might be some hidden variable at play. This is troublesome, Cao Cao sighed. I really didn't plan to do anything to you right now. I haven't seen all your cards yet, and without absolute certainty of keeping you here, taking action would be reckless. If you suddenly pulled out a power you'd never used before, like you did against Leafei tricks, we'd only end up on the losing end. But now, I'm starting to fear your insight and perspective. Perhaps I should try, at any cost, to keep you here forever. Cao Cao's gaze turned cold as he raised the holy spear once more. No helping it. I'll have to get serious. As he spoke, an astonishing sacred gear fluctuation erupted from the holy spear. That invisible ripple spread outward, merging with the flow of the world itself, and disrupting it. Seeing this, Leo immediately understood. Cao Cao was truly going all out. When a sacred gear's wielders will underwent a drastic change, strong enough to defy the world's pervasive flow, the gear would reach its ultimate domain. Cao Cao was about to unleash it. His low voice echoed throughout the alternate space, making Leo tense up instantly. He knew this was the moment that would decide life and death. He couldn't hold back anymore. Demonic power blazed in Leo's eyes as an equally overwhelming sacred gear fluctuation surged from his body, just like Cao Cao's holy spear, beginning to alter the world's flow. Then let's do this. Seeing that, Cao Cao's eyes widened slightly. As if his warrior instincts had been ignited, his battle lust and fighting spirit surged once more. Come. The true power of the true Longinus and Zenith Tempest, the two strongest sacred gears in this world, was about to be revealed. Unfortunately, just as the most violent collision was about to occur, the silent third party finally stepped in. Calm down, Cao Cao. A young man in a mage's robe suddenly appeared beside him, reaching out to grasp the raised holy spear. Now isn't the time to reveal this spear's true power. Cao Cao snapped his head around. George. His voice brimmed with dissatisfaction and raging battle intent, making it clear he had no intention of stopping. George, of course, understood, but he didn't let go. I can feel this alternate space being invaded, George said succinctly. The underworld has noticed us. Our time is up. That single sentence cooled Chow Chow down immediately. Ha. He exhaled slowly and lowered the holy spear. Then we'll end it here. George nodded. You're running? Leo asked bluntly, having seen everything. More or less, Chow Chow admitted casually. Don't bother trying to stop us, Eligos. Just like I don't have the confidence to keep you here, you don't have the confidence to keep us either, right? This battle will have to wait. He looked at Leo with burning, brilliant eyes. Next time, we'll settle this properly. Then I'll show you the Holy Spear's true power. I hope you'll do the same, and show me the real Zenith Tempest. With those words, dense fog spread throughout the alternate space. In the blink of an eye, all figures were swallowed by the mist, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 130, Chapter 129, The Times Create Heroes. Chiba Prefecture, on a city street. Chow Chow and George, who had already left this place some time ago, reappeared once more amid rising fog. Just like before, not a single passerby noticed their presence. People brushed past them as if nothing were amiss, seemingly blind to the two oddly dressed men who had suddenly appeared on the street, one of whom was carrying a long spear, his clothes in tatters and stained with blood. Well? George asked as he withdrew the weapon that had just been raised, glancing at Chow Chow beside him. Satisfied? Of course not. Chow Chow rested the holy spear on his shoulder and tapped it lightly. I didn't even force him to reveal his trump card, and there was no winner. How could I be satisfied? After all, the purpose of this visit had never been to decide a victor with Leo Eligos. But you didn't go all out either, George said. And this time, our objective. That's what you call plans falling apart, Chow Chow cut in, narrowing his eyes as a sharp glint flashed within them. His fighting spirit surged as he spoke. I'll admit it, Leo Eligos is stronger than I expected. It really got my blood pumping. Originally, he truly hadn't planned to decide the outcome here. But Leo's performance completely ignited Chow Chow's competitive nature, making him itch to unleash everything he had and fight him head-on until a victor was decided. Honestly, if the underworld hadn't already made a move, Chow Chow wasn't sure he would have listened to George's advice to retreat. He's the second person after Vala Lucifer who's made me feel this exhilarated, Chow Chow muttered, lifting the holy spear as if speaking to himself. If not for the interruption, I wouldn't have minded letting him see the true face of this spear that ranks above his. Even if that meant using truth idea. At those words, George's expression shifted slightly. He knew exactly what that statement implied. It meant that in Chow Chow's eyes, Leo Eligos was no longer an opponent who could be reliably defeated by simply using Balance Breaker. To be certain of victory, he'd need to go a step further. Is your evaluation of him really that high? George couldn't help asking. Of course it is, Chow Chow replied casually, settling the holy spear back onto his shoulder. What do you think the name, Zenith Tempest, represents? That's a Longinus ranked above both your Dimension Lost and Leonardo's Annihilation Maker. It's the only sacred gear that can truly go head-to-head with the holy spear. Valley isn't bad either, but his sacred gear only ranks in the middle among the Longinus. All he has is dragon power. He doesn't wield god-slaying power like I do, nor is he the embodiment of a natural disaster like that guy. Of course, if we're talking purely about devil bloodline purity, Valley is superior to Leo Eligos, Chow Chow continued. But don't forget, according to our intelligence, Leo Eligos has an extremely unusual growth history. Hearing that, George immediately recalled the information they had on Leo. You mean how, after advancing to high-class devil, he suddenly experienced abnormal growth? That was something many within the hero faction found puzzling. As far as they knew, not long ago Leo had been nothing more than an utterly ordinary pureblood devil descendant. Aside from inheriting half pureblood devil blood and half exorcist blood, there was nothing remarkable about him. He was mediocre to the extreme. To ordinary people, someone like Leo, born with demonic power that already placed him among the best of mid-class devils, was a superior existence, an object of envy. But in the eyes of those with true talent and potential, Leo, who only barely advanced to high-class devil near adulthood, was painfully ordinary. He couldn't even compare to new generation devils like Rias or Sonacitri. To beings like Chow Chow and George, he wasn't even worth paying attention to. But ever since Leo advanced to high-class devil, everything had changed. Someone who took over a decade to barely become a high-class devil somehow grew into an ultimate-class devil in just a few months, George said slowly. Even his number of wings increased. That alone proves there's a huge secret behind him. And his subordinates, Chow Chow added. In just a few months, he's gathered 2 rare sacred gear users, and even 2 Longinus holders. That kind of luck with powerful sacred gears almost rivals ours and Grigori. And on top of that, he just happens to emerge right when we're fully prepared and about to end our period of dormancy. Chow Chow closed his eyes, an inscrutable smile on his face. Doesn't it feel like fate itself is pushing everything along? George frowned deeply at that. The times may change, Cao Cao said lightly, but one trait has always remained. Whenever chaos arises, certain chosen ones, rare as they are, always emerge like bamboo shoots after the rain. They either join forces to create an age of prosperity, or clash against one another to forge a turbulent era. This is what people mean by, the times create heroes. As Cao Cao's evaluation of Leo continued to rise, George's frown deepened. Are you saying, we might have overlooked someone who's destined to rise as a hero in the coming age of chaos? George muttered softly, prompting Cao Cao to open his eyes. No, Cao Cao replied with a smile, like a beast baring its fangs as it locked onto prey. What I mean is, things are getting more and more interesting. Will someone rise to end the chaos and become a hero of the new era? Or will we defeat these so-called monsters and prove that only humans can surpass their limits and claim the title of hero? Don't you think that's exactly what we should be proving next? George fell silent. After a while, he seemed to give up thinking altogether, shoulders slumping. Forget it. That's not something I should be worrying about, George said with a shrug. We're already on your ship. Whether it sails smoothly ahead or crashes halfway, we'll accept it. Rest assured, Cao Cao said, turning away. Throughout history, humanity has always been the weakest. Yet whenever chaos arrives, humans always step onto the stage as the final victors. I won't abandon ship halfway. I'll take all of you with me to the top of the world and crush every non-human in our way. Using the weakest to achieve the strongest. Surpassing humanity's limits. That is what the hero faction should be doing. With that, Cao Cao began walking forward. George spread his hands helplessly and followed. The two gradually disappeared into the crowd. Up ahead, others seemed to be waiting for them, an impressively large group. Unfortunately, no one around them noticed a thing. At the same time, at Leo's manor. When the previously dormant magic circle suddenly began flashing with red light, accompanied by a strange, dense fog. Whoosh! Leo's figure was ejected from the magic circle, as if he'd been repelled by something. Before he could react or stabilize himself, several figures rushed forward and caught him. Are you okay? That was Yukino's voice. President. That was Asuna. You're finally back. You idiot. That was Yutaha. Are you hurt? That was Mahiru. Only then did Leo fully come to his senses and look around. Yukino and Asuna had appeared without him noticing, each holding one side of his body. Behind them stood Yutaha, her face full of anxiety, and Mahiru, her expression brimming with worry. All four of them supported him together, helping him steady himself. Good. Looks like the worst didn't happen. Miyamoto Musashi was there as well, one hand resting on the swords at her waist. Her expression was far more serious than usual. Aside from those who had already been in the manor, there were unfamiliar devils surrounding the magic circle, channeling demonic power into it as they performed some kind of operation. You all. Leo said in surprise. Why is everyone here? Asuna answered. Musashi-sensei noticed you used the magic circle to jump somewhere unknown and couldn't contact you, so she immediately called us over and notified the underworld as well, asking them to send people to help get you out. Holding onto Leo's side, Asuna looked at his torn, blood-stained appearance, her face filled with concern. What exactly happened? Yukino asked, also supporting him, though her tone was far sharper. Didn't Musashi-sensei say that during this period, you should inform her beforehand no matter where you're going? The magic circle records show that you activated the transfer yourself, Yutaha added, arms crossed as she narrowed her eyes. Why did you leave without telling anyone? Did you think we'd be useless? Mahiru frowned slightly, staring straight at Leo. I remember you saying that a master and their servants are one, that they share the same fate, didn't you? One by one, the girls voiced their complaints, making it clear just how unhappy they were. It's not, this really wasn't my fault, Leo said with a bitter smile. I had no idea it was a trap. I thought someone was summoning me, like I was about to get a big job. Otherwise, he'd never have gone alone to face an unknown threat. If he'd known there was a problem on the other end, he would never have stepped onto the magic circle. Even if he absolutely had to, he would have brought his servants with him, or even Miyamoto Musashi. Walking knowingly into danger alone would have been truly stupid. As a refined egoist, Leo would never do something like that. This really isn't Leo-sama's fault, Miyamoto Musashi said after confirming he was fine. The underworld's people have already inspected the magic circle. The last jump was a normal summoning within devil business parameters. So the other side likely used your devil flyer, subtly interfering with the simple magic circle on it to create an illusion and lure Leo-sama over. To pull that off, they'd need a highly capable mage. Otherwise, as the one who engraved the magic circle, Leo-sama wouldn't have been deceived without noticing anything. That explanation eased the girl's expression somewhat. Let's treat the president's injuries first, Asuna said quickly when she noticed the blood still at the corner of Leo's mouth. Yukino, Utaha, and Mahiru all looked toward Miyamoto Musashi. Let's go, Musashi said after a moment's thought. We'll leave this to the underworld's people. They'll attempt a countertrace to see if they can track down the mage who interfered with the Devil Flyer's magic circle. They're professionals. We don't need to get involved. With that, Miyamoto Musashi took the lead out of the basement. Leo was just about to say he was fine, that his injuries looked worse than they really were, when Before he could finish, Yukino and Asuna each lifted one side of him. Wait, I can walk on my own, Leo said reflexively, struggling slightly. Put me down. The girls ignored him, silently carrying him out of the basement toward the living room. Seeing their dark expressions, Leo immediately realized they were still upset about him facing the enemy alone. But that wasn't his fault, was it? Hadn't Miyamoto Musashi already explained everything? Leo opened his mouth, then closed it again. Arguing with women, especially angry ones, was pointless. Once they got going, they were harder to restrain than a pig during New Year's. Better to behave and go along with it, lest he truly get ganged up on. Chapter 131, Chapter 130, a surprisingly pleasant talent. Don't move yet. In the living room, Leo had just been pressed down onto the sofa by Yukino when Asuna spoke softly, placing her gentle hands against his chest. A faint ringing sound followed. A soft, luminous green light suddenly bloomed from Asuna's hands. It wasn't dazzling at all, just warm and soothing. As the glow flowed along with her demonic power into Leo's body, warmth spread through him. The pain from his injuries eased, and his whole body felt lighter, more refreshed. Under that gentle light, the wounds on his body slowly began to heal. Leo stared at Asuna in surprise. When did you learn how to use healing abilities? This was something he'd had no idea about. Recently, Asuna replied, her eyes focused intently on Leo's wounds rather than his face. As she continued healing him, she explained, after the last attack, wasn't everyone hurt? Especially Yudo-san and Nimura-san, their injuries were so severe that they couldn't be treated without Phoenix tears. That really worried me. Maybe I was overthinking it, but I kept wondering, if something like that happened again, and someone close to us was seriously injured, what would we do? So after we got back, I started looking through books on healing whenever I had time after sword practice. And then. You just learned it. Leo was at a loss for words. He looked at Asuna's delicate, flawless face and genuinely didn't know what to say. As he already knew, healing abilities were considered top-tier talents. Very few people could use them, especially the kind capable of regenerating lost limbs. Unless someone used extremely powerful forbidden techniques or something equivalent, that level of healing was nearly impossible. That was precisely why healers were so rare, and so valued. In any team, someone with healing abilities was always in the highest demand. Everyone wanted one, yet few could ever obtain one. And yet, Asuna had just read a few books after coming back, and learned it. We didn't expect it either, Yukino said. Aside from Leo, she understood these matters best. Seeing Leo's stunned expression, she added, maybe Asuna really does have a talent for it. She only tried it once and succeeded. Yukino was the one who spent the most time in the study. When Asuna went looking for books, Yukino had not only been there but had also pointed out which ones were related to healing. That meant Yukino was the very first person to witness Asuna successfully use healing abilities. It had left her stunned at the time. Honestly, even I was surprised, Miyamoto Musashi said from the side, unable to hide her amazement. I never imagined it, Asuna. Aside from swordsmanship, you'd have such talent in healing as well. Musashi's words made Leo recall something important. In Asuna's own story, besides being known as the lightning-fast swordswoman, she later gained another title, Berserker Healer. That was from another game entirely. In that world, she had chosen a water spirit race skilled in healing magic, gaining healing abilities. But because she constantly abandoned her role as a healer to charge into the front lines with her sword, she earned that rather inelegant nickname. Leo found it genuinely astonishing. So what, now even side stories from the original have started coming true in reality? But Asuna shook her head. It's not just me. Mahiru can use healing abilities too. That single sentence drew everyone's attention to Mahiru. I can use it, but I'm not as skilled as Asuna-senpai, Mahiru said softly, her caramel-colored eyes lowering in embarrassment. So I didn't dare try healing senpai myself. I'm sorry. She looked at Leo uneasily, clearly worried that he might think she was useless. It's fine. Just being able to use it at all is impressive, Leo said without hesitation, even praising her. We've only been back how long? A few days at most. The fact that both of you learned healing abilities in such a short time is already a huge surprise to me. That was the truth. Leo was surprised, yes, but even more than that, he was delighted. As the king-piece of the Eligos servants and the leader of the team, he understood better than anyone how valuable healing abilities were. He'd even briefly considered whether he should somehow recruit Asia Argento, who was originally meant to belong to another devil's servants. He never expected that his own servants would produce people with the rare talent to learn healing abilities. And not just one, two at once. That was beyond surprising. Then again, Asuna, the berserker healer, had shown this potential. How could Mahiru, often likened to an angel, possibly lack it? While not absolute, healing abilities were usually a very positive power, somewhat incompatible with devils by nature. That was why such abilities were more commonly found in the underworld's counterparts, the church or the heavenly side, and rarer among devils and fallen angels. Mahiru was a devil, but she was also the holder of the Incinerate Anthem, possessing strong holy and purification powers. Healing ability suited her surprisingly well, making her aptitude far from strange. Why can't I learn it at all? Yutaha muttered to herself. She'd been frequenting the study lately as well. After seeing Asuna and Mahiru succeed one after the other, she'd tried herself, but no matter what she did, she couldn't make it work. You can't envy talent, Yukino said calmly, thinking of her own sister. It's cruel and straightforward. Either you have it, or you don't. She herself had tried, and failed as well. I can only treat light injuries for now, Asuna quickly added. Anything more serious would require much deeper study. As for regenerating lost limbs, there's no way I can do that right now. To achieve something like that, she'd need to learn forbidden-level magic formula. That wasn't something achievable overnight. And at the moment, she only had an interest in learning, she had no intention of making it her main focus. Right now, swordsmanship was still her priority. Healing was just something she wanted to dabble in for the time being. When you've finished your sword training, you should consider studying it more seriously, Miyamoto Musashi said to her. Healing abilities are invaluable in both team and solo combat. Especially in prolonged battles, a healer is the lifeline of any team. Even the Mao place great importance on that. It'd be a waste to abandon such talent, she added. You've achieved this much in just a few days. If you have the time later, going deeper into it would benefit both you and the entire Eligos servants. Asuna naturally accepted Musashi's advice. She had no intention of giving up on it. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken the initiative to learn in the first place. Once her swordsmanship reached a mature stage, she fully intended to seriously study healing. For now, though, healing would remain a side pursuit. Sword training was still Asuna's main path. All done. After a while, Asuna withdrew the soft green light from her hands and smiled. That should take care of it. Under her treatment, Leo still looked terrible, his clothes in tatters, bloodstains everywhere, but his injuries were mostly healed, and the pain was completely gone. Yeah, I'm good, Leo said after testing his body and finding no difference from normal. He gave Asuna a thumbs up. As expected of our Asuna. That was thorough and careful. Asuna narrowed her eyes and smiled brightly, taking his words as straightforward praise. Good thing your injuries weren't too serious, Miyamoto Musashi laughed. Otherwise, we'd probably have had to request Phoenix Tears from the underworld again. Then her tone shifted slightly. It's about time you told us everything, isn't it? This wasn't just about them. The underworld was waiting as well, for Leo and Miyamoto Musashi's report. It's nothing too complicated, Leo said after a moment's thought. He then recounted everything that had happened between himself and Cao Cao. There was no need to hide anything. He explained the entire experience in detail. As he spoke, everyone's expressions grew solemn, then shifted again and again. The sheer amount of information was overwhelming. The mastermind behind the attack had been human, descendants of heroes. That alone was shocking. On top of that, they had formed a faction, seemingly tied to the old Mao faction as well. The previous attack on the three major servant teams also bore their fingerprints. Even if they weren't the main instigators, they had clearly been accomplices working from the shadows. And yet, that wasn't the most shocking part. What truly unsettled them was the power those people wielded. The true Longinus. Miyamoto Musashi murmured. This is going to be troublesome. Chapter 132, Chapter 131, Let's Go Train. The absolute spear that could pierce anything. The true Longinus, the very first and strongest Longinus. Undisputedly ranked number 1 among sacred gears. The foremost of the 3 holy relics. A legendary weapon said to have slain even the Son of God, its reputation alone was overwhelming. If the church or heaven learned of its appearance, they would inevitably be thrown into an uproar. That was why its emergence weighed so heavily on everyone present. It was also the only sacred gear ranked higher, and more powerful, than Leo's Zenith Tempest. Worse still, it was a holy weapon, the thing devils feared most. There was no way anyone could treat it lightly. Miyamoto Musashi frowned deeply. Yukino and the others exchanged looks, shock clear in each other's eyes. They clearly hadn't expected that the one Leo encountered would be the host of the legendary Holy Spear, the only person capable of suppressing him in terms of sacred gears. Why would someone like that become a terrorist, and even get involved with the old Mao faction? Even Miyamoto Musashi felt a headache coming on. But she was worrying too soon. If it were only the host of the true Longinus, that would be one thing. But the problem is, it's not just that, Leo said, having to remind her. Based on the spatial techniques they used both times, there's a strong chance their faction also has the host of Dimension Lost. And the one who tampered with our Devil Flyer is probably a powerful magician. Sir Zek-sama also said that the monsters used by the old Mao faction in the last attack were artificially created, Asuna added. They were produced in large numbers using unknown techniques. It's highly likely that was done by the host of Annihilation Maker. Do you understand what that means? Miyamoto Musashi's expression grew darker by the second. What did it mean? Yutaha couldn't help but speak up. Doesn't that mean 3 of the 4 top-tier Longinus are all in that hero faction? That was exactly the case. The true Longinus, Zenith Tempest, Annihilation Maker, Dimension Lost, these 4 sacred gears were classified as top-tier Longinus. They were the only known sacred gears that, depending on how they were used, could destroy an entire nation, or even have a massive impact on the world itself. While Longinus were ranked in strength, the gap between the other 9 wasn't actually that large. At the end of the day, they were all on the same tier. Even a higher-ranked Longinus didn't necessarily mean a guaranteed victory over a lower-ranked one. At most, it meant having a greater advantage. Once the host's abilities were factored out, the outcome was far from certain. Only these 4, the true Longinus, Zenith Tempest, Annihilation Maker, and Dimension Lost, were singled out and given the title top tier. That was because their power was simply too dangerous, separated from the rest by an insurmountable gap. Against an ordinary Longinus, their advantage was absolute. Which was why Cao Cao had chosen to target Leo. This didn't mean an ordinary Longinus would definitely lose to a top-tier one, but the odds were undeniably stacked. Leo himself was the host of Zenith Tempest, a sacred gear ranked just below the true Longinus. Otherwise, with his current strength, he wouldn't even qualify to be targeted by Cao Cao. After all, Cao Cao's strength was on the same level as Miyamoto Musashi's, possibly even higher. Not to mention, he still had Balance Breaker. And within the true Longinus, there was power hidden beyond Balance Breaker itself. Leo knew it very clearly, right now, he wasn't a match for that man. Even though they had fought evenly in the pocket dimension, that was for 2 reasons. First, Cao Cao's goal had only been to gather intelligence, he had no intention of deciding the battle then and there. Second, Leo's fighting style naturally restrained Cao Cao to some extent. After all, Cao Cao was a fragile human. If he took a direct hit from Zenith Tempest's disaster-level attacks, he would have to dodge and respond perfectly to avoid injury. As a human with a weak physique, even grazing one of Zenith Tempest's Calamity-class strikes would result in severe injury, or outright death. That forced Cao Cao to be extremely cautious. He couldn't charge in recklessly, which gave Leo plenty of room to maneuver. There was also a third reason. Cao Cao hadn't gone all out. From the way he looked at the time, it was obvious he would eventually use Balance Breaker, and even push the Holy Spear to an even higher level. If it were only Balance Breaker, Leo wouldn't be completely helpless. But in the face of power beyond that, he had no confidence at all. Judging from the true Longinus and Zenith Tempest alone, even if Annihilation Maker and Dimension Lost were slightly inferior, being called top tier meant they were absolutely nothing to scoff at. And yet, including the Holy Spear, 3 of these terrifying sacred gears were all gathered within that hero faction. Just how terrifying of a force was that? Especially with the Holy Spear involved, its threat to devils was simply too great. At that thought, Miyamoto Musashi could no longer sit still. No. I need to report this immediately. She stood up and addressed Leo and the others. You absolutely must not leave the manor again. We can't risk another attack. Leaving those words behind, Miyamoto Musashi rushed out of the living room to contact the underworld. Only Leo's group remained, the atmosphere growing heavy and oppressive. Sigh. Yutaha pressed a hand to her forehead. Doesn't it feel like the world suddenly got a lot more dangerous? That was exactly what everyone else was thinking. What kind of organization could gather terrorists like the hero faction and the old Mao faction under one roof? Yukino frowned at Leo. It's not some stray magician's group, is it? Obviously not, Leo said, rolling his eyes. Even those stray magicians are probably just another faction within that organization. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been so many of them involved in the last attack. So, we're being targeted now? Mahiru asked softly. That hero faction won't just ignore the president's Zenith Tempest. That's probably it, Asuna said worriedly. To be precise, the entire Eligos servant group won't be ignored by the hero faction anymore. Even the old Mao faction will likely see us as a thorn in their side. Zenith Tempest, Incinerate Anthem, Absolute Demise, Blade Blacksmith, create world, so many rare and powerful sacred gears gathered under a single devil. There was no way Eligos' servants wouldn't draw attention. That attention alone had already provoked massive reactions from devils, angels, and fallen angels alike, let alone those terrorists who had clearly positioned themselves as enemies. Whether it was the Old Mao faction or the Hero faction, neither would ignore the existence of Eligos' servants. Even if they hadn't fully grown yet, they would surely want to strangle the threat in its cradle before it became a future catastrophe. And that was only based on what could be seen on the surface. Leo knew better than anyone how extraordinary the entire servant group, including himself, really was. His own talent might be average, but as long as he possessed the trait of servant conversion, and as long as he still had evil pieces left, he would grow at a speed that left everyone stunned. Yukino's talent was no worse than that of a pureblood devil, and her mind was even sharper. She was already using powerful magic formula as traps. Given time, she would become formidable. Asuna had talent in swordsmanship and recovery. Yutaha had a natural aptitude for using sacred gears. Mahiru's holy cross concealed even greater power. An Eligos servant group that had only developed for a few months already rivaled the Gremari and Citri servant groups. Given another year or two, they would undoubtedly become a pillar of the underworld. If all of this had already been exposed, then things would only get far more troublesome. Leo understood very clearly that the current situation was extremely unfavorable. The others might not grasp it as deeply as he did, but they still knew something was wrong. They had only just returned, yet they were attacked again. What would happen next? There's no choice. As the girls worried over the situation, Leo finally spoke. I was planning to suggest this later, but we have to move it up. Everyone froze. What suggestion? Yukino asked. What are you planning to do? Leo stood up, meeting everyone's gaze. I'm going to request leave from school, he said. All of you will too. At those words, everyone's heart sank. Are we running away? Yutaha voiced what they were all thinking. Leo had previously told them about Surzex's options, one of which involved going to the underworld. So hearing this, they thought he had compromised. Who said anything about running? Leo replied coldly. In the end, it's because our strength isn't enough that we're forced to live like this, constantly on edge. If we had enough power, then no matter who tried to mess with us, they'd have to think long and hard about the consequences. So. His gaze swept across everyone as he declared. Let's go train. Chapter 133, Chapter 132, The Devil Train. Chiba Prefecture, Nishifunabashi Station. Located in Nishifunabashi 4th District, Funabashi City, this station was jointly operated by East Japan Railway, Tokyo Metro, and the Toyo Rapid Railway. 5 different rail lines stopped here, making it one of the most important transportation hubs in western Chiba Prefecture and even the eastern outskirts of the Tokyo metropolitan area. It was also the largest and busiest station in Chiba Prefecture. Just as dawn was beginning to break, the station had already started operating, though its main entrances hadn't fully opened yet. Under such circumstances, Leo and his group appeared here. As soon as they arrived, the servants from the Eligos house all yawned in unison, looking like they'd barely woken up and were still half asleep. Do we really need to leave this early? Yutaha complained while yawning, dragging a large suitcase behind her. She was dressed in an academy-style outfit, looking every bit like a beautiful young artist heading out to gather inspiration. It's not even light out yet. Yukino rubbed her eyes as well. Like Yutaha, she was pulling a huge suitcase, but she wore a floral one-piece dress and high-heeled sandals, making her look as though she was about to head off on a seaside vacation. Looks like everyone's exhausted. We really should have had some tea first. Asuna and Mahiru seemed slightly better off than Yukino and Yutaha, but they still looked like they'd just rolled out of bed, smiling wryly. Naturally, they were also dragging suitcases. One was dressed in a more sharp, practical style suitable for movement, while the other was dressed conservatively, showing only her ankles. Even so, both were undeniably eye-catching beauties. Leo, on the other hand, was yawning too, but he looked energetic and alert. What's wrong? Leo asked in confusion. Did none of you sleep last night? At that, the girls all shot him resentful looks. How could we sleep? Yukino said bluntly. You suddenly told us to take leave for special training, didn't explain anything clearly, and then just left. I spent the whole night tossing and turning, thinking about it. Yutaha, Asuna, and Mahiru all nodded in agreement. Because of what Leo said the day before, all 4 of them had requested long-term leave from school and even suspended their devil-related work. Yet none of them could fall asleep, left alone with their thoughts all night. It was all Leo's fault, for dropping a single line and walking away without explaining where they were going or how the training would work. That's not really my fault, is it? Leo said, spreading his hands. For this training, I needed to communicate with the underworld first and confirm the schedule before deciding on anything. So it's not that I didn't want to tell you. At the time, nothing was even settled yet. I planned to explain everything after confirming the itinerary. Hearing that, the girl's resentment eased quite a bit. Then you can tell us now, right? Yutaha said, looking toward Nishifunabashi Station. You rushed us to pack and dragged us all the way to the station. Are we heading to some remote mountain village or forest? That sounds like a school trip, Asuna said, tilting her head. Or maybe some small island overseas. We didn't have time to prepare properly at all, Mahiru said worriedly. It would have been better if we'd planned this in advance. The girls talked over one another, breaking the quiet air with constant chatter. It was obvious they were curious and uneasy at the same time, excited, yet confused, which made them more restless than usual. All right, stop guessing, Leo cut in. We're not going to some mountain wilderness, and we're not heading to an uninhabited island overseas either. We're going to the underworld. The moment he said that, the girls froze. The underworld. Yukino, Asuna, and Yutaha all looked surprised. The underworld. Mahiru, the only one who hadn't been there before, looked downright shocked. That's right, Leo said, resting one hand on his hip as he stood before them. I'd rather not hide away in the underworld, but given the current situation, if we want to train properly without being disturbed, leaving the human world and going there is the best option. You haven't been to the Eligos territory yet, have you? This time, I'll take you back and show you what our family's territory really looks like. The girls exchanged glances. If we're going to the underworld, why not teleport there with a magic circle like last time? Yukino asked calmly. I already explained that back in the familiar forest, didn't I? Leo glanced at her. New servant devils like you aren't allowed to jump directly to the underworld using a magic circle. Otherwise, you'd be treated as illegal intruders. Last time was only possible because I made a special request and got an exception. If you want to use magic circle teleportation to the underworld, you first need to enter through the official human world channel and complete the entry procedures. Otherwise, you'll be treated as illegal immigrants. This time, I'm taking you through the official route from the human world. At his words, all three girls except Mahiru recalled their previous trip to the familiar forest. So how do we use the official route? Yutaha pointed toward Nishifunabashi Station. Don't tell me we're taking a train. The others also looked at the station, their expressions subtle. Taking a train to the underworld from a station. That sounded completely unreliable. It is a train, Leo said casually, ignoring their looks. Relax. I already bought the tickets. We'll just head to the platform and wait. With that, Leo took the lead and walked toward Nishifunabashi Station. The four girls looked at one another before following him. As they walked, they noticed that Leo didn't enter through the main entrance. Instead, he led them to a hidden corner. There was a passageway there that led directly into the station, but it was sealed off with notices and secured by a rusty lock, clearly unused for a long time. Leo stepped forward, took out a card, and lightly swiped it. Click. The lock sprang open, the seals peeled away on their own, and the door slowly swung open. Come on. Follow me. Leo led the girls through the passage and into the station, but instead of heading to the main waiting hall, they stopped in front of an elevator. It didn't look like one that was used often, and it was fairly small. With 5 people and their large suitcases squeezed inside, it quickly became cramped, to the point where Asuna and Mahiru were almost pressed against Leo. Why did you bring so much luggage? Leo said helplessly. Didn't I say just bring a few changes of clothes? The girls all rolled their eyes at him. We're going on a long trip and taking extended leave. How could we only bring a few outfits? Girls already have a hard time just going out, let alone traveling. I still have lots of things I didn't bring. Same here. If the suitcase weren't big enough, I'd want to bring another one. They all complained at once, including Asuna and Mahiru, who had been shy about being so close to Leo just moments ago. All right, Leo said quickly, sensing he'd angered everyone. He changed the subject, took out the card again, and swiped it across the electronic panel next to the elevator buttons. Beep. With a soft electronic sound, the elevator began to move, not upward, but downward. It kept descending for several full minutes, giving the unsettling feeling of sinking deep underground. When the elevator finally stopped and they stepped out, the girls were stunned. Before them was an enormous artificial space. Its structure resembled a station platform, but the design was clearly different from the human world. It was far larger than Nishifunabashi Station's waiting hall, several times larger, in fact, so vast that the ceiling felt impossibly distant. Despite its size, the place was completely empty. The lighting was dim, with only eerie demonic power glowing from the walls, illuminating the space. What is this place? Yutaha said in disbelief. There's something this big under Nishifunabashi Station. Even Yukino, a local elite, was shocked by the existence of such a space. I can feel demonic power fluctuations, Asuna said, looking at the walls. Devil Station. Mahiru murmured. And somehow, she was right. This is a secret station that only local devils know about, Leo explained, raising the card in his hand. It's a devil train route. Ordinary humans can't enter, even with a pass. From here, we can take a train coming from the underworld straight into it. Judging by the time, it should be arriving soon. No sooner had Leo finished speaking than a train emerged from the depths of the tracks. Its appearance was ferocious, covered in sharp angles, with demonic patterns carved across its body, like something straight out of hell. Come on. I'll take you to handle the entry procedures first. Leo led the stunned girls toward the devil train. ================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================The so-called entry procedures were actually quite simple. The conductor used a special device to verify each passenger's identity. Once the check passed, the entry procedures were completed at the same time. As for how that confirmed their identities, it was because after being reincarnated using evil pieces, a servant devil's information was already registered in the underworld. A quick scan with the device was enough to confirm whether it was truly them. Naturally, there were no issues with the identities of the Eligos servants. Their verification was completed quickly, and the entry procedures were finished without incident. From here until we reach the station at your destination, you're free to move around the train cars, the conductor said. There are sleeping compartments and dining areas available. Please feel free to make use of them during your journey. After greeting Leo's group with a professional smile and guiding them into the carriage, the conductor disappeared, leaving the girls with an even stronger feeling that they were riding a train straight out of hell. If I hadn't already been reincarnated as a devil, I'd never dare get on something like this, Yutaha muttered under a breath, earning unanimous agreement from the others. That said, the interior of the train was unexpectedly normal. Unlike its terrifying exterior, it looked more like a banquet hall used by medieval nobility. Red carpets covered the floor, the decor was elegant, and there weren't many seats, giving the impression of riding in a luxurious first-class cabin. There was even a bar counter and a tea cart. Woo! Not long after, the train's horn sounded, and it began to move slowly, pulling away from the station. Where is this train heading? Yukino asked, glancing out the window. After leaving the station, the train followed dark tracks, but instead of heading into a city or residential area, it seemed to be traveling through a strange, warped world. There were no proper buildings or scenery in sight. All right, stop looking, Leo said, motioning for the girls to sit down as he explained again. There's nothing out there, just distortion. Once we leave the station, we officially enter the gap between the human world and the underworld. That's why you can't see anything beyond the tracks. There's literally nothing there. In about 30 minutes, we'll encounter the dimensional gap and pass through it, officially entering the underworld. And this train will take us directly to the Eligos territory, where we'll get off. The seats were arranged face to face. Sitting across from Leo were Yukino and Yutaha, while Asuna and Mahiru sat beside him, one on each side. That place is both the Eligos family's territory and land waiting to be developed. In the future, I'll grant part of that territory to you. You'll need to develop it properly and restore it to prosperity. Of course, that's something for later. We haven't officially debuted yet. We'll only need to think about reviving the territory after that. Leo's explanation cleared up some of the girls' doubts, but also raised more questions. So what you're saying is that the Eligos territory hasn't been fully developed? Yukino asked, puzzled. Why? It was a reasonable question. The Eligos family was one of the 72 pillars. Even if the bloodline had once been cut off, as long as the land remained, there was no reason for it to be completely undeveloped. Unless it had been abandoned. That's right, it was abandoned, Leo said with a shrug. The land was once prosperous, but after the Eligos family fell, all the devils living there left. It eventually turned into ruins. The underworld was different from the human world. There were no oceans, and the land was vast. Even after devils and fallen angels divided it up, land utilization was still extremely low compared to the small population of devils. As a result, land in the underworld wasn't particularly valuable unless it had additional worth, such as rare resources. Once no one managed it, the land was quickly discarded without hesitation. That was why the former residents of the Eligos territory had left, moving on to more prosperous regions. Leo had returned before, but all he saw was a massive stretch of abandoned land. Cities had crumbled into ruins, vegetation overtook what used to be urban areas, and various monsters roamed freely. It wasn't a place anyone could live. You'll understand once you see it for yourselves. Seeing how intently the girls were listening, Leo shared a bit more about the Eligos territory to help them better understand the situation. Even so, after hearing everything, the girls all had the same thought. How are we supposed to revive a place like that? The current state of the Eligos territory was that bad, definitely not something a group of young girls could develop. Don't rush it. Our future is still long, Leo said casually, clearly having already thought it through. There's no way we could revive it with just a few of us. But once we debut and start participating in raiding games, we'll make a name for ourselves in the devil world. When that happens, even if we do nothing, people will come seeking us out. That's when the revival of the territory truly begins. As for now, just treat it as a place for us to train. Leo unfolded a magic circle in his hand, projecting a detailed map. It was a map of the Eligos territory. It was very detailed, but most areas were marked as barren, mountains and forests everywhere, hardly looking like places anyone had lived. Our destination is here, Leo said, pointing to one corner of the map. This used to be an ancient battlefield where the Eligos family trained soldiers. The outer area has a barely usable camp, while the interior is filled with dangerous terrain. Some areas are perfect for training, with great results, but stay too long, and you'll die. I've trained there before, Leo continued. Not for long, though. The environment was too harsh. Back then, Leo had only been one of the stronger mid-class devils, nowhere near a high-class devil. Naturally, the place had been too dangerous for him. Now, however, he could move through it freely. My plan is to train all of you there for 1 month, Leo said, his gaze sweeping over the girls. I've already prepared a detailed training plan. Once everything's ready, I'll hand it to you. The girls nodded, showing they understood. They weren't without anxiety, but they suppressed it. After experiencing 2 attacks, they were painfully aware of how lacking their current strength was. They wanted to become stronger. So even knowing they were heading to a harsh environment, they mustered their courage and raised no objections. Don't worry, Leo said, as if seeing through their thoughts. With me here, nothing will happen to you. The girls nodded again, finally relaxing. The train continued on, traveling endlessly through the warped, eerie world. About 30 minutes later, an announcement echoed through the carriage. Approaching the dimensional gap. Approaching the dimensional gap. Hearing that, the girls rushed to the windows. There's a hole. Asuna cried out. Ahead of the train, a black cavern appeared in the twisted world, spinning slowly in the void like a black hole. The train plunged straight into it, then emerged moments later, carrying the Eligos servants into the underworld. The scenery outside changed completely. The warped world vanished, replaced by an unfamiliar landscape. A purple sky stretched overhead, and endless land spread out below, mountains and forests everywhere. There was no sea, but massive lakes dotted the terrain. This is the underworld, the girls murmured, their eyes shining with wonder. Even Yukino, Asuna, and Yutaha were no exception. It couldn't be helped. The last time the 3 of them had been to the underworld, it had already been dark, and all they saw was the familiar forest. This time was different. There was no sun in the sky, but the light was plentiful, clearly illuminating the mountains, rivers, lakes, and forests. The view was undeniably beautiful. Is this really the hell from the legends? Mahiru said softly. It doesn't look like it at all. The others nodded instinctively. What you're seeing now is just the surface of the underworld, Leo explained with a smile. This part isn't much different from the human world. There are towns and cities, and it's quite developed, at least in the devil world. As for the hell you imagine, that's actually underground, much deeper. That's where the souls of the dead go. Even deeper still live the gods who manage the underworld and the gods of death. They're part of a different system from us, and we rarely interact with them, so you don't need to worry about it. Look, the Eligos territory is coming up. Following Leo's lead, the girls looked ahead. The land was full of mountains and forests, with the faint outlines of towns and cities, but all of them were abandoned, reduced to crumbling ruins. The train crossed ruins, mountains, and forests before finally reaching the boundary of the Eligos territory and entering a stretch of wasteland. At the edge of the territory stood a camp made up of rows of tents. We're here, Leo said as he stood up, a strange smile on his face. Come on, girls. It's time to face your trial. ===================================================================================================================================〕 Targeted training. This camp inside Eligos territory hadn't been used for a long time. Its exterior looked a bit rundown, but unlike abandoned towns or cities, it hadn't fallen completely into ruin. Because it was close to the battlefield, the entire camp had been reinforced with protective measures. Even after all these years, it only looked worn on the surface, its actual functions were still intact. At the very least, all the tents were still usable. The interiors looked as if they'd just been set up. They weren't spotless, but they were clean enough to meet basic standards. Under Leo's guidance, the members of Eligos' servants settled into the tents one after another. They chose 3 large tents near the center of the camp. Not only were these tents spacious and well-equipped, but stepping outside led directly to the central plaza. In the middle of the plaza stood a massive bonfire pit. Once night fell, it would ignite automatically, the flames burning all the way until dawn. As for how the tents were divided, Leo took one large tent for himself. Yukino and Yutaha shared another, while Asuna and Mahiru stayed in the last one. The tents were close to each other, so if anything happened, no one would miss it. They gathered in the plaza. Once everyone had settled in, Leo called them all out and stood before the bonfire. Ready. Leo smiled slightly as he looked at the 4 girls standing in front of him. Of course. I'm ready. Bring it on anytime. I'll do my best. Yukino, Asuna, Yutaha, and Mahiru all wore serious expressions, their resolve clear. They had changed into athletic clothes suitable for movement. If not for the setting, it would have looked like they were about to head to a PE class. Leo, on the other hand, was still dressed casually, looking relaxed and almost lazy. If this were the past, he would have needed to take things seriously too. But now, he barely cared about the dangers lurking in this ancient battlefield, so his attitude naturally became much more laid back. All right. First, take these. Look them over carefully. Leo took out 4 sets of documents and handed them to the girls one by one. These are. They accepted them with puzzled looks. These are training plans I made specifically for each of you, based on your physical condition and demonic power, Leo explained. They include both physical training and demonic power training. The workload increases day by day, and as long as you complete the assigned amount each day, you'll steadily push past your limits. Your bodies and demonic power will grow stronger very quickly. Don't underestimate physical strength and demonic power. Even though you're all sacred gear users and mainly rely on your sacred gears in battle, you still need a solid foundation in both. After all, a sacred gear runs on stamina and demonic power. Every time you use one, you consume both. The more you have, the longer you can keep your sacred gear active. Only with enough stamina and demonic power can you support stronger sacred gear abilities. Without that support, even if you possess a powerful sacred gear, you won't last until the end of a fight. Mahiru and Yutaha-senpai should understand that better than anyone. At his words, Yutaha and Mahiru fell silent. During the attack by the Old Mao faction, both of them had performed exceptionally well. Their powerful sacred gears protected their teammates, leaving the enemy helpless. But if the battle had dragged on and Leo's group hadn't arrived in time, their fate would have been just as grim. Yutaha had maintained her barrier non-stop, blocking enemy bombardment until she nearly collapsed from exhaustion. Mahiru had completely run out of stamina and demonic power by the time they reached the 3rd room, forcing her to rely on her teammates for protection. If Leo and the others hadn't arrived when they did, neither of them would have made it to the end. But if their stamina and demonic power had been more abundant, they could have maintained their sacred gears longer. Breaking through might have been unrealistic, but at least they could have protected themselves. Yukino also recalled her first fight against Sharon. Back then, she had used her sacred gear without regard for consumption, draining herself too heavily. When Sharon unleashed her killing move, Yukino didn't even have the strength left to dodge. If not for Leo stepping in, she would have been dead. In the future, all of you may reach the ultimate realm of your sacred gears, Balance Breaker. And using Balance Breaker consumes an enormous amount of stamina and demonic power. If you don't have enough, even after reaching that realm, you won't be able to maintain it for long. You'll be forced to carefully restrain your power to reduce consumption. But doing that lowers output, preventing you from unleashing Balance Breaker at full strength. Leo tapped the training plans in their hands. That's why this plan exists. If you can complete it, 1 month from now you'll be reborn. Conservatively speaking, you'll be several times stronger than you are now, if not more. The girls nodded in unison and began reading the plan seriously. As they read, something caught their attention. The training schedule here seems to only cover the mornings, Yutaha said, the first to notice. What about the afternoons and evenings? Indeed, Leo's plan only included morning training. The reason was simple. This is just basic physical and demonic power training, Leo said matter-of-factly. You can't spend all your time on fundamentals, right? That's why the plan only covers mornings. From the afternoon onward, you'll each do targeted training. For example, Asuna, you'll continue training your swordsmanship. I don't need to teach you how to do that, do I? Asuna nodded without hesitation. Her sword training was handled by Miyamoto Musashi, who had already told her exactly what to do before they set out. She knew her path clearly. She had more or less mastered the techniques of Nitten Ichiryu. What she needed next wasn't new moves, but something deeper. All of that had already been arranged by Miyamoto Musashi. Leo, an outsider in swordsmanship, had no need to interfere. Asuna could handle her afternoon training on her own. That left the other 3. Yukino, Leo said, turning to his first recruited servant. After you finish your morning basics each day, you need to focus on how you use your sacred gear. Do you know what your biggest problem is right now? My biggest problem? Yukino frowned, hesitating before answering. My mastery over the sacred gear isn't high enough. That's right. Leo nodded, then continued, but do you know why that is? That. Yukino fell silent. Because you're using it the wrong way, Leo said bluntly. Absolute Demise is an independent avatar type sacred gear. Do you know the defining trait of independent avatar type sacred gears? That they're alive, Leo continued without waiting. They can act and fight on their own. Their greatest advantage is that the host doesn't need to control them directly. Instead, the host can fight alongside them, achieving a result greater than 1+1. But think about your battles so far. Every time you summon your sacred gear, haven't you been controlling its power yourself? At those words, realization struck Yukino like a bolt of lightning. He was right. Every time she summoned the Ice Princess, she instinctively controlled it, forcing it to fight according to her will. She became a puppeteer, pulling strings, instead of fighting together with it. What you need to do now is completely grasp your sacred gear's combat style, Leo said. Don't control it. Let it coordinate with you, or you coordinate with it. Fight together. That may increase consumption, but your combat power will double. This will be your targeted afternoon training for the next month. Understand? Yukino nodded silently. She was exceptionally sharp. Once Leo pointed it out, she immediately understood what she needed to do. She wrote her afternoon training goals onto her plan, refining it. Meanwhile, Leo turned to Yutaha and Mahiru. Yutaha, you're the most talented when it comes to using your sacred gear. Your wild imagination is your greatest asset. Your afternoon training should focus on turning that asset into reality, constantly experimenting with different barrier setups, expanding their applications and possibilities. And Mahiru, Leo continued, you need to deepen your understanding of the Holy Cross. You wield holy power and purification power. These two forces place extremely high demands on your mental state, your mindset. As long as you maintain a pure and upright heart, you'll be able to grasp and strengthen these powers quickly. It was clear Leo had already thought all of this through. His guidance flowed smoothly. That covers your afternoon training. As for the evenings, that'll be combat practice. You'll cross the ancient battlefield and endure its environment. Now then, let's get started. Chapter 136, Chapter 135, Spartan Training. When Leo and his group boarded the train to the underworld, the sky was only just beginning to brighten. So even after arriving at their destination and taking some time to rest and reorganize, there was still plenty of time left in the day. Under Leo's instructions, the members of the Eligos servants began their morning foundational training. Only, right from the start, the intensity was cranked all the way up. Boom. With a thunderous roar, a massive blast of demonic power came crashing down from the sky, slamming into the ground and triggering a huge explosion. Ah! Yukino, Asuna, Yutaha, and Mahiru screamed as they scrambled to escape, barely avoiding a direct hit. Run! Run faster! Don't slow down! Leo, his 8 devil wings spread wide, hovered in the air as he chased after the 4 girls. At the same time, he kept forming enormous demonic power blasts in his hands and hurling them in their direction. Boom. 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 Explosions erupted one after another behind them, forcing the girls to flee in panic, their screams filled with fear. What are you doing? Is this really necessary? This is way too dangerous. Stop it already, senpai. Yukino, Yutaha, Asuna, and Mahiru shouted their protests, but all they got in return was Leo's merciless response. Wasn't it written clearly in the plan? The purpose of basic training is to force out your daily limits, and then surpass them, reaching a higher level. If I just had you run laps, sure, it would improve your stamina. But devils have far stronger bodies than humans. How long would you have to run to actually hit your limit? That would be a waste of time, and the efficiency would be terrible. So Leo chose to use danger to stimulate their bodies, to force out their latent potential, pushing them to their limits faster, then breaking past those limits under the surge of adrenaline. This doesn't just improve stamina, it boosts demonic power too. When you're pushed to the brink, a devil's demonic power becomes extremely active, much easier to train, and much easier to strengthen. Leo flapped his devil wings as he pursued them, massive demonic power blasts forming around him. If you want to get strong fast, stop complaining. Run. Faster. As fast as you can. And don't forget to circulate your demonic power, use it to protect your bodies and activate it as quickly as possible. Otherwise, you're going to suffer. As he spoke, Leo showed absolutely no mercy, continuing to bombard them with demonic power blasts, sending the girls into even louder screams. This is insane. This is way too much. Their complaints only made Leo's assault even fiercer. This deadly game of chase continued for a full 2 hours. Only when all 4 girls were gasping for breath, collapsing onto the ground with no strength left, did Leo finally stop and land in front of them. Don't relax yet. Physical training is done, but demonic power training is still going. Like a true Spartan drill instructor, Leo pushed them without mercy. Now, keep squeezing out your demonic power. Release it outside your bodies and manifest it in the form you're best at. Move. Under his urging, the girls forced themselves back to their feet despite barely being able to breathe, gritting their teeth as they released their demonic power. Yukino manifested hers as ice. Asuna shaped hers into blades. Mahiru manifested flames. Yutaha simply released her demonic power directly, condensing it into a dense mass. But the moment they succeeded, Leo suddenly released his own demonic power. The overwhelming surge formed a chaotic force field that instantly disrupted their control, causing all of their manifested demonic power to explode. Short, sharp screams rang out as the backlash sent all 4 girls tumbling to the ground. Again, Leo said coldly. You must be able to maintain long-term demonic power manifestation and release even under my interference. That's how you increase both your total demonic power and your level of control. Especially after intense consumption, when your demonic power is already active, progress will be even faster. Hurry up. Don't waste time. Every second you waste is a second of growth you lose. Are you really okay with that? Grinding their teeth in frustration, the girls still forced themselves up again and continued releasing demonic power. Explosions echoed again and again, mixed with the girls' pained cries. It sounded pitiful. I'm already starting to regret joining this servant team. Yutaha even shouted, making just how brutal the training was painfully clear. But there was no such thing as regret in this world. None of them were mentally fragile, so they all endured, pushing on until noon finally arrived and Leo called a halt. Rest for an hour. After lunch, you'll begin your individual targeted training. The moment those words left his mouth, the girls all collapsed flat onto the ground, completely spent and unable to stand. Their stamina and demonic power were utterly drained. Body and mind exhausted, they didn't even have the strength to sit up and eat. Looks like going this hard on the first day might have been a bit too much, Leo muttered, scratching his head, though he had already expected this outcome. He summoned several familiars and had them bring over the prepared lunch, feeding the girls directly. As they swallowed the food with difficulty, they quickly noticed something surprising. Their bodies were rapidly recovering. What is this? Asuna asked curiously. Why does it feel so warm going down? Even the fatigue is disappearing really fast. Did you add something special? Mahiru asked in surprise, sipping her bowl of miso soup. It tastes like medicinal herbs. The 2 girls most interested in cooking immediately pressed him for answers, prompting a small smile from Leo. This was inspired by something Asuna gave me before. Previously, Asuna had obtained tea leaves from Miyamoto Musashi, tea that could eliminate fatigue and restore energy. Musashi had used it frequently during her own training to improve efficiency. Remembering this before they set out, Leo discussed it with Miyamoto Musashi to see if it could be used for this special training. Musashi didn't give a direct answer, but she did report the matter to the underworld. The next day, Musashi informed Leo that the 4 Great Mao were already aware of his plan to bring his servants back to the underworld for special training, and had decided to provide them with some special resources to assist. The ingredients used in today's lunch were part of those resources. Food that quickly restores physical vitality has been added, Leo explained. You'll be back to full strength in 5 minutes. From now on, breakfast, lunch, and dinner will all include this, so you won't be immobilized for days after intense training. Eat up. You'll need the energy for the rest of the training. Leo turned and left, while the girls stared at each other for a moment before hurriedly taking their lunches from the familiars and eating. Do we really have to live like this for a whole month? Yukino muttered without thinking. The others froze. Even so, they quietly finished their meals, let their bodies fully recover, and rested where they were. An hour passed quickly. Right on time, Leo appeared in front of them again, making all 4 girls shudder. Don't look at me like that. Next is your individual targeted training. Even if I wanted to interfere, I couldn't, Leo said, rolling his eyes. But I've prepared suitable training grounds for each of you. Follow me. Under Leo's lead, the girls spread their wings and took to the air, flying off in different directions around the camp. Before long, each of them arrived at their assigned training area. Yukino's was an ice cavern, filled with extreme cold and dense ice attribute demonic power, perfect for training with absolute demise. Mahiru's training ground was an area saturated with intense light power. Simply being there caused the purple flames within her to surge out uncontrollably, forcing her to calm her mind and maintain control. Asuna's training field was a land littered with broken ancient swords. Each blade carried the lingering demonic power of its former wielder, something any swordsman could draw insight from. As for Yutaha, her training area was just an empty field. Leo required her to fill it entirely with barriers she created herself, and every setup had to be different, honing her sensitivity to barriers. With that done, Leo truly had no way to interfere further. These trainings could only be completed by the girls themselves. Only then could Leo finally begin his own training. "I'm not wasting this month," he said quietly. And with that, Leo charged into the ancient battlefield. Before long, thunder and lightning began to roar in the distance. Chapter 137, Chapter 136, The Weakness of Eligos' Servants. The ancient battlefield within Eligos' territory was filled with all kinds of bloodthirsty creatures. Since this place had once been used by the Eligos family to train soldiers, the creatures here weren't just ferocious, they were downright eerie. When night fell, and the girls arrived after finishing their individual training and dinner, dragging their exhausted minds behind them, the first thing they saw was the countless pale figures drifting through the sky above. Those are, what exactly? At that moment, whether it was the usually cold and aloof Yukino, the ever-arrogant Yutaha, or even the gentle Asuna and Mahiru, all of them turned pale at the same time. Oh, those. Leo was naturally present. He even yawned, looking like he had just woken up, and answered casually. They're the resentful spirits of soldiers who died here. The instant those words came out, the girls' faces that hadn't gone pale even after a full day of Spartan training, turned completely white. Those are ghosts. Asuna screamed, spinning around as if she were about to run. Hey, what are you scared of? Leo grabbed her by the arm and said impatiently. They're just ghosts. This is the underworld, you know. It's where the dead are supposed to gather. A bunch of unwanted spirits wandering around a special place like this, how is that strange? You seriously think that's normal? Yutaha's lips twitched as she stared at Leo like he was a monster. What kind of sane person thinks running into ghosts is normal? We're not exorcists. But you are devils, Leo shot back. Then he glanced at the silent Yukino and Mahiru, raising an eyebrow. Don't tell me you're scared of ghosts too. Their bodies trembled violently, far worse than they had during training earlier that day. Oh. A playful smile crept onto Leo's face. He remembered now. None of the girls here were actually good with ghosts. Yukino might look cool and composed, but she was the type who got scared even going into a haunted house, let alone facing real ghosts. Mahiru had been lonely for too long. She was actually afraid of the dark, even a nighttime power outage could make her shake in fear. Encountering ghosts was far beyond her comfort zone. As for Asuna, the thing she feared most in the death game was undead-type monsters. She who was known as the clearing demon had fled in panic from floors filled with undead. Forget seeing ghosts at night, she'd be terrified even seeing them in broad daylight. And Yutaha. No matter how sharp-tongued or bold she acted, she clearly wasn't immune to the fear ghosts inspired. Well now, this is a problem, Leo said cheerfully. I didn't plan on keeping you in there all night, but I was thinking 2 or 3 hours would be good, enough to really experience combat. But if you're this scared of ghosts, that makes things difficult. Very difficult, he added thoughtfully. That teasing tone immediately filled the girls with a sense of impending doom. Sure enough, the next words they heard were. Decision made. From now on, you'll stay in there for 4 hours every night. And I won't accompany you, I don't want to interfere with your training. The moment Leo said that, the girls' faces turned deathly pale all at once. No. Asuna completely lost her composure. She clung tightly to Leo's arm like her life depended on it and screamed. Anything but that. Please. President. Let's train somewhere else. The others also protested fiercely. I think we could go to the familiar forest instead. We can do combat training there too. Yukino said, trying to sound calm. I'd rather fight the old Mao faction terrorists again than deal with a bunch of ghosts. Yutaha declared flatly. I am not scared, Mahiru insisted stiffly. I just think fighting ghosts is too absurd. I can't accept it. The 3 girls exchanged a look, and then, unbelievably, all spread their devil wings at once, preparing to fly away. Unfortunately, Leo caught all of them, one in each hand, and hauled them back. What's with this fear? This cowardice? Leo said sternly, though his eyes were full of amusement. You're devils. You don't fear angels or fallen angels with light power, so why fear mere ghosts? Do you know that sometimes, during devil contracts, we even take souls as payment? Are you scared of that too? That's not the mindset a proper devil should have. It needs to change. With that, Leo dragged the girls toward the ancient battlefield. No. Don't go in there. Asuna's face turned green as she clung to Leo desperately. I can't do it. My holy sword definitely can't cut something like that. Let go of me, senpai. Mahiru struggled, panic obvious in her voice. Humans don't walk toward ghosts after seeing them. That's not normal. That's exactly why I keep saying, you're devils, Leo said helplessly. And honestly, you two are the ones who least need to fear ghosts. Whether it was Asuna's holy sword or Mahiru's holy cross, both were extremely effective against ghosts. Just releasing a holy aura would send spirits fleeing in all directions. And yet these two were afraid to even get close. This was an insult to the holy sword and the holy cross. Don't get any closer. This is illegal. As the ancient battlefield drew nearer and the countless ghosts seemed to stir and drift toward them, even Yukino and Yutaha could no longer stay calm, shouting out in panic. To be honest, seeing how terrified the girls were did soften Leo's heart. Especially watching the usually gentle and composed Asuna and Mahiru clutching him tightly, faces white, eyes shut tight, he almost gave up, thinking it might be better to change locations. But in the end, he hardened his resolve. If you're scared even of ghosts, what will you do when you face the reapers of the underworld in the future? Thinking of what was yet to come, Leo firmed his decision. It's understandable for girls to fear ghosts. But for the sake of your future, this weakness must be overcome. So don't blame me. When you come out of the ancient battlefield, I'll prepare a surprise for you. With that, Leo grabbed the girls by the backs of their collars and threw them straight toward the sea of ghosts. Ah! Even more piercing screams than during the daytime Spartan training echoed through the ancient battlefield, instantly sending the ghosts into a frenzy as they swarmed toward the girls. Soon, screams rang out again, followed by raging blizzards, countless swords, multicolored barriers, and violent purple flames erupting all at once. With a ferocity never seen before, they desperately attacked and defended against the ghosts coming from every direction. Grr. Roar. The massive commotion stirred the other creatures of the ancient battlefield. Some watched cautiously, others rushed in directly, plunging the entire battlefield into chaos. Leo hovered in the air, his 8 devil wings spread, arms crossed as he watched. I hope they'll be okay. That was all he could do. 4 hours passed quickly. When the time was up, Leo immediately flew into the battlefield. Lightning crackled around his body as he charged in head first. Boom. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning exploded outward, driving back the ghosts and all the creatures that had gathered there. A short while later, Leo emerged from the battlefield with the 4 girls and returned to the camp. Their clothes were in tatters, large patches of skin exposed, some in places that really shouldn't have been, but they showed no reaction at all, standing there in a daze. Ah. Leo waved a hand carefully in front of them and lowered his voice. Why you girls okay? His cautious question was met with total silence. They remained motionless, eyes vacant, like their souls had been left behind in the ancient battlefield. Their faces looked completely drained of color, making Leo's heart sink. Did I push it too far? He was genuinely worried now. Before he could do anything else, the girls slowly lifted their heads and looked at him. Those eyes. Those expressions. Pure killing intent. I'll go get that surprise ready for you now. Leo instinctively took a step back, laughed awkwardly, and bolted. Don't run. The girls' furious shouts soon echoed through the night sky, bringing an energy that absolutely didn't belong to such a lonely night. Chapter 138, Chapter 137, isn't that even more worrying? Back at the camp, the massive bonfire had long since been lit. Towering flames roared upward, radiating heat and light, providing ample illumination for the area. The underworld had no sun, and no moon either. The sky above was pitch black, devoid of any natural light source, so the bonfire was the only thing keeping the camp visible. Of course, even without light it wouldn't really matter. Most creatures in the underworld had night vision, devils included. But once night fell, the temperature around the camp dropped sharply, by more than 20 degrees, bringing it close to freezing. Even devils felt the chill, so lighting a fire for warmth was necessary. Under these conditions, Yukino and the others returned, completely worn out. Only Leo was nowhere to be seen. That alone made the girls grind their teeth in frustration. He actually ran away. How shameless, Yukino said through clenched teeth. Where could he even go at a time like this? Asuna analyzed seriously, clearly not ready to give up on getting payback. He didn't just hide in a tent, did he? If he were hiding in a tent, we'd spot him instantly, Yutaha snorted, irritation dripping from her voice. He's not that careless. With Senpai's strength, he'd be fine anywhere, Mahiru said helplessly. He probably went back into the ancient battlefield. The girls exchanged looks. Knowing Leo, that was entirely possible. After all, he wasn't afraid of ghosts at all, and they just had a bad experience there. Even if they knew he was hiding in the ancient battlefield, none of them would dare go back. Thinking about that only made them angrier. Just then, a bat flew in from the distance and transformed into a humanoid shape in front of them. They immediately recognized it as one of Leo's familiars. The familiar pointed toward a nearby tent, making the girls pause. Is it telling us to go over there? Asuna asked, looking at the tent. That tent hasn't been used, has it? Yutaha said after observing it for a moment. What's inside? Mahiru grew curious. Is he hiding there? Did he send a familiar to call us over? Yukino said, already striding forward as she spoke, marching toward the tent with obvious momentum. The others immediately followed, clearly ready to settle accounts with Leo together. But when they lifted the tent flap and stepped inside, the sight that greeted them made all of them freeze. The interior of the tent was completely empty, no equipment at all. Only a pool had been constructed in the center of the ground. Several statues stood around it, continuously spraying water inside. Thick steam rose from the surface, making it immediately obvious what it was. A hot spring. Asuna exclaimed first, her voice filled with surprise and excitement. The others' eyes lit up as well, their earlier anger instantly replaced by delight. Why is there a hot spring here? This doesn't look like something that was already here. It must have just been built. The bricks are all new. Yukino, Yutaha, and Mahiru all spoke in turn. This must be the surprise he mentioned, right? Yukino quickly pieced it together. And she was right. Leo knew very well that this round of special training was intense. For the sake of the future, he had no intention of going easy, he'd already decided to push his servants hard. The next month was going to be rough for them. They were still girls. Even after reincarnating as devils and gaining much stronger bodies, training in a place like the ancient battlefield was taxing. Their bodies might hold up, but mentally it was another story. So, to reward his servants after a full day of grueling training, Leo had his familiars build a hot spring here, letting the girls relax both body and mind. Once they realized this, the lingering resentment toward Leo finally began to fade. At least he had the sense to prepare something like this, Yutaha muttered. Her snort had softened into something closer to a huff, most of her anger was gone. I can't believe we get to soak in a hot spring here. There are bathing supplies too. Asuna had already started testing the water temperature, while Mahiru noticed stools, soap, and wooden buckets tucked into a corner. Everything needed for bathing was ready. All that was missing were the people. After a full day of training, their clothes were in tatters. Dirt, sweat, and grime coated their pale skin, turning it gray. Girls naturally cared about cleanliness. During training, they hadn't had the luxury to worry about it, but now that a hot spring was right in front of them, how could they resist? They felt filthy. Sticky. Uncomfortable. No, extremely uncomfortable. So, should we go in? Mahiru asked cautiously. Why hesitate? Because a certain guy might suddenly pop out at any moment. He wouldn't be hiding somewhere to peek, would he? Yutaha said bluntly, not hiding her distrust of Leo. If it's the president, he probably wouldn't do that, Asuna said, though her tone lacked confidence. He wouldn't peek, Yukino said after thinking it over, shaking her head. And why do you think that? Yutaha asked skeptically. I don't see him as a gentleman. He's obviously not, Yukino replied calmly. But knowing him, if he wanted to watch, he'd just come in openly. There'd be no need to sneak around. After all, he's always saying we're all his, and that whatever he wants to do with us is only natural. I trust him more to just lift the curtain and come in to soak with us. The tent went silent. Painfully so. Because, she wasn't wrong. At least, based on what they knew of Leo, that was entirely possible. Isn't that even more worrying? Mahiru muttered. The girls exchanged uneasy glances. He's not actually going to come in, right? Should we block the entrance? What would that do? If he really wants to come in, even sealing the whole tent with a barrier wouldn't stop him. Yutaha, Asuna, and Yukino began discussing countermeasures, trying to think of a way to prevent it. But no matter how much they thought, they couldn't come up with anything reliable. In the end, they hesitated, too afraid to enter the hot spring. Finally, Mahiru bit her lip and made up her mind. If Senpai really wants to do something, we wouldn't be able to stop him anyway. We might as well follow our hearts. She remembered the conversation she'd had with Leo on the day she became a devil. You're not going to do anything weird to me, are you? Maybe. Who knows, maybe one day I'll feel like it. You're pretty straightforward. Aren't you afraid you'll scare me away? A devil scaring people away, isn't that normal? If you're already a devil, why worry so much? Living according to your desires, doing whatever you want, that's what a devil is. Mahiru remembered clearly that it was after hearing those words that she accepted the evil piece Leo offered her and reincarnated as a devil. Which meant that from that day on, she'd already accepted the reality of becoming Leo's servant, and the possibility of a future where he might do as he pleased. What truly moved her, though, was another line. The one who'll stay by your side through the long years ahead won't be your parents. It'll be me, and the companions under my command, servants just like you. That was what sealed her resolve. If he was someone who would accompany her through the long years ahead, someone who would give her the recognition she needed, then so be it. At worst, she'd consider it a servant's perk for her master. Mahiru's cheeks flushed slightly. After hesitating for a moment, she began to undress. More than anything, she really couldn't take it anymore, she was just too dirty. Seeing that their underclassmen had already started undressing, the other girls looked at each other, then sighed. Well, we are servants. And after seeing this hot spring, there's no way we can pretend it doesn't exist. If he dares to come in suddenly, we'll settle accounts with him later. Yukino, Asuna, and Yutaha each convinced themselves in their own way, then followed suit, shedding their clothes and revealing bodies stained with dust and mud. Naturally, they didn't step straight into the hot spring. Instead, they grabbed wooden buckets, rinsed off the grime, and only then eased into the water. Ha! The next moment, they all let out a long sigh, their expressions relaxing. So comfortable, Asuna said happily, clearly the biggest bath lover among them. It feels like all of today's fatigue just melted away. Look, the wounds are healing, Yutaha said, raising her arm. The cuts and scrapes vanished at a visible rate, making her click her tongue in amazement. This water wasn't brought in from outside, was it? It can heal injuries too. Mahiru blinked. Did they add underworld medicinal herbs or something? Probably. Even hot springs with healing properties wouldn't work this fast otherwise. The water's coming out of those statues. Maybe it's something they're doing. Well, it is devil stuff. Being weird is normal. The girls began chatting happily, full of praise and affection for the hot spring. Only Yukino remained quiet. For some reason, she hadn't said much since they got in, keeping silent. What's wrong, Yukino? Asuna noticed quickly and asked, puzzled. Why aren't you saying anything? It's nothing, Yukino replied coldly, completely unlike the others basking in bliss. I just don't feel like talking. Her overly cool and gloomy attitude left Asuna and Mahiru confused. Only Yutaha raised an eyebrow, her gaze drifting downward toward Yukino's chest, then she smiled. Like a fox that had just stolen something tasty. It's okay, Yukino, Yutaha said gently. You're still growing. There's still plenty of room for improvement. One sentence was all it took. Asuna and Mahiru instantly understood. Who even cares about that? Yukino snapped, as if someone had stepped on her tail. Oh. You don't care. Yutaha narrowed her eyes, smiling. Then why have you been sneaking glances at us this whole time, especially me? As she spoke, she deliberately pushed her chest forward, sending exaggerated ripples through the water. The sight was devastating. You did that on purpose. Yukino clenched her fists. I'm just showing you a role model, Yutaha teased. Giving you motivation to grow. This is about feminine charm, you should take it seriously. You don't have to beat Asuna, but at least don't lose to Mahiru, your junior. Asuna and Mahiru immediately flushed, instinctively sinking lower into the water. But Yukino still caught a glimpse of their pale curves, and nearly spiraled into self-doubt. Among the servants, Yutaha was clearly the most developed, followed by Asuna. Even though Mahiru was a first year, she didn't lose to the upperclassmen at all. If Asuna weren't so obviously the type who'd never leave her future kids hungry, even as a second year she might not beat that angel. Only Yukino. She might as well change her name to Yukino Shita Flatno. Normally, she didn't think about things like this. But now that they were all naked together in the bath, there was no avoiding it. The cruel reality made her dizzy, feeling like the world was unfairly targeting her. My mom and my sister are both so big, so why am I, she muttered bitterly. Asuna and Mahiru quickly tried to comfort her when they saw she was about to shut down. Meanwhile, Yutaha hummed smugly, as if she'd just scored a small victory. Outside the tent, the night echoed with voices and occasional laughter from the men's camp. Perched atop a tent, Leo smiled faintly. For wings spread from his back as he leapt into the air, flying off toward the ancient battlefield. Equals dash 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 equals. Chapter 139, Chapter 138, probably not a bad thing. For a while after that, the special training of the Eligos servants settled into a steady routine. Mornings were for basic physical conditioning and demonic power training. Afternoons were dedicated to individualized training tailored to each servant. At night, they entered the ancient battlefield for live combat drills. Not a single day was skipped, and the intensity only kept increasing. Every day, the Eligos servants trained until they were completely exhausted, filthy from head to toe, pushing past their limits who knew how many times. If ordinary human girls had gone through training this brutal, even if they managed to endure it, their looks would have taken a serious hit. At the very least, their smooth, soft skin would be gone for good. Getting rougher, darker, and coarser would have been unavoidable. Yukino and the others had worried about that at first, but as the training went on, they realized they'd been overthinking it. Whether it was because their natural foundations were just that good, because they'd been reincarnated as devils, or because the hot springs they soaked in every day were laced with beauty-enhancing ingredients, who knew? But after a full half-month of training, even though they'd gotten dirty and their image had taken a beating more than once, they hadn't grown uglier, darker, or rougher at all. They were still just as beautiful as ever. If anything, because they were constantly pushing past their limits, Yukino's old weakness, her lack of stamina, had completely disappeared. The other girls were the same. They all still looked delicate and soft, yet even Mahiru, who appeared the most fragile, could now lift a massive 5-meter-tall boulder over her head with one hand. And her figure hadn't changed at all, she still looked gentle and slender. As time passed, Leo's indiscriminate magical bombardments during morning training no longer sent the girls scrambling in panic. No matter which servant it was, they'd gradually learned to calmly evade the demonic power blasts raining down from above. The same went for demonic power training. Even when Leo deliberately released interference to disrupt them, they could maintain the stability of the demonic power they were manifesting. Their control over demonic power was visibly improving. Even during nighttime combat training, while the girls were still afraid of ghosts, they no longer tried to turn around and run. Urged on by Leo, they'd grit their teeth and charge in, screaming at the top of their lungs while fighting with everything they had. The noise they caused grew louder by the day. Leo could clearly feel it, his girls were undergoing a complete transformation. Their demonic power was steadily increasing, their presence growing stronger, even their eyes had changed. They no longer gave off the feeling of ordinary human girls. There was now an indescribable aura about them. Yukino gradually began to exude a cold presence, like an ice queen. Asuna was starting to resemble the Flash Asuna from Leo's memories, beautiful and sharp, dazzling and fearless. Yutaha's literary girl vibe shifted into something far more mysterious, like an intelligent mage. As for Mahiru, she looked more and more like an angel descended from the heavens, carrying a sacred air that made it hard for anyone to believe she was a devil at all. In just half a month, the changes in these girls were so dramatic that even Leo was stunned. Before I awakened my trait, it took me a full 15 years to break through from being an outstanding mid-class devil to the high-class devil level. That kind of growth rate was already considered fast among devils. After all, there were plenty in the underworld who hadn't grown at all in hundreds or even thousands of years. But among pureblood devils, it was only average. He couldn't even compare to someone like Sona, whose combat strength wasn't particularly outstanding, let alone geniuses like Rias. Of course, genius was still just genius. No matter how talented you were, you couldn't beat someone who was outright cheating. In the future, there would be countless monsters who reached inhuman levels in just a single year. Take the Red Dragon Emperor, for example. He went from being a useless low-class devil all the way up through sheer hacks. In just 1 year, he could already stand toe-to-toe with Mao-class beings. If he went all out and paid the price, he could even defeat a god-level existence, a super devil. It was cheating on top of cheating. Compared to monsters like that, so-called geniuses were nothing. And while Yukino, Asuna, Yutaha, and Mahiru all started out as ordinary human girls, in their own stories, they were all heroines. In other words, these girls had the potential to be cheaters too. The proof was right there. After just half a month of special training, the girls could already hold their own against Leo, so long as he held back from using Zenith Tempest. Especially Yukino. Her demonic power had fully broken through to the high-class devil level, and she could now fight alongside Absolute Demise, coordinating perfectly to achieve a 2-on-1 effect. At this point, her strength was enough to contend with an ultimate-class devil. If Leo didn't use Zenith Tempest, he actually couldn't take her down anytime soon. The other girls had all seen remarkable growth as well. Mahiru, in particular, also a Longinus wielder, and one whose sacred gear ranked even higher than Yukino's, was advancing at a pace that could only be described as astonishing. Leo didn't dare take Mahiru's purple flames head-on. The holy power and purification power within them meant that if he so much as brushed against them, he'd suffer serious injuries. It was just like his last fight with Cao Cao. He'd only touched the holy spear with his hand, and it had nearly been ruined. And if the girls fought together, their combat results were even more terrifying. Leo tried it once, letting the 4 girls team up against him. In the end, he was forced to go all out just to handle them. That meant once the Eligos servants joined forces, they were already qualified to make Leo use his full strength. That kind of progress was no joke. Even Leo couldn't help but envy it. If I'd had that kind of growth speed, I'd have become a Mao in 15 years, you know. Not just Mao class, but an actual Mao. After all, among the current 4 great Mao, 2 had reached Super Devil tier, while the other 2 were well above ordinary Mao class. If Leo had grown as fast as Yukino and the others, reaching Super Mao class in 15 years wouldn't have been a problem. Reaching Super Devil level wouldn't have been impossible either. Unfortunately, he just wasn't born to be the protagonist. Good thing I'm cheating now too. Thinking about his servant conversion trait, And then about Zenith Tempest, the second strongest Longinus in the world, Leo's bruised ego finally felt a little better. At the time, Leo didn't realize that precisely because he'd become a cheater as well, two good things, no, not one, but two, would soon come knocking. That day, Leo was preparing to head to the ancient battlefield to continue his own training. A month of special training wasn't just for the servants, Leo needed it too. His intensity just wasn't as high as theirs. In the mornings, he trained alongside the servants in basic conditioning and demonic power control. At night, he secretly watched over them during their ancient battlefield combat drills, just in case anything went wrong. Only in the afternoons, when the servants were busy with their individual training, did he have time for himself. That was why Leo had been entering the ancient battlefield every afternoon lately, not just to hone himself against the creatures roaming within, but also to make use of its harsh environments. Zenith Tempest was a sacred gear deeply connected to nature, one that controlled natural forces. The brutal environments of the ancient battlefield had a very positive effect on Leo as its wielder, helping him better understand the cruelty and severity of nature. So he deliberately chose the harshest environments to train in. He'd even entered toxic swamps more than once, nearly getting himself melted alive. But it worked. This self-destructive training greatly deepened his understanding of nature and of Zenith Tempest. If there'd been a volcano in Eligos territory, Leo would have seriously considered swimming in magma to see if it would spark even more insights. These realizations might not directly boost his power right away, but as long as they kept accumulating, Leo was certain he'd eventually apply them in new ways and push Zenith Tempest to an entirely new level. It was afternoon now. The servant girls had finished lunch and headed to their respective training grounds. Leo was just about to set off for the ancient battlefield again. But before he could leave the camp, two figures suddenly appeared before him within a magic circle. "It seems your special training is going quite smoothly." A gentle voice tinged with a faint smile rang out, making Leo gasp in surprise as he called out the visitor's name. "Surzek-sama. What brings you here?" The newcomer was none other than one of the current Mao, Surzek's Lucifer. And he hadn't come alone. With him was Graphia, his wife and queen. Just like last time, the silver-haired queen of annihilation, dressed in her maid outfit, said nothing from beginning to end. She stood quietly behind Surzek, neither like a wife nor like a queen, but more like a servant. Anyone who didn't know her would never guess that she was one of the strongest female devils in the underworld, someone who could go head-to-head with the current Mao, Seraphal Leviathan. "Relax. I'm just here to take a look, and to talk to you about a few things." Surzek's attitude was as gentle and approachable as ever, perfectly matching his queen's style. He didn't feel like a lofty Mao at all, more like a friendly older brother next door. But people didn't show up without a reason. Leo could already tell, Surzek had something important to discuss. Probably not a bad thing. Looking at Surzek's warm smile, Leo thought that to himself. Equals dash 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 equals. Chapter 140, Chapter 139, Servant Candidates. Eligos territory, ancient battlefield camp, inside Leo's tent. After inviting Surzek and Graphia inside, Leo had originally planned to brew some tea for them. But just as he was about to move, Graphia, who had been standing quietly behind Surzek the whole time, somehow produced a tea cart from nowhere and smoothly poured 2 cups of steaming black tea. "Please enjoy." Graphia placed the cups in front of Leo and Surzek respectively. A faint fragrance spread through the tent, dispelling some of the oppressive atmosphere unique to the ancient battlefield. "Thanks, Graphia-san." Since Surzek's queen had already prepared everything, Leo didn't stand on ceremony. He sat down with Surzek and enjoyed the tea. "Are your servants training right now?" Surzek asked casually as he took a sip. "Just looking at you, I can tell the special training must be going well. But how are things really? Can you tell me about it?" "Things are pretty good. The special training has been very smooth," Leo replied. He knew his servants were already under close scrutiny by the Mao, and since he trusted Surzek, he didn't bother hiding anything. They're all exceptionally talented girls. Even without sacred gear, they were destined to be extraordinary. With sacred gear, they're bound to soar in this world. If you give them enough time, I don't doubt they'll be able to catch up to Graphia-san and Seraphal-sama. At those words, Graphia's eyebrow twitched slightly. For once, a hint of interest appeared on her otherwise expressionless face. "Catch up to Graphia and Seraphal?" Surzek smiled faintly. "It seems you're truly satisfied with their performance." "They're servants I chose with my own hands. No one understands how exceptional they're better than I do," Leo shrugged. "It's just a shame they still lack time. Even so, they've already shown potential greater than many pureblood devil. In just half a month of special training, they've undergone changes that could be called a complete rebirth. Even I have trouble dealing with any one of them if I don't use my real strength." This was something Leo had personally verified, so he stated it plainly, without any hint of bragging. "That really is astonishing growth," Surzek said, both surprised and impressed. No wonder the Eligos servants have already become something of a legend in the devil world. Even Rias's servants would probably have a hard time matching yours in terms of sheer potential, wouldn't they? As Rias's older brother, Surzex naturally understood her servants very well. They might not seem especially outstanding at first glance, but that was only because each of them was hiding power or potential not yet revealed. Not to mention the bishop piece that was still sealed away, just Akino Himejima, Yudo Kiba, and Kaneko Tuju alone all had astonishing backgrounds. Their uniqueness was no less remarkable than Sharon Holy Grail, who had been created as an experimental subject meant to rival a super devil, perhaps even more so. If all of them fully unleashed their uniqueness, resolved their inner issues, and drew out their hidden potential, their futures would be limitless. Even if they didn't reach Mao class, they wouldn't fall far behind an ultimate class devil. Because of this, among the upper echelons of the devil world, the current generation of Gremory servants was highly anticipated, with many placing great hopes in them. Yet now, the attention and importance placed on the Eligos servants had already surpassed that of the Gremory servants, leaving even Surzex feeling a bit emotional about it. Potential is just potential, Leo said calmly. Before it's turned into real strength, it's nothing more than a target that attracts trouble. He never thought his servants would lose to the Gremory servants, so even when Surzex praised them, Leo didn't show much joy. Instead, he looked a little helpless. If possible, I'd rather keep things hidden a bit longer. Let me or them grow enough first, gain a certain level of strength, and only then make the Eligos servants known to the outside world. Unfortunately, Leifei Trix's attack exposed all of us. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had to rush to the underworld and throw ourselves into this intense training, just to quickly build strength to deal with outside hostility. Leo's words made Surzex's expression turn serious. As for the hero faction you mentioned, we're already aware of it, Surzex said, setting down his teacup and looking at Leo. First the old Mao faction, then this hero faction we'd never heard of before, and now the stray magicians who appeared in the last attack. There's no doubt about it. A mysterious, unknown, and massive force has emerged without any of us realizing it. And these criminals have gathered around that force. We've already begun investigating in secret. Although it's only been a short time and we haven't uncovered much yet, we've noticed several things that don't add up. Surzex recalled the intelligence gathered during their covert investigation. According to their findings, it wasn't just the old Mao faction within the devil world that had begun acting strangely. In the heavens and among the fallen angels as well, certain individuals had started abnormal movements against the current order. The church was the same. Aside from Sharon Holy Grail being involved in the old Mao faction's attack, there were others who seemed to be secretly colluding with someone. Some had defected from the church and vanished, while others had taken actions that were clearly suspicious. Add to that the human-centered hero faction and the stray magicians. In nearly every faction, terrorists had begun to surface. And they weren't acting alone, they were connected to one another. All of this pointed to one thing: dissatisfied criminals from various factions had begun cooperating to achieve their hidden goals, even joining the same organization. That should have been impossible. Not even the famed God of the Bible had managed to unite all factions under one banner. What right did this mysterious force have? Yet, after Leo's deliberate reminder during the last incident, Surzex had already begun to suspect that if anyone could accomplish such a thing, there was only one possible existence. Ouroboros. The thought cast a shadow over Surzex's eyes. If that being was truly involved, then the situation was dire. Still, these were secrets of the highest order, and Surzex had no intention of sharing them lightly. For now, only the four great Mao and a handful of key figures in the devil world knew of this. Outsiders had no idea what was happening. After some thought, Surzex ultimately decided not to tell Leo any of this. Even though Leo was an extremely important party involved, and much of their intelligence had come thanks to him, knowing too much might not do him any good. What Surzex didn't know was that Leo actually knew no less than he did, only more. He knew that the ones who had discovered the existence of that mysterious force, and of Ouroboros, weren't just himself. The fallen angel governor had also noticed the abnormalities and uncovered a substantial amount of intelligence. That information was currently known only to the upper leadership of the Gregorian and hadn't leaked out at all. If not for Leo, the devil world wouldn't have noticed anything yet. Only the fallen angels would have taken action. For that reason, Leo had no intention of telling Surzex any of this either, to avoid suspicion. In any case, we're already taking precautions, Surzex said. You shouldn't face any more sudden attacks for the time being. You can focus on your training, we'll be keeping watch around here. Leo wasn't surprised by that at all. He'd already noticed that there were occasional gazes lingering around the camp and the ancient battlefield. Those gazes carried no hostility, so he'd long guessed that Surzex and the others had stationed people nearby to watch over them and prevent another malicious attack. Then I'll thank you, Surzex-sama. Leo expressed his gratitude. That's simply my duty as a Mao. There's no need to thank me, Surzex said with a smile. As long as you all grow stronger, you'll be able to share our burdens in the future. For the sake of that day, no matter how hard things are now, it's worth it. Yes, Leo nodded. We'll get strong as soon as possible. I believe you, Sirzek said gently, then changed the subject. To help you grow faster, we've also prepared a few strategies on our end. We're planning to provide you with some assistance. Grafia. At Sirzek's call, his queen stepped forward and took out a thick stack of documents. Please take a look. Grafia placed the pile of papers in front of Leo, leaving him momentarily stunned. What's this? Leo picked them up with some confusion and flipped through them. As he did, his eyes widened in surprise. They were dossiers, detailed profiles on devils. Not only did they record each individual's origins, background, abilities, and even daily life in meticulous detail, they also included photographs, allowing Leo to clearly see what each of them looked like. And then he noticed something else. Every one of these devils had an impressive pedigree. They were either descendants of high-ranking devils, members of the bloodlines of the 72 Pillars, or disciples, students, or close associates of famous figures. That was when Sirzek said, "These are the servant candidates we've selected for you. Equals dash 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 equals." Chapter 141, Chapter 140, Another Kind of Help. Servant candidates. Hearing Sirzek say that, Leo completely blanked. What? The Mao was helping him pick a harem, no, wait, servants. And not just anyone, either. Every single one had serious backing, either a pureblood devil or someone closely connected to a major figure, being sent to become his servant. What was the point? Don't rush. Let me explain, Sirzek said with a smile when he saw Leo's stunned expression. Everyone knows that your servant conversion trait allows you to strengthen yourself by recruiting servants. You gain an immediate boost, and the higher a servant's potential and ability, the greater the increase you receive. Given that, the fastest way for you to grow is obviously to help you recruit outstanding servants. So after some discussion, we selected these people as your servant candidates. You can choose whoever you like from the list, and we'll act as intermediaries to help make it happen. After Leo's identity as the host of Zenith Tempest was exposed, and after it became known that among his Eligos servants there were 2 Longinus users, the upper echelons of the devil world began to take a keen interest in him. Some of them harbored ill intentions, but others were far more straightforward. They wanted to win Leo over through cooperation and secure a stake in this astonishing rising star. Leo's servant conversion trait was no secret among the higher-ups. With him having recently been targeted by malicious forces and urgently needing to grow stronger, they came up with what they believed was the best approach. Give him servants. Send their own people under Leo's command and use that to establish friendly ties between both sides. The idea had been proposed shortly after news of Zenith Tempest spread through the devil world. It just took until recently for discussions to conclude and for this list of servant candidates to be finalized. This list was carefully screened by us, Sirzek said, pointing out the key details. Every single one is a highly promising member of the younger generation. Many come from major families. If you choose them, you'll gain excellent servants, receive a significant power boost, and earn the backing of the people behind them. 3 benefits at once, with no downside. If our generation had more members than just me and Rias, I'd have recommended someone from the Gremory house too. In an era where pureblood devils were becoming increasingly rare, very few families were willing to send their descendants to become someone else's servant. The Gremory house was one of them. Even if they wanted to, they simply lacked the numbers. Other families, however, weren't short on fresh blood at all. This time, without exception, they each put forward one descendant to become Leo's servant. That alone showed just how highly regarded Leo had become in the devil world. There were only 13 Longinus in the entire world, legendary sacred gears said to be capable of killing gods and Mao. Yet among Leo's Eligos servants, there were already 3. The remaining 2 wielded rare sacred gears only slightly inferior to Longinus. With so many incredible prospects gathered in one place, it would have been strange not to be tempted. So even if it meant becoming someone else's servant, the devil world's upper crust couldn't resist. In the end, they spared no expense, each recommending a descendant and finalizing this list. Of course, families that lacked suitable descendants didn't give up either. Some recommended devils closely connected to them, disciples or students. Others went even further, proposing political marriages and suggesting their daughters be betrothed to Leo. Because of that, the high-ranking devils originally prepared not only a servant candidate list, but also a list of potential fiancés. That second list, however, was jointly shut down by Sirzek, Serafal, the Gremory house, and the Citri house. Especially the current head of the Citri house, Serafal and Sona's father, whose reaction was downright explosive. He nearly stormed over to the families that suggested marrying their daughters to Leo and started throwing punches. By his logic, Leo had already been reserved as his future son-in-law. Those bastards weren't allowed anywhere near him. Serafal puffed out her cheeks so much they could have held oil bottles, but under her father's insistence, she still begrudgingly took a public stance to support him. As for Surzex and the Gremory house, that involved another calculation, one not fit to be spoken aloud. In the end, the fiancé list was shelved for the time being. Whether it would ever reach Leo remained unknown. But the servant candidate list was delivered directly into his hands by Surzex himself. Don't feel pressured, Surzex added. We chose the candidates, but the final decision is yours. If you really don't want to choose anyone, we won't force you. With a single sentence, he removed Leo's last lingering concern. Leo had worried whether the families were trying to plant spies at his side. From the looks of it, that didn't seem to be the case, or if it ever was, the Mao had already filtered those out. Besides, once they become my servants, whether they still work for their families is a completely different matter, Leo thought. His evil pieces weren't like anyone else's. They were already linked to his servant conversion trait. The instant the reincarnation ritual was complete, the servant's soul would become his, branded with his mark. Over time, those servants would only grow closer to him. After all, once even their soul had submitted, how could they possibly feel repulsed by him? If someone really did try to slip a mole in. All Leo could say was, "Thanks, bro, for the free servant." "Take the list," Surzex said. "You can look it over at your leisure. There's no need to give me an answer right away." As if he'd truly thought through all of Leo's concerns, Surzex continued. "Also, aside from the servant candidate list, we prepared another form of help for you." "Another kind of help?" Leo's attention immediately shifted from the list in his hands as he looked at Surzex with curiosity. "You seem to have accepted a request from Tiamat, the Chaos Karma Dragon, to help her find a certain artifact," Surzex said with a smile. Leo's eyes lit up. Surzex knowing about this didn't surprise him in the slightest. He had already asked Sona to help investigate the artifact's location, and she would naturally rely on her family's resources. That meant the Citri house definitely knew. And if the Citri house knew, how hard would it be for others to find out? For someone like Surzex, learning about it would be trivial. So now that he brought it up, Leo knew exactly what that implied. "Have you already found the Tablet of Destiny?" Leo asked, unable to hide his anticipation. He'd originally planned to trigger Zenith Tempest's inherited memories to locate it. After all, the Tablet of Destiny had once been in the hands of a previous Zenith Tempest host before vanishing without a trace. But the memories he received only covered how past hosts used the sacred gear, including memories of reaching Balance Breaker. There was nothing about the artifact itself. Not a single hint. It had been a massive disappointment. By this point, Leo had nearly given up hope of finding the Tablet of Destiny at all. Who would have thought that just when one path failed, another would unexpectedly open? "You shouldn't celebrate just yet," Surzex said, tempering his excitement. "We've confirmed where the Tablet of Destiny is, but obtaining it will be up to you. Consider this a trial. We can't just hand every benefit to you outright. Some things you need to earn yourself. To avoid stunting your growth, we'll support you from behind and provide assistance, but that's all." "That's more than enough," Leo said seriously, without a trace of disappointment. "As long as there's a lead." Free gains were great, but relying on them forever wasn't. Some things looked easy to obtain, but fate had already marked their price. One day, when you couldn't pay it back, everything would be taken from you in one brutal sweep. The goodwill the Devil World's upper echelon had shown him was already considerable. But devils were still devils, believers in equivalent exchange. If he kept taking without giving, the ending wouldn't be pretty. Leo would rather take a winding path than let someone shove food straight into his mouth, who knew if it was poisoned. "So where is the Tablet of Destiny now?" Leo asked eagerly. "You're quite lucky, perhaps it was fated," Surzex said, no longer keeping him in suspense. "It's in Tokyo, currently held by a very large family." "A large family?" Leo paused, then frowned. The 5 great clans. When it came to influential families in the human world, especially ones based in Tokyo, that was the first thing that came to mind. Unfortunately, he guessed wrong. The family Surzex referred to wasn't one of the 5 great clans, nor was it some hidden lineage. "You're familiar with the Shinomiya family, right?" The moment that name left Surzex's mouth, Leo froze. "The Shinomiya family?" Leo said in disbelief. "The one I'm thinking of." "That's right," Surzex nodded. "And more specifically, it's in the hands of the Shinomiya family's eldest daughter, Kagaya Shinomiya. Equals dash 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 equals. Chapter 142, Chapter 141, The Final Choice. As he kept flipping through the pages, Leo couldn't help clicking his tongue. While Shita Yukino and the others were soaking in the hot springs after a full day of grueling special training, Leo stayed behind in his tent. Sitting on the bed, he carefully reviewed the list of servant candidates in his hands. They really are generous, aren't they, those big families? Just counting candidates from the major devil bloodlines alone, excluding disciples, students, and other outsiders, there were already more than 20 names. Visago, Gamagin, Beleth, Saulos, Person, Bifrons, Furcas, Balaam, and Drilphus, one after another, families ranked among the 72 pillars all had descendants on the list. There were even people from the extra demon families. Even Astaroth and Glaciolabelas, two families directly related to the current Mao, had representatives listed. Though none were from the main line, even branch members appearing here was enough to show how much importance they placed on Leo. It's a shame there's no one from the Citri house or the Gremory house. Leo felt a trace of regret. Compared to the other families, he naturally trusted the Citri house and the Gremory house more. If someone from either family had appeared, he would have leaned toward choosing them without much hesitation. Unfortunately, neither house was particularly populous. Although both were riding high thanks to producing a Mao, they were clearly facing a shortage of successors. Sending someone out to become another person's servant simply wasn't realistic. Still, they're honest about it, Leo thought. No one to spare, so they didn't force it. Not like some families trying to send disciples or students instead. That, at least, earned some respect. He glanced over the profiles of those disciples and students. They weren't completely worthless. Anyone sent out by a pureblood devil family was never going to be mediocre, and Surzex would never allow filler candidates to take up Leo's servant slots. That would only hinder his growth, not help it. Their backgrounds varied. Some were geniuses chosen from among common devils, others were descendants of purebloods whose bloodlines had thinned and who'd suffered unfair treatment. But without exception, they all had decent potential. None of them had the kind of top-tier potential that could rival a Longinus wielder. No family would ever give up someone like that as a servant, but they weren't low-potential dead weight either. Every single one sat at medium potential. Some leaned lower, some higher. Even so, Leo wasn't impressed by those at the upper end of medium potential. They're still not on the same level as Asuna or Utaha. Yuki Asuna and Kasumiga Kaka Utaha were also medium potential, but they were clearly in the very best tier of it, close enough to high potential that the difference was negligible. Compared to them, even the standouts here fell short. The gap between medium and high potential was still very real, and none of these candidates could compare to Asuna or Utaha. That went for the pureblood devils as well. And this was only comparing potential. Once other factors were taken into account, there was no contest at all. After all, Yukino Shita Yukino and the others were protagonists in their own stories. That status alone made them special in a way that raw potential couldn't explain. Even if their potential were lower, Leo believed that given the right opportunity, they would soar, transform completely, surpass countless more talented geniuses, and reach heights others could never touch. That kind of special quality mattered more to him than simple numbers. Because of that, even if someone with equal potential to Yukino Shita Yukino showed up, Leo would still have to think carefully about whether taking them in was worth it. If he had to choose between someone with lower potential but protagonist-like qualities, and someone with higher potential who was completely forgettable in the original story, he would lean toward the former, as long as they didn't clash too badly with his preferences. Unfortunately, most of the names on Surzek's list were people Leo had never even heard of. They had no presence in the original story at all. How were they supposed to move him? If their potential were truly exceptional, that would be one thing. He didn't expect them to match Yukino Shita Yukino or Mahiru's high potential, but as long as they weren't too far below Asuna and Utaha, he would seriously consider them. But with a gap this wide, he just couldn't muster any interest. Leo froze mid-page, his casual flipping coming to a halt. His expression turned strange as his gaze locked onto a single entry. At the top right corner of the page was a photo, a beautiful young girl. She wore an aristocratic outfit reminiscent of a Western princess's dress. Her looks were doll-like, delicate and cute. Golden curls were tied into twin drill-like ponytails, and between her brows was a hint of confidence and arrogance. Her name read Ravel Phoenix. Right. A member of the Phoenix family, the sacred beast lineage responsible for producing Phoenix tears. Ravel Phoenix, the eldest daughter of the Phoenix family. She was the fourth child of the current head, with 3 older brothers above her. A true descendant of the Phoenix, her bloodline was exceptionally pure. A genuine noble young lady. While her status didn't quite match that of Rias or Sona Citri, she wasn't from a branch family either. In terms of standing, she wasn't far behind them at all. Among the entire list of servant candidates, only a handful could compare to her. Her background was exceptional, and her strength and potential were no worse. Just being a direct Phoenix heir with pure Phoenix blood already put her above nearly everyone else on the list. An immortal body. The ability to produce Phoenix tears. Those 2 traits alone were enough to make her stand out far above most candidates. Even if someone surpassed her in raw potential, taking these abilities into account, almost anyone would be tempted. Leo's strange expression wasn't due to temptation, though. Wasn't I just thinking that everyone on this list was a nobody from the original story? And now this is a big one. Ravel Phoenix was anything but insignificant. She had plenty of screen time in the original story. Before the protagonist even became a high-class devil, she had already been his manager, handling his affairs. After his promotion, she became his servant, serving as his core strategist and military advisor, helping him command his entire servant team with remarkable tactical and strategic ability. She was exceptional, both intellectually and practically. Leo never expected her name to appear on this list. Looks like the Phoenix family really wants to invest in me. He clicked his tongue in amazement. In the original story, the Phoenix family had been drawn in by the Red Dragon Emperor's potential and optimistic about his future, which was why they allowed their eldest daughter to become his servant. Now Leo had appeared out of nowhere, with a special mutated trait, the world's second strongest Longinus, Zenith Tempest, and a lineup that already included 2 Longinus and 2 Sacred Gears just a step below that level. It wasn't surprising that the Phoenix family felt tempted to make the same kind of move. A Phoenix, huh? This time, Leo truly was tempted. In terms of ability and potential, she might not surpass Yuki Asuna or Kasumiga Kakayudaha, but she was as pure a pureblood devil as they came. Combined with the Phoenix family's unique traits and her rare strategic mind, she was more than qualified to catch his interest. In terms of original story importance, she could even be considered one of the heroines, certainly more significant than characters who barely counted as side roles. And since Leo knew the Phoenix family well from the original story, he felt reasonably at ease with them. While they didn't earn the unconditional trust he had for the Citri House or Gremory House, foreknowledge went a long way. All of it together was more than enough to make him consider taking her as a servant. Still. Does this count as stealing someone else's future? Leo scratched his head. If he took her in, the original protagonist would probably lose a crucial strategist and core servant. But then again, she's being offered to me on a silver platter. If I'm already tempted, backing out would just be stupid. Leaving aside Ravel Phoenix's personal value, befriending the Phoenix family itself, as Surzex had suggested, was clearly more beneficial than harmful. With that in mind, Leo studied her profile even more closely. That was when he noticed something unexpected. Ravel Phoenix was still free. She wasn't anyone's servant yet. In the original story, before her formal appearance, she had joined her older brother's servant team at his request, becoming his bishop. She was allowed to accompany the team, protected from combat, observing battles and participating in strategy planning. By this point in the timeline, she should already have become her useless brother's servant. Yet according to the file, she hadn't joined his team at all. That's perfect. That clears my last concern. If she had already accepted a bishop piece, Leo wouldn't have been able to take her. Under the rating game rules, kings could exchange pieces, and servants, with one another, but only using the same type of piece. Leo's 2 bishop pieces were already used. Yukinoshita Yukino and Mahiru, both Longinus hosts, were his bishops. There was no way he would ever trade them away. But since Ravel Phoenix hadn't yet accepted a bishop piece, there was still room. A rook piece would probably suit you better. Leo murmured to himself. For a pureblood devil, the bishop piece, focused on magic, would normally be ideal. But the rook piece fit a phoenix just as well. Phoenixes governed fire, wind, and life. Their flames could scorch dragon scales, and even if reduced to ashes, they could revive instantly. Their offense and defense were already terrifying. With the rook's reinforcement, her flames and immortal body would become even more troublesome to deal with. And if she can make Phoenix tears too, that would solve a huge problem. Leo had already been thinking about finding a way to get Phoenix tears. Recruiting Ravel directly would be like bringing the manufacturer under his own banner. Why worry about supply after that? One thought after another flashed through his mind, until Leo finally made his decision. It's her. He spread a magic circle across his palm and sent a call request to Surzex. Devil Capital, Lilith. Inside a modest room, Surzex put away the magic circle in his hand and smiled. As expected, he chose the Phoenix family. The result didn't surprise him at all. In his eyes, the most likely candidate on that entire list was the Phoenix family's young lady. Anyone with eyes would be drawn to that surname. The Phoenix family was simply too gifted by nature. But that wasn't the most important part. Now that the Phoenix family's daughter had been chosen, negotiations between him and the current head of the Phoenix family could finally be brought to the table. I've fulfilled my promise, helping the Phoenix family get selected. Now it's their turn to listen to my request. Surzex gazed out into the night sky and spoke softly to himself. I can only help you this much. The rest is up to you, Rias. The next morning arrived. Equals dash 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 equals. Chapter 143, Chapter 142, Phoenix. Today, the members of Leo's servant team didn't go out for special training. Instead, he called all of them into his tent, where they sat together in front of him. No training today? Yukino asked, arms crossed, looking at Leo as he yawned in front of them. The others also looked at him. There was curiosity in their expressions, but no real confusion. After half a month of intense training, the 4 servant girls had changed noticeably. Not only had their strength increased significantly, their presence and demeanor were completely different from before. They sat there quietly, waiting for Leo's instructions, calm and composed, as if no matter what happened, they could accept it without panic. Seeing Yukino and the others like this, Leo didn't say anything, but inwardly he was very satisfied. He knew that before this, even though they had gained supernatural power by becoming his servants and were no longer ordinary girls, their mindset hadn't fully changed. The old malfactions attack had forced the first shift in their mentality, but it was only a step away from being ordinary people. This half-month of special training was different. They'd endured levels of intense training and high-pressure combat they'd never experienced before, things that would have been unimaginable for their past selves. Just the morning sessions alone were brutal enough to be considered lethal. Even strong-willed men might not have lasted. Yet they not only endured it, they did so while being relentlessly bombarded and interfered with by Leo himself. If that treatment were applied to some fragile, pampered girls, they would have exploded long ago. Yukino and the others had persevered all the way through, and the results were obvious. They had finally developed the awareness and confidence that they were no longer ordinary girls. Their words and actions had become calmer and more grounded. Now, they were truly qualified servants, qualified supernatural fighters. If they were sent back to the time of the old malfactions attack, Leo was confident they could clear the first 5 rooms together and reach the throne room where he had been waiting. Today, we're going to the Gremory territory. Facing their gazes, Leo spoke casually, one hand on his waist, the other hanging loosely. The Gremory territory? Wasn't that Ria-senpai's family land? Yukino and the others exchanged glances, then looked back at Leo in silent question. Well. Leo explained everything about his conversation with Surzex the previous day. After I contacted Surzex-sama, he told me to head straight to his place today and wait for him there. The Phoenix family will also be there. We'll meet them in person, and meet the Phoenix family's young lady who's about to become my servant. Your new teammate. The girls looked enlightened at first, then puzzled again. So devils can become servants too? Kasumigakaka Yutaha muttered. I thought only non-devil races could accept evil pieces and reincarnate into devils to become servants. Why would a devil need evil pieces to become someone else's servant, she added. They're already devils. That's where you're making assumptions, Leo said, shaking his head. It's true that most servants are reincarnated from other races, but devils becoming servants isn't rare. Some devils are born commoners. By becoming a high-class devil servant, they gain access to efficient training methods and powerful backing. Others use it as a way to connect with noble pureblood devils and climb the ranks. Some are recruited because of their exceptional talent or strength, caught the eye of a noble high-class devil, and are invited to join their servant team. Don't think devils wouldn't want to be servants. Because of the rating game, many devils want a stage to prove their worth and rise within devil society. They look for kings with potential and strength, just like medieval knights choosing a lord worthy of their loyalty. That's why plenty of devils willingly become servants, especially under powerful kings with strong teams. Once a team makes a name for itself in the rating game, there's no shortage of devils wanting to join. Ravel Phoenix was in a similar position. The House Phoenix believed in Leo's future, and in the future of the Eligos servants. They believed he would rise to prominence in the underworld, so they were willing to let their precious daughter follow him and stake her future on his success. If Leo eventually became a pillar of the devil world, holding a status not inferior to a Mao, then even the position of servant would far surpass that of an ordinary noble lady. That was why so many devil families were willing to send their own people and let Leo choose. As long as there was profit to be gained, what did it matter if they became servants? That was the devil way of thinking. Of course. Leo continued, all of that depends on whether we're worth it. In the past, we were nobodies, or rather, I didn't have enough recognition in the devil world yet. That's why none of this happened. But now, we've proven our value. Plenty of people are interested. The Phoenix family's young lady is the one I chose. She's the only one I was interested in. Today, we'll meet her and see what she's really like. In truth, it was a two-way choice. Leo wanted to meet her, and she wanted to meet him, to decide whether he was truly worth serving. The Phoenix family, huh? Yuki Asuna sounded intrigued. Is she really able to make Phoenix tears? And she has an immortal body, right? Mahiru asked, clearly remembering that family. Is there really a devil you can't kill? The girls began asking questions one after another. How should I put it? Leo scratched his head. Phoenix tears, she can definitely make them. Anyone from the House Phoenix can. But producing them casually is impossible. It requires special rituals, so even if they exist, there won't be many. As for immortal body, it's true that phoenix devils can revive even after being reduced to ashes. But the body can regenerate, the mind might not. The most direct way to defeat a phoenix is to destroy their spirit, or exhaust their demonic power until they can't regenerate anymore. If the power gap is large enough, it's even possible to crush both mind and body at once. So immortal body is strong, but it's not invincible. Otherwise, the House Phoenix would have ruled the underworld long ago. Because their weakness is so obvious, their position in the devil world is solid, but not overwhelming. They can't compare to the great noble houses or families tied directly to Mao. You don't need to see her as something untouchable, Leo said. Even if she's a phoenix, she's not above you. Honestly, she's probably below you. That wasn't arrogance, it was the truth. At the very least, compared to Yukino and Mahiru, who were Longinus hosts, the so-called Phoenix girl fell short. What truly made the Phoenix family special was their ability to produce phoenix tears and their immortal body. One was for healing, the other merely made them hard to kill. Neither meant they were overwhelmingly strong. The strongest phoenix in the present era was only an ultimate class devil. Whether any of them had ever reached Mao class was unknown. Perhaps the founding ancestor did, but among later generations, such strength was extremely rare, if it existed at all. Even in the original story, no member of the Phoenix family ever displayed Mao class strength. That was why they invested in the Red Dragon Emperor back then, and why they were now interested in Leo. Get ready. We'll leave soon, Leo said once their questions died down. We'll teleport directly using a magic circle. It won't take long. The girls nodded in unison and left the tent to change. Underworld, Gremory territory. Like the Eligos territory, the Gremory territory was vast, comparable in size to Honshu, but much of it was undeveloped. Mountains, forests, and enormous lakes stretched as far as the eye could see. The difference was that the Gremory house, now at the height of its power in the devil world, had many populated areas. Towns, cities, and castles dotted the land. Since ancient times, members of the Gremory house appeared at important events riding Gomerin camels, making Gomerin the family's mascot. The Gremory house was also famously wealthy. Their trait allowed them to discover treasures, and its members were known for their deep emotions. That was why Surzex and Rias were both known for doting on their servants. To them, servants were treasures they had personally unearthed. Thanks to this, every generation of the Gremory house produced outstanding figures, each commanding capable servant teams that managed their territory with remarkable efficiency. That day, in front of the Gremory main residence, a magic circle suddenly appeared. Leo and his group emerged from the red light. We're here. Leo stepped out first and spoke to his servants, but received no response. They were all frozen, stunned by the sight before them. This is the Gremory house. Kasumigakaka Yutaha pointed at the scene, her voice trembling. The others didn't speak, but their reactions were much the same. Before them stood an enormous castle, surrounded by a garden so vast it was hard to take in all at once. Flower beds bloomed with brilliant colors, wide roads gleamed, neatly arranged greenery lined the paths, and elegant fountains sprayed water into the air. Birds flew across the sky like something out of a fairy tale. The girls were speechless. They couldn't believe this was a family's private residence. Calling it a king's palace wouldn't have been an exaggeration. They had already thought Leo's estate was incredibly luxurious. The Shina, and Yuki families certainly didn't live anywhere like that. But compared to this castle and its grounds, Leo's place felt small, like it would barely take up a corner here. Already shocked. Leo understood their reaction. The real show hasn't even started. As they arrived, the castle gates slowly opened. A red carpet rolled out from within, stretching across the ground. Groups of maids and butlers poured out, forming lines on either side of the carpet. Music played as they bowed in unison. Welcome to the Gremory residence. The one at the front was Surzek's queen, Graphia Lucifuge. She bowed politely, her expression perfectly calm, ignoring the girls' stunned faces. Surzek-sama and the members of the House Phoenix are already waiting. Please proceed inside. With that, Graphia stepped aside and gestured invitingly. Thank you. Leo nodded to her. Seeing the girls still frozen, he reached out and took Yukino and Yuki Asuna by the hand, leading them forward along the carpet. Kasumigakaka Yutaha and Mahiru snapped out of it and hurried to follow. The five of them passed through the massive gates and entered the castle, walking through one door after another along a long, luxurious corridor until they reached what looked like a grand hall. A staircase led to the second floor. A massive chandelier hung from the ceiling. Nearby, a door stood open, revealing what appeared to be a reception room. Under Graphia's guidance, they entered the room and saw the people chatting inside. You've arrived. One man turned around with a smile. It was Surzex. As for the others present, they immediately drew everyone's attention. Equals dash 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 equals. Chapter 144, Chapter 143, Not Living Up to the Reputation. There were 3 people in the reception room. In front of Sirzex, dressed in his luxurious formal wear, 2 of them stood up as Leo and his group entered. The third remained seated, showing no reaction at all. The first to draw everyone's attention were the 2 who had stood up. One was older, one younger. Their features were strikingly similar at a glance, making their blood relation obvious, and both were undeniably beautiful. The younger one looked more youthful, not very tall, but with a well-proportioned figure. She was exactly the same as the Ravel Phoenix Leo had seen in the servant candidate files. The older one was also a young woman. Her bearing and expression carried a natural nobility. Her hair was elegantly pinned up and adorned with jewelry that was clearly expensive. Her looks and stature were fuller and more mature than the younger girls. Sirzex-sama. Leo briefly glanced at the 2 of them, then nodded to Sirzex as the host in greeting. Yukino Shita Yukino and the others bowed respectfully as well, then quietly followed behind Leo without saying a word. Let me introduce them. Sirzex said with a smile, gesturing toward the mature woman. This is the wife of the current head of the House Phoenix. She's Ravel's mother. The moment those words landed, Leo aside, Yukino Shita Yukino and the others were all startled. Her mother. Ravel Phoenix's mother looked this young. Wasn't she supposed to have 3 sons and a daughter already? She didn't look the part at all. Then it clicked, she was a devil. Devils were a long-lived race, and once they reached a certain age, they could freely alter their appearance with demonic power. Looking young didn't mean she actually was. For all they knew, she might even be older than a centuries-old figure like Miyamoto Musashi. Greetings, Lady Phoenix. Leo already knew her identity and politely bowed. Good day, Mr. Eligos. Lady Phoenix smiled back just as gracefully. Her eyes, however, had been observing Leo from the moment he walked in, and the more she looked, the more satisfied she became. She had seen his photos before and knew what he looked like, but meeting him in person felt different. Bright. At first, she had thought Leo would be exactly as he appeared, a sunny, cheerful young man. Seeing him up close, she realized that while his personality might indeed be open and warm, he was far from simple. The sharp edge hidden beneath his smile, along with the subtle demonic power that gave her a faint sense of pressure, told her she hadn't misjudged him. This was a truly remarkable young man. Then she glanced at the beautiful servant standing behind him, and her smile deepened. Such promising talents, each of them stunning, no less impressive than her own daughter. Their presence was exceptional, their potential limitless. Given time to grow, they could easily become powerful assets. She really hadn't chosen wrong. Yes, Ravel Phoenix becoming Leo's servant as a way to draw closer to him had been Lady Phoenix's decision from the very beginning. The current head of the House Phoenix, Ravel's father, had fiercely opposed the idea. He couldn't accept that his precious daughter would become someone else's servant. But Lady Phoenix had suppressed him single-handedly and pushed the decision through. That was how Ravel's name ended up on Leo's candidate list. Which was why she, not the head of the family, was present today. Now that she saw Leo's appearance, strength, potential, and the quality of his servants, all exceeding her expectations, Lady Phoenix was naturally delighted. Originally, I should have invited you to visit our home, she said warmly. But Sirzex-sama wished to host this meeting, so I brought my daughter here instead. I hope you'll forgive any discourtesy. Her tone was friendly, almost enthusiastic, like a mother-in-law meeting her future son-in-law. No, if anyone's being discourteous, it's me. Leo replied with an easy smile, not one to turn away goodwill. If anything, I should be the one inviting you. Unfortunately, the Eligos territory hasn't fully recovered yet. I'll have to wait for another opportunity. That day won't be too far off, will it? Lady Phoenix laughed. Yes. Leo nodded frankly. At least, that's my plan. If you need anything, feel free to contact me. Lady Phoenix said, openly extending goodwill. The House Phoenix has plenty of wealth. If you need materials or resources in the future, let me know. I'll do my best to arrange it. This wasn't just polite talk, if anything, it was understated. As the only family in the underworld capable of producing phoenix tears, the House Phoenix was obscenely wealthy. Even compared to the treasure-hunting Gremory House, they lost nothing in that regard. Rebuilding a territory required massive resources and astronomical funding. If the Phoenix family was willing to help, they absolutely could. Then I won't refuse, Lady Phoenix. Leo understood this was also part of her effort to draw closer to him. He accepted it calmly and nodded. If he took Ravel Phoenix as his servant, it would effectively bind him to the House Phoenix. In that case, there was no reason to reject such goodwill. He could also understand her mindset. She likely wanted to give as many benefits as possible to strengthen their relationship. If the Citri house hadn't already been his earliest supporter and financier, Leo suspected the Phoenix family would have tried to take that role as well. For him, this was all upside. Ravel. Lady Phoenix called softly and gently pushed the girl beside her forward. Ravel had been observing Leo ever since he entered, her gaze even more direct than her mother's, as if she were assessing whether the man in front of her was truly worthy. I am Ravel Phoenix, eldest daughter of the House Phoenix, and the one who will soon become your servant. Please take care of me, Leo-sama. She lifted the edges of her dress and performed a proper curtsy. Her expression didn't show resistance to becoming Leo's servant, but the scrutinizing look in her eyes was so obvious that it gave the impression she wasn't entirely willing. Leo met her gaze, a faint glint flashing through his eyes. He could sense the blazing demonic power hidden within her. In sheer quantity, it rivaled that of a high-class devil, greater than all of his servants, even surpassing Yukino Shida Yukino, who already possessed high-class devil-level demonic power. In quality, it was second only to Ria's power of destruction. Anyone could tell this was an extremely orthodox pureblood devil. If she chose to debut as a king herself, she already met the qualifications to receive evil pieces. She would become one of the youngest rising devils of her generation. But the House Phoenix already had 3 sons who had debuted. One more, or one less, didn't matter. And so she had ended up standing before him instead, about to serve under him. All things considered, gaining a servant like this was an absolute windfall. A pureblood devil capable of becoming a king on her own would, at minimum, be a top-tier medium potential talent. Taking her in was unquestionably worth it. May I call you Ravel? Leo asked, his thoughts settling in an instant. Of course. You are my master. You may address me by name. She said that, yet stood tall and proud, looking far less like someone preparing to serve, and more like someone expecting to be served. Leo didn't particularly mind her arrogance. Yukino Shita Yukino and the others, however, subtly frowned. Then, Ravel, let me confirm one last time. Leo said, businesslike. Are you certain you wish to become my servant and acknowledge me as your master? Ravel glanced at Lady Phoenix. Only after her mother nodded did she sigh softly and look back at Leo. I am certain. Please do not reject me, Leo-sama. She adopted a formal tone, no longer scrutinizing him. Leo sensed there was more beneath the surface, but didn't press the matter. Then, just as he was about to finalize it. Wait. A single word cut in. Everyone's gaze immediately turned toward the speaker. Leo had noticed him long ago, his expression subtly shifting. Yukino Shita Yukino and the others felt the same, and openly disliked the man's presence. He was lounging lazily on the sofa. A man in a red suit, his features decent but completely lacking dignity. He leaned back with legs crossed, arms spread across the backrest like a delinquent heir. He looked around 20-something, 2 or 3 years older than Leo. He hadn't even bothered to stand when Leo entered. Though wearing a suit, he had no tie, his shirt open at the chest. His disreputable aura was in full display, leaving a terrible first impression. The way he looked at Leo was even worse, contemptuous, dismissive, and condescending. It was enough to make Yukino Shita Yukino and the others visibly irritated. Riser. Lady Phoenix called sharply, her tone filled with warning. Brother. Ravel addressed him as well, making his identity clear. Riser Phoenix. The 3rd son of the House Phoenix. Ravel's 3rd older brother. The men who, in the original story, would later take Ravel as his bishop piece, and the fiancé who would eventually marry Rias after she came of age. In other words, the future son-in-law of the Gremory house, and Surzek's prospective brother-in-law. That status was the only reason he dared to sit so disrespectfully in a room where Amao was present. Otherwise, Grafia would have thrown him out long ago. Riser slowly stood and walked up to Leo, leaning in like an arrogant rich kid. I haven't agreed to this yet. He sneered. So this is Leo Eligos. The guy everyone's been hyping up in the devil world. You don't look like much. The atmosphere instantly froze. Yukino Shita Yukino and the others felt their tempers flare. Leo simply narrowed his eyes, watching Riser without speaking. Surzek and Grafia stood quietly to the side, clearly choosing not to interfere. Riser. Lady Phoenix's face darkened as she snapped, if you want to embarrass yourself, go home. Brother. Ravel added with a frown. That's enough. Riser ignored them both. I'm just telling the truth. He scoffed. The Eligos family. A dead, poor house. Now some half-human mutt crawls out with a Longinus, and suddenly everyone's rushing to fawn over him. It's pathetic. A sacred gear that can supposedly kill gods and Mao. Power like that depends on the user. Give it to a nobody, and it's just a gem covered in dust. You want my sister to serve some poor, impure-blooded trash like this? I don't agree. The blunt disdain in his words dragged everyone's expression down. Leo, on the other hand, smiled. A smile that was oddly intriguing. "So you're Riser Phoenix?" He spoke calmly. "Looks like meeting you really doesn't live up to your reputation. Equals dash 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 equals." Chapter 145, Chapter 144, Think You Can Move? Everyone present understood exactly what those words meant. "Oh. You know who I am." Riser maintained his sneering expression, seemingly unfazed by Leo's provocation. But a second later, his face changed. "The three Phoenix brothers, I've heard a thing or two about them," Leo said casually. "The eldest is the heir to House Phoenix and a rising star in the raiding games. Though still a high-class devil, he possesses ultimate-class strength and has led his team into the top 10. Word in the industry is he'll be promoted to ultimate class soon. The second son doesn't participate in raiding games, but he's an executive in the media world, controlling vast media resources in the underworld. Quite skilled at manipulating public opinion. As for the third son..." Leo raised his eyes slightly, seeming to scan Riser from head to toe, and smiled. "I hear you've been active for several years now, participated in quite a few official raiding games, and your win record is decent. But seeing you in person like this, meeting you really doesn't live up to the reputation. After all, what kind of industry newcomer from a noble house acts like a street thug? Your win rate was probably either propped up by your immortal body, or bought with money, right?" At those words, not just Riser, even Lady Phoenix and Ravel's expressions shifted. Riser lost his composure almost instantly, reaching out at blinding speed to grab Leo's collar. "You bastard." But fast as he was, others were faster. With a sudden surge of demonic power and sacred gear energy, 4 figures appeared around Riser simultaneously. Yukino Shita Yukino appeared on Riser's left, one hand pressed against his waist, her palm radiating intense cold. "Don't move. Move again, and this sword goes through your throat." Yuki Asuna appeared on Riser's right. A rapier had materialized in her hand at some point, holy energy pulsing along its blade. She held it to Riser's neck, mere inches from his throat. "If you don't want that hand anymore, I can take care of it for you." Kasumiga Kaka Yutaha appeared in front of Riser, shielding Leo. She hadn't moved a muscle, yet Riser's outstretched hand was now trapped in a cube-shaped barrier, like invisible glass handcuffs. Mahiru appeared silently behind Riser, her delicate hands spread open, gripping purple flames shaped like a cross, ready to press them into Riser's back at any moment. The air froze solid. Everyone's expressions changed dramatically. Surzex and Graphia's eyes widened slightly as they watched the 4 girls surrounding Riser, their gazes sharp and focused. Lady Phoenix and Ravel were stunned, staring at the girls in pure disbelief. As for Riser, trapped and restrained by the girls, he was breaking out in a cold sweat. He could clearly feel just how dangerous his situation had become. The cold radiating from the hand pressed against his waist was terrifying, as if it could freeze even his phoenix flames. The sword at his throat emanated a lethal aura that made even his proud immortal body tremble. He couldn't see what was behind him, but that holy energy and terrible heat cast a shadow of death over him, telling him exactly how frightening it was. Even the barrier locking his arm was brimming with demonic power, ready to erupt at any moment and crush his limb on the spot. Goosebumps covered Riser's arm, every hair standing on end. How is this possible? His mind reeled, screaming internally. He knew Leo's servants were supposedly a group with immense potential, praised absurdly highly in the industry. But since he dared to challenge even Leo himself, he naturally hadn't taken the servants seriously either. In Riser's view, they were just a bunch of girls who'd been reincarnated as devils for only a few months. How strong could they possibly be, no matter how much potential they had? In fact, seeing how stunningly beautiful each of them was, he'd felt nothing but contempt. He assumed the rumors were wrong, that Leo had obviously recruited them for their looks, not their potential. Why else would every single one of these supposedly limitless reincarnated devils be such gorgeous women? He himself had built his peerage with the explicit goal of creating a harem. Every single one of his servants was female. So he figured he understood men's base desires better than anyone, and that Leo was just doing the same thing. All that talk of boundless potential was just hype. That was one reason Riser looked down on Leo. It wasn't that he despised Leo for building a harem, after all, he'd done the same thing himself. What right did he have to look down on someone for that? But extending that harem to include his sister? That crossed a line. At the end of the day, Riser was deliberately picking a fight because he couldn't stand the idea of his little sister serving some harem-building guy. Of course, he also genuinely looked down on Leo. The Eligos family had been extinct for who knows how long, their territory left in ruins, utterly pathetic. And Leo was a half-blood devil on top of that. If Riser didn't show contempt and disdain for someone like that, it would be a disservice to his whole villainous young master image. The result was obvious, he'd kicked an iron plate. Already losing your cool. Leo, protected by his 4 girls, hadn't moved an inch the entire time. He peered past Yutaha's shoulder at the frozen riser, his voice utterly calm. You hurled way worse insults at me, and I kept my cool. So why are you losing yours? You can dish it out, but you can't take it. You even tried to attack. Think you can move? Then Leo glanced at Surzek and added. I hear this guy is Rias's fiancé. Surzek-sama, it seems your father's taste isn't very good. No wonder Rias always looks so troubled. This really doesn't seem like the kind of man worthy of the crimson-haired princess of ruin. Those words made Surzek press his lips together in silence. Riser, meanwhile, had veins bulging on his forehead, humiliated and enraged. Boom. Unable to control his emotions, flames erupted from Riser's body, sending waves of scorching heat rippling outward. Seeing this, Yukino and the others' eyes went cold. Demonic power and flames surged from their bodies as well, ready to strike. Stop. Lady Phoenix finally couldn't watch any longer and intervened. Mother. Riser's flames faltered. He turned to look at his mother, about to say something, but a single glare from Lady Phoenix shut him up. Yukino, Asuna, Yutaha, Mahiru. Only then did Leo speak, his voice light. Come back. At his words, the girls exchanged glances, then withdrew their power in unison and returned to stand behind Leo. Surzek and Lady Phoenix gazed at the girls, their minds racing. These girls, they've already reached this level of power. Lady Phoenix was shaken. They're growing so fast. Surzek was both impressed and pleased. Clearly, this brief display by Yukino and the others had not only shocked everyone, it had exceeded expectations by a wide margin. Riser Phoenix was, after all, a pureblood devil and a debut high-class devil who had won multiple rating games. In terms of raw strength, he might even surpass Rias. Yet he'd been effortlessly restrained by a group of human girls who had been reincarnated as devils for only a few months. To anyone who understood the composition of Eligos' peerage, this was astonishing. Even Ravel's gaze toward Yukino and the others had changed. She was about to become a servant under the same king as these girls. Their impressive display was more than enough to completely reshape her view of her future companions. Riser. Lady Phoenix, newly reminded of the Eligos peerage's potential, fixed her son with a stern look. Apologize to Mr. Eligos. What? Riser's body, which had just relaxed, instantly tensed again. He practically roared, apologize. Why should I? Why do you think? Lady Phoenix's gaze turned icy. Think about what you just did. Ask yourself, is that how a son of House Phoenix should behave? But I don't agree with this. Riser protested furiously. So what if they're a little strong? The Eligos territory is a dump. Why should Ravel have to go suffer there? And so? Lady Phoenix's expression went completely blank. Are you questioning my decision? Riser fell silent. He might be furious about Ravel going off to serve some nobody, but openly defying his mother was something he still didn't dare to do. Despite Lady Phoenix's pleasant demeanor around Leo, anyone who knew her understood that the wife of the current Lord Phoenix was anything but gentle. She was iron-willed, someone whose word was law, so domineering that even her husband sometimes didn't dare cross her. If she hadn't been that way, she never could have single-handedly arranged her daughter's future, overriding her husband's objections to finalize Ravel's placement with Leo. Knowing his mother's nature all too well, Riser was certain, if he dared openly question her in a setting like this, she would just as easily throw him out of the family. So Riser wisely shut his mouth, though his displeasure and resentment were still written all over his face. Leo gave the young thug a glance, then turned to Lady Phoenix. It seems you haven't unified your family's opinion yet. Perhaps we should end things here for today and discuss this another time. Lady Phoenix's expression tightened immediately. No, Riser's opinion doesn't matter. She quickly moved to reassure Leo, sighing. I failed to discipline him properly, which is why he's behaved so rudely here. Rest assured, I will deal with him thoroughly when we return home. The look Lady Phoenix shot Riser was so cold that his face went rigid. He knew his mother wasn't just saying that for show. She really did intend to deal with him when they got back. His immortal body should hold up, right? Riser was starting to feel the urge to flee. But Lady Phoenix had already lost interest in him. She signaled to Ravel, who snapped back to attention. Leo-sama, please don't take my brother's words to heart. Ravel bowed her head in apology. It is my honor to become your servant, and it is something I choose to do willingly. My brother simply cares too much about me. Please be magnanimous and forgive him this once. These words weren't entirely insincere. Originally, she had been somewhat reluctant to serve a man she'd never met before. But this was her mother's decision, and as a daughter of House Phoenix, she had to make sacrifices for the family. She had no right to refuse. But now, much of that reluctance had faded. The performance by Yukino and the others had dazzled her. She now understood that this peerage truly was, as the rumors said, limitless in potential. Her mind began to turn, her thoughts quietly shifting. Leo Eligos, her future master, must be more capable than the rumors suggested if he could cultivate such excellent servants. If she could have companions like these, joining this group might not be such a bad thing after all. With that thought, Ravel lifted the hem of her dress again and curtsied to Leo. Please, Leo-sama, no, please grant me an evil peace, master. At Ravel's plea, all eyes turned to Leo. Leo gazed at the girl bowing before him, then turned his attention to the space where he stored his evil pieces. Inside, nearly every piece was glowing. The rook piece shone brightest. The pawn pieces were next. The knight piece glowed faintest. What surprised Leo most was the queen piece. This unique, one-of-a-kind evil piece was radiating a glow nearly as strong as the pawn pieces, almost rivaling the rook. Several people had made the queen piece glow before. Both Yukinoshita Yukino and Kasumigakaka Yutaha had caused it to emit a faint light. But their glow had been weak, nothing compared to this moment. Leo hesitated. Of everyone he'd met so far, only Tiamat, the Chaos Karma Dragon, had made the queen piece glow brighter than this. Everyone else fell short of Ravel. This young lady is really this suited to becoming a queen. Equals dash 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 equals. Chapter 146, Chapter 145, Speranza di Briscola. According to Leo's original plan, he had intended to give Ravel the rook piece. The rook and bishop pieces were the most suitable for Ravel, but Leo had already used both of his bishop pieces. That left the single remaining rook as the obvious choice. But now the queen piece had also reacted, and that made him hesitate. After all, his queen position had never been filled. This was a very unstable situation. The queen was different from other servants. Not only was it the strongest evil piece, but the queen also served as the king's most trusted aide. Every king brought their queen along to any occasion, which was why high-class devils who received their evil pieces typically used the queen piece first, bestowing it upon someone they trusted most. Take Rias, for example, her first servant was her queen, Himejima Akino. Sona Citri's first servant was likewise her queen, Shinra Tsubaki. They might attend various occasions without their other servants, but the queen was always by their side. That alone showed the queen's importance. Leo now had quite a few servants of his own. If he could finally settle the queen position, it would greatly benefit both his team management and his servants as a whole. Unfortunately, he had never found a suitable candidate. Even a Longinus wielder like Yukinoshita Yukino had only caused the queen piece to react weakly, proving she wasn't particularly compatible with it. As a result, Leo's queen position had remained vacant. The same was true of everyone else, either no reaction at all, or only a faint one. The sole exception was Tiamat, the Chaos Karma Dragon. But she was the strongest dragon king. Even Ajuka Beelzebub, a super devil himself, could only become her ally. What qualifications did Leo have to make her his servant? Now, while Ravel's reaction from the queen piece didn't quite match Tiamat's, it was second only to hers in intensity. Leo couldn't help but hesitate. In terms of power, Ravel might not seem particularly outstanding in Leo's current eyes, but she was genuinely a pureblood high-class devil. Even Himejima Akino and Shinra Tsubaki were only at this level as servant devils. For a new generation devil, having a high-class devil-level servant as queen was already quite good. In terms of abilities, Ravel could produce phoenix tears and possess the immortal body. Even against opponents far stronger than herself, she could stall them, potentially even wear them down completely. There was nothing to fault there. In terms of intellect, Ravel was a strategist type. Based on her performance in the original story, while her strategy sometimes had flaws, her calculating ability might not be far behind Sona Citri's. She could absolutely become a core member of the team. Though Yukinoshita Yukino was also intelligent, her strengths lay more in learning ability and application. In terms of pure strategic planning, she still fell short of Ravel. Thinking it through, Leo suddenly understood why the queen piece had reacted so strongly to Ravel. Because she truly was suited to become a queen, someone who could assist him in overseeing the bigger picture. And yet, just giving away the queen like this? I'm not entirely willing. Leo thought to himself. The queen wasn't just the strongest evil piece, it was also the only one of its kind, making it extraordinarily valuable. The rook, bishop, and knight pieces each came in pairs. The pawn pieces numbered 8. Only the queen piece existed as a single piece, with a value equivalent to 9 pawn pieces. Except when using both rook pieces simultaneously, no other piece's value could surpass it. It could grant a servant the traits of all evil pieces, giving them attack power, defense, speed, and demonic power, a comprehensive enhancement across all attributes, designed to create the most perfect and powerful servant. If Leo hadn't awakened the servant conversion trait, hadn't awakened Zenith Tempest, the world's second strongest Longinus, then he would definitely have chosen to give Ravel the queen piece. But now, as an 8-winged devil whose demonic power alone had reached ultimate class devil level, with combat strength capable of matching a 10-winged devil, Ravel's high-class devil strength, which wasn't even outstanding among his current servants, simply wasn't enough. Under these circumstances, Leo really wasn't willing to use his most precious evil piece. If the queen piece had the strongest reaction, then maybe I could steel myself and go for it. But the piece with the strongest reaction was still the rook. Ha! In the heavy silence that seemed to thicken the air itself, Leo let out a quiet breath. The next second, an evil piece appeared in his hand. It was the rook piece. In the end, he decided to follow the evil piece's own reactions and give Ravel the piece most suited to her. By the name of Leo Eligos, I command, thou, Ravel Phoenix, be reborn as my servant. Leo presented the evil piece to Ravel. Seeing this, Ravel reached out without hesitation and touched the evil piece. I swear by the name of Phoenix, I shall follow my master unto death. As her words fell, the evil piece she touched shattered into countless particles of light that merged into Ravel's body. Scorching flames immediately swirled around Ravel, releasing a crimson aura. Because she was already a devil, a pureblood devil, at that, Ravel naturally didn't need to be reincarnated as a devil. She wouldn't involuntarily spread her wings like Yukino and the others had, nor would she need to adapt to daylight or adjust to her own power. However, the rook piece's traits had indeed taken effect within Ravel. Her attack power and defense had undoubtedly been enhanced, making the phoenix flames capable of scorching dragon scales burn even hotter, and her immortal body even stronger. Watching Ravel, Surzex and Lady Phoenix immediately turned their gazes toward Leo, their eyes filled with curiosity. Under their observation, Leo himself was undergoing significant changes. Trait, Servant Conversion is now active. Acquired Basic Feedback, Demonic Power, Medium Quantity, Acquired Advanced Feedback, Sacred Gear, Enhancement, An enormous wave of demonic power emerged from Leo, like an invisible storm that forced everyone around him to step back. This demonic power. Lady Phoenix was somewhat shocked. Riser nearly popped his eyes out of his head, his face filled with terror. Ultimate Class Devil. And not just any Ultimate Class Devil. Under the feedback from Ravel becoming his servant, Leo's demonic power, which had already advanced to Ultimate Class Devil level, surged again. While it didn't break through to an even higher tier, he had taken a significant step forward within the 8-winged rank. At the same time, Leo felt the Zenith Tempest within him being filled by a mysterious power, causing the fluctuations it emitted to grow increasingly powerful. Unlike the Sacred Gear feedback he'd received when recruiting servants before, this time the feedback wasn't about memories or techniques for using the Sacred Gear, it was an enhancement to the Sacred Gear itself. Sacred Gears use their wielders' thoughts and convictions as nourishment, constantly changing and evolving, growing ever stronger. But through the Servant Conversion trait's feedback, Leo had skipped the conditions normally required to strengthen a Sacred Gear, allowing it to power up directly. This power. Leo silently sensed the Sacred Gear within him, feeling earth, water, wind, fire, lightning, ice, and all manner of natural forces. During this time, Leo had been constantly deepening his understanding of Zenith Tempest, venturing into various dangerous terrains and harsh environments for that purpose. Now, that accumulated understanding erupted alongside the Sacred Gear's enhancement, making him feel as though he had touched another realm entirely. And so, Leo instinctively stepped into that realm. Boom. The demonic power fluctuations erupting from Leo suddenly transformed into Sacred Gear fluctuations. Pure white aura became a tangible storm that swept through the entire reception hall. Danger. Surzex and Graphia reacted fastest. Almost the instant something changed in Leo, they simultaneously deployed magic circles, creating a barrier before everyone that blocked the incoming storm. What? Only then did the others react, every single one of them staring at Leo with shock written across their faces. Under everyone's gaze, the Sacred Gear fluctuations emanating from Leo disrupted the world's very flow, causing astonishing changes to manifest in him. Whoosh! Bat-like devil wings spread from Leo's back. There were 8 wings in total, and under everyone's stunned gazes, they gradually became 10, causing Leo's demonic power to suddenly cross into 10-winged devil territory. At the same time, Leo extended his hand. From his palm, bubbles began to float upward. Inside these bubbles, terrifying phenomena appeared. Some contained raging fire dragons, others whipped up violent winds capable of tearing flesh apart. Some held frost that could freeze everything, others crackled with lightning as mighty as the wrath of gods. And there were other natural phenomena too, each bubble brewing a natural disaster, manufacturing divine punishment. Looking at this scene, everyone present had the same feeling: if they were thrown into those bubbles and subjected to those countless natural disasters and divine punishments, they would be reduced to ash in an instant, without even bones remaining. What kind of power is this? Riser had completely lost his earlier arrogance. Looking as if he'd been scared senseless, he stumbled backward while crying out involuntarily. Surzek-sama. Though Grafia was also somewhat surprised, she seemed to have guessed something and called out to her master. I know, Grafia. Surzek knew what Grafia wanted to say. His eyes as he watched Leo were filled with delight and satisfaction. That is Balance Breaker. Yes. The power Leo was using at this very moment was the Balance Breaker of Zenith Tempest, and also the subspecies Balance Breaker developed by the Church's strongest exorcist in the original story, the 10-winged reincarnated angel, Duilio Gesualdo, Flagello di Colori del Arcobaleno, Speranza di Briscola, inevitable punishment of the Holy Angel's rainbow, shining star of the end. This was a Balance Breaker that could turn the halo of Duilio Gesualdo, a 10-winged reincarnated angel, into 4 layers, and transform his angel wings from 5 pairs to 6 pairs. After activating this Balance Breaker, Duilio Gesualdo would not only transform from a 10-winged angel to a 12-winged angel, but could also release countless bubbles to envelop his opponents, subjecting them to various divine punishments and utterly destroying them. Leo had actually completed this Balance Breaker after recruiting Mahiru as his servant. At that time, the extra feedback he'd obtained from Mahiru was reaching the realm of the Sacred Gear's Balance Breaker, experiencing what Zenith Tempest's previous wielders had gone through when achieving Balance Breaker, undergoing a spiritual transformation, and ultimately defying the flow that permeated this world to bring the Sacred Gear to Balance Breaker. However, perhaps because he had taken a shortcut, the Balance Breaker Leo had ultimately achieved was very unstable. Not only was it difficult to activate and extremely draining, but it also had other limitations. It couldn't really be considered a completed Balance Breaker. In other words, what Leo had before was merely an incomplete Balance Breaker, still one step away from the true Balance Breaker realm. Until this very moment, when the Sacred Gear itself was enhanced and all the insights he'd accumulated while striving for true Balance Breaker erupted at once, Leo finally truly completed his Balance Breaker, recreating the Balance Breaker of Zenith Tempest's wielder from the original story. Though this wasn't a Balance Breaker unique to Leo, created according to his own needs, being able to reach Balance Breaker had still greatly increased his strength. After activating this Balance Breaker, Leo's devil wings would increase by 1 pair, his demonic power would rise by 1 level, and he could deploy bubbles of varying sizes to imprison his opponents, recreating various natural disasters and divine punishments within them. The power was so great that even an entire nation could be destroyed by it. Right now, Leo was only letting the bubbles drift within the confines of this reception hall, making each one appear no larger than a palm. But if he wished, he could expand the bubbles to the point where they could envelop the entire Gremory mansion, or even larger. If he sent countless bubbles throughout Gremory territory, engulfing entire cities or towns wouldn't be impossible either. At that point, this territory, roughly the size of Honshu, would face devastating destruction, ultimately falling to a state worse than even Eligos territory. This is the true power of Zenith Tempest. Leo, now bearing 10 devil wings, smiled. At last, he truly possessed the qualifications to become a powerhouse. Equals dash 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 equals. Chapter 147, Chapter 146, What did he do wrong? The meeting concluded with the expected outcome, though in a way no one had anticipated. By the time everyone left the reception hall and gathered outside the Gremory mansion, it was time to say their goodbyes. Then I shall entrust my daughter to you, Mr. Eligos. Lady Phoenix gave Leo a small bow, her words filled with sincerity and an appreciation far deeper than before. Clearly, she was quite satisfied with her daughter's new master. Rest assured. Leo crossed his arms. Since she's my servant, I'll naturally take good care of her. I won't let anything happen to her. I believe you. Lady Phoenix's words carried weight. The abilities you've displayed make that promise all the more convincing. Having witnessed firsthand how Leo's servant conversion trait had dramatically increased his power upon taking her daughter as a servant, Lady Phoenix no longer harbored any doubts about his future. She believed this man would surely become a pillar of the devil world, perhaps even shouldering its future one day. Even now, his strength was already something she had to look up to. Recalling the sight of him spreading 10 devil wings, casually conjuring countless natural disasters with a wave of his hand, Lady Phoenix felt certain that even the current Leo would hold a prominent place in the devil world, ranking among the elite. She very much looked forward to this man's future. Ravel, you know what you need to do, don't you? Lady Phoenix turned to her daughter, now standing behind Leo, and spoke earnestly. Since you've pledged yourself to Mr. Eligos, you must fulfill your duties as a servant. Listen to your master's orders, and get along well with your fellow servants. Only then will you be a worthy daughter of House Phoenix. Understood. I understand, mother. Ravel nodded firmly. I will never disgrace the Phoenix name. Lady Phoenix nodded in satisfaction, then cast a glance at the son standing beside her, finding him rather irritating at the moment. It's time to go, Riser. Aren't you going to say goodbye to Surzek-sama and Mr. Eligos? At her words, Riser, who had been surprisingly quiet since earlier, twitched at the corner of his mouth. He'd been trying his best to minimize his presence. Why did she have to bring him up? Reiser felt irritated, but when he saw Leo's amused, mocking gaze directed at him, his whole body tensed, nearly triggering an involuntary reaction. He admitted it, he was starting to fear Leo. Though he'd heard various rumors about Leo through different channels, they were just rumors. He'd had no idea the seemingly pathetic guy was actually such a terrifying figure. Whether it was Leo's servant conversion trait or his true strength, while the upper echelons of the devil world led by Surzex knew all the details, that information was limited to those high-ranking individuals. Those with good connections might know a thing or two, while those without knew nothing at all. They only knew Leo was the offspring of a pureblood devil lost in the human world, the heir to the once extinct Eligos family, and a new generation devil about to make his debut. Unless someone had interacted with Leo up close or had powerful intelligence sources, learning about his exploits was definitely not easy. As the third son of House Phoenix, Reiser wasn't exactly uninformed. But he'd looked down on Leo from the start, so why would he have bothered learning about him? That's why when he saw Leo display 8 wings, he was stunned. And when he saw Leo activate Zenith Tempest's balance breaker and transform from 8 wings to 10, his brain completely crashed. After all, even he, already debuted and with achievements in the rating games, had only reached high-class devil level in terms of power. His wing count hadn't increased at all. Forget 8 or 10 wings, Reiser hadn't even reached 6 yet. The eldest son of House Phoenix, the one the family was most proud of, who already possessed ultimate-class devil strength. Even he didn't have 8 wings yet. And the result? The pathetic nobody he'd looked down on not only already had 8 wings, but could reach 10 through his Sacred Gear's balance breaker, casually manipulating natural disasters with terrifying power. Who was Reiser supposed to complain to? He was even starting to feel grateful now, grateful that when he'd tried to attack Leo, he'd been stopped by Leo's servants. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unthinkable. No wait, if the master was a monster, then those servants were monsters too. Weren't they supposed to be rookies who'd been reincarnated for less than a few months, with zero prior experience with supernatural powers? So what did that make him, getting subdued by such rookies in one move? Trash. Thinking about this, Reiser felt somewhat depressed. He didn't want to look at Leo anymore. He just wanted to get out of here as fast as possible. We'll be going now, Surzex-sama, Leo, sama. Reiser forced a smile that couldn't have been more strained, struggling to bid farewell to Surzex and Leo. Especially when saying Leo's name, he had to add an honorific. It made him want to die. If he'd known this would happen, why had he picked a fight? Reiser felt terrible inside. Take care. Surzex maintained his gentle demeanor, as if he'd merely witnessed a perfectly ordinary transaction. Do come visit again sometime. If the opportunity arises, we will. Lady Phoenix bowed to Surzex once more, then departed with Reiser, disappearing into the magic circle beneath their feet. The moment the magic circle appeared, Reiser practically fled into it like a streak of fire, clearly unwilling to stay a second longer. That embarrassing display, compared to his earlier villainous young master act, was the starkest contrast imaginable, enough to make anyone laugh. Leo watched the direction Reiser had vanished in and suddenly spoke. Is it really a good idea to let someone like that become Rias's husband? His seemingly casual words made the gentle smile slowly fade from Surzex's face. You think it's not? Surzex didn't look at Leo, but asked anyway. Does Surzex-sama think it's fine? Leo's words carried hidden meaning. But my opinion doesn't matter. Surzex's words were equally loaded with significance. After all, I've already branched off from the family. The moment I decided to become a Mao, I gave up the Gremory name. I have no right to interfere in family matters. And those who do have the right to interfere, including my parents, all think this is a good thing. If that weren't the case, House Gremory wouldn't need to form a marriage alliance with House Phoenix. It was precisely because it benefited both families that the engagement had come about. My parents are too anxious. They're worried no one will be able to carry on House Gremory in the future, so they've always wanted Rias to marry. Surzex spoke as if thinking aloud. House Phoenix is equally anxious. Even though they already have 3 sons and 1 daughter, they want to ensure the family bloodline continues, lest it be cut off someday. This was something almost every pureblood devil family worried about. They couldn't help it, of the original 72-pillar pureblood devil families, how many had already disappeared? Marba, Valefor, Buer, Gusion, Larage, Eligos, Botes, Bathan, Marex, IPOs, Aim, Bune, Ronov, Foras, Gaap, Marcojas, Halfas, Malfas, Rame, Viper, Sabnok, Vine, Bifrons, Hagenti, Crossel, Aloser, Kame, Murmur, Oroba, Os, Amy, Zagan, Andras, Floros, Samirius, Amdushias, Decarabia, Seer, and Dromalius. All of these were extinct pillars. The once renowned 72 pillars, now more than half had been cut off entirely. How could the remaining pureblood devil families not feel anxious? Especially with the pureblood devil population dwindling while the devil world's numbers were gradually being filled by various mixed-blood devils and servant devils. Those pureblood families were terrified, fearing that the family bloodline might end on their watch. And this worry was even more pronounced in families that particularly valued bloodline purity. What if there are no more pureblood devils in the future? What if the traits and characteristics passed down through generations no longer appear? What if devils are replaced by reincarnated outsiders? Surzex's voice seemed both distant and near. The more traditional the older generation of devils, the more they worry about such things. That's why marriages between pureblood families are politically correct in the devil world. No one can escape it. Of course, just because you can't escape doesn't mean you can't resist. Take Sona, for example. Didn't she use her own abilities to successfully break off her engagement? As for the fact that House Citri had already set their sights on Leo, viewing him as their future son-in-law, Surzex didn't mention that. They weren't even in a hurry yet. Why should he, an outsider, be anxious? Surzex also didn't want Leo to know that even though Sona had successfully broken off one engagement, her family would still try to arrange another one for her. As long as Sona remained unmarried and hadn't successfully produced an heir, House Citri would continue worrying about family succession and keep pushing her out time and again. This might make the promising young man feel distaste for the current state of the devil world. Surzex felt it was better not to be too explicit. Besides, once this engagement was formed, everyone would be happy. Why not? One could only say that the current head of House Citri had put in considerable effort. To prevent his daughter from opposing another engagement, he'd deliberately chosen someone Sona actually liked this time, even going so far as to ignore the objections of his eldest daughter, who was serving as a Mao. So Rias can only decide her own future through her own abilities, is that it? Leo felt he understood Surzex's underlying message. Not necessarily. Surzex smiled slightly. If someone were willing to stand up for her and resist all of this, there might be a way. For example. Leo looked at Surzex. You. No. Surzex shook his head. I can only support her from the shadows. I can't openly help her resist. This was, after all, something decided by his own elders. Even as a Mao, he shouldn't interfere. And precisely because he held the position of Mao, he couldn't casually meddle in a pureblood devil family's internal affairs. That would only make people suspect he was abusing his power for personal gain. Support from the shadows, huh? Leo seemed to understand something, falling into thought. I actually have you to thank for this. Surzex looked at Leo and smiled. Because I helped arrange things between you and Ravel, House Phoenix now owes me a small favor. That favor might not be able to help Rias directly, but it can do something indirectly. Surzex had already been negotiating in secret with the current head of House Phoenix, Ravel and Riser's father. He believed this would definitely buy Rias some time, or at least secure some favorable conditions. Then, during that period, perhaps he could do some work on Leo's thoughts, help these two young people get together. If something could develop between Leo and Rias, then perhaps he could bring about a result where all three parties were happy, and only Riser got hurt. Compared to Riser, Surzex much preferred Leo. As for whether this might make the current head of House Citri throw a fit, that was none of Surzex's concern. He hadn't done anything openly. If young people developed feelings on their own, what did he do wrong? At worst, they could compete fairly. After all, Rias and Sona were both friends and rivals. Adding another layer of romantic rivalry shouldn't matter, right? Thinking about how things might develop if everything went smoothly, Surzex actually found himself looking forward to it. He wanted to see rivers of blood, wrong, he wanted to see the perfect ending where both families got along lovingly. Eligos territory, ancient battlefield camp. When the magic circle appeared before the bonfire, Leo's group returned not only unscathed, but with one additional person, making the place livelier. Alright, everything's been taken care of. You all continue your special training. Leo clapped his hands, drawing the girls' attention, and made this announcement. Special training. Ravel clearly didn't know about the Eligos peerage's group training here. Her eyes, which had been surveying the surroundings, returned to focus on Leo. Should I be doing special training too, Leo-sama? You. Leo looked Ravel over, rubbing his chin, then said, for now, come with me somewhere first. Where? Ravel was puzzled. Seeing this, Leo uttered two words. Tokyo. Equals dash 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 equals. Chapter 148, Chapter 147, Try Making Contact. Tokyo, Chiyoda Ward. If Tokyo was the heart of the country, then Chiyoda was the heart of Tokyo. It sat right in the center of the metropolis, with the Imperial Palace as its focal point. Political power gathered here in dense clusters, places like the National Diet Building, the Supreme Court, and the Central Ministries. Nagatacho housed the Prime Minister's official residence and party headquarters, while Kasumigaseki was packed with government offices. Even the museum for showcasing territorial sovereignty was in this ward. Administrative, commercial, and cultural functions all overlapped here, giving it an outsized presence, both geographically and symbolically. Right now, inside an underground bar in Chiyoda, a boy named Leo showed up where he clearly didn't belong. The place was full of middle-aged men drinking and talking. A young guy who didn't even look old enough to be an adult stood out so badly it was almost painful. People kept glancing his way, their expressions complicated. Leo ignored all of it and walked straight to the counter before taking a seat. "Just give me something to drink. Anything." He didn't look nervous or timid like someone coming here for the first time. If anything, he acted like a regular, casual and unbothered, which immediately set off whispers from the people watching him. The bartender didn't even look up. Without a word, he pulled out several bottles, mixed them with practiced ease, and slid a glass of deep crimson liquor in front of Leo. Anyone who knew what they were looking at felt their eyes widen. That drink wasn't on the menu. It was something reserved for special customers, better than anything they served normally, and absurdly expensive. In other words, you didn't get a glass like that unless you had the right status and the money to match. And yet this kid, who might not even be of age, had gotten it instantly. Who the hell was he? The murmurs died. Now people just stared, trying to read something from him. They were going to be disappointed. "The aroma's really nice," Leo said, lifting the glass and giving it a small swirl. "Musashi-san kept insisting I had to try this at least once." He brought the glass closer, breathed it in. And before it could reach his lips, a slender hand slid in and stopped him. "You're not officially an adult yet. By this country's laws, you're not allowed to drink, Leo-sama." Ravel had appeared at his side without warning. She didn't care about the stunned looks being thrown their way as she delivered the reminder like it was the most important thing in the world. "I'm not from this country," Leo protested. "And I'm basically about to come of age anyway. What's a few days?" "No," Ravel said flatly, refusing to budge. She sounded like a strict celebrity manager laying down rules for daily life. When you're in someone else's territory, you follow their rules. That's basic noble etiquette. And you are still a minor. Please wait until you're of age before you drink." With that, she snatched the glass from his hand. Then, under a sea of horrified stares, she poured the expensive liquor out on the spot. It was like she'd just shattered everyone's worldview at once. "Fine," Leo sighed, lifting his shoulders. "Guess I picked myself up a really strict nanny." "As your servant, it's my duty to help you become better," Ravel declared, puffing out her chest with an exaggerated pride that didn't match her age at all. "The past is the past, but now that I'm here, I'm responsible for making sure you become a proper noble. That will also benefit the future restoration of House Eligos." All right, you've got a point," Leo said, laughing despite himself. "But before any of that, finish the job I gave you." He leaned back slightly. "So, have you figured Tokyo out yet?" Ravel's expression sharpened. "Yes. I've collected a useful amount of actionable intelligence. I was just about to report to you, Leo-sama." She sat beside him, pulled out a small notebook she kept on her, and flipped it open. Leo watched her for a moment, then waved a hand. The bartender immediately approached in silence, setting down a cup of black tea and a chilled drink. Leo picked up the cold drink and took a long sip. Ravel ignored the tea in front of her and began her report with meticulous seriousness. "This is a very unusual place. It isn't controlled by devils the way Kuo Town is, and it isn't the church's territory like Chiba. Tokyo is managed by human exorcists. Possibly because this is the nation's capital, human control is extremely strict. They don't leave even the smallest opening for outsiders. Aside from the church, which is also a human faction, other groups can barely operate here." She tapped the notebook lightly with a finger. "That includes us. It's difficult for devils to conduct business here, being summoned by humans, taking commissions, earning payment. The environment doesn't allow it. Even the church's influence is limited. Perhaps because of heaven, the exorcist factions here stay wary of them. So the dominant power isn't heaven, and it isn't the underworld. It isn't even the church. It's the major exorcist families, led by the 5 great clans. Even organized mage groups struggle to gain a foothold here. The atmosphere is hostile to outsiders. The 3 great factions can only establish small hidden outposts." As she said outposts, Ravel glanced around the bar. Leo gave a small nod. This bar was one of those outposts, secretly controlled by devils. Not everyone who came here was a devil, but devils visiting Tokyo generally made a stop at places like this. It was useful. A reliable source of information, and a place to get bearings. Leo had learned about it from Miyamoto Musashi. Even though Musashi was a figure from centuries ago, she still dropped by now and then to drink a couple of glasses. Musashino was right next door. After all, this area wasn't unfamiliar to her. That special menu wasn't meant for humans. It was meant for devils. And Leo wasn't bothering to conceal the flow of his demonic power, so the bartender had recognized him immediately and silently fulfilled his request. Ravel continued. The Shinomiya family is a massive conglomerate with total assets reaching 200 trillion yen. They own over 1,000 subsidiaries and are the largest financial group in this country. Their main household is located in this area, very close to the central district. That alone tells you how high their status is. It matches what you already knew, Leo-sama. With their influence and standing, they're qualified to touch part of the supernatural world. For a long time, they've been making contact and building friendly ties with exorcist families through various channels, including the 5 great clans. At this point, the 5 great clans even accept Shinomiya funding every year. Their cooperation is deep. At the Shinomiya estate, there are always exorcists stationed there, many of them from the 5 great clans. Every important member of the household also has guards assigned to them. Ravel flipped a page, then brought up the intel Leo cared about most. Kagaya Shinomiya is the eldest daughter of the Shinomiya family. She is protected 24 hours a day by a professional who has undergone exorcist training. On the surface, that person is her maid. But in reality, her abilities are exceptional. Even if a high-class devil acted personally, there's no guarantee they could get past her and reach Kagaya Shinomiya. Leo blinked. That maid is. Ravel didn't hesitate. Ai Hayasaka. She comes from the Hayasaka family, once a prestigious household that could establish itself in Tokyo. They were no weaker than the Yuki family, possibly even stronger. But they lost a major competition against the Shinomiya family. From that point on, they fell into decline, became a ruined house, and were absorbed by Shinomiya. Ai Hayasaka, as part of the Hayasaka family, became spoils of war. Ravel's eyes stayed steady as she spoke. Fortunately, she has 1/4 exorcist blood. The Shinomiya family valued that. They brought her under their wing and entrusted her training to the 5 great clans. After receiving exorcist education since childhood, she returned to the Shinomiya household once she completed her training. In the end, she was assigned to Kagaya Shinomiya as her maid and close attendant. It was obvious Ravel had dug deeply into Ai Hayasaka. And her tone turned even more serious. This Ai Hayasaka only has 1/4 exorcist blood, but her talent seems extremely high. After graduating her training, she reportedly hunted down many outsiders, including some with high-class devil-level strength. She's not easy to deal with. For Ravel to say that meant she genuinely considered Ai Hayasaka dangerous. At the very least, she didn't believe she could beat her. And then? Leo asked, thoughtful. Aside from Ai Hayasaka, is there any other force protecting Kagaya Shinomiya? No, Ravel said, shaking her head. Ai Hayasaka is the only exorcist with supernatural power at her side. Everyone else is just ordinary people. That's bold, Leo muttered, lips twitching. They're not worried someone could beat Ai Hayasaka and go after her. With the Shinomiya family's wealth and status, there were countless people watching them. Not to mention the devil world, there were absolutely devils with eyes on Shinomiya. The Shinomiya family was practically the heart of the nation. Whoever controlled them could influence the country's future. It could become a one-faction kingdom shaped by a single power, rather than a place where different regions were controlled by different forces like it was now. If a devil gained control over Shinomiya, devil business in this country could expand without restraint. Why would they need to care about the church or fallen angels then? So of course people were watching. And if Kagaya Shinomiya only had 1 guard, wouldn't she be easy to grab? Unless that guard was a Mao-class existence, she wouldn't be enough to scare off the predators circling from every direction. About that, Ravel said, as if she'd expected the question, it may be because Kagaya Shinomiya's status within the family is low. She explained without hesitation. Although she's the eldest daughter, it's said her mother was a top hostess in the nightlife world. Her father, Gonin Shinomiya, was obsessed with her back then, completely taken in. Later, due to heart disease, her mother left that work and returned to her hometown to recover. When she appeared again, she was already pregnant with Kagaya Shinomiya. The Shinomiya household fell into chaos for a time. Many believed Kagaya Shinomiya was another man's child and wanted her gone. But Gonin Shinomiya firmly insisted she was his child. He refused a paternity test, and rumors about whether Kagaya Shinomiya was truly his biological daughter have persisted ever since. Not long after, her mother passed away. After that, Gonin Shinomiya seemed to forget his daughter even existed. He showed her no concern at all. With a background like that, her position in the household was easy to imagine. So even though she was the eldest daughter, she only had 1 maid who doubled as a guard, because the family simply didn't value her. It wasn't a secret difficult to uncover. If Ravel knew it, others did too. And because of that, fewer people targeted Kaguya Shinomiya. They didn't believe using an unloved daughter would be enough to control the entire Shinomiya family. That's good news for us, Ravel said. At least we won't have to clash with the 5 great clans. As long as we can defeat Ai Hayasaka, we can get close to Kaguya Shinomiya and obtain the Tablet of Destiny from her. Ravel clearly thought Leo's goal here would be easy to achieve. Maybe she didn't feel confident about beating Ai Hayasaka herself. But Leo was Leo. Ai Hayasaka, at most, had defeated some high-class devil-level outsiders. Could she really beat an ultimate-class devil? Leo didn't just have ultimate-class devil-level demonic power, he also possessed the world's second-strongest Longinus. And now he'd reached Balance Breaker. Not only could he handle a high-class devil-level opponent. Even a Mao-class existence wouldn't necessarily be out of his league. If Leo acted, someone like Ai Hayasaka should be nothing more than a quick, casual grab, hardly worth mentioning. Which meant obtaining the Tablet of Destiny should be simple. That was what Ravel believed. But Leo didn't share her optimism. She's still a daughter of the Shinomiya family, he said, not fully buying it. If she were that easy to control, she wouldn't have made it this far. He finished his tea and stood up. But, sure. We can try making contact first. I'll lead the way, Ravel said, quickly putting her notebook away. Together, under the watchful stares of the bar's patrons, they left the underground bar. Equals dash 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 equals. Chapter 149, Chapter 148, Ravel's True Nature. The biggest difference between the human world and the underworld was that when night fell in the underworld, there was no moon. In the human world, a silver moon hung high in the sky, adding an extra touch of beauty to the night. It was a cool evening. The night breeze swept through the streets in steady waves, making pedestrians pull their coats tighter and quicken their steps on the way home. That level of wind, however, was nothing more than a pleasant breeze to devils like Leo and Ravel. Even standing atop a high rise, their clothes and hair whipping loudly in the wind, neither of them felt the slightest chill. It's a beautiful night, Leo said, gazing at the moon as his clothes fluttered wildly. He looked relaxed, almost leisurely. Makes you wonder if things will go smoothly tonight. Standing beside him at the very edge of the rooftop, one step forward and she'd fall, Ravel pressed one hand to her skirt and the other to her hair, then asked calmly, why are we waiting for Kaguya Shinomiya here? She didn't quite understand. Didn't you say this street is part of her daily route home after school? Leo nodded toward the road below, hands in his pockets, completely at ease. But there's no need to wait on the street, is there? Ravel frowned slightly. If you want to see her, Leo-sama, wouldn't it be easier to go directly to her house? The Shinomiya family's main estate was packed with experts, with exorcists from the 5 great clans stationed there year-round. But Kaguya didn't live at the main house. Instead, she stayed in a standalone Western-style mansion far away from it. Given her situation, if she had remained at the main estate, conflict would have been inevitable. The family didn't like her either, so once she entered high school, she moved out. And that mansion didn't have nearly as many experts guarding it. So, Ravel continued, wouldn't it be enough to just walk in? Leo shot her a glance and chuckled. You think I should just barge in? Shouldn't you? Ravel said matter-of-factly. With your strength, Leo-sama, as long as you don't run into a Mao-class existence, you'd be unstoppable here. Forget her house, even the Shinomiya main estate wouldn't be able to stop you. If you gave the order, even the Shinomiya family and the 5 great clans wouldn't dare make things difficult over a mere treasure. So whether you meet Kaguya Shinomiya or not doesn't really matter. Make the Shinomiya family submit, and your goal is achieved. Leo stared at her in silence. For a moment, Lady Phoenix's evaluation of her daughter from the original story surfaced in his mind. Ravel's true nature is domination, ruling the world through force and intellect. It's a path that easily breeds resentment. Exactly. Despite her delicate looks and graceful demeanor, Ravel was, at her core, a proud and willful conqueror. In the original story, after becoming the protagonist's servant and chief strategist, she supported the entire team with her outstanding tactical mind. Yet her style remained aggressive and domineering, favoring bold strategies that flipped battles on their heads. She was the complete opposite of the cautious and meticulous Sona Citri. Because of that, Lady Phoenix had once warned the protagonist. If you rely on Ravel too much, you'll inevitably fall into domination. How you rein her in, don't get that wrong. Thinking back on it, Leo almost wanted to complain. Wow. And I didn't get a single word of advice, he thought. No wonder I almost forgot all about this. If Ravel hadn't just revealed her true colors, he might have been fooled by the obedient young lady act. What Leo didn't know was that Lady Phoenix had considered warning him, then decided against it. She had already looked into him thoroughly. On the surface, he seemed carefree and flippant, but in reality, he had a strong sense of self and wasn't easily influenced by others. Especially by bad influences. Where others relied on ironclad willpower to resist temptation, Leo was different. He wasn't a rock, he was cotton. He looked soft and easy to grasp, yet could deflect any force effortlessly, staying true to himself. After becoming a devil, he really had let himself go, but only in personality, not in humanity. He wanted to enjoy life and freedom, but not at the cost of others. Minor mischief was one thing. Truly vile acts made even him uncomfortable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wiped out so many terrible people after being summoned by them in the past. Lady Phoenix had only met him once, but she knew exactly what kind of person he was. That was why she hadn't said anything. She believed that even her own daughter would have a hard time influencing someone as free-spirited as Leo, and with his strong personality, she wasn't worried he'd lose control of Ravel either. Unaware of all this, Leo kept his expression neutral despite his inner grumbling. "Do you know about the attack we suffered from the Old Mao faction?" he asked suddenly. "Of course." Ravel paused, then nodded. "You, Ryo-sama, and Sona-sama were attacked in the human world and turned the tide completely. The nobles have been talking about it non-stop. Only my idiot brother would miss something like that. Did she just casually insult Riser? Whatever. He kind of deserved it. The leader was a remnant of Trick's house," Leo continued. "He brought members of the Old Mao faction and directly assaulted Kuo Academy. He never once considered the possibility of failure." He looked at her. "Because he thought his strength was enough to crush us." Ravel's pupils shrank. She knew exactly where he was going with this. "There are countless strong beings in this world," Leo said, his voice carried by the night wind. "Even Mao like Surzek-sama surpassed the Mao class long ago. And that's just scratching the surface. Among the top 10 strongest in the world, plenty of god-level existences don't even make the cut. In the 3 major factions alone, Mao class fighters aren't rare. In the devil world, aside from the 4 great Mao, there are top-ranking rating game participants with Mao class strength. And that's not even counting the ancient elders of the great families who may still be alive. Heaven has the 4 great seraphs and countless top-tier angels. Grigori has its governor-general, deputy governors, and the 6 fallen angel leaders, any of them could be Mao class. And then there's the Old Mao faction, the hero faction, the church." Leo turned back to her. "So tell me, do I really have the strength to act without restraint here?" The question left Ravel deep in thought. She wanted to say yes. Even if the world was full of powerful figures, how likely was it that they'd show up here? And Leo had already completed the balance breaker of Zenith Tempest. Even against those monsters, he could hold his own. If things went south, he could just retreat. Who could possibly stop him? Underestimating an 8-winged ultimate-class devil wielding the world's second strongest sacred gear would be ridiculous. As long as no one above Mao class intervened, or multiple Mao class fighters ganged up on him, there was nowhere he couldn't go. But Ravel knew that wasn't the answer Leo wanted. He understood his own strength better than anyone. He wasn't arrogant, but he wasn't going to belittle himself either. Even if the 5 great clans mobilized their elites, he wouldn't fear them. At worst, he'd withdraw calmly. Not fearing danger didn't mean ignoring it. "Strength is just your foundation," Leo said casually. "It's a means to an end, not an excuse for blind confidence. Before fully understanding your enemy's methods, any accident is possible. Even if the odds are low, walking straight into it is just stupid. The 5 great clans have protected this land for generations as humans. That alone proves they have real methods. And for the Shinomiya family to secure their protection, that's no small feat either. Don't be fooled by appearances. So instead of risking the Shinomiya main estate, why not be patient and choose the simpler approach?" His meaning was clear. There was no need to show off. Since the tablet of destiny was in Kaguya Shinomiya's hands, approaching her discreetly was enough. Waiting on the street also had a reason. Leo suspected her mansion might not be as unguarded as it seemed. In her story, Kaguya's father wasn't indifferent, he was afraid. Afraid she wasn't his child. Afraid the woman he loved had been unfaithful. He was so terrified of the truth that he couldn't even bring himself to do a DNA test. So he kept his distance, pretending not to care, all to protect her. If he showed too much concern, countless eyes would turn toward her, and danger would follow. Under those circumstances, Leo doubted Hayasaka AI was her only protection. There might be people guarding her that even Kaguya herself didn't know about. Even if that wasn't a serious threat to him, the question remained. Why not choose the easier path? Waiting by the road was far safer than walking into a potential ambush. That wasn't cowardice. It was simply weighing the pros and cons. "Do you understand now, Ravel?" Leo asked. She thought for a moment, then nodded. But from her expression, Leo could tell, she understood his reasoning, yet still believed her own approach wasn't wrong. From her perspective, ruling through strength and intellect was only natural. I hope she really gets it someday, Leo thought. He wasn't expecting an instant revelation. He didn't have protagonist-level talk no jutsu. Still, he wasn't worried. This kind of thing could be handled slowly, subtly. Once Ravel was influenced by him and those around him, her mindset would change naturally. He had time. And patience. Looks like it's time to get to work, Leo said, turning his gaze toward the far end of the road. A luxurious limousine rolled into view, its golden emblem gleaming under the streetlights. Whoever was inside was clearly someone of status. That should be the car we're waiting for, Ravel said, pointing toward it. Yeah. The target's inside, Leo replied. His magic detection had already spread out. He raised an eyebrow, a faint smile forming. Just like I thought. Nothing should ever be judged at face value. He had noticed something unusual. I'll take the lead, Leo-sama, Ravel said. She didn't have his level of perception, but she didn't hesitate. Go ahead, Leo replied, curious to see what she could do. Ravel smiled, her eyes igniting with flame. This was her first battle since joining Leo's servants. She had to make it count. Flaming wings burst open behind her, not the wings of a devil, but those of a phoenix. The phoenix family was different from other devils. As masters of flame, they preferred wings formed from fire rather than demonic wings. With a beat of her blazing wings, Ravel leapt from the rooftop, transforming into a streak of fire as she flew straight toward the limousine. Equals dash 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 equals. Chapter 150, Chapter 149, Looking Down on My Master. As if sensing the storm about to break, dark clouds suddenly drifted across the once clear night sky, blotting out the full moon and plunging everything into gloom. The road beneath was still brightly lit as the luxury car sped along, but even so, it was impossible to miss the streak of fire tearing through the dark sky like a meteor, plunging straight toward the vehicle. Ravel Phoenix spread her flaming wings and shot forward, a humanoid phoenix blazing through the night as she rapidly closed the distance. Before she could reach the car, several streaks of light burst out from within. They transformed into translucent birds overflowing with radiance and swooped straight at her. What are those? Ravel froze for only an instant. Flames immediately erupted from her entire body, and she charged straight into them. Boom. Boom, boom. The moment the transparent birds touched her, they were incinerated by the raging fire around her, exploding into ash with dull bursts. They didn't slow her down in the slightest. Ravel kept flying toward the luxury car, and the people inside clearly couldn't sit still anymore. The window slid open, and a figure leapt out with agile movements, landing on the roof. She was a girl about Ravel's age, perhaps a year or two older at most. Slender and poised, with blonde hair and blue eyes, she was dressed like a maid. Her long hair was tied into a side ponytail, her calm blue eyes fixed on Ravel without a ripple. In her arms was a Barrett sniper rifle. Ravel recognized her immediately. Ai Hayasaka. She'd done her homework beforehand, so she called out the name without hesitation. As Kaguya Shinomiya's maid and personal bodyguard, and someone who had undergone professional exorcist training, Hayasaka naturally wasn't lacking in insight. Phoenix Flames. House Phoenix, huh? Her voice wasn't light or airy, but it carried clearly on the night wind to Ravel's ears. So you're the famous young lady of House Phoenix, Ravel Phoenix. What business does a devil have with us? There wasn't much hostility in her tone, but the gaze pinned on Ravel was filled with unmistakable vigilance. My master wishes to meet your mistress. Ravel flicked her eyes briefly to the Barrett in Hayasaka's hands, then smiled as she spoke, her manner calm and elegant. Your master? Hayasaka paused, genuinely surprised. The daughter of House Phoenix had a master. Was she someone's servant? Who could possibly have the ability to make a phoenix serve them? And why would that person want to meet her mistress? Because of the Shinomiya family? Shock and confusion surged through her, but Hayasaka quickly pressed them down. If you want to meet my mistress, you should send a formal request. Not attack us like this. That rebuke wiped the smile from Ravel's face. So you're saying that my master, Ravel Phoenix's master, needs to submit a calling card and pay a polite visit just to meet a human tycoon's daughter? Her voice sharpened. A mere Shinomiya heir, with such a dubious background, thinks she's worth that. Are you looking down on House Phoenix, or are you looking down on my master? Answer me, exorcist. The flames around Ravel surged hotter and hotter, driving away the chill of night and replacing it with stifling heat. Hayasaka's expression grew grave as she watched. Phoenix flames could burn through even a dragon's scales. A human body was nothing more than dry paper before them, touch it once, and it would turn to ash instantly. Pure. These flames were nothing like Mahiru's violet fire, nor Leo's raging blaze. The violet flames released by Incinerate Anthem were extremely hot, but their essence was holy power and purification power. The appearance of fire was merely superficial, the true danger lay in those forces. The flames unleashed by Zenith Tempest, on the other hand, were an expression of natural power. Their temperature might not be extreme, but their scale was enormous, easily escalating into natural disasters. Phoenix flames were different. They were pure fire, blindingly hot, brutally destructive, violently combustible. Enhanced by the Rook Peace trait, they could reduce not only fragile human bodies but even entire buildings to nothing in an instant. Hayasaka couldn't afford to be careless. "I'm sorry, but I can't hand my lady over to just any devil." As she spoke, she quietly chambered around in the barret. "Then let me see what you're really made of, little maid." Ravel didn't waste words. The flames around her expanded violently, shaping into a true phoenix as she dove toward the luxury car. Bang! Almost at the same time, Hayasaka fired. In just 0.1 seconds, she raised the rifle, aimed, and pulled the trigger. The bullet tore through the air, piercing straight through Ravel's flames and chest. Ravel glanced down at the burning hole in her torso, raising an eyebrow. A special bullet engraved with exorcist magic formula, huh? No wonder it could punch through her flames and body. A normal bullet would have melted into slag before even reaching her. Unfortunately, it doesn't do much to me. The hole in her chest regenerated almost instantly amid the shifting flames. Immortal body. Hayasaka inwardly clicked her tongue, but she didn't stop. She kept firing, bullets streaking through the night and tearing through Ravel's arms, abdomen, even her head, each impact bursting into flame. Ravel ignored it all, relying on her immortal body as she continued her charge. In that case, seeing that the exorcist bullets were useless, Hayasaka abandoned the rifle. She pulled several talismans from her pocket and threw them. In an instant, the magic formula inscribed on them lit up, transforming into translucent birds once more. Only then did Ravel realize what they truly were. Shikigami. Shikigami were spiritual entities controlled by Onmyoji. In essence, they were no different from the familiars devils used, just different names and methods. Devils usually obtained familiars through contracts. Shikigami, on the other hand, could be bound by contract, forcibly subdued through exorcism, or even created temporarily through magic formula. Fundamentally, they were all about controlling external entities. The talismans Hayasaka threw contained magic formula for creating Shikigami. The moment they left her hand, they became bird-shaped spirits and attacked Ravel. Just hastily made familiars. "You think they can stop me?" Ravel tried the same trick as before, releasing flames to burn them away. But the moment she did, the translucent birds scattered, circling around her. As they flew, they traced glowing paths through the air, forming a transparent barrier that sealed her inside. Boom. Realizing she was restrained, Ravel unleashed her flames in full. A violent explosion of fire blasted outward, crashing against the barrier. To her surprise, even the overwhelming phoenix flames failed to break through. They were stopped cold. "This is a special barrier designed for devils," Hayasaka explained calmly, pulling out more talismans. "The moment it forms, it creates a space that suppresses demonic power, weakening devils and preventing them from escaping. Even a high-class devil would need time to break free. That's more than enough for me to counterattack." She threw the talismans. They turned into translucent birds again, flying above the barrier and circling until they traced a glowing magic circle in midair. Exorcist magic formula, maximum output. As Hayasaka chanted, blinding lightning erupted from the magic circle, converging into a single bolt. Boom. Thunder crashed down. The lightning, capable of dealing massive damage to devils, shattered the barrier and struck Ravel directly, engulfing her completely. Her flames fluctuated wildly as her body collapsed, as if blown apart. "Did I win?" Hayasaka murmured. This was her trump card. Many devils had fallen to it before, 2 high-class devils among them. Still, she didn't truly believe it would threaten a phoenix of House Phoenix. And as expected. Impressive. A genius who made it this far with only 1/4 exorcist blood. That actually hurt. As the lightning faded, countless flames gathered together, reconstructing Ravel's body. She emerged completely unharmed. Hayasaka's heart sank, and she couldn't help but sigh. Isn't that immortal body just cheating? Can't help it. Family inheritance. A gift from our ancestors. Ravel looked down at her confidently. We descendants just have to accept it. Their brief exchange had already let Ravel gauge Hayasaka's full strength. Simply put, she was strong, on par with a high-class devil, comparable to elite warriors of the church or exorcist families. Against Ravel herself, she was evenly matched. But immortal body was unfair. Even opponents stronger than Ravel would struggle to deal real damage to her. At most, Hayasaka's exorcist techniques and weapons could cause pain, not enough to crush her spirit or body. Unless she wielded a holy sword or holy relics capable of erasing a devil's soul, like those that once made even an immortal being feel death's shadow. Otherwise, ordinary exorcist power wasn't something Ravel took seriously. Once more, Ravel declared. Have your mistress come out and come with me to meet my master. It was a final ultimatum, domineering and absolute. Hayasaka said nothing. She simply drew more talismans and stared back at Ravel, silently refusing. Ravel stopped talking as well. Flames surged around her as she charged. Boom. Firelight flared, and a fierce battle erupted on the dark highway. Inside the luxury car. The moment Hayasaka left to confront Ravel, the air inside the cabin turned colder than ice, heavy and suffocating. Kagaya Shinomiya sat in the center seat, arms crossed, her expression as frigid as frost. An invisible barrier seemed to form around her, repelling anyone who tried to approach. She had long black hair with bangs framing her face, crimson irises, and a figure even more slender than Hayasaka's. Despite being the eldest daughter of the Shinomiya family, she wore simple, unfashionable clothes. Yet even that simplicity couldn't hide her nobility, or her icy aloofness. It made people instinctively want to keep their distance. There was no doubt she was a cold girl, perhaps even colder than Yukino Shida Yukino. And yet, in the cabin of someone so unapproachable, an uninvited guest had appeared at some point. I didn't interrupt your little show, did I? Leo Eligos sat casually across from her, leaning into the soft seat. He smiled as he met her icy gaze, completely unfazed by the chilling pressure around her. Kagaya's crimson eyes rippled slightly as she looked at the men who had suddenly appeared. Who are you? Leo Eligos. He gave his name without hesitation. Pleasure to meet you, princess. Equals dash 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 equals. Chapter 151, Chapter 150, A Fair Way to Trade. Inside the luxurious limousine, Leo's voice did nothing to ease the tension. Kagaya Shinomiya looked like a block of ice that would never melt, her gaze on him devoid of emotion. She knew he hadn't come with good intentions. And anyone who could slip into this car without being noticed by AI Hayasaka was clearly no ordinary man. Her life might already be in his hands, one wrong move, and she could disappear from this world forever. Yet she wasn't especially afraid. Because if he wanted her dead, he would have done it already. The fact that he hadn't meant he wanted something. And whatever that was, it meant she still had value to him. As long as that was true, she wasn't in immediate danger. Eligos. I've heard that surname before, Kagaya said calmly. One of the 72 pillars. Ranked 15th. A Duke-class devil family that once commanded 60 devil legions. An ancient lineage. She paused, her expression unchanged. But I also heard that the family died out. Leo merely smiled, unconcerned. Miss Shinomiya might want to keep an eye on recent developments in the underworld. If you did, you'd know that the once extinct Eligos family has been reborn. And I happen to be its surviving descendant. As he spoke, he casually flipped his hand. At some point, a steaming cup of black tea appeared in his palm, which he set down in front of her. Of course, for now I've only inherited a family that had already fallen. The Eligos family hasn't officially returned yet. But if you're interested, you can follow the underworld's raiding games. I'll be attending as the current head of the Eligos family. Kagaya glanced at the tea but didn't reach for it. I'm not interested in devil affairs, she said flatly. And you're not here to promote yourself, are you, head Eligos? That's hard to say. Leo blinked. Maybe I came all this way to Tokyo to win the support of the Shinomiya family, the so-called heart of the nation. Then you're in the wrong place, Kagaya replied coldly. You should be talking to the main house, not me. I'm not favored. I don't have anything you want. That's where you're mistaken. Leo shrugged. You definitely have something I want. Otherwise, why would I go through the trouble of getting stuck in Tokyo traffic to see you? Or maybe you've just lost your mind, she shot back, her sharp tongue rivaling even Yukino Shida Yukino's. I can tell you this clearly, I don't have what you're looking for. If you think you can use me to pressure the Shinomiya family into giving you something, you've miscalculated. I may be the Shinomiya family's eldest daughter, but I'm nowhere near as important as you think. Taking me hostage won't help you in the slightest. Her voice was perfectly calm. It was the tone of someone who had already given up on that family, someone who clearly understood her place and no longer harbored any expectations. Her father was indifferent to her existence. Her so-called siblings didn't welcome her either, some of them would probably be happier if she were driven out and left to fend for herself. It wasn't hard to imagine how she'd been treated all these years. So in her mind, even if Leo kidnapped her, it wouldn't accomplish anything. Her father and siblings would never sacrifice the family's interests to save her. Leo could more or less guess what she was thinking. He changed tack abruptly. Do you know what I did before entering this car? The sudden question made her frown. I cleared away some obstacles, Leo continued, as if he hadn't noticed her reaction. Along the route this car travels, there were 12 highly skilled exorcists lying in wait. Some were hidden in nearby buildings. Others along the roadside. A few had been tailing this car the whole time, acting as its protection. Who do you think sent them? At those words, Kagaya's arms tightened against herself, her fingers digging into her sleeves. Relax. I didn't kill them, Leo said with a smile. I just knocked them out. It wasn't easy. They clearly hadn't just started hiding around you recently. To stay concealed from your maid, who has 1/4 exorcist blood, for that long says a lot about their ability. An average person wouldn't be able to subdue them all while holding back. A team like that would have at least a 20% chance of successfully hunting an ultimate class devil. And yet they were stationed near you the whole time, unnoticed by either you or your maid. So tell me, who would go to such lengths? Who cares that much about whether you live or die? Her grip tightened further, the icy mask on her face finally starting to crack. What are you trying to say? She demanded, her voice wavering for the first time. It's simple, Leo said with a narrow-eyed smile. You're far more important than you think. And I'm not saying this to prove you wrong, or to use you to extract something from the Shinomiya family. What I want isn't with them. It's with you. What is it? After a long silence, she finally asked. A stone tablet, Leo answered without hesitation. A tablet said to possess the power to foresee the future, one that records the rising and setting of the stars. Foresee the future? Kagaya frowned. I'm afraid I don't have any such. She froze mid-sentence. It was as if she'd suddenly remembered something crucial, her entire body going rigid. So you do know, Leo said lightly, having caught her reaction. After another long silence, Kagaya replied. I don't have that thing. You've come to the wrong place. That's not what your reaction just now suggested. Leo stared at her intently. I don't have it, she repeated, forcing herself to stay calm. If I really possessed a treasure like that, I wouldn't be nothing more than an unfavored eldest daughter. That argument wasn't unreasonable. Throughout history, powers like prophecy and foresight had always been mysterious, rare, and immensely powerful, abilities even gods didn't necessarily possess, let alone objects. Artifacts with such powers were coveted even by gods. It wouldn't be strange for multiple factions to go to war over them. Of course, not all treasures were equal. Even prophetic artifacts varied in strength. The most powerful could draw divine intervention, the weaker ones weren't enough to tempt those lofty beings. The Tablet of Destiny fell into the former category. Otherwise, even Tiamat, the Chaos Karma Dragon, wouldn't be so fixated on it. If Kagaya truly possessed such an artifact, using it to change her fate wouldn't be difficult. Assuming she could use it at all. Powerful artifacts are rarely easy to use, Leo said slowly, watching her. Even if someone owns the Tablet of Destiny, they might not know how to activate it. Or they might not be able to use it at all, leaving it to gather dust. Judging from your reaction earlier, you know that such a tablet exists in your possession. You just didn't connect the dots at first, or you didn't know it had that kind of power. That's why you were so certain at the start, and why you froze afterward. But then you changed your stance and firmly denied having it. Why? Because you realized how extraordinary its power is, and you don't want to hand it over. Or... He paused. Is that tablet something extremely important to you? At the end of his sentence, he noticed her biting her lip. That alone gave him the answer. So it really is important to you, Leo sighed. Even if you don't know its true nature or power. That complicates things. I'd rather not walk away empty-handed. So? Kagaya said after regaining her composure. Are you going to take it by force? I'm a devil, not a bandit, Leo replied calmly. If I can help it, I prefer a fair trade. Which meant that if necessary, he would still take it. She didn't bother saying that out loud. It wouldn't change anything. Even setting aside whether the hidden exorcist team really existed, the fact that he could slip past Ai Hayasaka without a sound already proved they couldn't stop him. So Kagaya chose the smarter approach. Then let's hear it, she said. How do you plan to make this a fair trade? She didn't believe he could persuade her. Because that tablet really was important to her. She didn't know it was the Tablet of Destiny, nor did she know about its power. But it was the only thing her father had ever given her. As Surzex had said, the Tablet of Destiny was originally a Shinomiya family heirloom, stored in the main house. Shinomiya Gonin had studied it for a time and even brought it to the 5 great clans for appraisal. No one could figure out how to use it. They could only tell from its material that it was extremely valuable, nothing more. After all, it had once belonged to Tiamat and had been lent to the original Red Dragon Emperor. That emperor's defeat dated back thousands of years. The tablet had passed through countless hands since then, its true nature and method of use long forgotten. Only because the Maos had mobilized the entire underworld to investigate for Leo did its whereabouts finally come to light. Otherwise, it might have remained buried in obscurity forever. Unable to learn anything from it, Shinomiya Ganon tossed it into the family collection. Later, when Kaguya wandered in by chance and unknowingly took it out, he never reclaimed it. More accurately, he simply didn't take it back. Perhaps he chose to pretend the matter didn't exist. Or perhaps he truly intended to give it to her. Kaguya didn't know. All she knew was that he hadn't taken it back. So she treated it as a gift from her father. Given how indifferent he'd always been, receiving even something like this meant a lot to her. She wasn't particularly attached to it as a treasure, but she didn't want to give it away. That was, until Leo said something that shattered her composure. "I can let you see your mother," he said softly. "Or speak with her." Kaguya snapped her head up, staring at him. "Are you mocking me?" For once, anger bled into her voice. "Do I look like I'm joking?" Leo replied coolly. "Would there be any point?" "My mother." She tried to speak, furious, but he cut her off. "I know. Your mother passed away shortly after giving birth to you," Leo said bluntly. "But don't forget, I'm a devil. A devil who lives in the underworld. As long as a soul didn't go to heaven or the realm of the dead, and is still lingering in hell, I have a chance of finding it. And if I do, then you'll have your chance to speak with her." Kaguya was stunned into silence, her breathing stopping altogether. Her heart descended into complete turmoil at his words. Equals dash 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 equals. Chapter 152, Chapter 151, Tablet of Destiny. In many people's eyes, Kaguya Shinomiya was like a chilling Japanese doll, cold, indifferent, and seemingly devoid of emotion. But Leo knew better. That, Ice Kaguya, persona was nothing more than a hardened facade she had created to protect her true heart. A mask. Her mother had passed away not long after her birth, and her father had remained distant ever since. Deep down, Kaguya had always yearned for familial affection. That was why, even though she no longer held any expectations for the Shinomiya family, she still cherished the stone tablet she believed her father had given her. To her, it was proof of that lingering desire for family. Because of this, Leo had already made up his mind before coming to Tokyo. He would approach her through that longing for kinship and make her willingly hand over the tablet of destiny. His plan was simple in concept, if not in execution: help Kaguya find her mother's soul. Give her a chance to see her mother one last time, or, at the very least, speak with her once. That would be his bargaining chip. But even something that sounded as simple as meeting or speaking to one's deceased mother was far from easy. Once the souls of the dead entered the underworld, they didn't linger. They were sent onward to different destinations. There was a region within the underworld dedicated to managing souls, the first stop for those who died in the human world. From there, some were dispatched to the depths of hell in the lower layers of the underworld, a realm people referred to as the realm of the dead. Others were sent to limbo or purgatory, places where devout believers went after death. After cleansing their souls there, they would be permitted to enter heaven, leaving the underworld entirely. Neither of those places was somewhere you could just waltz into. The realm of the dead was the domain of the god of death. It was crawling with reapers responsible for guiding souls, and the god of the realm of the dead himself presided there. While the underworld and the realm of the dead currently maintained a tense but non-aggressive relationship, they detested one another. Any outsider who trespassed would inevitably be targeted, by the reapers or even the god himself. As for limbo and purgatory, the church collectively referred to them as the afterlife. They were said to have been defined by the God of the Bible with the realm of the dead as a reference. In other words, they were heaven's territory. Whether devil or fallen angel, stepping foot there would immediately draw the hostility of heaven. Because of this, even though devils and fallen angels resided in the underworld and hell, the number of souls they could actually control was extremely limited. Most souls eventually went to the realm of the dead or the afterlife. Very few remained in the underworld, unless they had fallen into the hands of devils or fallen angels for special reasons, or were still in the soul management region. Trying to find Kaguya Shinomiya's mother's soul among them was practically impossible. Her mother had been dead for over a decade. Even if her soul had once passed through the underworld, it had likely already gone to the realm of the dead or the afterlife, perhaps even heaven itself. Searching for her now would be like looking for a needle in the ocean. But that was exactly why this deal was fair. Only by accomplishing something so difficult could Leo accept taking the tablet of destiny with a clear conscience. He wasn't alone anymore, either. House Phoenix stood behind him, the Citri house continued to support him, and he could even leverage figures like Surzex and the other Mao. If the three great factions ever moved toward peace, using his influence to ask them to help locate the soul of an ordinary human was hardly an unreasonable request. Leo was confident Kaguya wouldn't be able to refuse this deal. Compared to a so-called treasure that held only sentimental value and couldn't even be used, the chance to see a loved one again, or speak to them once, was far more precious. And reality proved him right. "Can you really let me see my mother?" After a very, very long silence, Kaguya finally spoke. "At the very least, I can let you speak with her once," Leo replied calmly. "That, I can promise. Of course, it will take some time." "How long?" Once she made up her mind, Kaguya became decisive. "And how am I supposed to trust you?" "Within 1 year," Leo said with a smile as he looked at her. "I don't expect you to trust me. I'm a devil, after all. But precisely because I'm a devil, I abide by the principle of fair trade. There's no reason for me to lie to you. If I didn't intend to do this, I could have just taken the tablet by force. Why bother talking this much? Or do you think I lack the strength to seize the tablet of destiny from you?" Kaguya fell silent again. Leo didn't rush her. Seeing that she had no intention of drinking her tea, he casually picked up his own cup and took a slow sip. Outside the car, bursts of firelight, explosions, and gunfire continued to ring out, a clear sign that their servants were still locked in battle. Boom. With a wave of explosive force, the luxury car finally lost its balance and began to shake violently. Kaguya, still wavering, nearly got thrown from her seat, but Leo reacted instantly, pressing her back down. "Looks like it's almost over out there," he said leisurely. Her heart tightened. She didn't know how the battle was going, but judging by how relaxed Leo looked, victory clearly wouldn't belong to her maid, it would be his servants instead. And she was right. AI Hayasaka was on the verge of defeat. At first, her superb exorcism techniques had allowed her to fight Ravel Phoenix to a standstill. The outcome had been unclear. But as time dragged on, exhaustion crept in. Her breathing grew ragged. Her maid outfit was torn to shreds, pale skin marred with scorched black marks. Eventually, she dropped to one knee on the car's roof. Ravel's attacks worked on Hayasaka, but Hayasaka's attacks did nothing in return. Against Ravel's immortal body, they were completely ineffective. Ravel still looked utterly unscathed. As the fight continued, Hayasaka's injuries accumulated until she could no longer hold on, while Ravel remained energetic and composed. Before long, she would surely take Hayasaka down completely. Whether Hayasaka would survive afterward was anyone's guess. With that thought, Kaguya finally made her decision. "I agree to give you the tablet." She spoke as if sighing. Leo smiled. "Then the contract is sealed." 10 minutes later, the luxury car drove into a Western-style mansion and came to a stop at the front gate. "Milady." AI Hayasaka, covered in wounds, helped Kaguya out of the car. When she saw Leo step out as well, shock filled her face. She hadn't sensed his presence at all, not when he infiltrated the car, not when he spoke with Kaguya. She had been less than a meter away, right on the roof. This man was dangerous. Extremely dangerous. She wasn't even close to being his match. "Are you okay, Hayasaka?" Kaguya asked softly, her expression shifting despite her composure. This was the first time she had ever seen Hayasaka in such a miserable state. In the past, she'd been targeted by attackers before, some even high-class devils or powerful fallen angels. But every one of them had been dealt with by Hayasaka, and none had ever inflicted injuries this severe. The realization hit her hard. Hayasaka wasn't invincible. If today's attackers hadn't come without malicious intent, if they hadn't adhered to a fair trade, both mistress and maid might have been in grave danger. "I'm fine," Hayasaka said, shaking her head. "She didn't intend to kill me." As she spoke, Hayasaka looked up at the night sky, drawing Kaguya's gaze with her. Only then did Kaguya see it, a beautiful girl descending from above, flame-like wings spread wide. "Leo-sama." Ravel landed beside him, retracting her fiery wings as she looked up at him. "Well done," Leo said, smiling as he patted her head. Compared to Hayasaka's battered state, Ravel was completely unharmed. "It was nothing," Ravel replied. She seemed unaccustomed to the intimacy, but she didn't resist. Instead, she lowered her head shyly, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Leo chuckled. A tsundere who was proud, strong, and brilliant, yet this easily flustered. The contrast was amusing. "So that's Ravel Phoenix's master," Hayasaka murmured, her gaze heavy with caution. "Phoenix." Kaguya's eyes changed as well. House Phoenix ranked 37th among the 72 pillars, squarely in the middle. While the ranking wasn't particularly high, they still held the title of Marquis, only one step below Duke-ranked House Eligos. But considering the special nature of House Phoenix and the current state of House Eligos, their standing in Devil Society was likely even higher. A noble daughter from such a family had no reason to become someone else's servant. With evil pieces, she could easily have been a king piece herself. And yet, here she was, serving Leo Eligos. What did that imply? Kagaya's understanding of Leo's background deepened, and with it, her confidence that he would honor his promise. A devil of such standing wouldn't stoop to deceiving an ordinary human girl. Nor would he fail to keep his word. You should rest, Hayasaka, Kagaya said quietly. Leave the rest to me. No, Hayasaka refused immediately. I have to stay by your side. Her guarded gaze toward Leo and Ravel made her stance clear. She wasn't about to leave Kagaya alone with potentially dangerous individuals. Kagaya seemed like she wanted to say something, but seeing Hayasaka's resolute expression, she stayed silent and turned toward the mansion. Hayasaka followed, leaving Leo and Ravel behind. Still not done? Ravel asked loudly. It's settled, Leo replied with a nod. They waited for about 15 minutes before Kagaya and Hayasaka emerged from the mansion. Hayasaka was still covered in wounds, her clothes unchanged. In Kagaya's hands, however, was an old, battered stone tablet. That should be what you're after, Kagaya said flatly, tossing it to Leo. He caught it and examined it. At first glance, it looked like nothing more than an ancient slab of stone. But its surface was carved with countless stars, radiating mystery. The star patterns seemed chaotic, yet carried an underlying order. As Leo focused on them, he felt as if he were being drawn into a vast cosmos, watching stars rise and fall. So this is the Tablet of Destiny? Ravel murmured. Seems like it, Leo replied. He couldn't sense any obvious power from it, but the strange visions alone told him it was anything but ordinary. Whether it truly was the Tablet of Destiny would have to wait until they brought it to the familiar forest and handed it to Tiamat for confirmation. If it checked out, then Tiamat's request would be complete, and Leo would receive those two exceptional servants no one had ever managed to reincarnate successfully. His strength would grow once more. You have what you wanted, Kagaya said quietly. I hope you keep your promise. Don't worry, Leo replied. You'll have your answer within a year. He handed the tablet to Ravel, nodded to Kagaya, and activated a magic circle beneath his feet. In the next moment, Leo and Ravel vanished. Kagaya and Hayasaka stood there in silence for a long time. Milady. Hayasaka hesitated, then fell quiet. Kagaya stared at the place where Leo had disappeared. In her calm heart, a faint, barely perceptible mix of hope and unease began to surface. Mother. Her weak whisper was carried away by the night wind, fading like a quiet lament. Equals dash 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 equals. Chapter 153, Chapter 152, Special Twins. Underworld, Familiar Forest. When a magic circle glowing with red light appeared at the forest's entrance, Leo and Ravel stepped out of it. Both of them came from pureblood devil families, so the familiar forest wasn't unfamiliar territory. This time, they weren't here to look for familiars either. Unlike the last time Leo had brought his servants along and carefully explored the area, they didn't bother taking it slow. They spread their devil wings and flame wings and flew straight in, heading directly for the deepest part of the forest. Flying so openly through the familiar forest was bound to draw attention from the monsters living there. But the moment Leo released the demonic power of an ultimate-class devil without any restraint, most of the creatures immediately scattered and hid, not daring to show themselves. This allowed the two of them to pass through smoothly, reaching the forest's core and arriving before a lake. This lake was even larger than the one Leo had stumbled into last time with Yukino and the others, when they encountered the Hydra. Standing on the shore, it was impossible to see the opposite bank. All that stretched out before them was a horizon line merging into the night sky. Someone unfamiliar with the area might have mistaken it for the sea rather than a lake. Tiamat-sama. Leo Eligos seeks an audience. Tiamat-sama. Leo Eligos seeks an audience. As soon as he landed by the lake, Leo called out loudly. His voice echoed over the water, reverberating like a rolling echo. Splash. The very next second, a thunderous sound came from the lake. The previously calm surface was violently disturbed as a massive figure emerged from beneath the water, sending huge waves crashing outward and filling Leo and Ravel's vision. It was a giant dragon covered in sky-blue scales, like the heavens themselves. The dragon radiated an overwhelming presence. The dragon aura surging from her body was strikingly clear and terrifyingly powerful, enough to make Ravel, standing behind Leo, grow tense without realizing it. That's the legendary Dragon Queen, the strongest among the 5 great dragon kings, the one known as the Chaos Karma Dragon, Tiamat, right? Overwhelmed by that colossal body and oppressive presence, Ravel began to tremble. Relax. Nothing's going to happen. Leo patted her shoulder to reassure her, his eyes never leaving the enormous figure before them. The sky-blue dragon slowly opened her eyes, as if awakened from a nap. Her massive vertical pupils shifted, locking onto Leo. So it's you, kid. A familiar voice came from the dragon's mouth. The next moment, the sky dragon spread her wings and flew toward the shore. As she moved, her body began to change. By the time she landed in front of Leo, the dragon was gone, replaced by a mature woman with beautiful, long sky-blue hair. Aren't you training in your own territory right now? What brings you to my place? Tiamat asked. Her aura was cold, but her tone toward Leo was casual and familiar, as if they had known each other for a long time. You even know I came to the underworld to train? Leo blinked, genuinely surprised. Ajuka told me, Tiamat replied, looking him over as if checking whether he had changed in any obvious way. He thought you might come ask me for help with training, so he gave me a heads up and asked me to help you within my means. Leo nodded in understanding. Still, why would Amao think he might come to Tiamat for training? Was it because he assumed Leo would look for a powerful existence to spar with and improve his combat ability? That wasn't impossible. Among everyone Leo knew, aside from the Mao themselves, Tiamat was probably the strongest. If he really wanted a powerful opponent to train against, she would naturally come to mind. The one behind you should be from House Phoenix, right? Tiamat said, having noticed Ravel. That familiar scent of flames, aside from phoenixes, I don't think any other devils give off that kind of presence. Greetings, honored Dragon King, Tiamat-sama, Ravel said immediately, bowing respectfully. I am Ravel Phoenix, eldest daughter of House Phoenix. I currently serve as Leo-sama's rook piece. I look forward to your guidance. Oh. Tiamat looked surprised at first, then laughed. The eldest daughter of House Phoenix becoming this kid's servant, huh? That's quite the investment. Living long in the underworld and being closely connected with devils, Tiamat immediately saw through House Phoenix's intentions. The Eligos servants really are worth that kind of investment, she said calmly. Even I think their future growth will be extraordinary. You do well to cherish this relationship and opportunity. Ravel nodded deeply in agreement. Even though she hadn't been with them for long, she had already seen how much potential the Eligos servants possessed, especially Leo himself, the king piece. So even without Tiamat saying it, Ravel intended to support Leo with everything she had, helping the Eligos servants rise to prominence in the devil world. For her, this wasn't just her duty as a servant. It was also an opportunity to add a significant chapter to her own life experience. If you want me to train you, I don't mind stepping in, Tiamat said, turning back to Leo. But I should warn you, I'm not good at holding back. If you want my training, you'd better be prepared for the possibility of being burned to ashes. A chill ran down Ravel's spine when she heard that. She could tell Tiamat wasn't joking. She was completely serious. Dragons were beings known as incarnations of power, naturally strong and revering strength above all else. Expecting one to hold back was an incredibly difficult thing. Once dragons entered battle, they rarely restrained themselves. Most of the time, they fought with everything they had, without any concept of mercy. To them, whether human or devil, other races were fragile. Asking them not to crush ants beneath their feet was asking too much. Of course, Tiamat was the strongest dragon king, even revered in Mesopotamian mythology as a primordial sea god of creation. She wasn't as crude or battle-crazed as ordinary dragons. But in the end, she was still a dragon. If she became too absorbed in a fight, it wasn't impossible for her to go too far. That was why she warned Leo in advance. Unfortunately for her, that warning was completely unnecessary. Don't worry, Tiamat-sama. I didn't come here for training this time, Leo said with a shrug. I'm here to complete the commission you gave me last time. The moment he said that, Tiamat's eyes lit up. You found the tablet of destiny. She stared at Leo intensely, clear joy appearing on her frost-like face. Without a word, Leo unfolded a magic circle in his hand and summoned the stone tablet he had obtained from Kaguya Shinomiya. Tiamat's gaze locked onto the tablet and never moved again. Is this the tablet of destiny you've been searching for? Leo asked, handing it to her. Tiamat took it and gently traced the patterns carved into its surface. How many years has it been? She murmured, her voice filled with emotion and delight. It's been thousands of years since I lent you to that damned red dragon emperor, hasn't it? After all these millennia, you're finally back in my hands. Leo and Ravel both smiled at those words. Tiamat's reaction confirmed it, this tablet was indeed the tablet of destiny she had been searching for. It really is my lost tablet of destiny, Tiamat said with a smile, confirming it outright. Although its power has been exhausted over time, once it absorbs energy from the stars again, it will shine anew someday. As a powerful artifact capable of foreseeing the future, one of the conditions for using the Tablet of Destiny was that it needed to draw in enough stellar power, converting the strength of the constellations into energy to activate it. That required a special ritual as assistance, which was why no one else could awaken or use it. Of course, that wasn't a problem for Tiamat. She was the tablet's original owner. What others didn't know how to do, she knew perfectly well. You really managed to find it this quickly, Tiamat said, putting the tablet away, her eyes filled with amazement as she looked at Leo. She hadn't held out much hope in the first place. Because the Tablet of Destiny had once fallen into the hands of a previous wielder of Zenith Tempest, she had acted out of desperation and asked Leo to help recover it. It had been a long-shot investment at best. Yet in just a month or two, Leo had actually succeeded. The result genuinely surprised and delighted her. "That's thanks to the Mao," Leo said with a smile. "If Surzek-sama hadn't mobilized the power of the Devil World to help me track down clues, I wouldn't have found the Tablet of Destiny so quickly." "I see," Tiamat nodded. "If you used the entire Devil World to search, then it makes sense." As she thought about it, a new idea began to form in her mind. If this kid could use the power of devils to recover her lost treasure, then could she also borrow the strength of other major factions to reclaim the artifacts she had lost across the world? The Tablet of Destiny was only one of many treasures she had lost. Countless others were scattered across the world, with many even being stored in the vaults of various major powers. If there were a way to make those factions owe her a favor, or force them to grant her a wish, wouldn't it be possible to recover those treasures as well? But how to do it would require careful planning. While these thoughts ran through her mind, Tiamat spoke to Leo. "Since you've recovered the Tablet of Destiny for me, I'll naturally honor my promise and hand over the 2 children I once saved," she said seriously. "However, I must warn you, if you can't reincarnate them as devils, you won't be allowed to take them away." Tiamat had mentioned this before. It wasn't that no one had ever tried to take those 2 in as servants, but every attempt had ended in failure. Their potential and abilities far exceeded the value of ordinary evil pieces. Either they required mutation pieces for reincarnation, or the Devil King piece himself needed overwhelming power and had to expend multiple evil pieces to succeed. As a result, everyone who tried had failed. Tiamat didn't mind introducing the 2 girls to Leo. She would even help persuade them to willingly become his servants. But if Leo couldn't reincarnate them, she wouldn't let him take them away. Among the devils who tried before, wasn't there anyone with mutation pieces? Or anyone powerful enough to use multiple evil pieces to reincarnate them? Leo asked. "Of course there were," Tiamat replied, shaking her head. "But those 2 are a very special pair of twin sisters. Even if they were willing to become someone's servants, they absolutely refused to be separated. So they set a condition themselves, they would only go with someone who could take both of them at the same time. And unfortunately, both of them have their own unique qualities. Neither can be reincarnated with ordinary evil pieces. To take them away, you'd need either 2 mutation pieces, or you'd have to be a Mao-class existence or higher, capable of using multiple pieces to claim them." Hearing that, Leo immediately understood how harsh those conditions were. If only 1 mutation piece were required, it wouldn't be too difficult. Roughly 1 out of every 10 high-class devils possessed one. But high-class devils who owned 2 mutation pieces at the same time were extremely rare, possibly non-existent. At least in the original story, no one possessed more than 2. Even Rias only had a single bishop piece that was a mutation piece. Later, she used 8 pawn pieces to reincarnate the original protagonist, and only after his unique transformation did those pawn pieces gradually turn into mutation pieces. In other words, Rias was the only devil in the original story to ever possess multiple mutation pieces, and even that was something that happened later. At the beginning, she had only 1. Under those circumstances, it was no surprise no one had been able to take the twins away, unless they were Mao-class or above. And how many such existences were there in the devil world? Even if there were, their servant slots were probably already nearly full. "Go ahead and take him to meet them," Tiamat said calmly. Leo nodded. A quiet sense of anticipation stirred in his chest. Equals dash 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 equals. Chapter 154, Chapter 153, The One-Horned Oni God. Underworld, Mao territory. As the name implied, this was land that belonged to the Mao. In the Devil territories, near what could be called the center, there was a region that didn't belong to any noble house, nor was it the domain of any pure-blood devil family. It was designated under the Mao's name, territory owned directly by the Mao. Right now, high above Mao territory, a sky-blue dragon cut through the night, flying toward a sprawling city. "You settled those sisters in Luciferd?" Leo asked. On the dragon's head, Leo and Ravel sat side by side, talking with the dragon beneath them. "That's right," Tiamat's voice rumbled out from the sky dragon's mouth. "They're not monsters like me, and they're still young. Keeping them in the forest living a monotonous life would be cruel. So I arranged for them to live in an estate in Luciferd, where they can live like ordinary people." Luciferd had once been the city where the old Mao Lucifer resided, the territory of the first-generation Mao, Lucifer. It had once been the capital of the underworld. But after the old Mao faction completely withdrew from ruling the devil world, the capital moved to Lilith. Luciferd became the former capital, no longer the center of everything. Even so, as the old capital, Luciferd still held immense popularity throughout the underworld under the name of a Mao city. The devil world didn't abandon it. They continued to develop it, and as a result, Lucifer had become a bustling metropolis second only to the new capital, Lilith. It housed numerous administrative institutions as well, drawing devils from all across the underworld. From time to time, the Mao and the upper echelons of the devil world would come here to work. Many large-scale events were also held in Lucifer, so its prosperity was in no way inferior to Lilith's. Tiamat had deep ties with the devil world. Few knew where she truly stood, but as an ally acknowledged by the current Mao Beelzebub, and an underground referee for raiding games, owning an estate in the old capital of Lucifer was effortless for her. The thing was, Tiamat herself didn't like living in a lively city. She had always stayed deep within the familiar forest. If she hadn't been considering the twins' mental well-being, she never would have bothered setting up an estate in the suburbs. Now, with Leo and Ravel along for the ride, she was heading for that estate in Lucifer. So what exactly are those sisters? Ravel asked, unable to keep her curiosity in check. Tiamat-sama. From the way Leo and Tiamat talked, the twins who might become their companions sounded kind of insane. Tiamat had even said they weren't human, weren't devils, and weren't even monsters. Then what were they supposed to be? Ravel wasn't the only one wondering. Leo had been curious too. And at this point, Tiamat clearly wasn't planning to hide it anymore. Have you heard of the Oni? Tiamat asked. That made both Leo and Ravel freeze. The Oni. Ravel said, surprised. You mean the yokai from folklore? Yes. The Oni Tiamat referred to weren't ghosts or vengeful spirits or anything like that. They were a kind of yokai from folk belief. They often appeared in Japanese folktales and local faith, usually depicted as stubborn giants with horns on their heads, red or blue skin, wielding iron clubs. Man-eating, hard-drinking, wild-haired, bare-chested monsters. In this world, yokai existed just as truly as devils, angels, and fallen angels. And as one kind of yokai, the Oni were real as well. But unlike the legends, the Oni of this world weren't wild-haired, blue-faced monsters with fangs. Most of them looked human, humanoid beings whose appearance matched humans. They were born with terrifying physical strength. Even a 3-year-old could swing a spiked club weighing over 100 kilograms and go to war. They didn't eat people or drink themselves senseless, but most had violent temperaments. Especially once they became immersed in battle, glowing horns would sprout from their heads. When that happened, their power would multiply explosively, and their temperament would grow even more ferocious. They were a battle-loving race second only to dragons. Historically, they had appeared many times. They enslaved humans, and like a night parade of 100 demons, they brought calamity to the world alongside other yokai. That led to repeated clashes with humanity, and some were slain by powerful human heroes. For example, the infamous Oni of Mount Oi, Shutendoji and Ibarakidoji, were said to have been killed by Reiku's 4 heavenly kings. That story was famous even in human folklore. So the Oni were an incredibly powerful warrior race. They didn't quite reach the terror of dragons, widely regarded as the strongest race, but among yokai, they were still one of the top-tier strongest species. In terms of raw combat power, even Nikomata who could wield senjutsu fell short. But weren't the Oni wiped out? Ravel asked quietly. Leo dug through his own memories, recalling something he'd once read. Supposedly, because the Oni were so battle-crazed, their population dwindled over time. By the modern era, they had become vanishingly rare, with only 1 or 2 scattered villages still hiding in the world. Then 10 years ago, what was believed to be the Oni's last refuge was destroyed by a group of rogue cultists. Every Oni in the village was slaughtered. Not a single survivor. Because of that, most people believed the Oni had gone extinct back then. Tiamat's voice reached their ears. The Oni truly were on the brink of extinction. But 10 years ago, I happened to pass by that Oni village after the massacre. I rescued 2 children who fought until the very end from those rogue cultists. At that point, how could Leo and Ravel not understand? So the sisters you're giving Leo-sama? Ravel's eyes lit up. They're the Oni children you saved. Oni survivors. That was an absurdly valuable find. The Oni were born with bodies stronger than almost anyone, second only to dragons if you only looked at physical strength. And once their horns were awakened, a casual strike could split mountains and shatter stone. They were the perfect frontline fighters. Even Oni who weren't adults yet could contend with a high-class devil the moment their horns awakened. Adult Oni, even without awakening, were barely inferior to a high-class devil, and once awakened, they were said to be unstoppable. That was the kind of reputation that built. Now that the Oni were nearly extinct, those 2 sisters might be the last survivors. If Leo could bring them under his banner, it would be a massive boost to the growth of the Eligos servants. As long as your master can actually reincarnate them, Tiamat said flatly, pouring cold water on the excitement. To be honest, even among the Oni, those 2 are extremely special. Because they're twins, they were each born carrying only a single horn. They're extraordinarily rare one-horned Oni. Horns are the Oni source of power, and Oni pride themselves on having two. So twins born with only one horn each are often treated as trash and disposed of. They almost never survive. But those sisters survived, and during the annihilation 10 years ago, they fought to the end despite being children. That alone was enough to show how abnormal those sisters were. And what Tiamat said next only confirmed it. The older sister is exceptionally gifted, a child prodigy that only appears once in a century, hailed as the reincarnation of the Oni god. Before she was even 10, she was already the strongest among her people, praised and expected by her parents and clan. The younger sister's talent is far inferior to her sister's. But she has a trait: once her horn awakens, she enters a complete berserk state and her power skyrockets. In that state, even among the Oni, only her sister could stop her. The clan feared her. That's why they were called the one-horned Oni god. Either one of them carries terrifying power within. The one-horned Oni god. Just that title alone said everything about how dangerous and special they were. No wonder so many devils couldn't reincarnate them. Ravel muttered under her breath. Just hearing it like this, she could already tell how hard it would be. If it were only one, a single mutation piece would probably solve it. But they had to take both sisters together, making it unimaginably difficult. To be honest, if you weren't a special existence yourself, I wouldn't be optimistic either, Tiamat said. Because of that mutated trait of yours, your evil pieces all carry the traits of a mutation piece, don't they? If so, then Leo might be the only person capable of meeting the sisters' reincarnation requirements. I hope you succeed, Tiamat said, her voice quieter now. That way, those sisters can finally have a place to belong. As she spoke, she began to descend. Ahead of them, a prosperous city came into view. Luciford, outskirts. In a relatively remote rural area stood a luxurious estate. It was a strangely mysterious place. Supposedly no one knew who owned it. Only two maids were ever seen leaving, occasionally heading into the city to shop. Other than that, no one came or went, and the conspicuous estate had sparked countless rumors. Some said an ancient devil lived there, and if you earned his recognition, you'd inherit his legacy and rise to prominence in the devil world. Some said a hidden treasure was stored inside, enough wealth to buy an entire city. Some said a terrifying monster was sealed within, and if anyone broke in recklessly, the seal might be undone and disaster would befall the underworld. Others claimed a powerful weapon slept there, and whoever obtained it could dominate the entire underworld and become a Mao. Because of those rumors, plenty of devils had tried to sneak in over the years. In the end, they were either thrown out by the two maids, or they simply vanished, never emerging from the estate again. Over time, the estate became a forbidden place, coveted and feared in equal measure. No one around here dared to trespass. But today, someone came. "We're here," Tiamat said. She had already taken human form, landing from the sky with Leo and Ravel before the estate's front gate. Click. Almost at the same time, the doors swung open, and two figures slowly stepped out. They were a pair of girls who looked exactly alike, same face, same height, nearly identical build, like they'd been carved from the same mold. They wore matching outfits, made uniforms based in black, exposing slender shoulders, paired with short skirts that traced their curves in a way that felt almost provocative. Both wore white headpieces. With their identical faces, someone who didn't know better might have thought there was a mirror between them reflecting the same person. Of course, there were differences. The girl on the left had large pink eyes and a short pink bob. Her bangs covered her left eye. She was slimmer, her figure less pronounced. The girl on the right had large blue eyes and a short blue bob. Her bangs covered her right eye. She was the same height and similar in frame, but noticeably fuller than her sister. Anyone could tell they were twins. They seemed to have sensed Tiamat's arrival. As they came out to greet them, they bowed respectfully, like proper maids. "Welcome back, Tiamat-sama. Welcome back, Tiamat-sama." Even their voices were nearly identical. Their movements were precise and perfectly in sync, nothing like the image of battle-hungry Oni. "I'm back, Rem," Tiamat said. Some of the coldness in her presence seemed to melt when she looked at the twins. She gave them a small nod. Behind Tiamat, Ravel studied the sisters with focused interest. Leo, meanwhile, narrowed his eyes, a quiet realization settling in. So it really is them. After hearing Tiamat's description, he'd already suspected these might be people he knew. And sure enough. "These are the Oni's last descendants," Tiamat said to Leo. "The one on the left is the older sister, Ram. The one on the right is the younger sister, Remington." Then her gaze sharpened. "From here on out, it's up to you. Equals dash 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 equals." Chapter 155, Chapter 154, 10 Wings. Inside the mansion, within a vast reception hall. "Guest, please enjoy some tea. Guest, please have some sweets." Ram and Rem placed a cup of black tea and a plate of snacks in front of Leo respectively, then stepped back behind Tiamat, standing as though they were her personal maids. The two of them remained expressionless the entire time. Leo's arrival didn't seem to spark even the slightest curiosity. Their gazes lingered on him only briefly at the beginning before they stopped paying him any attention at all. As for Ravel, she had been completely ignored from start to finish. No, ignored wasn't quite right. It wasn't that the sisters were being rude, they were simply indifferent to both Leo and Ravel. Compared to them, it was obvious that Ram and Rem cared far more about Tiamat. Most of their attention stayed on her, as if they were ready to respond the instant she gave an order. Tiamat, seeing this, looked a little helpless. "I've told you to so many times already, haven't I? You don't have to treat me so carefully," she said with a wry smile. "I'm not actually making you into maids. And yet you went and changed into maid outfits anyway. I even told you to change back, and you refused. Honestly." Ram and Rem looked completely used to her exasperation. "Ram only wishes to repay Lady Tiamat for saving our lives," Ram said calmly. "Even though we know Lady Tiamat doesn't need it, this is all we can do." "Rem feels the same," Rem added softly. "Whatever my sister does, Rem will do as well. Please don't mind such a small thing, Lady Tiamat." They spoke in nearly identical tones. If not for the slightly different wording, they might as well have been echoing each other. "Forget it. I can't argue with you," Tiamat said, sighing. Thinking back on how many times this exact scene had already played out, she gave up entirely. Saving the two of you back then was purely a coincidence. I never expected anything in return. If your situation weren't so special, I would have entrusted you to someone reliable long ago, instead of keeping you here to watch over an empty house. As she spoke, Tiamat turned her gaze toward the silent Leo. "Like I told you earlier, there's an extremely dangerous power hidden inside these two, especially Remington. Once her horn is activated, her strength skyrockets instantly, and she loses control. That's why I didn't dare hand them off casually. I could only keep them by my side for the time being." At those words, Rem's eyelids lowered slightly. For the first time, a hint of emotion appeared on her face. Ram remained expressionless, but it was as if she had already guessed something. Her eyes began drifting toward Leo from time to time, observing him closely. Under those circumstances, Tiamat finally revealed the sister's last secret to Leo. "Honestly, I know better than anyone that keeping Ram and Rem by my side isn't a good thing for them. It's not just because my life as a dragon is completely incompatible with theirs. More importantly, their condition needs to be handled by someone capable and trustworthy if it's ever going to improve. That's why I've always been introducing high-class devils to them, hoping they could be reborn as devils." Only then did Leo and Ravel finally understand why Tiamat had been so eager to sell the sisters off. One reason was the huge difference between her lifestyle and theirs. The other was that both sisters had serious problems of their own. Rem's issue was already clear: once she activated her horn, she would go berserk and lose control, unleashing terrifying power. Back in the Oni village, only Ram, the naturally gifted divine child, had been able to stop her. But after the Oni village was destroyed, although Tiamat managed to save both sisters, Rem had also been severely injured in that battle. Her horn, the source of her power, had been severed, drastically weakening her strength and leaving her dependent on others to supply her with power. In that state, Rem could no longer stop Rem when she went out of control. In fact, she needed help herself just to get by. That was why Tiamat had no choice but to keep them close, constantly supplying power to Rem, while also restraining Rem whenever she lost control and helping her return to normal. But if someone could turn them into devils, both problems would be solved, Tiamat said, laying out her plan. A devil reincarnation ritual using evil pieces can grant new life to the target even when they're on the brink of death, reviving them entirely. So if someone used evil pieces to reincarnate Ram as a devil, her horn would be restored, her full strength would return, and the issue of her needing outside support would disappear. At the same time, the trait granted by the evil pieces would strengthen Rem herself, allowing her to control her power better and reduce the chance of losing control. That was the real reason Tiamat had been trying to pass these Oni twins on to someone else. Unfortunately, reincarnating them is incredibly difficult, Tiamat said, looking at Leo with clear anticipation. Over the past 10 years, I've found quite a few promising devils, but none of them succeeded. If even you fail, then I truly won't know who else could help them. It was obvious that Tiamat had very high expectations for Leo. That made Leo's gaze toward her turn a little complicated. "So you already believed I could help them," he said dryly, "yet you still made me find the tablet of destiny before you'd even consider handing them over." He was speechless. "Wasn't this just freeloading with extra steps? I just thought highly of you." "That doesn't mean I was guaranteed to give them to you," Tiamat replied with a smile. "You're not a special case either. Everyone I brought here before helped me in one way or another before earning a chance. Asking you to find something for me isn't exactly unfair, is it?" Even though becoming devils would benefit Ram and Rem, they were still people she had saved and kept by her side for 10 whole years. Tiamat couldn't just give them away casually. At worst, she could continue taking care of them herself. Why rush to make them someone else's servants? That was why, despite searching for a suitable master for them all this time, Tiamat had never intended to give them away for free. Otherwise, she could have gone straight to Ajuka and the other Mao. With talent like theirs, was she really going to have trouble finding someone willing? Now, it all depends on whether you can actually reincarnate them, Tiamat said, turning to the sisters. That's the situation. This isn't the first time, so you don't have any objections, right? Ram and Rem exchanged a glance, then looked at Leo together. If possible, Ram would like to continue serving Lady Tiamat and doesn't want to be handed over, Ram said honestly. But continuing to trouble Lady Tiamat like this isn't right. And this is also for Rem's sake, so. Ram has no objections. Rem feels the same, Rem said with her eyes lowered, sneaking a glance at Ram before continuing. As long as my sister can recover and we stop causing trouble for my sister and Lady Tiamat, Rem is willing to be reincarnated as a devil. After a brief pause, they continued, one after the other. But Ram will only stay together with Rem, serving the same master. But Rem wants to stay with my sister, serving the same master. If you're unable to take both Ram and Rem at the same time. If you're unable to reincarnate my sister and Rem together. Then we can only ask you to leave. They spoke the final line in unison. Their tone wasn't forceful or dramatic, just calm and detached. Precisely because of that, no one doubted they meant every word. Ram and Rem had no objections to becoming devils. As long as Tiamat introduced the candidate, they were willing to try. Their only condition was that they wouldn't be separated. Whoever came had to take them both, or they would leave empty-handed. That was exactly why every devil who had tried before had ultimately failed. Well? Tiamat asked with a smile. Want to give it a shot? Leo didn't answer immediately. Instead, he picked up his tea, took a sip, and then stood up. Ravel's gaze followed her master. Ram and Rem also turned their eyes toward him without realizing it. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Leo looked toward the space where his evil pieces were stored. There were 10 pieces left in total, 1 queen piece, 1 knight piece, and 8 pawn pieces. At that moment, the queen piece showed no reaction. The knight piece glowed brightly. But the brightest of all were the 8 pawn pieces. As the magic circle spun into existence in Leo's palm, 2 pawn pieces flew out. Seeing this, Tiamat and Ravel aside, Ram and Rem both frowned subtly. Pawn pieces. Weren't those the cheapest evil pieces? It wasn't that Ram and Rem looked down on pawns. Although pawns were the lowest-ranked evil pieces, their trait was promotion. Once they entered a battlefield recognized by the king piece as hostile, they could transform into any other piece, gaining that piece's trait, including the queen. In other words, any pawn had the potential to temporarily become a queen, acquiring all evil piece traits and receiving the maximum possible boost. Even so, that didn't change the fact that pawns were still the least valuable evil pieces. In the past, someone had once used 8 pawn pieces at once and still failed to reincarnate Ram and Remington. And that was for a single person. Trying to reincarnate 2 people at the same time. 8 pawns wouldn't even come close to being enough. There had even been cases where someone used a queen piece, worth the equivalent of 9 pawns, along with 2 rook pieces, each worth 10 pawns, all on Ram and Rem together, and still failed. Unless it was a mutation piece, what could just 2 pawn pieces possibly accomplish? Take them. Leo clearly saw their doubt, but didn't explain. He simply tossed the 2 pawn pieces over. Ram and Rem caught them reflexively. After a moment of silence, they pressed the pieces against their chests. Bang. The evil pieces shattered instantly, breaking into countless particles of light that flowed into their bodies. This is. Ram and Rem's eyes flew open. They could clearly feel a surge of demonic power being born within them. Reincarnation succeeded. As that unbelievable thought crossed their minds, something even more shocking happened on Leo's side. Trait, servant conversion is now active. Acquired basic feedback, demonic power, large amount, dot. Acquired advanced feedback, sacred gear, enhanced, dot. Acquired additional feedback, race, perfect, dot. Trait, servant conversion is continuing. Acquired basic feedback, demonic power, large amount, dot. Acquired advanced feedback, sacred gear, enhanced, dot. Acquired additional feedback, rank, 10 wings, dot. The instant he received this information, only one thought flashed through Leo's mind. Damn. No wonder Tiamat praised their potential so highly. These were 2 top-tier servants. Stronger. The moment that thought settled, the demonic power inside Leo exploded outward, swelling at a terrifying rate. This was a far more violent and intense enhancement than anything he had experienced before. Vast demonic power ignited around him as purple flames, the shockwave carrying tangible force as it blasted everything around him away. Leo's demonic power, already boosted once before when he took Ravel as a servant and raised to the upper tier of ultimate class, smashed straight through the bottleneck this time, jumping from 8 wings to 10 wings. Whoosh! His devil wings unfurled behind him, slowly transforming from 8 wings into 10. At the same time, Leo's body was gradually reshaped by a mysterious force, undergoing subtle but profound changes. Deep within him, Zenith Tempest was nourished once more, receiving another enhancement after Ravel's servant conversion. Its power rose dramatically. Just like that, Leo closed his eyes and immersed himself in the transformation of his body. Equals dash 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 equals. Chapter 156, Chapter 155, An Oni Super Devil. While Leo was immersed in the changes happening to his body, changes were also taking place on the other side, within Ram and Rem, who had already completed their reincarnation. Bat-like devil wings unfolded behind their backs at the same time. The power within their bodies fused with their newly born demonic power, allowing devil power and Oni power to coexist in perfect harmony. My strength. Ram raised her hands and stared at her palms, feeling a familiar power slowly returning. It was the strength she had lost 10 years ago. Back then, during the final battle of the Oni village, her only horn had been severed, causing her power to drain away drastically. From that moment on, she could no longer be called the strongest of the Oni. But now, under the effects of the reincarnation ritual, that power was coming back. Her horn. Ravel cried out in surprise, drawing Tiamat's gaze to Ram's forehead. There, a broken horn glowing with white light had appeared at some point. Like a lizard regrowing its tail, it was slowly regenerating. Before long, the horn was fully restored, sharp and radiant with white light. Rather than looking fearsome, it somehow appeared almost cute. It's finally back, Tiamat said, a smile spreading across her face. Under a reincarnation ritual capable of granting rebirth, Ram's severed horn had finally grown back. That meant the Ram once hailed as the reincarnation of the Oni god had returned at this very moment. Boom. A storm suddenly erupted around Ram, her presence skyrocketing wildly. This is ultimate class devil level power. Ravel was nearly blown away by the gale. She barely managed to stabilize herself, raising her arms to shield her face, but her eyes behind them trembled uncontrollably, filled with shock. Ram possessed power on par with an ultimate class devil. How was that even possible? There's nothing impossible about it, Tiamat said calmly. She placed one hand on Ravel's shoulder to steady her. Standing fully exposed within the raging storm herself, Tiamat wasn't shaken in the slightest, in fact, she was smiling uncontrollably. The Oni are an incredibly powerful combat race, second only to dragons. Once they reach adulthood, they already rival high-class devils. Ram was called the strongest among such a race, how could she not possess ultimate class devil level strength? That was what made Ram truly terrifying. 10 years ago, she already possessed power at this level. And back then, she hadn't even been 10 years old. Not yet 10, yet already matching an ultimate class devil. That was even more frightening than the bloodline heirs of the Mao. In a sense, Ram can actually be considered a super devil, Tiamat continued. Just like Surzex and Ajuka, she's an existence that underwent a mutation and transcended her original race. That was why, even with only one horn, she had displayed such astonishing potential and strength. Before the age of 10, she had already reached the level of the strongest Oni, earning the title of the reincarnation of the Oni god, even being called the one-horned Oni god. That was also why reincarnating her into a devil had been so difficult. Not only did she already possess power surpassing that of a high-class devil, but having reached that level before even turning 10 meant her body clearly had even greater potential. Without an existence surpassing Mao class, it would have been impossible to reincarnate her using anything other than a mutation piece. Even for someone beyond Mao class, successfully reincarnating her would still require multiple evil pieces. That was the true value of someone who possessed high-tier potential despite not wielding a Longinus and not being a Longinus holder. Of course, there was another such existence present. As Ram regained her strength, an equally astonishing aura erupted from Remington. Her power began climbing rapidly. Compared to Ram, who possessed ultimate class devil level strength even in her normal state, Rem was clearly weaker. Even after reincarnation, the demonic power she released was only around mid-class devil level, nowhere near her sister. But at this moment, empowered by the evil pieces, Rem unconsciously spread her devil wings. At the same time, a white glowing horn quietly grew from her forehead, causing her power to surge explosively and catch up to Rem in an instant. However, Rem, now with her horn activated, looked to be in great pain, letting out a muffled groan. Not good. Tiamat's smiling expression changed instantly. Rem snapped out of her joy at regaining her power. Seeing her sister's condition, her face changed as well. Ah. The next moment, Rem let out a shrill scream. Her blue eyes turned red, all emotion replaced by ferocity. The power radiating from her body instantly became violent and unstable, surging wildly. Boom. Before anyone could react, Rem lifted her slender leg and slammed it into the ground. A thunderous explosion rang out. Centered on Rem's foot, the ground shattered instantly. The ground collapsed. Rumble. Amid billowing dust and violent tremors, the secluded mansion, long surrounded by eerie rumors, collapsed under the roaring destruction. The ground sank. The enormous estate crumbled amid the dust and collapse, disintegrating piece by piece until it was reduced to rubble. Whoosh! Just before the ground fully gave way, movement stirred within the dust cloud. Tiamat emerged from it, carrying Ravel, and landed at a distance, escaping the disaster zone. Cough, cough. Ravel coughed violently, clearly choked by the dust, her voice shaking with lingering fear. What happened? The answer came quickly. The newborn power activated Rem's horn, awakening her Oni instincts, Tiamat said solemnly, her eyes locked on the dust ahead. Rem couldn't control the sudden surge in power, she's lost control again. As soon as Tiamat finished speaking, the dust was torn apart by a force, and Ram's figure was flung out of it. Rem. Ram still had the glowing horn on her forehead, violent wind swirling around her. There was no joy on her face now, only urgency as she shouted toward the dust. From within it, a figure slowly walked out. Clang, clang, clang. It was the sound of heavy metal scraping against the ground. Rem emerged from the dust, dragging a weapon behind her. At some point, a morning star had appeared in her hand, a spiked iron ball connected by a thick chain, the handle gripped tightly in her palm. As she walked, it carved a deep groove into the ground. Just one look was enough for Ravel to tell, the weapon weighed well over 100 kilograms, possibly even close to a ton. Such a monstrously heavy weapon should never have belonged to a petite, cute maid like Remington. But when that petite maid's eyes glowed red and her face twisted with madness, the sight no longer felt out of place. Ah! Rem roared like a wild beast. With her white horn gleaming, she snapped her slender arm, swinging the morning star into motion. It became a blur as it was hurled forward. TCH. Ram clicked her tongue sharply. She stopped calling her sister's name and instead wrapped herself in a gale, retreating at top speed as if riding the wind. Boom. The chain slammed down a split second later. The thorn-covered iron ball smashed into the spot where Ram had stood, shattering the ground once again. Boom. 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 Rem had fully fallen into a berserk state. She swung the morning star again and again, each devastating strike crashing toward Ram. Every time Ram narrowly evaded on the wind, the iron ball pulverized the ground behind her, explosions erupting endlessly. Dust filled the air. Stones were hurled everywhere. Rem became like a raging berserker, relentlessly smashing the earth. The ground collapsed again and again, quickly turning the battlefield into a shattered, crater-filled wasteland. I'm going to help. Seeing Ram being pushed back and barely avoiding the morning star time after time, Ravel couldn't take it anymore. Flames erupted into wings behind her as she prepared to rush in. Wait, Tiamat said, still holding Ravel's shoulder. She pressed down firmly, stopping her. Let's see what Ram plans to do first. Tiamat's expression had already returned to calm, her eyes burning as she watched the battlefield. Rem had lost control again, but Ram had also regained her power. Tiamat wanted to see just how much she had recovered. No choice. Seeing no sign of Rem regaining her senses, Ram realized that continuing to evade was pointless. She stopped retreating, summoning an even fiercer storm around herself as she faced the iron ball crashing down from above. Bang! The storm and the iron ball collided head-on, unleashing a shockwave that blasted both apart. Calm down, Rem. Ram landed and steadied herself. Raising both hands, she sent a violent gale roaring backward, tearing through the ground as it surged toward Rem, slicing the earth beneath her feet and causing her to sink. That wind is insane. Ravel exclaimed in shock. That's magic, right? That's right, Tiamat confirmed without taking her eyes off the battle. Oni are naturally physical combatants, masters of close combat. But Ram is different. She's not especially gifted physically. Instead, she displayed astonishing talent in magic from a very young age. She specializes in wind magic, and almost all of it is self-created. For Oni, magic is a field we rarely touch, sometimes never touch at all. That's why the Oni village had countless magic books, most of them treated as spoils of war and abandoned in dusty storerooms, never opened. But Ram encountered those books by chance, and was captivated by magic. She showed terrifying talent. In just a few days, she mastered all the magic recorded in the Oni village's books, then went further, creating countless wind spells of her own and becoming a powerful Oni mage. That's why Ram can be considered the Oni equivalent of a super devil, Tiamat continued. Though born an Oni, she lacked exceptional physical ability and instead excelled at magic. It's enough to make one wonder whether she underwent a racial mutation and transcended the Oni race itself. Ram also possesses an ability called clairvoyance, a secret art only she can use. It allows her to share vision with creatures whose wavelengths match hers, letting her see across vast distances. Tiamat spoke as though she were proudly introducing her own daughter, then abruptly shifted topics. Ram's twin sister, is the exact opposite. She has the ability to learn magic, but her talent in that area is nowhere near Ram's. Even her physical ability was inferior to Oni children of the same age. She was once considered a failure among the Oni. For the past 10 years, Ram lost her power after her horn was cut. Ram trained relentlessly to protect her sister. Even now, nearing adulthood, she's only around mid-class devil level, far weaker than other Oni, who can rival high-class devils as adults. But it's as if all her talent was poured into rage. Once her horn is activated and she enters an Oni transformation, Ram's power increases at a rate dozens, hundreds, of times greater than other Oni. Her strength skyrockets to rival Ram's. However, that power comes with severe side effects. For other Oni, transformation only affects their mental state slightly, making them more aggressive. Ram is different. She completely loses her reason, becoming violently berserk, attacking even the sister she respects most without hesitation. If Ram was the reincarnation of the Oni god, then Ram was the true demon. In the title Oni God, the Oni referred to Remington. The God referred to Ram. Equals dash 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 equals. Chapter 157, Chapter 156, A Devil Approaching Perfection. While Tiamat and Ravel were talking, the battle between the sisters Ram and Rem had already reached its most intense stage. Boom. Rem, who had been buried beneath shattered stone and rubble, burst straight up from underground like an arrow loosed from a bow, shooting into the sky. The morning star in her hand swung out, the thorn-covered iron ball ripping through the air as it smashed toward Ram. It collided violently with the raging winds coiling around Ram's body, the impact turning into surging gusts that swept across the battlefield. Ram continued reinforcing the wind surrounding her, as if she were clad in armor made of compressed air. Again and again, she deflected Rem's morning star. With each lift and sweep of her slender hands, cutting gales were unleashed, slashing toward Rem in midair. The wind tore Rem's clothes apart, sending countless scraps flying. However, after entering her Oni transformation, Rem's physical strength was on a completely different level from before. The gales that could slice through the ground only managed to shred her clothing when they struck her. Her pale skin remained flawless, without so much as a scratch. She forced her way through the storm, charging straight at Ram as the morning star crashed down again and again, battering Ram's wind armor until it wavered on the brink of collapse. Even so, Ram remained remarkably calm. She continued manipulating the wind, tangling with Rem while constantly releasing wind magic to wear her down. Like a blade scraping against bone, the relentless gales slowly drained Rem's strength, trying to force her back to her senses. This had always been Ram's way of stopping Rem when she lost control. The Oni transformation was undeniably powerful, but the burden it placed on the body was just as severe. Extreme bursts of power came at the cost of extreme physical and mental exhaustion. Rem's transformation, which forcibly boosted her across 2 entire tiers, naturally carried an even heavier toll. As long as Ram could withstand Rem's attacks, it was only a matter of time before Rem burned herself out, slipped out of the Oni state, and regained her sanity. That was how Ram had always helped her sister. Even after 10 years, she still chose the same method. If Tiamat were the one fighting, it would be a completely different story. The strongest Dragon King, rumored to be on the verge of Super Devil level, wouldn't need to bother with attrition against a Rem who had only barely reached the ultimate class Devil level after transforming. She could simply crush her head-on with raw strength. Over the past decade, whenever Rem lost control, Tiamat would rush in and knock her out with a single punch. Clean, brutal, and effortless. Ram couldn't compare to Tiamat. With Tiamat choosing not to intervene, all she could do was grind Rem down little by little like this. They're really impressive, those two sisters. As Tiamat and Ravel watched the fight intently, a voice sounded behind them, making both of them pause. Only then did they remember, there was still someone else present. Leo-sama. Ravel quickly turned around, calling out to the men walking toward them. Tiamat also looked over, and immediately noticed something different about him. You. She stared at Leo as he approached with a relaxed expression, clearly wanting to say something, yet hesitating. What? Don't recognize me anymore. Leo stopped beside them, smiling. He looked in a great mood, with no obvious change at first glance. But Tiamat was a Dragon King. Her senses were absurdly sharp. What others couldn't detect, she noticed almost instantly. Your body has changed dramatically, she said, studying him more closely. Your scent, the feeling you give off, it's completely different from before. The more she observed him, the more astonished she became. There was a natural, seamless quality to Leo now, as if he had undergone an evolution of life itself. Even his presence felt far stronger than before. His face seemed unchanged, yet his features were more refined on closer inspection. His eyes were brighter, and even standing casually, he exuded a distinct aura. His limbs looked sturdier, his physique approaching perfection. None of this had existed in the Leo she knew. If the old Leo felt like a free spirit, then the current one felt transcendent. Tiamat's instincts told her something fundamental had changed within him, not just a boost in power, but something deeper. Leo didn't deny it. There's been quite a change, he said with a sigh of emotion. This time, the gains were substantial. No, huge would be more accurate. After all, taking in 2 servants with high potential at once had triggered an enormous feedback. There was no way his gains could be small. Those 2 high-potential servants pushed Leo's demonic power past the 8-wing threshold, officially reaching 10 wings. His wings increased once more, turning him into a true 10-winged devil, second only to the supreme 12-winged rank, nearly the pinnacle among devils. Now, even without using the power of Zenith Tempest, Leo in his normal state was no weaker than Laphi-Trix had been after consuming Ophis Snake. If he faced that obsessive old malfaction fanatic again, he might not even need his sacred gear to defeat him. The growth in his base strength was immense. Zenith Tempest itself had been strengthened twice more, on top of the previous enhancement gained when he took in Revel. The world's second strongest sacred gear had now been reinforced 3 times in total. It might very well no longer be inferior to the so-called strongest Longinus, the true Longinus. And yet, that wasn't even the biggest surprise. What truly astonished Leo was the reward labeled Race Perfect. Through the feedback of Race Perfect, Leo realized that not only had his body been remodeled, but his very existence as a devil had been perfected. What did that mean? Simply put, he had become a devil without precedent, a perfect devil, no longer burdened by the inherent weaknesses of the race. Light power wielded by angels, fallen angels, and exorcists of the church, holy weapons like holy swords, holy spears, and holy crosses, even magic formula, items, and methods designed specifically to counter devils, none of them were his weaknesses anymore. At the same time, his devil bloodline evolved. He was no longer a half-blood pure devil weighed down by his human side. Instead, he had become a perfect devil whose bloodline could even surpass that of a Mao. His potential skyrocketed, no longer shackled by mediocre talent. Thanks to this, even his physical strength improved. While it still fell far short of his demonic power, and certainly couldn't match Rem's current Morningstar rampage, it was now on par with races renowned for physical prowess. His agility improved as well, along with his reflexes and neural response, a true rebirth. With his current bodily potential, Leo could even consider pursuing close-quarters combat. Training his body would be nothing but beneficial, with rapid returns. Even his self-healing and recovery abilities improved. His vitality surged, his lifespan extended far beyond that of ordinary devils. It felt as though his entire being had been reforged, as if he had suddenly gained a body capable of anything. Warmth flowed through his limbs, filling him with indescribable comfort. With this body, if I ran into Cao Cao's true Longinus again, things would definitely turn out very differently, Leo thought, pleased. Combined with his explosive growth and strength, he now had the confidence to face Cao Cao head-on, force him to go all out, and defeat him. I never expected that taking in these 2 would give me such feedback. Leo looked at Ram and Rem with unconcealed delight, deeply satisfied with the power they were displaying. Ultimate class devil strength, among all his servants, that put them at the very top. Only Yukino Shita Yukino might be able to match them, and even then, barely. And that was without the pawn piece trait being activated. The pawn piece's trait required recognition from the king piece to take effect. Only when the king deemed the battlefield hostile could the pawn's trait activate, allowing promotion. At that point, Ram and Rem would become queen pieces, gaining the traits of all evil pieces and receiving comprehensive boosts to attack, defense, speed, and demonic power. Right now, Leo hadn't acknowledged this battlefield as hostile. Which meant the sisters' current strength hadn't even been enhanced through promotion. Once promotion occurred, they would become even stronger. Just thinking about it put Leo in a better mood. But it's time to end this farce. The battle between Ram and Rem was growing increasingly violent, to the point it was about to affect them as well. Leo spoke calmly. Fine, Tiamat said, having already assessed Ram's condition and fully grasped Rem's rampage. She nodded. They're your servants now. You handle them. Her focus had already shifted, from the sisters to Leo himself. She truly wanted to see just how great the changes in him were. Then I'll. Seeing Tiamat step aside, Revel was about to offer her help. Her strength was nowhere near Ram and Rem's, but her immortal body gave her the confidence to intervene, at least enough to stall them and ease her master's burden. Unfortunately, she was stopped again. I'll handle it myself. Leo patted Ravel's shoulder and stepped forward toward Ram and Remington. Show. 10 pitch-black bat-like wings unfurled from his back as he took to the air. 10 wings. Ravel couldn't hide her excitement. So it really is 10 wings, even Tiamat murmured. 10 wings, among devils, angels, or fallen angels, this was undeniably the mark of the highest echelon. Among devils, they were absolute elites, second only to Mao. Among angels, they stood just beneath the seraphim, absolute beings in the eyes of believers. Among fallen angels, they were high-ranking officers, surpassed only by governors or vice-governors. At a time when most new generation devils hadn't even caught up to their true rank, Leo, still on the verge of adulthood, had already reached 10 wings. That alone was enough to shake the entire devil world. And yet, what truly shook people was what came next. Boom. As Leo beat his 10 demonic wings and shot toward Ram and Rem, the air exploded outward in a shockwave. In that instant, his speed was so extreme that only Tiamat could clearly see it. Like a rocket, he broke the sound barrier, the sonic boom ringing out. The atmosphere churned violently as Leo instantly appeared between Ram and Rem, right in front of them. What? Ram froze, the wind she was about to release stalling reflexively in her hands. Rem, completely lost to her berserk state, didn't hesitate in the slightest. She roared in fury, swinging the Morningstar as the spiked iron ball howled toward Leo with overwhelming force. From its sheer presence alone, there was no doubt it could obliterate a small mountain. Leo's response was absurdly simple. He reached out with one hand. The hum of demonic power. Purple demonic energy surged like mist around his outstretched hand. Maintaining that pose, Leo caught the incoming iron ball with a single hand. There was no deafening explosion. No terrifying impact. Before everyone's eyes, the iron ball that struck his slender palm reacted as if exposed to unbearable heat. Like molten metal, it was instantly broken down and dissolved by the smoke-like purple demonic power. Even Rem, lost in madness, slowly widened her eyes in shock. In that brief moment of stunned disbelief, Leo's wings beat again. His figure blurred, appearing directly in front of her. His hand, still wrapped in purple demonic power, shifted from a palm to 2 fingers and tapped her forehead. Bang. The demonic power surged forward, slamming into her brow. Ugh. Rem felt as if her head had been struck by a heavy blow. Her consciousness blurred instantly. The last thing she saw before losing awareness was Leo catching her as she fell. That embrace was warm. Equals dash 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 equals. Chapter 158, Chapter 157, Qualified to Attract Trouble. Rem had lost consciousness, but not for very long, at most, half an hour. When she finally woke up, the first person she saw wasn't a stranger, but her sister. You're awake, Rem. Rem was sitting beneath a tree, while Rem lay on the grass with her head resting on her sister's lap. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, falling gently over the twin sisters and forming a scene so serene it looked like a painting. Sister. Rem's head was still foggy. She stared blankly up at Ram for a moment before suddenly jolting, trying to sit up, only for Ram to press her back down. Don't move. You didn't suffer any serious injuries, but the physical and mental strain from Oni transformation was too much. You need proper rest before you can recover. Rem listened to her. As she relaxed, the exhaustion and pain flooded in, leaving her limbs heavy and weak. But even after understanding what had happened, she felt no relief, only frustration. Rem lost control again, didn't she? Her voice was faint, her expression filled with guilt. The self-blame and inferiority were impossible to miss. This isn't your fault. Ram gently stroked her sister's hair. You did your best. Ram saw it. You were still desperately trying to hold yourself back even after your horn activated, weren't you? The moment the horn on her forehead activated, Rem had known things were going badly. She had forced herself to stay in control, fighting against the surging power with everything she had. That was why she had been standing there, enduring it in silence. But Rem still failed. Her voice dropped further. Compared to sister, Rem is really useless. In front of Rem had always felt inferior. They were twins, yet her sister had been gifted since childhood. At a young age, Rem had already become the strongest in the Oni village, hailed by their people as a prodigy, radiant and untouchable. Rem, by contrast, lacked the physical strength Oni were proud of. She tried learning magic like her sister, but her talent fell short, resulting in half-baked skills. Forget comparing her to Rem, even among average peers, she lagged behind. She had endured countless whispers from outsiders, branded as the Oni clan's failure. If that were all, she could have accepted it. But fate seemed cruelly ironic. She was granted Oni transformation, the one ability that could let her catch up to her sister, yet it came at the cost of losing reason and going berserk. Not only had it never helped Ram, it always ended with her sister cleaning up the mess and restoring her sanity. It was humiliating. And painful. As an Oni, she was weaker than her sister. As a mage, weaker still. Even when seeking power comparable to Ram's, she still needed Ram to save her afterward. All of it crushed Ram beneath layers of self-blame and shame, leaving her unable to lift her head in front of her sister. 10 years ago, when Ram lost her horn to save her, Ram had sworn to grow stronger, to protect her sister. She trained relentlessly, using Ram as her goal. But in 10 years, no matter how hard she worked, her progress was negligible. Even now, she was only on par with a mid-class devil, nowhere near Ram's strength from a decade ago. This time, she had finally met a master capable of reincarnating her as a devil. She thought she could gain demonic power and grow stronger at last. Yet she had lost control again. All her buried guilt and inferiority erupted at once. Maybe someone as useless as Ram shouldn't have been born in this war. Before she could finish, Ram cut her off. If you keep talking, Ram will get angry. A rare trace of anger appeared on Ram's usually expressionless face, leaving Ram stunned. She respected her sister more than anyone, and understood her better than anyone. Ram was arrogant and sharp-tongued, always carrying an air of calm confidence. Yet beneath that exterior, she was soft-hearted and considerate. Unlike Ram, who was plagued by insecurity, Ram had always remained composed. Even after losing her horn and most of her power, when she was weaker than Ram, she had still carried herself with quiet confidence, strong when needed, assured when it mattered. Someone like that rarely truly got angry. But now, Ram was visibly upset. Didn't Ram promise Ram that we'd always be together? Ram stared down at her sister, her voice fierce. Or was that a lie? Oh, of course not. Ram blurted out. Ram would never lie to sister. Then don't say things like that again. The anger faded from Ram's face, her voice softening. Ram is Ram's little sister. Of course an older sister is supposed to be more capable. That's only natural. You don't need to compare yourself to me. Ram is Remington. You don't need to care about what others think. Just be yourself. Ram is an Oni. Ram is also an Oni. We're neither prodigies nor failures. Being Oni is enough. So don't ever say those things again. Understand? Ram's eyes welled up. Yes, sister. Under the shade of the tree, with only the two of them left, the time that had stood still for 10 years finally began to move again. Watching the sisters, both Tiamat and Leo smiled faintly from a distance. It looks like they're fine now, Tiamat said with relief. That puts my mind at ease. Leo and Ravel exchanged a glance and smiled. Remember to say a proper goodbye later, Leo said. I'll be taking them with me. I know. Tiamat didn't look at him, but her tone was solemn. I'm leaving those sisters in your care. Relax, Leo replied calmly. As their master, I won't let anything happen to them. That much I'm not worried about. Tiamat smiled. You three aren't the type to stumble into danger easily. Ram had regrown her horn, restoring her strength to its peak. Even now, she possessed the power of an ultimate class devil, and with her potential, she would only grow stronger, perhaps strong enough to catch up to Tiamat one day. Ram was weaker by comparison. In her normal state, she was below even a high-class devil. But in a crisis, if she ignored the risk of losing control and entered Oni transformation willingly, her power could rival Ram's. Ordinary opponents wouldn't stand a chance. As for Leo, even Tiamat couldn't see through him anymore. Before, she had been able to gauge his strength. He had defeated Leafei tricks after the latter consumed Ophis Snake, meaning Leo was at least ultimate class devil level, not 8 wings, but 10. Now, though, his demonic power alone rivaled a 10-wing devil. He had 10 demonic wings, making him a genuine 10-wing devil even in his base state. Add Zenith Tempest, the second strongest Longinus in the world, and even compared to a Mao-class existence, the gap shouldn't be large. And according to information from Ajuka, the boy had already mastered Balance Breaker, reaching the ultimate domain of a sacred gear. If that were the case, what level would he reach after activating Balance Breaker? Mao-class. Or... Tiamat looked at Leo, a burning fighting spirit rising in her eyes. What's with that look? Leo noticed immediately, she hadn't even tried to hide it. He raised an eyebrow. You look like you want to fight me. It's not a look. I do want to fight you. Tiamat openly sized him up, feeling the changes in him more clearly than ever. It feels like you finally have enough strength to trade blows with me. How about it? Want to try challenging me? Dragons were naturally battle-hungry. Even Tiamat, who looked like an icy beauty, had that instinct carved deep into her bones. She had no interest in ordinary opponents. But if someone strong enough to make her serious appeared, she wouldn't hesitate to test them. At the very least, they needed to be Mao-class. the old Leo hadn't qualified. If he hadn't been the host of Zenith Tempest, with his unusual trait and potential to help recover her treasure, she wouldn't have bothered with him at all. 10-wing strength meant nothing to her. To someone suspected of being near Super Devil level, that was something she could crush with a single claw. But now it was different. The boy before her had grown enough to pique her interest, and that ignited her battle instinct. Her dragon's intuition told her that Leo, as he was now, could give her a satisfying fight. Unfortunately, Leo refused without hesitation. "You want me to fight the strongest Dragon King?" Was she kidding? He was still a young devil. His usual opponents should be devils like Rias or Sona. Why would he pick a fight with a Dragon King? Tiamat was the strongest Dragon King, at least Mao class, possibly on the verge of Super Devil level. Even current Mao Leviathan and Asmodeus would have a hard time taking her down. If Tiamat truly were a Super Devil, only monsters like Surzex or Ajuka could handle her. Leo was stronger than before, sure, but why would he pick a fight with a Dragon King like that? "Are you scared?" Tiamat pressed on, dissatisfied. "Yeah," Leo replied bluntly. "I'm scared you'll get carried away and forget what holding back means. Then I'd have to fight for my life. If I die, you'd have to take those twin sisters back." He wasn't joking. Dragons were like that. Once they got into a fight, they easily lost themselves. Legendary dragons throughout history were notorious for it. They acted on impulse, rampaging wherever they pleased, destroying cities and leaving without a care. One by one, they were hunted down, giving rise to countless dragon-slaying legends. Even the famous heavenly dragons were no exception. During the Great War between devils, angels, and fallen angels, they fought recklessly in the middle of everything, devastating the battlefield. In the end, they angered all three factions and were torn apart, bodies shredded, souls forged into sacred gears by the God of the Bible. Thus, the title of the heavenly dragons was passed down through their hosts. And their hosts were always the same, clashing again and again without regard for surroundings, causing untold destruction. Getting involved with dragons rarely ended well. Tiamat was the strongest dragon king beneath the heavenly dragons and still alive today only because she was relatively restrained. Relatively. She was still a dragon. Leo had no desire to fight someone who might lose control and cause massive problems. If he couldn't satisfy her, fine. But if he did, and awakened her competitive spirit, that would be real trouble. And now, Leo finally had the qualifications to attract that kind of trouble. So he absolutely refused to fight her. Fine. Tiamat frowned. Seeing his resistance, she didn't push further, regretfully abandoning the idea. "Get ready, Ravel," Leo said, no longer addressing Tiamat. "It's time for us to go." "Yes. Equals dash 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 equals. Chapter 159, Chapter 158, didn't expect someone even worse. Eligos territory, ancient battlefield camp. A magic circle spun into existence in front of the campfire, pulsing from top to bottom. As it rotated, 4 figures gradually took shape along its trajectory: Leo, Ravel, Ram, and Remington. "So this is Eligos territory." Ravel glanced around, curiosity flickering in her eyes. Ram and Rem also looked around, but far less carefully than Ravel. It seemed like where they went didn't really matter to them. Before long, their gazes returned to Leo instead. They stood at his sides, one left and one right, like proper maids. Their disciplined demeanor was strikingly similar to Graphia, who always followed behind Surzex. No one would guess that such slender bodies had such terrifying power, or that they were servant devils at all. Leo had asked them before if they wanted to change clothes. Both had refused. "For 10 years, Rem and I have lived like this. We're already used to it, so please don't worry about us, Leo-sama. What my sister means is what Rem means too. When there's a fight, Rem can go to the front lines. But when there isn't, please feel free to treat Rem and my sister as maids." That was their stance. They clearly intended to make maid outfits their everyday wear, and their battle gear too. "So you're really good at maid work?" Leo had asked out of curiosity. "Of course," Ram said, puffing out her chest. "Just leave everything to Remington." "Yes," Rem said, also standing tall. "Sister is amazing, but Rem will take care of everything." Just those 2 lines perfectly summed up the job capabilities of these so-called maids. Tiamat had even warned Leo about it. Though her strength is somewhat lacking, Rem is practically omnipotent when it comes to maid work. There's nothing she's bad at. As for Ram, she's surprisingly clumsy. All in all, the sisters were complete opposites. One had incredible talent in magic but was hopeless with her hands. The other lacked strength but was a domestic powerhouse. In a way, they complemented each other. Of course, while Ram could be clumsy and occasionally wore an arrogantly smug expression, her mind was sharp. She was well-read, knew many secrets, and was said to understand the languages and scripts of many races, a genuine prodigy. Rem, on the other hand, looked calm and steady, but she was a bit slow upstairs. In other words, she could be stubborn to a fault. Still, once she decided on something, she would see it through to the end, an admirable trait in its own way. These two each have their own strengths, and both have limitless potential. Whether you can use them well depends entirely on you as their master. After leaving those meaningful words behind, Tiamat returned to the familiar forest, leaving Leo to head back to Eligos territory with his 3 new servants. It's still early. Your senpai are probably already asleep, Leo said after checking the time. Why don't you find a nearby tent and rest for tonight? I'll introduce everyone properly tomorrow. Ram and Rem had no objections and nodded casually. Ravel didn't mind either. She had already met Yukino and the others. Tomorrow's introductions didn't really involve her. Having gotten to know each other a bit, the 3 chatted lightly as they left together to pick out a tent. Leo watched them go. After a while, he turned back to the crackling campfire, lost in thought. The next morning. As dawn broke, Yukino and the others finished washing up and stepped out of their tents. They were already dressed in workout clothes, chatting as they stretched, preparing for their usual morning basic training. Yo, you're up already. Leo appeared right on cue, waving at the 4 girls as he greeted them. They froze for a moment, then expressions of surprise and delight spread across their faces. You're back, President. Yuki Asuna was the first to speak, her voice brimming with joy. Welcome back, senpai. Mahiru's expression visibly softened the moment she saw him, as if she'd found her pillar of support. When did you get back? Yukino asked in surprise. While Leo had been gone, Yukino, the only one among the Eligos servants skilled in detection, had taken on watch duty. Even while sleeping, she maintained a steady output of magic detection to patrol the area. Yet she hadn't sensed Leo's return at all. My barrier didn't react either, Yutaha added, equally surprised. She had set up defensive barriers around the camp in case of intruders. Even if someone broke through, it should have alerted her, but she'd noticed nothing. I came back last night, Leo said, answering their questions. I didn't want to disturb your rest, so I deliberately blocked detection and barriers. Leo knew Yukino's magic detection inside and out, it was one of the Eligos family specialties. Blocking it was trivial for him. As for Yutaha's barrier, he had simply brute-forced his way through it with overwhelming demonic power. With demonic power equivalent to a 10-winged devil, ignoring a barrier laid by a sacred gear user that could only stop a high-class devil was effortless. The gap between those levels was a chasm. And since Leo fully understood how his servant's sacred gears worked, all it took was spending enough demonic power to jump directly inside using a magic circle, without alerting Yutaha at all. Of course, that was only possible because Leo had already set fixed magic circle coordinates within the camp. Without them, slipping past unnoticed would have been impossible. Nothing happened while I was gone, right? Leo asked after explaining. Of course not, Yukino said, shaking her head. You were only gone for a day and a night. What could happen? We just trained as usual, Yutaha said, brushing her hair back as she glanced at him. With you gone, the morning basics were easier, but nighttime combat training was a lot more dangerous. The pressure's completely different without someone watching over us. That's true, Asuna said with a bright smile. We're used to this kind of training now. Even if you're not here, President, we won't slack off. Where's Ravel? Mahiru looked around. She came back with you, right? Among the Eligos servants, Mahiru was always the youngest. Leo and Yutaha were 18, third-year students. Yukino and Asuna were 17, second years. Mahiru alone was 16, a first year, the junior of juniors. Among the Gremory servants, someone her age would be Kaneko Toju, who looked like a literal loli. Mahiru was genuinely young, it just didn't show. On that point, Yukino probably had a lot to say. As a senpai, she was smaller than both Yutaha and Asuna, and even smaller than Mahiru. She'd always told herself that was just an exception. It wasn't her fault. Mahiru had just developed too well. But after seeing Ravel yesterday, she was starting to doubt that logic. There was no helping it. Ravel was even more developed, more than Mahiru. And Ravel was also 16. Yeah. Life really wasn't fair. Mahiru didn't think that deeply about it. A servant her age was rare, and she wanted to get along with her. She came back too, Leo said plainly. Not just her, your other 2 companions are here as well. The girls' spirits immediately lifted. They knew exactly why Leo had taken Ravel to the human world the day before. When Tiamat had entrusted him with finding the Tablet of Destiny, Mahiru aside, everyone else had been there. They knew that once the tablet was found, Tiamat would introduce 2 exceptional servants to Leo. Judging by this, he'd succeeded. Perfect timing, they're coming now. Leo sensed something and turned his head. The others followed his gaze. The next moment, Ravel walked over with the twin sisters at her side. Good morning, Miss Yukino Shida, Miss Kasumiga Kaka, Miss Yuki, and Miss Shina. Ravel lifted her skirt and offered them a graceful curtsy. Ram and Rem bowed silently as well. The girls froze. Maids. Those are maids, right? Why are they dressed like maids? They're adorable twin maids. Yukino, Utaha, Asuna, and Mahiru exchanged looks, then all turned toward Leo with complicated expressions. Why are you all staring at me? Leo paused, then realized what they were thinking. He narrowed his eyes and said irritably, let me be clear, this wasn't my idea. I don't have that kind of weird fetish. The girls narrowed their eyes right back, clearly unconvinced. I can vouch for him, Ravel said, covering her mouth as she giggled. This wasn't Leo-sama's order. Ram and Rem were already working as maids before. That's their actual job. No sooner had she finished than the twins spoke in unison. I'm Rem, Leo-sama's pawn and maid. Please take care of me. I'm Ram, also Leo-sama's pawn and maid. Likewise, please take care of me. They truly seemed to regard being maids as their main profession. Even after joining Leo, they had no intention of changing. The way they treated Yukino and the others wasn't that of equals, but of people meant to be served. Fortunately, none of the girls were commoners. Some of them even had maids or attendants back home, so while they softened their attitudes, they didn't actually treat Ram and Rem as maids. Instead, they introduced themselves as fellow companions. How old are you? Utaha asked, seeing how petite the twins looked. She assumed they were the same age as Mahiru and Ravel, 16, first-year students. Unfortunately, she was wrong. Rem is 17 this year. In the human world, that would be second-year high school. Ram is naturally the same. The twins' answer made Mahiru feel a little disappointed. 2 more senpai. 17. Yukino glanced at Rem's chest and took critical damage. That's not human, is it? They were the same age. So why was she this impressive? Fine, Asuna at least had the height. But Rem, how did she even grow like that? One Ravel was bad enough. Why was there another Rem? Feeling dejected, Yukino subconsciously looked toward Ram, the older sister. And was instantly comforted. She had thought she was already hopeless. Turns out there was someone even worse off. Hello, I'm Yukino Shida Yukino. In an unprecedented move, Yukino proactively greeted someone with a smile. Asuna nearly fell over. What's wrong with Yukino? Was she possessed? There's no way my Yukino is this friendly. Whoever you are, get out of her body. She almost shouted it out loud. For some reason, Ram didn't look happy at all. She frowned slightly as she looked at the smiling Yukino, clearly displeased. The servants soon fell into lively conversation, the atmosphere warm and cheerful. Leo watched the scene with a satisfied expression. As expected of my future wings. As long as they get along, everything's fine. Equals dash 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 equals.